Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today, according to a White House official. It comes as Israel's military has taken control of a boat trying to deliver food to Gaza and brought its crew of activists, including the campaigner Greta Thunberg, to an Israeli port. The boat was attempting to break the blockade of the territory, which was imposed by Israel back in 2007 after Hamas took control of the Gaza Strip. Here's our world correspondent, Joe Inwood.
Captured by an onboard security camera, this was the moment the Israeli Navy intercepted the Gaza-bound vessel. The crew reported quadcopters in the sky and said an unidentified substance was sprayed on the boat. They throw their phones into the water as they are boarded.
But they are doing this for psychological warfare, but even then, we cannot go outside anymore because those quadcopters, they have a system called smart shooting. Yeah, here's the drone again.
The Madeleine had begun its journey in Sicily a week ago, carrying a symbolic amount of humanitarian aid, but also delivering a message. On board were a French MEP, activists, journalists, and arguably the world's most well-known climate activist, Greta Thunberg. The boat had made its way across the Mediterranean, along the coast of Egypt, and towards Gaza. Israel had previously said they would not be allowed to reach the Strip, and so it proved. Their last known location was in international waters.
The maritime zone of the coast of Gaza is close to naval traffic, as part of a legal naval blockade.
Israel accused the Madeleine of being a selfie yacht and Hamas propagandists.
On the subject of aid in particular, the selfie yacht had a really meagre cargo, much less than even a truck's worth of aid. But of course it will be sent into Gaza.
The Madeleine always said their cargo was symbolic, that their real aim was to highlight the plight of the people of Gaza, where a UN-backed assessment says more than 2 million people are at risk of starvation.
Israel has absolutely no authority to intercept and stop a boat like this, which carried humanitarian aid and most than everything else, humanity to the people of Gaza. You know, there should be state navies breaking the siege instead of a boat of volunteers risking their life.
Previous attempts to break the naval blockade of Gaza have been met with force. In 2010, Israeli commandos boarded the Mavi Marmara, killing 9 Turkish activists. Both sides blame the other for the violence.
In the water, please.
This time that has been avoided. But in pre-recorded messages, the crew called for people to pressure their governments for their release.
I urge all my friends, family and comrades to put pressure on the Swedish government to release me and the others as soon as possible.
The Israeli authorities released this footage, showing the crew of the Madeleine being taken to Israel, from where they will be deported. The symbolic aid they were carrying will apparently reach its intended destination, as they hope their message has too. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Well, let's cross live to Jerusalem and to our correspondent Sebastian Usher. And Sebastian, give us the latest on those events and the wider aid situation on the ground.
Well, the latest about the boat is that it's still on its way to Ashdod, the port where it's due to land. We don't know exactly what will happen to the activists when they arrive. The latest reports in the Israeli media say they'll be put into the custody of the police. And the Israeli government, the Israeli authorities, have essentially said they want to deport them as quickly as possible. So we may see that happen over the coming hours, over the next day or so. There have been some reports in the Israeli media saying that they would be put in a prison in separate cells. Whether they'll be kept for that amount of time is an open question. I mean, what they really wanted to do, the activists, I think, besides the symbolic significance and to bring new attention, especially I think to younger people, about what's happening in Gaza and the aid situation there, was to try to energize their governments. They come from a number of different countries to act for them. I don't think there's been a huge amount from that so far. As far as the aid situation in Gaza is concerned, it continues, of course, to be very difficult, and there continue to be big issues over this new mechanism that's been in place now for around 2 weeks for Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. We've heard from the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry today that 6 people were killed as they were queuing up to go to one of those aid distribution sites. What's different from what we've heard today and what we've heard from eyewitnesses, they're saying not that Israeli troops were firing on them, that armed gunmen were doing so. Now, there has been uncertainty over what's been happening day by day when people have been killed, people have been wounded as they wait. This is the first time we've had what seems to be clear evidence that there are other players involved, that there are armed Palestinian gunmen who may be getting involved in this and may also be shooting at those who are waiting.
Sebastian, live there in Jerusalem, thanks very much for that. Now to a trial here in the UK that lasted 7 months and a deliberation by a jury that was the longest in a UK court case. An NHS mental health trust and one of its ward managers have been found guilty of breaching health and safety rules over the death of a 22-year-old patient. Alice Figueiredo took her own life in hospital in 2015, but not guilty verdicts were returned on charges of gross negligence manslaughter and corporate manslaughter. Here's our social affairs editor, Alison Holt.
Funny, musical, creative and full of life. That's how Alice Figueiredo's family remember her.
She had the most amazing quick wit and sense of humour. She used to be able to make me laugh more than anybody in the world. And I really miss that.
Starting in her teens, Alice had periods of deep, dark depression, but after time and treatment, she'd get better. In 2015, aged 22, she was again admitted to hospital.
It was a question of somehow managing the crisis and hoping that people would help us in that process, and trusting that, you know, the medical profession to make the right decisions.
The court was told over the 5 months Alice was a patient on one of the wards here at Good Mays Hospital in North East London, she was able to get a bin bag on 18 occasions, often from a communal toilet, so she could attempt suicide. On the 19th time, she took her own life. The case centred on whether the failure to remove the plastic bags amounted to gross negligence. Today, the Old Bailey jury decided it did not, clearing ward manager Benjamin Ananakwa of manslaughter and the North East London NHS Foundation Trust of corporate manslaughter. But both were found guilty of health and safety breaches. This was only the second time an NHS body has faced corporate manslaughter charges. Dr. Victoria Roper, who studies this area of law, says the previous case collapsed after 2 weeks. She describes them as very difficult charges to bring.
So NHS trusts by definition are very large organisations. They have fairly complex organisational structures. And in general terms, the larger an organisation, the more complex it is, the harder it is to prove in particular senior management fault.
Mental health campaigners say Alice's story highlights deep-seated problems and there are too many people getting care that is not good enough.
Well, I think Alice's case is a really, really devastating reminder that we don't yet have a mental health system fit for the 21st century. And really, above all, we'd expect to be kept safe. And of course, there have been a lot that has changed over the last 10 years. There's been a lot of national policy initiatives. But how much that has actually filtered down to the front line, I think really remains to be seen.
Alice's family has spent the last decade fighting to find out exactly what happened to her, digging and researching to get details of her care. They say it should never have been so difficult to get answers, and that needs to change.
It's never been about vengeance, it's always been about justice and truth.
And accountability.
Yeah, and accountability. That's what's driven us, because
Transparency.
we've argued that when we get to that, then we can talk about the change that's required to stop these things from happening in the future.
The family says they hope part of Alice's legacy will be that the care others receive when they're in crisis is much better. Alison Holt, BBC News.
Well, after the verdict, Alice's mother spoke of the loss she suffered with the death of her daughter.
Alice's light and life shone so brightly. And everyone who knew and loved her has lived the last decade devastated by the immeasurable loss of her luminous, kind, thoughtful, generous, warm, humorous, and deeply loving presence, always feeling her absence at every occasion and in our everyday lives. Nothing, including these verdicts, will ever bring her back to us, and we will never stop thinking of her and missing her. There's always one place empty at our table, one very special voice, silent, that we long to hear in our conversations.
Well, that was Alice's mother speaking at the conclusion of that case. Now, let me cross and take you to the live pictures, because I was telling you just a little earlier that NATO Secretary General about to make that keynote speech. He has just taken his seat. I don't think we are that far away. The introduction's currently being made, and we will carry that speech live here on BBC News here. And it will be interesting because, of course, he has been talking about a 400% increase in air missile defences, and the other critical area, that push to try to get NATO countries to 5%. Let's bring in Ed Arnold, who is waiting to talk to us, Senior Fellow for European Security at the UK Defence think tank RUSI. Ed, welcome here to the programme. Just a quick assessment before Mark Rutte gets going. The key things you're listening out for today?
Well, key will be the defence spending commitments that are going to hopefully be agreed at the Hague summit in 2 weeks' time. Really important in terms of increasing defence expenditure across the board in all NATO countries, and then also in terms of more detail on how much he's looking to increase expenditure on these regional plans. Yes, the 400% on integrated air and missile defence, which is a key ability for Europe.
Ed, apologies to cut across you, but we're looking at the live pictures and Mark Rutte at the microphones, so let's put the sound up.
On international affairs, so it's a real honor to be here. It has been producing influential ideas for more than a century. And this is the place where I want to share the plan to build a better NATO. This plan will be at the heart of our summit in The Hague. I want to thank the United Kingdom for more than 7 decades of continuous commitment to NATO. It makes vital contributions to our shared security. The British Army leads NATO's multinational force in Estonia. RAF jets are patrolling over Poland's skies as part of NATO's air policing mission. NATO's Maritime Command in Northwood directs our naval operations, and Royal Navy ships protect the seas. With a NATO-first policy at its core, I also warmly welcome the UK's new Strategic Defence Review. It will strengthen and modernise Britain's armed forces and enhance NATO's collective defence. Commitment has a cost, and I welcome that the UK government will spend significantly more on defence in the future. I know we can count on the United Kingdom as we start the next chapter for NATO. In just 2 weeks, I will chair the NATO summit of allied leaders in The Hague. And this summit will transform our alliance. We will build a better NATO, one that is stronger, fairer and more lethal, so that we can continue to keep our people safe and our adversaries at bay. Because of Russia, war has returned to Europe. We also face the threat of terrorism and fierce global competition. Russia has teamed up with China, North Korea and Iran. They are expanding their militaries and their capabilities. Putin's war machine is speeding up, not slowing down. Russia is reconstituting its forces with Chinese technology and producing more weapons faster than we thought. In terms of ammunition, Russia produces in 3 months what the whole of NATO produces in a year. And its defence industrial base is expected to roll out 1,500 tanks, 3,000 armoured vehicles and 200 Iskander missiles this year alone. Russia could be ready to use military force against NATO within 5 years. 5 years. Let's not kid ourselves. We are all on the eastern flank now. The new generation of Russian missiles travel at many times the speed of sound. The distance between European capitals is only a matter of minutes. There is no longer East or West. There is just NATO. China is also modernizing and expanding its military at breakneck speed. It already has the world's largest navy. And its battle force is expected to grow to 435 ships by 2030. China is also building up its nuclear arsenal. And it aims to have more than 1,000 operational nuclear warheads also by 2030. Those who stand against freedom and democracy are digging in, preparing for long-term confrontation, and trying to dominate and divide us. In 1936, Winston Churchill posed this question during a debate in the House of Commons. Will there be time to put our defenses in order? Will there be time to make these necessary efforts? Or will the awful words, "too late," be recorded? And that is the question for NATO now. History has taught us that to preserve peace, we must prepare for war. Wishful thinking will not keep us safe. We cannot dream away the danger. Hope is not a strategy. So NATO has to become a stronger, fairer, and more lethal alliance. A stronger NATO means spending much more on our defense. All allies will reach the initial target of spending 2% of GDP on defense this year. That was a pledge made way back in 2014. Now we have a concrete plan for the future. We know what we need, and we know what to do. At the summit in The Hague, I expect allied leaders will agree to spend 5% of GDP on defense. It will be a NATO-wide commitment and a defining moment for the alliance. There are two parts to this new defense spending plan. 3.5% will be invested in our core military requirements, while the rest will go towards defense and security-related investments, including infrastructure and building industrial capacity. 5% is not some figure plucked from the air. It's grounded in hard facts. The fact is, we need a quantum leap in our collective defense. The fact is, we must have more forces and capabilities to implement our defense plans in full. The fact is, danger will not disappear, even when the war in Ukraine ends. Our decisions on defense spending are driven by NATO's battle plans and capability targets. They define what forces and capabilities allies need to provide. And last week, NATO defense ministers agreed ambitious new targets. The exact details are classified, but we need a 400% increase in air and missile defense. We see in Ukraine how Russia delivers terror from above. So we will strengthen the shield that protects our skies. Our militaries also need thousands more armored vehicles and tanks, millions more artillery shells. And we must double our enabling capabilities, such as logistics, supply, transportation, and medical support. Allies will invest in more warships and aircraft. To give just one example, America's allies will procure at least 700 F-35 fighter jets in total. We will also invest in more drones and long-range missile systems, and invest more in space and cyber capabilities. It is clear, if we do not invest more, our collective defense is not credible. Spending more is not about pleasing an audience of one. It is about protecting 1 billion people. Allies will also make broader defense and security-related investments, including infrastructure. Roads, rail and ports are just as important as tanks, fighters and warships. We need civilian transport networks that can support military mobility, to get the right forces to the right place at the right time. The home front and the front line are now one and the same. War is no longer fought at a distance. Our societies and militaries are in this together. We will invest more in civil preparedness, so our societies are ready for the day we pray will never come. And NATO works 24/7 to ensure that day never arrives. We will also spend more to protect our societies against cyber attacks, sabotage, and other threats. And broader defense and security-related investments should include financing and capital improvements to our defense industrial base. It is clear that right across the alliance, we are not producing enough. So as we increase defense investment, we need to increase defense production. More demand means increasing supply, not higher prices. And it also means ensuring that the alliance can produce at scale and at speed. We need raw industrial capacity, like Sheffield Forge Masters, which I visited this morning with Defense Secretary John Healey. We need cheaper electricity, access to critical minerals, and more engineering know-how. Otherwise, the commitment to spend 5% of GDP on defense will be lost to production costs rather than invested in defense. So we will enhance and expand the industrial base right across the alliance. We will support increased defense production, remove barriers to cooperation, and harness cutting-edge technologies. To borrow from the former Labour Prime Minister Harold Wilson, I want NATO to forge its future in the white heat of innovation. To stay ahead of our adversaries, we must develop and adopt new technologies. They can be cost-effective and deliver the same effect as traditional military heavy metal. On the battlefields of Ukraine, $400 drones used the right way are taking out $2 million Russian tanks. More defense spending and production provides effective deterrence, promotes economic growth, and creates jobs. The summit in The Hague will send a clear demand signal to industry. And industry must meet our ambition. So, we will make NATO stronger by spending and producing more. And we will make NATO fairer by rebalancing the burden of our security, with every ally contributing their fair share. We all benefit from the protection our transatlantic alliance provides. And it is vital that every member of NATO pulls their weight, because America has carried too much of the burden for too long. America's allies have broad shoulders, and Europe and Canada will do more for our shared security. And that will be backed by America's rock-solid commitment to NATO. As well as becoming stronger and fairer, NATO will become more lethal. Rest assured, we will always be a defensive alliance. Becoming more lethal means strengthening our deterrence and defense posture, providing our militaries with what they need to keep us safe, and showing any aggressor we can and will hit back harder. With our military power and our resolve to use it if necessary, no one should even think about attacking us. President Putin does not act like someone who is interested in peace. Russia continues to strike civilian targets in Ukraine, day after day, night after night. This is violence for the sake of violence. We fully support President Trump's efforts to stop the bloodshed. The people of Ukraine deserve a just and lasting peace. NATO's practical and political support to Ukraine continues. Our long-term support is not about prolonging the war. It is about helping Ukraine defend itself today and preventing any future aggression. NATO stands with Ukraine now and through the challenges ahead. In an age of uncertainty, a strong transatlantic bond is essential. And the enduring commitment by all NATO allies to Article 5, that an attack on one is an attack on all, sends a powerful message. We will defend against any threat from any direction. History has shown that North America and Europe working together is a winning combination. The venue for our summit in The Hague is on Churchillplein, Churchill Square. His bulldog spirit is alive today in NATO. We have the confidence, commitment and courage to do whatever it takes to protect our way of life. There are no second chances when it comes to our security. So we will deliver in The Hague. Friends can be frank with each other, and there will be tough decisions to take. But let us not lose sight of what is at stake. The security of 1 billion people on both sides of the Atlantic. Together, we will secure peace through strength. Together, we will make our alliance stronger, fairer and more lethal. And together, we will build a better NATO. Thank you.
Well, that's NATO Secretary General. He's going to take questions in a moment or two, but this was described as a keynote speech. You can see why, talking about a quantum leap in collective defence spending, and he wants at that summit at The Hague an agreement for 5% spending on defence, 3.5% on core military requirements, the other 1.5% on defence infrastructure and industrial capacity. Let's put the microphones back up.
Straight away, you've used the word lethal quite a bit. What point are you trying to make through that?
The point I want to make is, yes, we are still a defensive alliance, but we are deadly serious that if anyone tries to attack us, that the consequences for that attacker will be devastating. Be it Russia or anyone else who tries to do anything against us. And we have to be absolutely clear. And this is not only about the money and the weaponry, it is also about the mentality that we do realize that there is a lot at stake here. And the people trying to act against us must understand this.
So what is the main threat to NATO members? Is it Russia, which everyone in Europe is very conscious of, or is it China, which seems to be the focus of the US's alarms in the world?
The main long-term threat against NATO is Russia, there's no doubt. But you rightly said there is more than Russia. And NATO was never established to fight only the Soviet Union. It was there to protect NATO territory from anyone who tried to attack us. And what we see at the moment is an enormous build-up in China of their military capabilities. I mentioned in the speech, including what they do Navy-wise. They will have in 2030 100 more ships than the US has currently. And they have a defense industrial base in China to build even more ships, which the Americans at this moment can absolutely not compete with. This is one of the big issues we have, that when it comes to defense spending, there is an issue with Europe and Canada. When it comes to defense production, there is an issue with Europe, Canada and the United States. Because all over the alliance, we are not producing enough. And China is working together with North Korea, Iran. They are supporting, as we all know, Russia's war effort against Ukraine. So these four working together is, of course, a relevant development. So yes, Russia, but clearly also focusing on what China is doing. And of course, the fact that these four working together and North Korea getting the latest technologies from Russia and others in return for their support to Russia in the war effort against Ukraine.
So in terms of strategy, it is Russia, it is China, and is the others working with them, all of these?
Yeah, so NATO wants to protect its territory for 1 billion people. And of course, when you ask me what is your first and main threat long-term, it is Russia, absolutely. But we have to be conscious of what is happening. And I was visiting 2 months ago Japan, speaking with the whole senior leadership there. And of course, they are very worried about what's happening in the Pacific. They really very much value the relationship they have with NATO. That is also true for Korea, the Republic of Korea, for Australia, for New Zealand, the so-called Indo-Pacific Four. And it shows you that we cannot think that there is one theater which is the Euro-Atlantic theater. Yes, of course, that's the main theatre we are focusing on. But we have to be conscious of the fact that this is all interconnected with what is happening in the Pacific. And the war in Ukraine, Russia's unprovoked war against Ukraine, clearly shows that all these countries work together here.
Can NATO survive a drawdown of US presence in Europe and some of the questions that the US has directed at NATO about its value?
Since President Trump came in office, in the first couple of weeks I got many questions from European leaders. Will the US stay committed to NATO? And I told them, I said, well, you might want to put on your television and listen to President Trump when he has President Macron in office, or Prime Minister Starmer, or Prime Minister Maloney. When I was visiting, others were, and recently, of course, Chancellor Merz. And there is a total commitment from the American president and down the whole system to NATO, but also an expectation. And the expectation is that we in Europe and Canada will indeed equalize in spending with the US. And we have to do that, not only to equalize, but we need that 3.5 core defense spending to be able to deliver the capability targets. Then there is the question, okay, if they then stay, Mark, with NATO, might they all of a sudden decide that Sakr should be a European general, the Supreme Allied Commander, which has traditionally always been an American general, because there were these rumors. Well, there's your evidence. Last week the appointment was announced of the new Supreme Allied Commander and holding an American passport. And the third question is, will they all of a sudden withdraw troops from Europe? There's absolutely no question of that. What they have said is that, yes, obviously for the United States, not only concentrating on the Euro-Atlantic, but also as the biggest worldwide economy and the biggest defense power in the world, they also have to, of course, focus on the Indo-Pacific, they have to focus on the Middle East, and that over time there will be somewhat more pivoting towards Asia is only logical. I'm not worried about that, but I'm absolutely convinced we will do that in a step-by-step approach. There will be no capability gaps in Europe because of this, and there's absolutely no... And you've seen it when, again, Chancellor Merz visited the White House when it came to the American troops presence in Germany, and a clear commitment of the American president on that point.
So no capability gaps in Europe. Over what period? Can you say that immediately, that the US drawdown won't happen too fast? I think we can say that the US under President Trump has won this argument that that has been there for a very long time about Europe needing to spend more, and you've embraced that in what you've said. But he has also said a lot of other things, indeed, about pivoting to Asia. We'll come on to Ukraine in a moment. But on the US perhaps having fewer troops in Europe, is that not going to leave Europe exposed at any point?
Not at all. I have no worry about that. And why not? Because in the United States, with everybody I speak with in the Pentagon, in State Department, in the White House, the President, the National Security Council, people are aware. NATO is not only there to, again, quote Churchill, not quote, but referring to Churchill in his famous speech in the US Congress in December 41, to prevent the mistake after the First World War, again after that then ongoing Second World War after Pearl Harbor when he gave that speech. That the long arm of history will reach out again across the Atlantic Ocean to get the new world involved in a war in the old world. It's not only because of that historical reason. In the US, all the generals, all the senior policymakers totally understand that for the US homeland security, for the defense of the homeland of the mainland US, its territory, a secure Atlantic, a secure Arctic, and a secure Europe is crucial. When the Norwegian Prime Minister was visiting, he showed President Trump the pictures.
Well, we're going to come away from Mark Rutte. Very, very significant, that speech there, that keynote speech on defence and defence spending and making NATO stronger. But we're going to switch from there live to the House of Commons, because that announcement about the U-turn on winter fuel payments is just getting underway. So we're going to actually hear a little of the political exchanges in terms of this major government U-turn.
Will work. All pensioners with incomes up to and including £35,000 will benefit from support, as will all those on pension credit and other income-related benefits. The payment of £200 per household or £300 per household when there is someone aged over 80 will be made to all pensioner households in England and Wales. Individual pensioners with taxable income above £35,000 will have any winter fuel payment automatically recovered via HMRC without the need for them to take any action. This will be via PAYE for the majority or in their self-assessment tax return for those that already complete one. No one will be brought into tax or into self-assessment just to repay their winter fuel payment. Those that prefer not to receive a payment can opt out of receiving it. As was previously the case before July 2024, where the household is not getting an income-related benefit and there is more than one pensioner in the household, shared payments split across the recipients will be made. This government has had to make tough decisions, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is right to means test the winter fuel payment. I thought the party opposite supported means testing the winter fuel. We'll find out in this debate shortly. We have had to make tough decisions because of the disaster left by the party opposite. But it is right to means test the winter fuel payment on grounds of fairness and fiscal sustainability. Most people accept that it makes no sense to pay hundreds of pounds to pensioners irrespective of their incomes. Those on the highest incomes do not need it, and there are many other calls on public spending. The government has, however, listened to concerns about the level of the means test. We are acting to make sure all lower-income pensioners receive support. The new individual £35,000 threshold is significantly above the income of pensioners in poverty and broadly in line with average earnings. It will mean that the vast majority, over 3/4 or 9 million pensioners, will benefit from a winter fuel payment. This change ensures that the means testing of winter fuel payments has no effect on pensioner poverty. Means testing the winter fuel payment in England and Wales, like this, will save around £450 million a year, subject to certification by the Office for Budget Responsibility, compared to the system of universal payments. It will cost around £1.25 billion in England and Wales, compared to the position last winter. Decisions about the situation in Scotland and Northern Ireland remain for their devolved administrations in the usual way. As the Prime Minister has previously set out, these are changes that will be fully funded at the next fiscal event, the autumn budget. That will ensure final costings and funding decisions come alongside the latest forecast from the OBR. We will ensure that the government's non-negotiable fiscal rules are met. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are setting out these changes before the summer to ensure more pensioners receive support this winter. Regulations will be laid in the coming months to ensure the payments are made, and tax changes will be legislated for in the Finance Bill. I want to spell out today clearly, pensioners do not need to do anything. Winter fuel payments will be paid automatically this winter to all pensioners who receive the state pension, pension credit, or anyone who has previously received a winter fuel payment. Similarly, payments will be recovered automatically through the tax system for those with an income over £35,000. Pensioners will also continue to receive wider support. Our pension credit take-up campaign has seen an almost 60,000 awards made. I want to thank the honourable members on both sides of this House, local authorities and charities for their work on that campaign. Over 12 million pensioners right across the UK are also benefiting from the triple lock. The full new state pension is set to increase by up to £1,900 a year over this Parliament as a result. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend that support for pensioners and this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary Helen Whately.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I feel for the honourable gentleman sent here today by his bosses to complete what must be the most humiliating climb down a government has ever faced in its first year in office. For nearly a year, the Conservatives have campaigned against this cut, and for nearly a year, they have tried to hold out. Just 4 weeks ago, I stood here and I asked him how long this tone-deaf final stand could go on for. Loyally, he held the line. He defended the cut one final time. He said their plan for pensioners was right on track. Well, today, Madam Deputy Speaker, he has been sent to end that courageous last stand. And, unless it's coming next, he has been sent without the one thing that pensioners up and down the country deserve, an apology. Yeah. Let's be clear. The government made a choice to cut the winter fuel payment. It is outrageous to claim that the economy has somehow improved from the day they made the cut, and they know it. In fact, by almost every metric, the opposite is true. Inflation was at the 2% target. Now it's 1.5 points higher. 150,000 more people are unemployed. Growth forecasts have been slashed in half by the OBR. And in the meantime, they've gone to town with the country's credit card. Borrowing is up. Debt is up. Who is the Chancellor trying to fool when she says she can certainly afford this when before she couldn't? The fact is, last winter, she gave pensioners fuel money to the unions. Now she realises how unpopular that was. So she's pretending everything has changed. Perhaps the most surprising thing is she thinks anyone is taken in. 50,000 pensioners plunged into poverty this year, according to their own analysis. 100,000 extra pensioners ended up in A&E this winter. Their mistake has hurt people, and it is cowardly not to own up to it. Just like the government's PIP reforms, there were no consultations, no proper assessments, just a self-righteous insistence that what they're doing should not be questioned. Yeah. Certainly, no thought for those actually affected, or concern for the anxiety that their government by press release is causing. This is what happens when a government comes into office with no plan and no principles, no idea what they want to achieve, and no idea how to achieve it. They just bumble from one mistake to another, breaking promise after promise. Did they think they could just try out new policies like you try a new mattress? Unwrap it, see how it feels, sleep on it for a while, but if it causes a political backache, send it back. This rushed reversal raises as many questions as it answers. It's clear that when the Prime Minister stood up and made his big U-turn announcement in PMQs, he had no plan and no idea how he was going to pay for it. It's a totally unfunded spending commitment. Where is the 1.25 billion needed to pay for this U-turn coming from? I note that the Minister has kicked that can down the road until the budget. They claim it won't permanently add to borrowing. So does this mean it will permanently add to taxation? And on the plan itself, is this really the best system of means testing they could come up with? Is he sure they have thought it through? Or is this going to unravel too? What happens if a pensioner earns over £35,000 a year through non-taxable income? Are they going to have to register for self-assessment and start filling out a tax return in their 80s or 90s? But if not, why should someone earning taxed income, who didn't, be disadvantaged? Is it fair that a millionaire pensioner and their spouse might receive a payment, but two people earning $36,000 won't? And what happens if someone dies in the period between receiving the payment and having to pay it back? Are they going to go after the deceased person's relatives? And two final questions, Madam Deputy Speaker. After all this, the savings for the Treasury this coming year may be as little as £50 million. Does he think it's worth it, and will he apologise?
Yeah. Minister Bell. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll deal directly with two of the questions raised because I think it is important to provide reassurance. The Honourable Lady, the Right Honourable.
Well, that's Torsten Bell, the Minister, saying and giving details about that £35,000 threshold, making the point that pensioners do not need to do anything. They will get this winter fuel payment this year. 9 million pensioners, he said, would benefit. But you heard for the Conservatives, Helen Whately, saying that it is humiliating in terms of a climb down, and there had been no apology. And still one of the questions being asked was, where is the money coming from? The Liberal Democrats have already called the government move today totally incompetent, welcoming the U-turn, but saying it had been totally incompetent over its handling of the changes to winter fuel payments. So that is the latest live from the House of Commons. We will return to that story a little later here in our programme, but we broke away from NATO's Secretary General, that keynote speech there at Chatham House. He continues to answer questions I think we haven't heard yet from the various defence correspondents who are in the room. But let's put the microphones up once again and hear a little more from Mark Rutte.
It's not only about spending and people, it is also about being able to produce, of course, the latest technologies, drones, etc. I commend what the UK put in the defence review on all of this. So it's really great stuff, and we need that. But you still also need to make sure that you can produce the classic big-ticket items.
Hence your visit to Sheffield. Let's go to questions. There are tons online. Let me start over here. Let me start at that side and take those two at the edge. Let's take them in.
Thanks very much. Carl Dinnan from ITV News. You've just come from Downing Street, where you were talking to the Prime Minister. Did he agree that Britain would spend the 3.5% that you want as core defence spending, and what is the timeline that you have agreed with him for that?
Well, obviously, I don't have a vote in the NATO summit. I'm holding the gavel. And it's also not up to me to disclose what we discussed, because I don't think that's fair. But let me just try to answer your question in a different way. First of all, I've seen sometimes in the British press that there is the defence review, and now there is this proposal I made about the 5%, the 3.5 core and 1.5 defence and security related spending. So then people are saying, hey, there is a discrepancy. I don't think there is. Why not? Because every country is working in cycles to constantly update its own defence strategy. That's exactly what the UK is doing, and I'm really impressed with what John Healey, the Defence Secretary, and the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, have brought out last week. Because it's exactly what we need. The drones, the latest technology, but also, for example, investing in 6 factories producing ammunition. I mean, you heard me about my worries about ammunition. I mean, this is at the core of the UK defence review, including the spending targets to get there. And then there is, and this is happening in many countries in different cycles, etc. And there is this summit coming up discussing how we get, over time, with a credible path to get there, a longer-term goal of this 5% defence spending. So I don't see a discrepancy here. We will, as I was here today, I will visit Italy later this week and also Sweden. And I will be in Canada next week. So we will have many more consultations and we will discuss the details, of course, in Brussels. I really think we will get to a common position.
Okay, I'm going to take a few more down here. Let's take the next one along, and then in the row behind. Go ahead.
Harry Fawcett from Channel 4 News. You said that the 1.5% defence-related spending was grounded in reality, and it's not for an audience of one. It is, though, it seems like a happy coincidence that 1.5 plus 3.5 equals 5, and there is some criticism that there is an elasticity in how to define what comprises that kind of spending. So how do you respond to those concerns, and is there a metric to define exactly what should fall within that 1.5%?
So what we did, we had the old 2%, which was agreed in Wales, and there are clear definitions what you can count to the 2% core defence spending. We are not going to change those criteria. So they will remain, and the 2%, if I get my way, will be 3.5%. But then when we were discussing all of this, and also look at the UK Defence Review, which is also spending a lot of time on this and a lot of is discussing this. Yes, there is the core defence spending, but you need bridges which are able to hold a tank. Sometimes you are even not daring with your car to cross the bridge, let alone with a tank. You need the defence industrial base to be developed. For example, this factory in Sheffield was bought by the UK government because it is delivering core capabilities which are essential to the UK defence requirements. Buying such a factory is not a defence spend in the 2%. But still, you need to do it, and you need to develop the defense industrial base, because we simply do not have enough. And then we have the issue of societal preparedness. When you watch Norway or Finland or Sweden, what they are doing in terms of having the whole of society to understand what their role will be it active or at least not getting in the way of the military people if war breaks out or a natural disaster hits. I mean, in many other countries, my country, many other countries, we are not nearly there. So all this spending also needs to be done. And we have calculated this at roughly 1.5%. We are now discussing in Brussels the more specific items, but these are the big ones. So defense industrial base, developing your infrastructure in a way that it can help you to move from A to B with military and equipment. But also this big issue of preparing your civilian populations for whatever might happen. And there's a lot of money, so we need to do that.
Okay, I'm going to take one in the, yes, and then I'm coming to some more over here.
Hello, Edward Lucas in The Times. You mentioned in your speech improvements to the defence finance and investment. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on that a bit. Is this an allusion to the idea of a defence bank, which John Healey was talking about at the weekend? Because it's not just a matter of spending more money, it's spending it more effectively, which you've alluded to.
There are a couple of initiatives out there, so I was not particularly alluding to that, but I know of these initiatives and we follow them with great interest, because everything making it possible to get the money and spend it where we need to spend it is positive. But it's always a bit tricky for me to get into the details of each of these initiatives. But take another initiative, which is the European Union. What the EU is doing with Re-aim Europe, which is an 800 billion package in which you have the 150 billion SAFE program. You could also argue that that is also part of freeing up the money at a national level to make it possible for countries to invest enough. So it is really optimizing here, but it's also about your defense industrial base. That there might be opportunities when maybe in the future you would have unavoidable closures of some big industrial plants for whatever reason, because this is part of your normal economic cycle. And of course, always regrettable, but not always avoidable, that you look in a pragmatic way whether this is an opportunity now to use that particular asset to converge into defense production. So all of these issues are falling under that sentence.
Thank you. I'm going to take a few which are about Ukraine or fighting.
Don't do the BBC.
Fighting now. I'll come. All right, go on.
I was already watching
I'm open to suggestions, then I'm coming to Ukraine.
Thank you, Secretary General.
We don't want to be in a fight with you.
Jonathan Beale from BBC. You didn't actually answer the question that Carl asked.
The next question.
Which was, what is the deadline for this? Is it 2032 or 2035? Are you saying also that spending 3% is the same as 3.5%? Because it doesn't, to me, that seems a little bit odd. And then finally, are you going to include? Are you going to allow the UK government to include? They include at the moment in their 2.3% costs on security services, MI5, MI6. Do you consider that to be core defence spending? Thank you.
Well, first of all, the definitions we use when it comes to the present 2%, and for the UK that is now 2.3, moving into 2.5, and I also heard the number of 3. We are not changing these definitions, and there's always a little bit room of flexibility, but not a lot. And so that's something there. I know from my previous role that we had many debates with NATO what the Netherlands could figure in the defense spending and not, and there's always a little bit of a negotiation going on there, and then in the end you somehow reach a consensus. So I'm not aware of what exactly the debates are between the UK and NATO on what they figure in the 2.3 and 2.5, let's say in the 2%. But I would not be amazed that that debate takes place, because most allies are having those discussions. When it comes to your first question, I have a clear view on when we should achieve that. I keep that to myself because we are having these consultations now with allies, and these discussions are ongoing, and we will, in the end, agree on a date when we have to be there. For me, it is important that it will not be, as I said last week when we met in Brussels, it will be a flat line, and then at the year where we have to achieve the 5%, the 3.5 and the 1.5 a hockey stick, and then all of a sudden, because you cannot spend all that money in 1 year, there is an absorption capacity issue. You can only spend so much extra each year, so there has to be a credible path. That for me is very important, that countries commit to that and develop that path and share that with NATO, so that we would not have the same as in 2014. We commit all to 2%. The UK was on 2%, Greece was on 2%, the US was on 2%, but basically till Trump became president, nothing happened. And then all of a sudden everybody woke up in Brussels in 2018, and the spending went up. So we have to have a credible path there. And then I didn't understand the three. So for what I propose is 3.5 core defense spending by date X, and that's being discussed now, and 1.5 on defense related. So we are not putting out a number of 3 anywhere.
Okay. So anyone got a question on Ukraine and Russia? There's quite a lot online. I want to take a whole group. Let me take several on that. Aricia, who's here, and then I'm going to come right to the back.
Thanks very much, Bronwyn. Thanks, Secretary General, for coming and speaking to us. I have a question. 2 summits in a row, Ukraine was said that it has an irreversible path to NATO. Fast forward this spring, we hear that the United States is perhaps ready to offer Russia a concession, which means Ukraine will not join the NATO. So my question is whether such concession would make NATO better or worse, and will Ukraine join you in The Hague?
Well, first of all, my aim now is for this summer to have a very concise list of conclusions, so a communique which is concise. You know, from the last Washington summit, I think it was 60 pages, 19 paragraphs. It will be considerably more condensed than that. And that means that you do not always have to repeat every sentence and every previous made commitment, because it stands. The strategic concept stands. The Washington communique stands. So the irreversible path of Ukraine into NATO is there, and it is my assumption that it is still there after the summit. Whether it is again in the communique or not, I think that's not relevant, because all the language we previously agreed on is there till we decide it is not any longer there. So I pretty much presume that at my presser after the summit I will repeat that sentence as being part of what NATO agreed. And we are building that bridge as we are speaking, through the command in Wiesbaden, through the organization in Poland we have jointly with Ukraine to capture all the lessons, through the comprehensive assistance package, all the other activities, of course our team in Kiev, the NATO team in Kiev, working closely with the Ukrainian government. So all of this is there, and building basically the bridge. And what I would assume that the NATO summit will be really about spending, it will be about production. Of course there will be Ukraine in the communique, no doubt, but don't expect endless paragraphs of restating what we already said in the past. That's all there and it will stay there. And then on America, but not only the US has come out for a long time against Ukraine joining NATO. There have been other allies, take Hungary, take Slovakia and others, who have said we are against that. So the language is there is this irreversible path into NATO. And again, I think that the Hague communique will be really very much focused on a few issues.
Okay, thanks. Let me go right to the back, and then here in the front. Yep.
Crispin Ellison, member. Secretary General, thanks very much for your talk and the questions. You emphasize production in Russia is about 4 times that of NATO, but they're not building stockpiles. They have no stockpiles. They are using that. Is it fair to say then that the clock starts ticking and the risks to NATO start increasing once we get a sustainable ceasefire and that production is put into stockpiles?
A statement of fact, I think. And by the way, our assumption at the moment is that even whilst the war against Ukraine is continuing, that they're still able to slightly increase stockpiles, but that's debatable. But I think to your question, I mean, that's a statement of fact. Yeah.
Okay, let me come over here to the front.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary General.
Well, they were going to come away from Mark Rutte. A lot of the questions, obviously, on that figure that the Secretary General talking about 5% of GDP for NATO members. That is the objective. Well, let's speak to Ed Arnold, Senior Fellow for European Security at the UK defence think tank RUSI. And Ed, thanks for your patience, because we broke away from you to head to that speech, and you've been listening alongside our viewers around the world. It was absolutely fascinating just how clear and open Mark Rutte was there. Your take, because so many of the questions around that 5% of GDP figure, your take on that central thrust, on the boost of spending that is required.
Yeah, and I think that was a very open speech, and he also alluded to the fact that he's around other national capitals. So he's obviously on a drive to push what he sort of referred to as his ambition for 3.5%. But I think the real difference now is there's a lot of NATO nations that have already gone past 3.5%. They're sort of not waiting for the lowest common denominator approach because they noticed a threat. So actually the discussion and to get to the agreement this year, it will probably be actually easier than it was in 2014.
Although today it has been revealed that Canada has hit 2% of their NATO defence spending, but only just now. So there is a massive gap. Just that question that Jonathan Beale, BBC's correspondent, put to Mark Rutte, in terms of the timeline on this 5%, he was not specific about when they hope to actually get to that point.
Yes, and the timeline's absolutely critical, and considering he reiterated sort of the NATO assessment that NATO could be at war with Russia by 2030. I mean, if it was then a target that was much later than that date, it'd be quite curious. But I think the issue for NATO and also the Secretary General is keeping nations honest. So Germany, before their Zeitenwende speech in 2022, they were not going to meet the 2% until 2031, until they changed course. So actually keeping nations honest as they move to that, and it might actually have to increase if the threat environment worsens. That's going to be critical also for the Secretary General.
I'll come to some of the other issues he raised in a moment, but on this percentage figure on GDP, it was interesting. I was listening to the German foreign minister at that Brussels gathering last week, and he talked about it being unrealistic in terms of 3.5%, because he said even if you had that amount to spend, you didn't actually have the capacity for the industrial base to deliver those orders, and that is a real problem. And actually Mark Rutte addressing the same thing in a different way.
Yes, and that is an absolute issue that we sort of have been dealing with, particularly over the last 3 years. In some areas, there's very positive news. In some areas, there's not. But actually, this isn't just about ramp up of production. You can have all the tanks and planes you want. If you don't have any soldiers or sailors to go in them, they're useless. And actually, a lot of the money that the UK is uplifting on is going into things like housing. So that is one of the primary reasons why people leave the service in terms of retention issues. So I think that shouldn't really be an issue when they say, well, we can't spend it all. There's a lot of defence related investment, which is really important, which is not just about stockpiling kit and equipment.
The Secretary General also talked about a 400% increase in air and missile defences. Why are we in that position that is the quantity of uplift that is actually required?
Well, air defence was something that was just deprioritised after the Cold War, and effectively it was then quite small, exquisite systems that could protect your military when it was predominantly overseas, such as in Afghanistan. And then also since 2022, one of the main areas which we have been supplying to Ukraine is air defense because of the Russian capabilities and also their desire to hit civilian infrastructure and also things like Ukraine's power grid. So this is something that NATO has to grapple with immediately to say, well, actually, it's not just our force in the field that could be targeted, but it's our civilians, it's our infrastructure, and that's why it has to increase at such a level.
Ed, a quick final thought, because we heard questions about how much this is all a result of the push from Donald Trump to get NATO members to spend more. I suppose the thing that underpins all of that is still the NATO concern that when push comes to shove, perhaps the new American president may not be 100% behind NATO. Is that still a worry, do you think?
Yeah, I think it absolutely is. And in terms of sort of the audiences of the Secretary General's speech, I mean, he had three. When he was talking about stronger, he was talking to the UK government and population. When he was talking about it being fairer, he was certainly talking to the US audience to say, you know, we've got it this time. We are increasing, you know, we are going to make this burden sharing better in terms of the Euro-Atlantic. And then finally, in terms of more lethal, that was certainly targeted against Russia. So I think, yeah, the desire from Donald Trump for the Europeans to spend more certainly will loom large at the Hague summit in 2 weeks' time.
Ed Arnold, thank you for being with us through the course of the last hour or so. Ed Arnold from RUSI there, giving us that analysis to what we've just heard from NATO's Secretary General. Well, more on that a little later in our programme. Let's return to our main story here, because there's been dramatic confrontations on the streets of Los Angeles as President Trump urges a crackdown on the demonstrators. Police have ordered protesters to leave the downtown area, declaring it an unlawful assembly area. The unrest was triggered on Friday when the White House sent immigration agents to round up unauthorized migrants. Here's our senior North America correspondent, John Sudworth.
Once again, downtown Los Angeles echoed to the sound of tear gas and rubber bullets. At one point, protesters surged onto one of the city's busiest highways before the police eventually cleared the road. These were scenes that were repeated throughout the day.
Over the past few minutes, you can probably see the guy with the green gun there. He's been firing rubber bullets at the direction of the crowd, and it shows you just how volatile the situation is.
This, though, is what's turned the localised protests into a major story. President Trump's protocol-busting decision to send in the National Guard against the wishes of the state governor and the city's mayor.
Deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation, but we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy.
Mr. Trump, though, insists the National Guard are needed to keep the peace.
I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order.
This Waymo self-driving car was set alight, another illustration of the sporadic violence. But the majority of protesters have been peaceful, many of them from the immigrant community themselves.
There's some people that they're working, not even for the minimum wage, but they have to work.
And what do you say when Donald Trump says, I have a mandate, I was elected on the promise of deporting people?
He's not the boss, only God.
The government, though, insists that the immigration raids will continue, and LA is bracing for more of this. John Sudworth, BBC News, Los Angeles.
Around the world and across the UK, you're watching BBC News.
I need Q1 full index reports to my desk by noon, complete with comprehensive data analysis.
Are you getting any of
this? Charles,
yeah, Otter's got the meeting notes. I'll ask it for action items in the channel. And Maria already asked for a budget reminder. Smart.
By morning. Got it?
Got it, boss.
Otter, you got this.
Insurify. At Insurify, we make it easy to cut your car insurance bill in half. Half? How? Just go to Insurify.com and compare dozens of quotes in a few clicks. We cut out the middleman so you can cut your bill in half. Go to Insurify.com and save up to 50% on your car insurance.
I'm here with Chris Cunahan of Leaf Filter. What is the problem with a clogged gutter?
Rotten fascia, rotten soffit, mildew, mold in the attic.
So how can Leaf Filter fix this problem?
So the first thing we're going to do is professionally clean out all your gutters, realign them, install our leaf filter system that allows nothing but water. Just give us a call, set up an appointment. We'll come out, give you a free gutter inspection.
To schedule your free inspection, call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com.
The news never sleeps, even when you do. A ceasefire is being called. A president is being overthrown. And trials of a new cancer drug show promise. But rest, knowing you can catch up with the restless world in your own time. The Global News Podcast brings you the stories you need to hear every day. Listen wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
Welcome back to today's Verified Live. Well, I hope you're with me. I can see that we are still on that junction news with the various updates on stories, and there, one of our headline stories there, the winter fuel payments, and we will return and get the very latest both from Ben Chu at BBC Verify and also our political correspondent on that main story. But good to see you. Let's turn to yesterday's final of the French Open, the first major final between two of the best players in the world, Carlos Alcaraz and Jannik Sinner. It always promised to deliver, and boy, did it deliver. Alcaraz came back from 2 sets down to win an extraordinary 5-setter to win the longest French Open final in the history, lasting a breathtaking 5 hours and 29 minutes. Well, let's speak to the tennis journalist and author Molly McKelvey, who's live for us here on BBC News. And Molly, oh my goodness, what an extraordinary match.
It was absolutely nuts, wasn't it? I think I heard of a lot of people who actually left the sofa. They'd given up on Alcaraz. He was 3 championship points down in the 4th set. I mean, I have no idea how he clawed his way out of that. But yeah, they delivered one of the best finals we've ever seen in men's tennis, really, and a classic that I think is going to be remembered always, and perhaps the start of this rivalry, which we've had for a few years now between Alcaraz and Sinner. But this was, like you say, their first Grand Slam final against each other. And yeah, they surpassed all expectations, really, and delivered something truly, truly special.
Full transparency, because I was one of those that left the match when it was 2 sets to love and a breakdown. I thought it was done and dusted. I mean, I was just looking at some of the stats in terms of the total points between the two, and it was almost the same. It was that close, wasn't it?
It was. I think Sinner actually won 1 more point than Alcaraz, which is, yeah, it just shows how brutal tennis is, really. Like, he plays so incredibly and gives so much over 5 hours and 29 minutes, and yeah, end up the loser at the end. And like you say, he was so far ahead, Sinner, as he has been this whole tournament. Really, he's been so dominant. He hadn't dropped a set in the whole tournament. And when he was 2 sets up and a break up, cruising against Alcaraz, everyone thought, okay, this is done. But Alcaraz clawed his way back. And I think what was so special about this final, and what makes a really special final, is when 2 players lift their level against each other, and where they find that top level at the same time as well. And we really did get that. I think also we had like multiple comebacks in this match. Not only did Alcaraz come back, obviously, from championship points down, we also had Sinner make a comeback as well in that 5th set. In the 5th set, he was cramping at the beginning of it, looked like he was down and out, but somehow he broke back as well and pushed it to a deciding set tiebreak, which was epic. And Alcaraz eventually was able to lift his level. I think he is such a special player, has so much kind of charisma and has so much creativity to his game, and he really showed that in that final tiebreak.
It's interesting, we're seeing the pictures of the two on the screen as you're talking, and one remembers it wasn't that long ago that tennis lovers were thinking, well, you know, the Federer-Nadal confrontations and rivalry that was absolutely epic, that is now behind us. What lies ahead? Well, these two are likely to dominate tennis, aren't they?
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're definitely ahead of the pack. And you compare them to Nadal and Federer, I think people are really doing that at the moment. One, because of how good these two guys are, but also because you have that blend of personality as well. With Federer and Nadal, you had righty versus lefty, you had kind of balletic Federer's skill against the aggression and the physical ability of Nadal. And with Alcaraz and Sinner, you have those contrasts too. Sinner is so cool, calm and collected. Alcaraz is this showman. And I think that contrast really works well on the court. And when they play against each other, it just produces magic matches like we saw last night. And hopefully it's the start of kind of a decade more of this. And
what do you think, you know, the difference between clay grass, how do you think that goes when we get to Wimbledon?
I think it's interesting. Alcaraz has obviously already proved himself on grass twice before. He's won Wimbledon twice now, beating Djokovic twice, which is a huge feat. We haven't seen Sinner excel in the same way yet. So I think it'll be interesting him coming into this grass court season off the back of this loss in the French Open, but also as still the most dominant player on tour, the world #1. I wonder how he'll deal with this loss and whether we hope it will inspire him to kind of try and match Alcaraz. It's really, really interesting and tantalising prospect to see how he'll get on.
Molly, great to talk to you. You've been smiling throughout the interview, and it is simply because it was such an extraordinary final that we all watched yesterday. Thank you for joining us on today's programme and giving us your thoughts. You're watching BBC News. In a short while, we'll be back with more on our main story, of course, the National Guard being called out in Los Angeles. That is coming ahead in the next few minutes here on today's Verified Live.
I can sort of hear my voice though. I can sort of hear it, you know what I mean? But it's actually there. That's a video game, man. That's my voice in a video game.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Well, it all started with David Bradburn, the legend who made Elite, one of the first truly 3D games, and since then, many more.
The sort of game where you have something which has repeatability, you can get better at it. And those are the sort of games that I really love. And the original Elite, completely open-ended. Planet Coaster, open-ended. Look at Planet Zoo, you're creating things that you can be very proud of. Do you like Planet Zoo?
You could say that. The thing that's really coming through, more than anything else, is the creativity here.
All of those things that, you know, you look, you know, dinosaurs, tick. Zoo animals, tick, you know, spaceships, roller coasters. What we've really done is we've gone through the toy box.
But I'm actually at Frontier Developments to talk about their next big thing, dinosaurs.
Jurassic World Evolution 3 is a creative management simulation game in which players get to build their own Jurassic World. So for the first time, you'll be able to synthesize male dinosaurs, and they will breed the female dinosaurs and create juveniles.
You know, when you think of dinosaurs in the original film, I don't think cute is the word that possibly comes to mind, but baby dinosaurs, it sounds like that might be quite cute.
They can be adorable.
This is literally our juvenile interacting with an adult.
Oh, wow.
So she'll come in, she kind of gets investigated, starts wondering about the frill, and then starts going underneath, see if she can find anything under there. And then obviously the mum here will get fed up and walk off.
So you've seen how a dinosaur looks, how a dinosaur gets made, but the thing is, how do you actually make a dinosaur sound, right? I mean, we don't know what dinosaurs sound like, so how do you do it? Come on then, how do we make a dinosaur?
Well, you're going to go in there and do it.
What?
Suddenly, I found myself in a sound booth, looking at the baby dinosaur I was meant to provide the voice of. Apparently, this is one of the ways they get the sound, by making people make weird noises. Not that I made any weird noises.
Today, you're going to be giving us your finest juvenile Protoceratops.
Thank you, Tom. That's 5 hours worth. Great, thank you.
So we know how to make me make stupid noises in that room. How on earth do you turn that actually into a dinosaur? Well, apparently you go into this room and someone else makes that work.
Just look at it closer. It's got like this beak-like.
Oh, yeah.
Almost like a parrot.
I think I made some noises where I sounded like a sick bird. That could be helpful.
Hey, this is perfection because it's a juvenile. Sometimes it doesn't have that adult voice, so it might crack its voice a couple of times. So we can use that by just add a little bit of compression to this. And all that movement in your throat just comes out, right? So we can use all of that to create the Protoceratops.
Here we go. Right, we've got me making a weird noise. We've made it sound like a dinosaur. But how do you put it in a video game? You're going to tell me.
Yes. So we've imported the sound you made into the game, and we're just going to have a quick listen.
Oh my God, that's me.
That's you, and then we combine it.
No way.
With the other sounds it makes.
I'm meant to be a journalist and ask you questions, but that's me making a dinosaur noise in a video game. What else do you want? That's how you make a dinosaur.
Why can't we say we're the best home shopping site? Because while true, you just can't say that legally.
What if we said it in Spanish?
Homes.com es el mejor.
No.
What if he said it?
Homes.com. It's the best.
Homes.com.
It's the best.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at Pectisol.com.
In this collection, we have 3 new styles of leggings that have never been done before. All the leggings are going to give you the butt you've always wanted. No squats required. Get any 2 leggings for just $24 when you sign up and become a new Fabletics VIP member.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not going to work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing, but it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you, you suddenly feel okay. We're gonna get out of it together. That's what muesli did for me.
And this is an important step for all our employees.
La da 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 da.
Certain you're on mute?
Yeah.
Are you for imprint certain?
Oh boy.
Certainty matters. So when you need the right high-quality promotional products, printed perfectly and guaranteed to arrive on time, that's the certainty of 4imprint. Wow your clients, nail your next event, or inspire your team by visiting 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
This is Noom GLP-1, and this is Marcos.
I'm getting to where I want to be. I'm very confident that I'm going to be able to continue and really make a true lifestyle change. I'm Marcos, and I've lost 8 pounds so far with Noom.
Get started at Noom.com.
Since 2007, Origin has been focused on the future.
A future that helps you build passive income from real estate.
One where we invest by your side without hidden fees or confusing structures.
Build the future you deserve with Origin Investments.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
I will give away the vast majority of my money. It's my full-time focus for the rest of my life.
Every time I lost, I just did a deep dive into the reason why we lost.
Und wenn Menschen bei uns in Europa angekommen sind, dann finde ich, haben sie ein Recht darauf, menschlich behandelt zu werden.
When the big names talk, they talk to us.
Live from London, this is BBC News. Tear gas and stun grenades are used against demonstrators in Los Angeles, angry at Donald Trump's crackdown on undocumented immigrants. The governor of California accuses President Trump of manufacturing the crisis by deploying the National Guard against his wishes. Also breaking today, every pensioner with an income up to £35,000 will get a winter fuel payment as the Chancellor sets out the detail of a major government U-turn. The NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte delivers a major speech on the alliance's plan to increase its defence spending.
And I'm Pierre-Antoine Denis at the UN Conference on Ocean Conservation, where a landmark treaty on the governance of our high seas is almost getting ratified.
Hello and welcome to today's Verified Live. There have been dramatic confrontations on the streets of Los Angeles as President Trump urges a crackdown on the demonstrators. Police have ordered protesters to leave the downtown area, declaring it an unlawful assembly area. Well, the unrest was sparked on Friday when the White House sent immigration agents to round up unauthorized migrants. Los Angeles, where over 1/3 of the population is born outside of the US, has been a key target for those operations. The governor of California accused President Trump of seeking to manufacture a crisis by deploying the National Guard against his wishes. Gavin Newsom called for all protests to be peaceful and, in his words, not take the bait. Well, the president has sent around 2,000 National Guard troops to the city. The White House memo says they'll be mobilized for 60 days. The Defense Secretary has suggested the possibility of sending in the Marines. Let's start this hour by hearing from our senior North America correspondent, John Sudworth.
Once again, downtown Los Angeles echoed to the sound of tear gas and rubber bullets. At one point, protesters surged onto one of the city's busiest highways before the police eventually cleared the road. These were scenes that were repeated throughout the day.
Over the past few minutes, you can probably see the guy with the green gun there. He's been firing rubber bullets at the direction of the crowd, and it shows you just how volatile the situation is.
This, though, is what's turned the localized protests into a major story. President Trump's protocol-busting decision to send in the National Guard against the wishes of the state governor and the city's mayor.
Deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation, but we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy.
Mr. Trump, though, insists the National Guard are needed to keep the peace.
I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order.
This Waymo self-driving car was set alight. another illustration of the sporadic violence. But the majority of protesters have been peaceful, many of them from the immigrant community themselves.
There's some people that are working, not even for the minimum wage, but they have to work.
And what do you say when Donald Trump says, I have a mandate, I was elected on the promise of deporting people?
He's not the boss, only God.
The government, though, insists that the immigration raids will continue, and LA is bracing for more of this. John Sudworth, BBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, let me take you downtown live to Los Angeles, show you the pictures there, because another demonstration just there with the microphones. We're going to get speakers in the next little while. So just to let you know, we'll also be talking to our CBS colleague there in Los Angeles live on the programme in about 10 minutes' time. And if you want to keep up to date, head to the BBC website, because there is a live page running with all the very latest, some of the best pictures, some of the best accounts in terms of what has been happening there in the city over the last couple of days. And that is continuing to be updated all of the time. So do head there for the very latest. Now here, there's been a major U-turn on one of the Labour government's most significant decisions since coming to power. 9 million pensioners in England and Wales will now receive winter fuel payments this year. The Chancellor says that everyone over the state pension age with an income of up to £35,000 will automatically receive the allowance. The announcement comes as Rachel Reeves finalises her spending review on Wednesday. It confirms the details of a major reversal for the government, which radically reduced access to the benefit last winter. Here's our political correspondent, Ian Watson.
Oh, right, okay, brilliant. It's all smiles now between the Chancellor and older people. A meeting like this might have been less convivial last year when she announced that the vast majority of pensioners would lose their winter fuel payments. But now she came bearing cash. From this winter, 9 million pensioners will now receive winter fuel payments. It will be still means tested, but at a higher level. We've listened to people's concerns around the level of the mean test, and because of changes we've made and the stability we've brought back to the economy, we are able to increase that amount. This hasn't been so much a screeching U-turn as a slow motion manoeuvre. Last July, jaws dropped in the House of Commons when the Chancellor announced something that wasn't in Labour's manifesto.
Today, I am making the difficult decision that those not in receipt of pension credit or certain other means-tested benefits will no longer receive the winter fuel payment from this year onwards.
Following pressure, including from inside his own party, the Prime Minister announced a change of policy last month.
We want to ensure that as we go forward, more pensioners are eligible for winter fuel payment.
And today, we finally got the detail. The Treasury say 9 million pensioners in England and Wales will now receive the winter fuel payment this year. The income threshold will increase from last year's £12,000 to £35,000 a year. Those above the threshold can either opt out of receiving the payment or have it taken back afterwards by Revenue and Customs. The Treasury say this will cost £1.25 billion, wiping out most of the £1.5 billion the Chancellor originally expected to save. Opponents said this was embarrassing and questioned some of the detail.
Quite how they administer that £35,000 figure, I'm not sure. I always thought it would be easier to say no winter fuel allowance if you pay, say, 40p tax or more. But it is a considerable step in the right direction.
Their government is all over the shop. We were told a few months ago that they had to cut the winter fuel payments in order to prevent a run on the pound. And now, under pressure from a lot of people around the country, including the Conservative Party, they've U-turned.
The Lib Dems welcomed the U-turn, but said the misery that had been caused last winter couldn't be overstated. Rachel Reeves was unapologetic about her U-turn. She insisted that circumstances had changed since last summer when she restricted those payments. Well, certainly one of the things that's changed was Labour's standing in the opinion polls. Particularly poor local election results in England increased the pressure on the Chancellor to think again. These include forthcoming welfare cuts and whether to lift the two-child benefit cap. More pressingly, the Home Office is still in negotiations with the Treasury over future spending, arguing that an increased budget for policing isn't enough. The era of difficult choices is far from over. Ian Watson, BBC News.
Well, we were live in the House of Commons an hour or so ago, getting more of the political reaction. We heard from the Minister, Torsten Bell, making more of the details in the House of Commons. We also had the Conservative response from Helen Whately. But the reaction has also just come in from Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Conservative Party. This is what she has been saying.
The point is that this is complete chaos. Why did Labour do this? It was because they wanted to give a bung to their friends in the unions, so they took money away from pensioners and gave it to train drivers. We would never have done this in the first place. So this is a mess of their own making. We can all talk about what a new system can look like, but the point is Labour have made a mess and now they're having to clean it up. They put a lot of people through hardship, people having to choose between heating and eating, and that's just chaos.
Kemi Badenoch, apologies to clip the ending of that soundbite. Now, NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte has delivered a major speech on the alliance's plan to increase its defence spending. Mr Rutte argued that member states would need to spend significantly more to maintain NATO's deterrent strength. The Kremlin has described the move as an instrument of aggression. Meanwhile, President Trump has long criticised NATO allies for relying too heavily on Washington and has been pushing for increased defence spending from European partners. Well, this is what Mark Rutte said while outlining the current priorities for the alliance.
At the summit in The Hague, I expect allied leaders will agree to spend 5% of GDP on defence. It will be a NATO-wide commitment and a defining moment for the alliance. There are two parts to this new defence spending plan. 3.5% will be invested in our core military requirements, while the rest will go towards defence and security-related investments, including infrastructure and building industrial capacity. Our decisions on defence spending are driven by NATO's battle plans and capability targets. They define what forces and capabilities allies need to provide. And last week, NATO defence ministers agreed ambitious new targets. The exact details are classified, but we need a 400% increase in air and missile defence. We see in Ukraine how Russia delivers terror from above. So we will strengthen the shield that protects our skies. Our militaries also need thousands more armoured vehicles and tanks, millions more artillery shells. And we must double our enabling capabilities, such as logistics, supply, transportation and medical support.
Well, that was Mark Rutte. Let's speak now to our correspondent Rich Preston, who was listening to that speech at Chatham House. And Rich, that was fascinating how open Mark Rutte was, but he made that statement that European partners had to get to 5% of spending in terms of GDP. Did he give any sort of timeline on when that's actually achievable?
No, Matthew, he didn't, and he was pushed on that by our own defence correspondent, Jonathan Beale. Now, this is a wish list for Mark Rutte at the moment. The real decision will be made in 2 weeks' time when NATO leaders meet at their summit in The Hague, and that's when Mark Rutte is hoping that they will come to a firm agreement, not just on the 5%, but on the timeline. Now, he also said there was a bit of flexibility in that timeline. And one of the reasons that he said that is because, as you heard in his speech there, whilst 5% is the hard figure, it's kind of broken down. 3.5% into core defence spending, the usual bombs, bullets, tanks, submarines, etc., but 1.5% into defensive infrastructure. Now that means things like roads and rail and factories. And he pointed to Ukraine and used that as an example of a country that has recently had to move people and resources and munitions around very quickly in response to a threat. Now, some countries which are already NATO members, such as Finland and Sweden and Estonia, will look on this with a big smile on their face because collective security is a big part of their defence strategy already. Estonia already pledging to spend more than 5% of GDP on defence. So those countries looking at other European nations and NATO allies saying, well, we're glad you're going to finally be doing it the way that we've been doing it for some time. And Mark Rutte saying that this is really the important part of what NATO needs to be for the future. It needs to be stronger, fairer and more lethal because Russia is a threat to us, and in the next 3 to 5 years could launch an attack on a NATO country.
Yes, Rich, he pointed to the threat, obviously, from Russia, but also spoke about the threat from China. Now, Ukraine has, from the last NATO summit gathering, was put on an irreversible path to joining NATO. The Secretary General was asked about the summit that we have in 2 weeks' time. What was his answer on that?
Well, it's a difficult one because NATO, of course, is a military alliance. It's not a political group. And as you mentioned in your introduction, Russia calls NATO the aggressor. It says NATO is the provocation. Now, many NATO members want Ukraine to be in the alliance, but there are some outliers in there, including the likes of Hungary and its leader Viktor Orban. This is something that's been chewed over for many years and frankly will continue to be chewed over for many years. Mark Rutte said that what gives the alliance its strength is the way it works things out democratically in the face of this Russian aggression. And as you mentioned earlier as well, not just Russia, China, Iran and North Korea, a group that he described as the awful foursome.
Rich, thanks very much. And of course, in terms of Ukraine joining NATO, the view from the White House also absolutely critical. More on that here in the next little while around the world and across the UK. You're watching BBC News.
Seeking the meticulous, uncompromising perfectionists. Seeking those who aren't done making medicine until every dose is just right for everyone who needs it.
Welcome back to today's Verified Live. Let's turn to the current events in Los Angeles because, of course, since Friday we've seen extraordinary scenes on the streets with, of course, President Trump now deploying the National Guard. Let's speak to CBS News correspondent Elise Preston, who's there for us. And Elise, before we get on to the wider issues, just give me a sense of the mood where you are.
Well, we are in downtown Los Angeles, Matthew, and we are right in an area where officers have blocked off streets. We're in front of the federal building. This is a detention facility, and this area has been the area that has erupted in chaos through the weekend. You can see not only past after police where they're blocking off streets on the opposite side and right in front of the federal building, National Guardsmen are standing by. They have been here for the last couple of days. They were brought in, they were ordered in from President Trump, and that has been a controversial decision. State and local lawmakers are very upset about that, and they believe that Trump bringing in the guardsmen escalated tensions before anything even began. They felt that they would be able to get a handle on what was happening over the weekend.
Interesting, as you're talking to us, just a line coming in from Donald Trump calling that troop deployment in Los Angeles, quote, a great decision. He, of course, made the decision, so no surprise that he is talking it up. But it was interesting because Gavin Newsom making the point that actually the social media posts that the president put out saying that the National Guard had done a great job in terms of calming things down, he put that out before the National Guard were deployed, didn't he?
Yeah, so the governor has accused President Trump of trying to manufacture chaos. And keep in mind that is very unusual here in the United States for National Guard to be deployed without the request of a state's governor. The last time that happened was in 1965, so that was decades ago. And so what we're seeing is not only tension in the streets from these ICE operations, but also tensions playing out across the country and how everything is being handled, Matthew.
There is absolutely no sign of the president backing down. He, of course, and the administration boast that this is exactly why he was elected in the first place. But in terms of the immigrant community, give me a sense of how they are viewing it. Are people scared in terms of the conversations people are having with you?
There is definitely a fear. There's a fear amongst the people who are protesting. There is a fear amongst people who have had loved ones detained. And so people are just but they're very concerned with what is going on. We have heard from protesters all weekend saying that, you know, they are taking our loved ones, they are taking our community members, and they're detaining them. Now, again, we're at this detention facility. People have been taken to several across the Southern California area. And I spoke with human rights immigrant activists who told us that not only were these people detained, but they have not had access to attorneys. And so they're trying to get people inside. They're trying to get attorneys inside to these detention facilities, and they have not been able to speak with those who have been detained. Matthew, we know that it's nearly 130 people who were rounded up from ICE operations.
Elise, we have to leave it there, but thank you for giving us that update live there in LA. We are expecting, we think, in the next little while to actually hear and see Donald Trump. He's arriving back at the White House, but he has just posted on Truth Social, so I want to put that onto the screen. And I just gave you a line from it, but I'll give you a couple of the details in that, where he said, we made a great decision in sending in the National Guard to deal with the violent, instigated riots in California. If we'd not done so, Los Angeles would have been completely obliterated. The very incompetent governor, Gavin Newsom, of course, you see this in Donald Trump's posts. He uses phrases like that, and the mayor should be saying thank you, he says. So that just a flavour there of what Donald Trump has posted, saying that had he not acted, there would have been complete obliteration there in Los Angeles. As I say, we do expect to see the president on the White House lawn in the next little while, so when those pictures come, we'll obviously return to that. Now, the latest swap of Russian and Ukrainian prisoners of war has begun. The countries, however, are not disclosing how many POWs have been exchanged. Russia's defense ministry said the first group of Russian soldiers aged under 25 had been returned in exchange for a similar number of Ukrainian POWs. Kyiv has released videos of those released shaven-headed Ukrainians draped in the national flag. President Zelensky said there would be more stages in the coming days, describing the process as, quote, complicated. Well, our diplomatic correspondent Paul Adams has the latest now, and he sent this from the Chernihiv region.
So here we are at the place where the first group of prisoners in this latest exchange have been brought. I'm not allowed to say where I am, only that I am in the Chernihiv area of northern Ukraine. And about half an hour ago or so, the first bus came in and bringing the POWs, the first group of young men between the ages of about 18 and 24. As the bus arrived, everyone surged forward, obviously trying to get a glimpse of a brother or a son or a father. But they are outnumbered here by people who just want information, people who are not necessarily expecting to see their relatives today, but just are hoping that they can get information about where they are and what condition they're in. Some of these people have been missing for more than 3 years. This is the start of a process that's going to unfold probably over a few days as batches come through. It's been the subject of enormous wrangling, not just about the prisoners of war, but also about the return of dead bodies. There are thousands of dead bodies on both sides. And under the terms of an agreement that was reached a week ago in Istanbul, they are supposed to be exchanged as well. But we don't know when that is going to happen. And in the last few days, we've heard all kinds of statements, some of them quite angry from both sides, accusing each other of bad faith. But here, at least we are seeing some people released and perhaps some people finding out a little bit about the missing.
Paul Adams there with that latest report. Now let's turn to that Oceans Conference, because the world must not let the deep sea become a Wild West. That was the assessment from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres at the opening of that UN Ocean Conference in the French city of Nice. The summit is intended to rescue the seas from overfishing, from pollution and climate change. While the US has not sent a delegation, other nations are under pressure to cough up the missing funds to protect 30% of the world's oceans by the year 2030. Let's go live to Nice and live to our reporter Pierre-Antoine Denis, who is there. And Pierre-Antoine, we had some punchy speeches opening this conference, but what is the best hope of what in concrete terms can actually be agreed?
Yeah, absolutely, Matthew. We've heard from Emmanuel Macron almost directly calling Donald Trump in his opening speech. He was talking about how the deep sea is not for sale, as a reference to Greenland not being for sale, the autonomous territory that Donald Trump claims would like to have at some point. But you're right, there is some optimism here in the conference, mainly because there is this treaty around the governance of the high seas, the international waters. And that treaty is, according to the people in the French camp that I've been talking to or leading the delegation, are telling me it's almost done. It's almost done. There will be an event tonight where they should be telling us exactly the number of people that have ratified the treaty. They need at least 60 to start seeing some sort of implementation, sort of governance in international waters, which are most of our oceans, which are under no jurisdiction. And for now, lawlessness prevail with destructive practices when it comes to fishing, for instance.
Pierre-Antoine, we have to leave it there because we're coming to the end of this section of today's Verified Live. Thanks for that update. We are expecting, we're thinking about 15-20 minutes, the family photo with the various delegations. So we'll get more from Pierre-Antoine there in Nice a little later in this hour. We're also keeping an eye on Los Angeles, the protests there, and any sort of update. We've just heard from Donald Trump describing it as being a great decision to send in the National Guard. So that the headline on that headline story. You're watching BBC News.
I cannot believe everything at Fabletics is 80% off right now. With Fabletics, you know you're getting all the latest styles and colors. So fill your closet today with 80% off your entire first order when you sign up as a new VIP. Only at Fabletics.com.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular.
My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing. Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number. Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month, very simple.
It's been amazing. I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it too.
Call 1-800-918-4712
to switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at Pectisol.com.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
My melasma made me feel really ugly.
I didn't recognize myself in the mirror. I just hated taking photos.
How am I ever going to get rid of it?
Stop suffering from melasma. More than 600,000 people have regained their confidence with Muesli's prescription treatments.
In the first 2 weeks, I was amazed.
I looked at myself in the mirror and I just thought, I'm back.
I've been telling everybody about it. It's been life-changing.
Find the real you again. Go to muesli.com/TV.
It's lunchtime and Gary is double booked. Good thing Gary's company uses Otter's AI meeting assistant to take notes and generate a summary. So Gary doesn't miss a meeting and can regain his lunch break. Try now for free. Visit otter.ai or download the app.
Talking Movies is your ticket to all things film. From red carpets to the biggest film festivals. Get behind-the-scenes insights into the most talked-about films, speaking directly to the creators and stars shaping the art of cinema. We celebrate the Hollywood hits and indie gems during award season. So join me, Tom Brooke, for your front row seat to the world of film. Talking Movies, now showing on BBC News.
Now on BBC News, the biggest African and international news stories. Focus on Africa.
Live from Nairobi, this is Focus on Africa on BBC News. Our top stories. Cameroon's opposition leader claims to have been held captive by police after failing to attend a rally with his supporters. And losing its sparkle. Diamond profits fall in Botswana as competition from lab-grown alternatives increase. And also, coming up in the program, protests erupt in Nairobi as dozens of activists demand justice for a 26-year-old man who died whilst in police custody. And royalty, color, and culture in full display in Nigeria for an ancient festival marking the end of Eid al-Kabir.
It's an opportunity where you can have a bank MD sit next to a gate man, for example. And it's not about money.
Well, many thanks for joining us. This is Focus on Africa. I'm Wahiga Mwaura. Now, we begin the program in Cameroon, where the opposition leader, Maurice Kamto, from the Cameroon Renaissance Movement, said he was held captive yesterday by police in a video that was published on social media. This comes shortly after his return from France. Now, the opposition leader wants to run for the presidency in elections scheduled for October and had planned to, on Sunday, meet his supporters at his party's headquarters in Douala. That's the country's economic capital. Several thousands of his supporters attended the meeting, but his residence was surrounded by dozens of security forces, stopping him from reaching the meeting point. He finally left his house just a few hours ago and is now on his way to Yaoundé. Let's now get more details on who Maurice Kamto is with Olivier Briand.
There is no doubt that Maurice Kamto has established himself as a key voice of opposition and political reform in Cameroon over the past decades. Initially a member of the UN's International Law Commission, he joined President Paul Biya's government in 2004 and was appointed Minister Delegate for Justice, which marked the beginning of a career in government. But his loyalty to President Paul Biya, who has been in power for over 40 years, came to an end. Kamto left his role in 2011 to join the opposition. In 2012, he founded the Cameroon Renaissance Movement. The party, which has regularly faced repressive measures, maintains its commitment to fight for political reform and democracy in Cameroon. He ran in presidential elections in 2018, where he contested the official result, claiming victory after finishing with around 14% of the vote. He was then arrested in January 2019 for leading protests before being released in October the same year. Kamto remains a key opponent of the government, now leading the Cameroon Renaissance movement ahead of elections scheduled for October.
And let's now get the latest details from our correspondent, Paul Njie, who joins us live from Douala at this time. Paul, thank you for your time. It looks pretty calm behind you, but you can tell us a bit more about what it's been like, the atmosphere for the better part of the day, and of course how Kamto's supporters have reacted to the series of events that have occurred over the last few days.
Yes, Wahiga, pretty calm in Douala, but it's an atmosphere of disappointment and despair for supporters of Kamto, who had come to their party's headquarters to greet him and, of course, wish him well ahead of the presidential elections. But the Cameroonian forces, the Cameroonian police and gendarmes disrupted that gathering, saying that it was not authorized. The CRM party chairman, Professor Maurice Kamto, said that the administration had been informed of his meeting here in Douala, so he was really dumbfounded as to why he was denied access to his party headquarters here in Douala. But he did say that he was also restricted from going out of his place of residence to attend that meeting. And of course, for more than 24 hours, he was, confined to that location. And he put out a statement saying that those people who are trying to engineer disorder in the country will have to answer for it and will bear the full responsibility for their actions. It's been disappointment, but of course there's some calm now. We didn't see the large crowds that turned up here yesterday in the streets to support Professor Maurice Kamto, but of course people say that the system is trying to engineer a scheme where Professor Maurice Kamto would be excluded from the political race or the presidential race in October.
I mean, Paul, the reports are that he's en route to Yaoundé. Talk to us about what his mission is there, and might he face some of the restrictions that he faced in Douala in Yaoundé?
Well, we can now confirm, Wahiga, that Professor Maurice Kamto is already in Yaoundé, and as he's moving in with his entourage, we can see a group of passers-by waving and, of course, praising him for coming back. But that's nothing compared to what he witnessed in France, where they were jeering, of course, crowds supporting and congratulating him. Professor Maurice Kamto probably might address what's been happening in the last couple of days, maybe tomorrow or in the coming days. But of course, when we spoke to one party representative, he told us that Professor Maurice Kamto is serene, that he left Douala on his own terms, on his own accord, and that, of course, he's looking forward to the presidential race in October.
I mean, just if you can very briefly, give us a few more details about what he was doing in France, what he said in these meetings that may have alarmed the authorities. Just paint for us a picture of some of those movements.
So he was in France by the end of May to canvass for the support of the Cameroonian diaspora. And there he made key promises to them, saying that he's going to include, his government is going to be a more inclusive government where the plight of the Cameroonian diaspora would be taken into account. But he also did say that he's going to guarantee the safety of President Paul Biya if at all he does win the election. And that did not go down well with Cameroonian government officials, who said that he is of no position to guarantee the protection of an incumbent president, and that it should be the other way around. So it's been, it's been received with mixed feelings here in Cameroon.
Ponjie, thanks so much for those latest updates, joining us from Douala with that perspective. All right, let's now take you to Botswana, where the country's diamond industry is taking a hit. Botswana, the country's biggest diamond producer, has announced that it's scaling back production, citing weak global demand and falling prices. It's a major development for one of the world's top diamond exporters and could have far-reaching implications for the country's economy. The announcement comes days after Botswana cut its 2025 economic growth forecast to almost zero, and an IMF warning that growth will stay negative this year due to a downturn in the global diamond industry. Diamonds account for about 30% of Botswana's government revenue, more than 70% of its foreign currency earnings, and accounts for about 4% of national employment. Abba Kirui has more.
It's one of the world's top diamond producers, but now Botswana is pulling back. Botswana, the country's biggest diamond company, is cutting production sharply. And the reason isn't underground, it's global. Let's break it down. Since mid-2023, global demand for more expensive natural diamonds has been weakening. Luxury buyers in the US, China, and Europe, the biggest markets for Botswana's diamonds, are spending less. Inflation, high interest rates, and economic uncertainty have made people tighten their wallets, especially on luxury items like diamonds. Then came another blow: US tariffs. Washington has increased import taxes on several goods, including luxury items. That's made diamonds more expensive in America, one of Botswana's biggest export markets. And if that wasn't enough, there's a new competition from lab-grown diamonds. They are chemically identical, far cheaper, and are seen as more ethical. Younger consumers are buying them, and that's eating into the demand for natural stones. The result, Botswana has cut production by over 25% and is scaling back even more this year. Revenues have almost halved since diamonds power Botswana's economy, and the entire country is feeling the crunch. There are no layoffs yet, but voluntary exits are on the table. And with the economy shrinking, Botswana is now in urgent need of a plan B, diversifying beyond diamonds. From a symbol of success to a sign of shifting times, could Botswana's diamonds dilemma be telling a global story about changing tastes, rising costs, and the future of billion-dollar industry? What is clear is that it's forcing Botswana to rethink its future. The country is now pushing to diversify into tourism, technology, and other minerals, as industry analysts warn of further shocks in the days to come. Albert Kirui, BBC News.
Let's now speak with Victor Batwing, an editor at Sunday Standard, joining us live from Cameroon, Botswana. Victor, thank you so much for your time. I mean, some of these statistics are worrying. Diamond sales revenue falling by 50% last year, for example. We know the government is on a campaign to market its diamonds, road shows, a call for people to buy organic diamonds that help, mining communities back home. What's been the impact of these campaigns? Are they yielding fruit or bearing fruit?
Well, the numbers have not yet come out. As you know, that DBS initially used to release the data every month, but in 2024, they took a decision to now start releasing the sales numbers every 3 months. So we are waiting for the April numbers. What we know for sure is that the numbers were positive in January, but February and March were back to negative. So we are waiting for April numbers to see what really has been going on at the diamond sales area.
I mean, speak to us a little more about the impact directly first on mining communities and more broadly, the national economy as well. How has it been affected by this weak diamond demand?
Well, you know that the impact is actually not felt just by the communities that are surrounding the mines, but they are widespread throughout the nation. Because if you are aware, Botswana actually the way it does is trade is such that the money is collected from these mines and then it's put in one pocket or in the national coffers, then distributed through public service or public projects. So the impact is actually felt across the country, not just selective communities. The impact is seen in public service. It's seen also in delay in some of the projects that were planned. But it also come out very clear in the sense that the government has since come out to say that much as they had expected to have a deficit of about 22 billion pula, which is about $1.6, they might now revise the figure upward because they had expected to make at least 17 billion pula from minerals revenue. But now, given that the diamonds have not been selling, that number would now be revised. And the expectation is that there wouldn't be much money coming from the mines.
I mean, briefly, if you can, and my colleague already hinted at this in the report that just aired, the promising areas to diversify the economy, what does that look like? And how long before a reduction on reliance on diamonds is actually possible?
Well, the areas that the government is looking at include the green energy sector, the agriculture, and this is actually doable in the sense that Botswana's import bill is quite high when it comes to food production and other household necessities. So it's just an issue of possibly getting the few tabes or the few pula that will come from the mines to actually now redirect it to other sectors that could immediately take off for the nation.
Okay. Victor Batuing, an editor at Sunday Standard, joining us live from Cameroon, Botswana. Thank you so much for your time. While you're watching Focus on Africa, still to come on the program, the ancient town of Ijebode in Nigeria's Ogun State comes to life in a display of culture, bringing together locals and visitors from all over the world.
Those 26 miles in the rain? Yeah. FrameBridge can frame that with custom framing made easy. Whether it's a pick or a Picasso, FrameBridge will frame it with the highest quality materials. Millions of custom frames and counting. Get started today at framebridge.com.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
With 4imprint, you get more than promo products. You get the certainty of personal service, design expertise, and unmatched quality to make your moment shine. Be 4imprint certain at 4imprint.com.
4imprint for certain.
People love how the new Homes.com helps them get quick answers about any property by connecting them to the actual listing agent. I'm getting great exposure!
Speaking of exposure, can we get him a hat?
Ooh, what about a beret?
Oh, ding dong!
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
Based here in Singapore, the Newsday team is in the perfect place to keep you up to date with the latest global breaking news. Whether the sun is rising or setting on your day, we'll bring you all the information that you need to help make sense of what's happening around the world. Join me, Steve Lai, from Singapore for Newsday on BBC News.
Welcome back. You're watching Focus on Africa. Now, protests erupted in Nairobi today as dozens of activists demanded justice for Albert Ojwang, a 26-year-old man who died in unclear circumstances in police custody over the weekend, holding placards and chanting, "Stop killing us." The protesters marched to the Central Police Station that's in Nairobi's Central Business District, where Ojwang was reportedly last seen alive. Ojwang was arrested in Homa Bay. This is a town in western Kenya last Friday over a post on X that was critical of the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Eliud Lagat. Officers say the wounds were self-inflicted, but his family and lawyers have raised doubts over these claims. And today, the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, announced a suspension of senior officers at Nairobi's Central Police Station. All officers who are on duty the night Ojwang died, including the cell sentry and the report office personnel, are being investigated. Okay. Well, we are now joined for more details by BBC senior reporter Akisa Wandera, who can tell us more at this time. Akisa, thank you so much for your time. If you can, maybe begin by telling us a bit more about this blogger that passed on whilst in police custody. What do we know about him?
Well, thank you, Wahiga. We understand that Albert Omondi Ojwang is a trained teacher and has been described as an active social media user. What got him into trouble with the police officials in the first place. And as you mentioned, he was reportedly arrested last Friday on the 31st of May. And the accusation is that he posted defamatory content on the deputy police chief, hence his arrest and transportation from a western part of the country, 400 kilometers to Nairobi, where he was detained, but did not come out alive from reports we are receiving so far.
Is it clear why he was moved from one part of the country to the other and held there? And of course, also the question of which laws would have been used to charge him, because activists have raised concern about this cybercrime law that they say is being misused. Just give us a bit more context to that.
Well, that's what is being debated on social media platforms and mainstream media. One, what law was used, and two, why he was not detained in the nearest police station in the town where he had been arrested. Why did they have to transfer him more than 300 kilometers to Nairobi where he was detained? And of course, the police boss has come out today and tried to defend their actions, narratives that holes have been poked into, saying that His arrest was triggered by a complaint that was made by the deputy police boss, who said that he had made a post that defamed him. But questions have been raised about why then did he not was he not detained? Why was protocol not followed for him to be detained at the town and arrested and detained at the town where he was arrested in Western Kenya and instead brought to Nairobi. And of course, as you mentioned, the cybercrime laws that are being used in such circumstances. This is not the first case we are receiving. In fact, it's just about a week since a software developer was arrested under similar laws for what they termed as facilitating citizen submissions opposing the 2025 finance bill. But a lot of people have said that they are misquoting this particular law and using it to silence critics of the government.
Akisa Wandera, thank you so much for that update and for speaking with us on Focus on Africa. All right, now elsewhere, every year, the ancient town of Ijebu-Ode, this is in Nigeria's Ogun State, comes alive in a display of culture. The Ojude Oba festival, earmarked for the third day after Eid, brings together locals and visitors from all over the world to pay homage to the traditional ruler of the local people. Our West Africa correspondent, Katie Obona, sent us this report.
Thousands gather for a spectacular display of culture, color, and tradition. It is a union of drummers, dancers, and a fashion parade telling the tale of a people deeply connected to their roots. Ojude Oba, a Yoruba phrase meaning the king's forecourt, began over 2 centuries ago. It was originally a modest gathering of Muslim faithfuls, thanking the king for allowing them to practice their religion freely, but has grown to symbolize pride, unity, and identity among the Ijebu-Ode people.
What I like about it is that it's an opportunity where you can have a bank MD sitting next to a gate man, for example. And it's not about money. It's just about the love for the Yoruba culture, the love for the geographical location, the Ijebu. And Ijebu, we're very welcoming to everybody. So it's for everybody.
The stadium is now packed full with thousands of people who are excited to be at this festival. These colorful age groups of women and men are now circling the stadium, paying homage to the traditional king of Ijebu Kingdom. Local people, people from the diaspora say they are very excited to be part of this festival, which showcases the rich cultural heritage of the Ijebu people.
Matching outfits show that people belong to the same age bracket in the community. These are called age groups. Some of the men and women came all the way from the UK just to attend this annual festival.
There's a lot of traditional that you miss, and especially when you are not living in Nigeria. Maybe we come home once in a year for this festival. It's really good. You meet a lot of people and a lot of traditional clothes, like the way I'm dressing now is very fantastic.
It gives us that sense of belonging. You understand that we are not far away from our people.
It's a big family all over the world, home and abroad. I will invite everyone to always come back home once in this festive period to celebrate our culture.
Baloguns and Eleshins, warrior families of the ancient Ijebu kingdom, display their strength and horsemanship to the cheer of an excited crowd. Women are now included in the horse riding, a step towards overcoming stereotypes. Locals say as long as new age groups are formed in the community, this festival will continue to be celebrated for years to come. Nkechi Obona, BBC News, Ijebu-Ode.
And Nkechi told us more about this festival, which attracts increasing numbers of people every year, including the Nigerian diaspora. Here's our conversation.
Well, Waiga, the festival boasts in and basks in the glory of its flamboyant colors. Now we can see a rich display of the local attires that these men and women from this community where during their parades. It's also very unique because it originally started as a Muslim tradition where homage was paid to the traditional ruler for allowing Muslims to practice their religion freely. But over 2 centuries later, it has metamorphosed into a very unique festival that cuts across culture and religion, and it is now a spectacle to behold for those locals and members of the diaspora. And again, another thing is beyond the parade and beyond all the color and music and dance, each of these groups of men and women actually embark on community development projects for their communities. These range from healthcare, education, and sports and infrastructure development projects that are aimed at improving the quality of lives for the locals. And so it's like a competition for whose development project is the most impactful.
But it isn't the only festival of note in the country. Tell us more about the cultural richness of festivals that happen in different parts of the country.
Nigeria is blessed with over 700 languages and 300 ethnic groups, Wahiga. It's a vast country, and so you can imagine the scale of the diversity in the country. But the beauty is that there are different festivals like the Argungu Fishing Festival in the northwest of the country. We have the Boat Regatta Festival in the Delta region of the country, the oil-rich parts of Nigeria. We have the Eyo Masquerade Festival in Lagos, the center of excellence and the commercial capital. We also have the Calabar Carnival, which is a spectacle that happens every December in the southern part of the country. And so this different cultural pieces put together make Nigeria very unique in its diversity.
And now, time for a reminder of our top story today. Cameroonian opposition leader Maurice Kamto from the Cameroon Renaissance movement said he was held captive by police in a video that was published on social media on Sunday. This comes shortly after his return from France. He had planned on Sunday to meet his supporters at his party's headquarters in Douala, but his residence was surrounded by dozens of security forces, preventing him from reaching the meeting point. He finally left the premises just a few hours ago and is now back in Yaoundé. Well, that's all the time we had for today's program, but as always, please get in touch with us and let us know your thoughts on our program. I'm at Wahiga Mwaura on X. Also check out at BBC Africa for plenty of news updates. Well, that's it for today. We'll see you again tomorrow. Goodbye for now.
Simparica Trio protects against 3 categories of parasites.
Power of disease.
This drug class has been associated with neurologic side effects, including seizures. Use with caution in dogs with or without a history of these disorders. Don't just protect, triple protect.
Seeking. The unsatisfied. Emotional. Defiant. Those who take things personally. Seeking. Exceptional people to do exceptional things. Seeking. Those who won't rest until there's enough of the medicine they make for everyone who needs it.
Huh. Noom has GLP-1 meds now?
Yes, Noom combines medication with healthy habits so you can lose the weight and keep it off.
Yeah, GLP-1s starting at $149.
That's Noom smart.
Noom, the smart way to lose weight.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectosol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectosol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectosol.com.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not going to work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing, but it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you, you suddenly feel okay. We're gonna get out of it together. That's what muesli did for me.
Keep on track with the world of athletics on the BBC Sport website and app. Get all the news, results and reaction with our expert analysis on the top global events, including the Diamond League and the world's leading marathons. Go online or download the app now.
This is frontier country.
Broaden your horizons.
If this is what being a 21st century nomad is all about, sign me up.
Caribbean's relationship with the seas are changing and deepen your understanding.
What must it have been like for them, not knowing whether they were going to make it? How important is this region?
If something starts changing here, we see the change all over the world.
This is just incredible. The Travel Show on BBC News.
For breaking news live as it happens, follow BBC News in the BBC app. Save the stories you want to get your news your way. From live news and sport updates to global headlines. Stay up to date with the news that matters. Follow BBC News in the BBC app.
It's 6 p.m. in London. This is The World Today with Mariam Mashiri. The governor of California accuses President Trump of manufacturing a crisis by deploying the National Guard against his wishes. The news comes after tear gas and stun grenades were used against demonstrators in Los Angeles, angry at Donald Trump's crackdown on undocumented migrants. We'll hear from our correspondents in LA and Washington for the very latest. In other news, delegations from China and the US meet in London for trade talks as they hope to de-escalate the costly tariff conflict. The latest swap of Russian and Ukrainian prisoners of war has begun, though the numbers involved have not been discussed. The British author Frederick Forsythe, known for his thrillers, dies at the age of 86. We look back at his life. Also coming up on The World Today, a report finds TikTok teen skincare routines are putting teenagers at risk of lifelong allergies. We'll be speaking to the author of the study. Hello and welcome to The World Today on BBC News. We start in the US, where there have been clashes on the streets of Los Angeles as President Trump urges a crackdown on demonstrators. Police have ordered protesters to leave the downtown area, declaring it an unlawful assembly area. Well, the unrest was triggered on Friday when immigration agents carried out raids on areas of the city with large Latino populations. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, otherwise known as ICE, have made 100,000 arrests across the country since President Trump's return to the White House. Well, in response to the unrest in LA, the president sent around 2,000 National Guard troops to the city. That's triggered a political row with California's Governor Gavin Newsom. He says that he's suing the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard without his permission. Well, here's what President Trump had to say when he was questioned about what's happening in Los Angeles a short while ago.
What does your intel tell you about these people causing all the problems in LA? Are they people ICE is trying to deport, or are they professional agitators?
The people that are causing the problem are professional agitators. They're insurrectionists. They're bad people. They should be in jail. Thank you.
Well, some journalists covering the demonstrations say they've been targeted by the police. The BBC has been given this clip of Lauren Tomasi, who's a foreign correspondent for Australia's Channel 9 News, as she's shot with rubber bullets. Have a look.
Moving them on through the heart of LA.
You just shot the. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Are you okay?
Where did it hit you? Just my leg. I'm good.
Well, joining me now is our senior North America correspondent, John Sudworth in Los Angeles, and chief North America correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue in Washington. John, to you first. And what's the mood in LA this morning?
Well, I'll just give you a little bit of a scene set, Mariam, as to where we are. You can see the police cars behind me. They are here guarding the entrance to this street. A very short distance away along there is the entrance to the detention centre, where some of the undocumented immigrants who've been arrested in these workplace raids here in this city over the last few days have been taken. And this has been a focal point of the protest. We saw the National Guard lined up outside that entrance yesterday. Big crowd of protesters here, and then you can see on across the street here, this road is now open, but yesterday there were hundreds of protesters here. Just a little way over there is the 101, one of LA's biggest highways. That was blocked yesterday by the protesters, and this was the location of some of the most intense clashes between protesters and the police. The streets, Mariam, are still littered with the debris from those clashes. I've just picked this up. This is one of those rubber bullets. There are hundreds of them lying around, literally, which shows you how intense some of the moments were yesterday. It's this kind of foam bullet, rubber bullet, that hit the Australian reporter that you were speaking about there in that clip. And obviously they can do some damage. Another member of the media, a British photographer, needed emergency surgery after being hit by one of these yesterday. It was left embedded in his thigh and he needed it removed. So that gives you some sense of how volatile and how dangerous these situations can become. But at the moment, it is very calm. There are more protests planned as we get into the early part of this afternoon. And we are told that there are something now like 150 people have been arrested in these protests since they began on Friday.
John, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, let's cross live now and speak to Gary O'Donoghue in Washington. And Gary, just talk me through what we've heard from President Trump today, because he earlier said that he's rightfully stepped in to, in his words, restore law and order because, in his words again, of Gary Newsom's leadership. Any more reaction from the president this afternoon?
Yeah, again, he's suggested that the people responsible for the violence are professional agitators. He says they should be in jail. We don't know who has been arrested, or we don't have any details of them at this stage from the LAPD. So I'm not sure where he's getting that from. He was also asked whether Gavin Newsom ought to be arrested by the Homeland Secretary, and he said, I would. And that is because he believes, and they believe, that Gavin Newsom and the mayor of Los Angeles have stood in the way of them trying to implement this immigration clampdown, this enforcement action. And they believe that is some kind of offence. Now, the governor himself, over the weekend, when this was mooted, said bring it on. And they themselves, as you mentioned earlier, are suing the administration, taking them to court for the actions of bypassing them in order to federalise the National Guard.
OK. Gary, thank you very much indeed for that. So let's talk a little bit more about the National Guard and their role here and why this decision by the President is so controversial. Let's cross live and speak to retired Major General William Enyart. He spent 30 years with the National Guard in Illinois, and you're also a former Democratic congressman. It's so good to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us. And if I can ask you first of all for your reaction to this decision by the President to deploy the National Guard.
Well, essentially what the president has done here is abandoned the playbook. You know, the National Guard has been performing these kinds of missions for decades now. And as a result of our experiences, we've developed a playbook on how to do this. The first thing that happens is that the local chief executive, whether it be a mayor or a county supervisor, who has the eyes on the ground, so to speak, makes the determination whether or not he or she has adequate resources to handle the problem. If they do not have the adequate resources, then they elevate the situation to the governor of the state and request the assistance of the National Guard. That process has worked for decades. Mr. Trump has unfortunately abandoned that process, and sitting 3,000 miles away in Washington, D.C., has seized the moment to take control of the California National Guard and order them in. And does this set a precedent? And if so, what could the consequences of that be? Well, I don't think it sets a precedent. President Lyndon Johnson did this back in 1965, but it has been more than 60 years since it was last used. It's unfortunate, and it shouldn't be done because both the local chief executive, the mayor, as well as the governor of state say there is no problem. In fact, even Mr. Trump's Department of Homeland Security spokesperson stated there were only about 800 demonstrators. Well, a little more than the mayor said. The mayor said 300. But 800 demonstrators is hardly a large enough problem to call in the National Guard. So was he wrong to do that, do you think, President Trump? Well, I think he is. I think it's a misuse of a wonderful force. The National Guard is trained to handle natural disasters and is trained to respond as a combat force for the United States in the event of a national emergency. But we're trained for forest fires and floods and tornadoes and blizzards. The National Guard only gets about 4 hours of civil disturbance training in a year. This hardly qualifies them to really handle these types of things as compared to the local police forces, which deal with this sort of thing every day. So what could the consequences be? I mean, there's a lot of fear on the streets of LA. I've been hearing from our correspondents on the ground. People are worried about what the National Guard could mean and what could happen over the coming days. Well, I hope they have nothing to worry about from the National Guard. The National Guard is unlikely to take any kind of aggressive, violent action towards demonstrators. The National Guard, I would hope, will be used more as simply a security force to protect federal buildings and provide logistics support for the other police agencies on the ground. So I would anticipate that the Guard would not in any way create a problem for... Okay. Well, Major General William Enyart, it's so good to talk to you. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us. And California Governor Gavin Newsom has been speaking to our partners at NBC in the last time or so. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
Tom Homan, the border czar, said to me yesterday he did not rule out literally arresting you, nor Mayor Bass, if you interfere in his words. He said you hadn't yet.
He's a tough guy. Why doesn't he do that? He knows where to find me. But you know what? Let your hands off 4-year-old girls that are trying to get educated. Let your hands off these poor people are just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes, been here 10 years. The fear, the horror, the hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go. OK, well, that's Gavin Newsom's reaction on NBC. This is the BBC's live page. It's being updated minute by minute. And if you use the QR code on your screen, it will take you here where you can read the very latest on the situation, not only on the streets of Los Angeles, but also what is happening politically in Washington as well. Here in London, talks are taking place between Chinese and US officials with the aim of calming the trade war between the world's two largest economies.
The US delegation is led by the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, while China's Vice Premier, a respected negotiator at the top of the Chinese government, will represent his country. It took a direct phone call between President Xi Jinping and President Trump last week to get these trade talks back on track after weeks of turmoil in global markets. Let's remind you how we got here. President Trump announced sweeping import tariffs on China and other trading partners back in April. Beijing responded with its own higher rates on US imports, which triggered tit-for-tat increases, which then peaked at a staggering 145%. Their trade war representing a major threat to global growth and the eyes of the world very much firmly on the outcome of these talks. What's going to be on the agenda? Well, Chinese exports of rare earth metals, materials which of course are crucial for modern tech, as well as Beijing's access to US products, including computer chips. Well, let's talk now to Jeff Moon, president of China Moon Strategies. Jeff, you're a former assistant US trade representative for China affairs under the Obama administration as well. So it's so good to talk to you right now. And I can ask you, what do you expect from these latest talks?
The White House said earlier this morning that what they want to do is resolve the misunderstanding of what was decided on May the 12th in Geneva with regard to rare earth minerals. They want to have what they call a handshake agreement. That means not a formal document we'll be able to see, but that they want to come to some understanding so that the trade negotiations can move forward into the actual dispute itself. We are almost 1 month into the 3-month pause period that Trump announced last month, and yet we haven't talked about the real issues yet. So we need to get beyond that, and the White House suggested that in return for a greater flow of those rare earth minerals, that the American side might be willing to loosen some restrictions on common semiconductors, not the most sophisticated kind, but kinds that are less powerful. And so we'll have to see what it is that they actually come up with and negotiate, and hopefully move on to the real issues.
And what are the real issues?
The real issues are the ones that have bedeviled us for the last 30 years. These are China's industrial policy. These are China's non-tariff barriers. On March the 31st, the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative published a study of the non-tariff barriers of all countries, a 400-page document, 40 single-spaced pages of which were dedicated to China in 15 different categories. So these are long-standing differences, very detailed differences that will not be resolved within the next 2 months, when early August, which is Trump's deadline, but will take, as Secretary Bessent said a few weeks ago, probably years to sort out.
What's your view now on US-China relations and where we stand, given what's happened over the last few months?
Well, relations are at an all-time low. The pervasive distrust in the relationship has really strong downward pressure on everything that happens in the relationship. And this current kerfluffle over rare earths is a good example. The Americans thought they got a promise that there would be no restrictions. The Chinese are saying that, well, they made a promise, but they can keep a licensing system that they just institute, which includes delays of 45 days before licenses come out. So both sides think that the other side is moving in bad faith. And this is just one example of how that distrust pervades all aspects of the relationship.
So interesting. Jeff Moon, always good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, still to come on The World Today. The UN Secretary General has urged delegates to the summit on the oceans not to allow the seabed to become a new Wild West, and how this escaped zebra, who became an internet sensation in the US, was recaptured. Around the world and across the UK, this is The World Today on BBC News.
I need Q1 full index reports to my desk by noon, complete with comprehensive data analysis. Are you getting any of this? Charles,
yeah, Otter's got the meeting notes. I'll ask it for action items in the channel. And Maria already asked for a budget reminder. Smart.
By morning. Got it?
Got it, boss. Otter, you got this.
Why can't we say we're the best home shopping site? Because while true, you just can't say that legally. What if we said it in Spanish?
Homes.com es el mejor.
No. What if he said it?
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
President Trump is to speak to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today, according to a White House official. It all comes as Israel's military has taken control of a boat trying to deliver food to Gaza and brought its crew of activists, including the campaigner Greta Thunberg, to an Israeli port. Well, this footage posted by the crew shows activists with their hands up as Israeli authorities intercept the ship. The Madeleine was attempting to break the blockade of the territory, which was imposed by Israel in 2007 after Hamas took control of the Strip. Well, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition also posted pre-recorded video messages from each activist on board the Madeleine, including one from the Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg, who said the team had been intercepted and kidnapped.
I urge all my friends, family and comrades to put pressure on the Swedish government to release me and the others as soon as possible.
Well, the boat had made its way across the Mediterranean along the coast of Egypt and towards Gaza. Israel had previously said they wouldn't be able to reach the Strip. Their last known location was in international waters. Israel's foreign ministry has called the voyage a public relations stunt. It circulated what appeared to be Israeli military personnel handing out sandwiches and water to the activists. Israel says the crew were unharmed.
The maritime zone of the coast of Gaza is closed to naval traffic as part of a legal naval blockade. If you wish to deliver humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip, you are able to do so through the port of Ashdod via the established channels and distribution centers.
The Madeleine is flying a UK flag, meaning it falls under the jurisdiction of the UK government. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas provides a framework for the use of the oceans. It says vessels are free to navigate the high seas within the laws of their flag state, and only a warship of their own nation has the right to intercept them, unless they're committing an international crime, such as piracy. Well, the Turkish Foreign Ministry called the intervention a clear violation of international law and described it as a heinous attack by Netanyahu's government. Iran echoed this statement, calling the seizure of the ship piracy. The French government says it will work to ensure 6 of its citizens on the boat are returned home as soon as possible. Here's Francesca Albanese, UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the occupied Palestinian territories, speaking to the BBC earlier.
Most probably, Israel will deport them and take the boat. This is against the law. Israel had no authority to capture a vessel waving UK flag in international waters. First, it was a humanitarian vessel carrying out just food and medicines. And let me tell you, it's symbolic because what is needed in Gaza is monumentally higher than what the flotilla could take. And still, it was carrying the humanity of all of us. And this is why it's not true what the Israeli spokesperson said, let us deliver it from Ashdod. Israel is not delivering any aid. Israel, in fact, is starving the people in Gaza while bombing them with no tomorrow. And
one of Britain's most successful thriller writers, Frederick Forsythe, has died. He was 86. He's thought to have sold more than 70 million copies of books such as The Day of the Jackal, The Odessa File and The Fourth Protocol. Sarah Campbell looks back at his life.
Frederick Forsythe. His thrillers had you on the edge of your seat. His heroes, men of a certain type.
One loner, up against the apparat, formally warned off, raises 2 fingers and goes on with what he wants to do. And wins.
There was a little of that in the author himself, Born in Kent, he did national service in the RAF and trained as a bullfighter in Spain.
4 of the bombs actually exploded, and they caused a fair degree of panic among the civilians.
He joined the BBC, reporting on the vicious Nigerian civil war in 1967.
Can this man describe what happened to him?
He doesn't know now whether he was shot twice or thrice, but obviously more than once.
Nsuka is the nearest point the Federal Army...
Believing there was too little coverage, he resigned and went to live there. He began to write novels. Many were turned into films. The Day of the Jackal was a fictional plot to assassinate Charles de Gaulle. It was as carefully researched as his journalism. The police were alarmed. It showed how to get a fake passport.
You just simply had to go to Somerset House in those days and find the death certificate of a child who never applied for a passport. Then go to the birth certificate section.
Morning. Birth certificate, please. Paul Oliver Duggan.
Fill out the form, put in a couple of pictures. Back eventually would come a brand new passport.
One people, one Germany, one leader.
The Odessa file was about a secret organisation hiding Nazi war criminals. The details seemed so convincing, some believed it might exist. He later revealed he'd worked for MI6 in Cold War East Berlin.
There was what was called in the trade an asset. I think he was a Russian colonel who was working for us, and meet him and take a package off him and bring it back out again.
However gorgeous his uniform, no breastplate could keep out the modern bullet.
Military historian, conservative commentator, reporter, spy. Frederick Forsythe, the thriller writer with a thrilling life.
Frederick Forsythe, who's died at the age of 86. Now, the latest swap of Russian and Ukrainian prisoners of war has begun. The countries, however, are not disclosing how many prisoners of war have been exchanged. Russia's defence ministry said the first group of Russian soldiers aged under 25 have been returned in exchange for a similar number of Ukrainian prisoners of war. It said the swapped Russians were currently in Belarus. Kiev has released videos of shaven-headed Ukrainians draped in the national flag, and the President Zelensky has said there'll be more stages in the coming days of this complicated process. The two warring parties agreed to exchange more prisoners and bodies of dead combatants at recent talks in Istanbul. Well, Paul Adams watched the handover earlier and joins us now from Kyiv. Paul, tell me what you saw.
Yeah, we watched a part of the process. We were not there at the border when the Ukrainian soldiers first arrived back on Ukrainian soil. There were some very moving pictures of them getting off the bus, being greeted by colleagues, and then also, of course, getting on the phone and speaking to their families. Some of them clearly extremely excited and relieved to be back. Some of these soldiers have been in captivity for in excess of 3 years. We were a little way back, about half an hour's drive inside northern Ukraine, where we were with another large crowd of relatives. Now, these were people who were not necessarily expecting to be reunited with their loved ones, but they were desperately looking for information. It was a crowd of women. They descended on the bus when it arrived. They were bombarding the soldiers with questions. They were thrusting pictures of their missing family members into the hands of the soldiers, shouting the names of regiments to see if the soldiers could offer any information as to the whereabouts of their loved ones. The men we saw, and we only got glimpses of them as they came through the crowd, they were all shaven-headed. They looked pretty thin. They looked to be in good spirits, but they'd obviously experienced a very, very tough time. And we spoke to a government official who's involved in the whole POW process, who said that in many cases they had been deprived of adequate food, they had experienced torture, even, he said, efforts to brainwash them. So I think it'll be some time before these people are probably returned to their families. They're likely to undergo quite a bit of medical supervision because they have, after all, been through a pretty grim experience.
Paul, thank you. Paul Adams there in Kyiv. Well, you can read more about that story on the BBC's website. And also, let me just direct you very briefly, if I may, to the BBC's live page on the latest situation on those protests in Los Angeles. There's live reporting there from the ground about what the latest is and what protesters in Los Angeles are potentially planning for today, as always, on the BBC's website. You're watching The World Today.
¿Qué pasa, mi gente? It's your girl, Becky G. There's a lot of versatility to the collection. You could dress it up, you could dress it down. That's one of my favorite things about shopping Fabletics is there's something for everybody. Get any 2 leggings for just $24 when you sign up as a new Fabletics VIP.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular.
My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month, very simple.
It's been amazing.
I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it too.
Call 1-800-918-4712
to switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Yikes, a leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home systems. Don't worry, be warranty.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
We all need a little help sometimes, but asking, that's the hard part. Here's a little secret. If you need it, help can be everywhere. That's the power of therapy. And it's some of the best help you can get.
Since 2007, Origin has been focused on the future.
A future that helps you build passive income from real estate.
One where we invest by your side without hidden fees or confusing structures.
Build the future you deserve with Origin Investments.
When you're at the starting line for your next event, 4imprint has the right promotional gear, bottles, bags, hats, and tees delivered on time to energize your customers and your team. Race now to 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain. I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not going to work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing. But it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with Muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you, you suddenly feel okay. We're gonna get out of it together. That's what Muesli did for me.
This is Noom GLP-1, and this is Angelia.
I really did not know weight gain was going to be an issue through menopause. The Noom program and the meds work hand in hand. I'm Angelia, and I have lost 17 pounds with Noom.
Get started at Noom.com.
This is The World Today on BBC News. The latest headlines. The governor of California accuses President Trump of manufacturing a crisis by deploying the National Guard against his wishes. Well, the news comes after tear gas and stun grenades were used against demonstrators in LA, angry at Mr. Trump's crackdown on undocumented migrants. In other news, delegations from China and the US meet in London for trade talks as they hope to de-escalate the costly tariff row. The latest swap of Russian and Ukrainian prisoners of war has begun, though the numbers involved haven't been disclosed. The British author Frederick Forsythe, known for his thrillers, dies at the age of 86. We've looked back at his life. And a report finds that TikTok teen skincare routines are putting teenagers at risk of lifelong allergies. We speak to the author of the study. The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres says the world must not let the deep sea become a new Wild West. Mr. Guterres was speaking at the opening of the UN Ocean Conference in the French city of Nice. The summit is intended to rescue the seas from overfishing, pollution and climate change. Now, while the US hasn't sent a delegation, other nations are under pressure to cough up the missing funds to protect 30% of the world's oceans by 2030. That's a target agreed by nearly 200 countries back in 2022. Well, our reporter Pierre-Antoine Denis is in Nice. And Pierre, what exactly are the organisers trying to achieve here?
Well, Mariam, they are trying to advance when it comes to this conservation of our oceans. They're trying to achieve different treaties, different memorandums. It's the United Nations negotiations. It's all going very slowly because you need consensus. You need to find a certain number of delegations willing to sign or to ratify certain treaties. We do have some optimism, though, because we've been hearing a lot around this treaty on the high sea, the governance of our international waters, where currently lawlessness prevail, and as a result of that, you have different destructive practices for the environment happening. You've mentioned the overfishing or such as the bottom tolling and different other practices that are happening on the high seas and complete lawlessness. This treaty, as I'm hearing from French officials, were working on it. We're almost at ratification point. We need 60 nations to ratify the treaty. It has been signed by over 150 of nations a few years ago, but to ratify it, you need to at least commit that you're going to pass this bill to Parliament. And to do so, there's negotiations ongoing as to whether this is a priority. And this is why we're still waiting to hear this famous number, 60. But some people within the French camp who has been working for years on that treaty have told me, don't worry, it's getting done.
And what about the United States' involvement or lack of in this process?
Yeah, lack of, that's the right word. And, within seconds of this conference opening, we've been hearing from, as you mentioned earlier, Antonio Guterres talking about his fear of this becoming the Wild West in regards to Donald Trump's plan to explore deep sea mining in research of new minerals under the bottom of the sea. And we've been hearing just after Antonio Guterres from French President Emmanuel Macron did not name Donald Trump at all, but we didn't need that because there were so many references to the United States in his speech about how the deep sea is not for sale. You might remember that statement around Greenland, for instance. He also said the deep sea, actually just like Greenland, is not for sale. He also said about how climate change is not a matter of opinion, it's a matter of facts. And you may remember that Donald Trump has called climate change a hoax, and upon his return to the White House, pulled the United States out of all sorts of climate agreements, freezing aid when it comes to climate organizations. So we're at a point where multilateralism, according to Emmanuel Macron's words, really need to prevail, really need to come through, because the biggest carbon emitter, but also the biggest wallet when it comes to funding and climate incentives is no longer part of those negotiations.
Okay, Pierre-Antoine, good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Now, anyone who's watched this show recently or even the news will know that we're going through a period of much uncertainty, both politically and economically, from trade conflicts to the pressure of inflation on both people and economies. The scope of the current geopolitical and economic pressures is hard to deny, leaving many wondering what the long-term impact could be. Well, let's get a little more of a deep dive into what's happening and what the fundamental basis of this is and what this could mean for the future, from Alexis Crowe, partner and chief economist at PwC US. It's so lovely to talk to you, Alexis. Thank you very much for joining us. And if I could ask you, first of all, for a bit of comment on those US-China trade talks that we're hearing about today. These are fundamental, are they not, if we're going to set those two countries back on a course of being able to work together?
Miriam, thanks so much for having me. Yes, absolutely. I think the world and financial markets are braced on the potential outcome of these talks. If we think about a country like the United States, which is overwhelmingly reliant upon imports to make up its final demand, you have China is still the largest source country for the United States for the goods that it imports. Nevertheless, I would say on the other side, China's absolutely well prepared to be able to navigate trade uncertainty and has been preparing for this for 8 years, but obviously still has a lot to lose. I think most policymakers that I've been speaking with and executives are really focused on the outcome of these discussions with regard to rare earths and whether or not we'll see more of the lifting of the permit restrictions currently on the export of rare earths from China across the world.
Let's talk a little bit about the geopolitical risks that will impact global growth in the near future. What's your take on those risks and what kind of an impact will they have on global economic growth?
Well, Miriam, I'm sitting in New York and presumably you're sitting in London. And so I would say that I'm going to put a contrarian view out there, which is that the deepening and widening of various forms of economic inequality within advanced economies has contributed significantly to the escalation of geopolitical risk in financial markets and across the globe. So if we think about going back to the referendum in the UK and what the economic shocks were related to Brexit, as well as Trump 1.0 and the rewriting of the global trade map, I would say that predominantly these are emanating from domestic inequality. And so I would say that, first of all, that's the source and that's the locus that we need to look at today. Secondly, of course, I think many viewers will be thinking about the hot conflicts we just heard from you all on Russia, Ukraine, and we also continue to have the hot conflict within the Middle East. And many policymakers are concerned about what might arise in the South China Seas. And there I would say you've got three flashpoints. One thing that I think would complicate economic growth is not necessarily an escalation of what's going on within Gaza and Israel, but also just looking at potentially congestion in the Straits of Hormuz related to a geopolitical event there. You have 1/5 of global final demand of oil coming out of the Straits of Hormuz from the GCC in Iraq. So that would upend energy prices. The other thing that I think is important to call out is the risk of a wider conflict in the South China Seas. And of course, many are braced for what that would mean in a spillover of conflict. What I'm concerned about is just an accident potentially happening.
Let's talk a little bit about central banks and their role amidst all this uncertainty. How difficult does that decision-making become? And, you know, how does this all play out?
Well, Miriam, I think it's important to note that one of the greatest unsung policy successes of this last few very turbulent years has been the coordination of central banks across the globe to have averted a financial crisis amidst these economic and geopolitical shockwaves that we've had. And so we really should doff our caps to the central bankers for having coordinated, again, very tight coordination in the initial waves of COVID-19 across the West. And what we saw were central banks around the world pioneering techniques that were used during the global financial crisis and the recovery from that to be able to instill financial stability. An example of that would be the Reserve Bank of India providing dollar liquidity to non-financial corporates in India that were heavily borrowed in dollars and levered in dollars and needed this liquidity. So that being said, I think that's important to point out. Where we go from here, it's an interesting one because you've had, borrowing in the United States, you've had inflation comfortably coming down within the 2% range. And so you look at the ECB, again, issuing rate cuts as well. So you've had this path to policy normalization. The uncertainty that we're facing in the United States is what will be the impact of this escalation of tariffs and the oscillation back and forth. And we've heard from several Fed governors that adopting a wait-and-see stance is going to be very important. Something also here is that central bankers are not making their policy in an ivory tower and sufficiently insulated from the rest of the world. You've got central bankers under fire by many government officials because there's this demand to be able to use fiscal policy to support growth as we face so much uncertainty. So I would forecast that we're going to continue to see this demand for fiscal dominance by policy officials that are trying to appease electorates, combined with the ability for central bankers to try and maintain price stability.
Alexis, you talked about China and its role and it being prepared over the last 7 years. What exactly has it been prepared for, and what difference do you think that's making right now?
Well, Miriam, if we go back to 2005, you can actually see Beijing made a concerted effort to navigate its growth away from exports and towards domestic consumption. And you can see that its percentage of growth coming from net exports has just steadily plunged over that time period. In recent years, I think in large part in preparation for the advent of a Trump 2.0, China has also navigated the destination of those goods away from the United States and towards other countries. So in 2023 data, only 15% of Chinese exports are destined for the US, whereas almost 48% are headed toward other Asian countries. So it's been very nimble in terms of its source of growth as well as diversification away from the United States. One thing that we've seen in the data today that's come out in China is, of course, that you have a continued fight against deflation and a deflation of consumer prices. So a lot of the issues that China will face will be domestic in nature. And part of that deflation is just stemming from the downturn in the property market that we've seen. And having just returned from Asia, I think, many policymakers within mainland China are focused on we might have hit bottom there. So hopefully, the government will be able to use also fiscal policy and other tools in the monetary policy basket to be able to stimulate growth.
Alexis Crowe, it's been so fascinating to talk to you. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us, partner and chief economist at PwC US. Thank you. Now, coming up on The World Today, how teen TikTok skincare routines could be harmful. And we'll be looking at how the escaped zebra who became an internet sensation in the US was eventually recaptured around the world and across the UK. This is The World Today on BBC News.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectosol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectosol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at Pectosol.com.
Seeking. The unsatisfied. Emotional. Defiant. Those who take things personally. Seeking. Exceptional people to do exceptional things. Seeking. Those who won't rest until there's enough of the medicine they make for everyone who needs it.
Now, skincare isn't just big business. It's becoming big pressure, especially for teenage girls. In fact, in the first peer-reviewed study to examine the risks of teen skincare routines, researchers analysed 100 TikTok videos posted by content creators. They found that many of the products featured may be doing more harm than good. Amongst the most striking findings, girls as young as 7 are using an average of 6 products a day at a cost of around $168 per routine. That's about £123, but only a quarter of the routines include sunscreen, something dermatologists say is far more important than anti-aging serums or acids. Well, a TikTok spokesperson said this type of content is common across all media and that the platform is only for users aged 13 and over. Additionally, they said TikTok works with third-party doctors and experts in adolescent development to implement safeguarding policies. Well, let's get more on this from Dr. Molly Hales, the author of the study. Dr. Hales, it's good to talk to you. Let me ask you first of all, some people watching this might say, what's the problem with young people learning about the importance of skincare?
I think it's great if people want to learn more about skincare. We definitely want to encourage that. However, when we looked across the videos that were posted on TikTok for and by teens, we found that they were complicated, they were time intensive, and they carried real dermatologic risks, meaning they carry risk to the skin of the young girls who they were targeting.
So what exactly are these risks that you found?
So the first is the risk of skin irritation. So the average regimen, the most popular regimens used 11 active ingredients at one time, and some used as many as 21 active ingredients, including girls often unknowingly applying the same active ingredient over and over again when that ingredient was found in multiple products that they were using. So for example, alpha hydroxy acids, which are a type of chemical exfoliant, the most popular videos had 3 alpha hydroxy acids used at the same time and up to 7 at once. This can really compound the irritating potential of these products.
The study also mentions, actually, interestingly, the language of skincare seemingly having certain connotations, like, for example, the use of the word lightness. Why is that harmful, do you think, to teens and preteens?
Yeah, at the same time as girls are learning about how to take care of their skin, this is also a type of content that's about creating and enforcing and circulating certain norms of beauty. And when we looked at the actual content of the videos, we found that it was common for words to be used like brightening, bright skin, glowy skin, glassy skin, that arguably contain coded racial language. So when something is glowing, it's brighter, it's also lighter. We certainly don't want girls to get the message that taking care of the health of their skin means pursuing a beauty standard that's associated with whiteness.
What advice would you give to parents of teens and preteens who are worried, who want to do the best by their children, but are being pressured by those same children to buy them these products?
Yeah, I have a few pieces of advice I would give. For one thing, if your teens are interested in getting involved in skincare, the best product you can get them started using is sunscreen. And we were dismayed to find that only about a quarter of the time did these daytime skincare regimens actually contain a sunscreen, and that many of the active ingredients that were in the products increase sun sensitivity. So it's especially important to be using a sunscreen if you are getting involved in this type of skincare where you're putting active ingredients on the face. We also want to make sure that they're gentle, ideally fragrance-free. If there's active ingredients being used, no more than 1 active ingredient per skincare regimen.
Well, listen, thank you so much for joining us. I want to say, actually, I do, Dr. Hales, tell my 10-year-old and 12-year-old day in, day out, the most important thing you can do for your skin at this stage is sunscreen. And they both use sunscreen as well. So that's good advice, and I thank you for that.
Absolutely. I love to hear that.
OK, thank you. Now, let's bring you news of that escaped zebra who became an internet sensation in the US. It's been recaptured. His journey home was even more dramatic than his time on the run. Have a look at this. The animal was called Ed, and it was taken back to its owner in Tennessee by helicopter. I hope he's OK. He was found living in woodland off a busy highway. The local sheriff said he'd been safely returned home. Fantastic news for Ed. Now, let's take you to Nigeria, because every year the ancient town of Ojude in Nigeria's Ogun state has come alive in the display of culture. The Ojude Oba festival, earmarked for the 3rd day after Eid, brings together locals and visitors from all over the world to pay homage to the traditional ruler of the local people. Our West Africa correspondent Nkechi Obona sent this report.
Thousands gather for a spectacular display of culture, color, and tradition. It is a union of drummers, dancers, and a fashion parade telling the tale of a people deeply connected to their roots. Ojude Oba, a Yoruba phrase meaning the king's forecourt, began over 2 centuries ago. It was originally a modest gathering of Muslim faithfuls, thanking the king for allowing them to practice their religion freely, but has grown to symbolize pride, unity, and identity among the Ijebu-Ode people.
What I like about it is that it's an opportunity where you can have a bank MD sitting next to a gate man, for example. And it's not about money. It's just about the love for the Yoruba culture, the love for the geographical location, the Ijebu. And Ijebu were very welcoming to everybody. So it's for everybody.
The stadium is now packed full with thousands of people who are excited to be at this festival. these colorful age groups of women and men are now circling the stadium, paying homage to the traditional king of Ijebu Kingdom. Local people, people from the diaspora say they are very excited to be part of this festival, which showcases the rich cultural heritage of the Ijebu people.
Matching outfits show that people belong to the same age bracket in the community. These are called age groups. Some of the men and women came all the way from the UK just to attend this annual festival.
There's a lot of traditional that you miss, and especially when you are not living in Nigeria. Maybe we come home once in a year for this festival. It's really good. You meet a lot of people and a lot of traditional clothes, like the way I'm dressing now is very fantastic.
It gives us that sense of belonging. You understand that we are not far away from our people.
It's a big family all over the world, home and abroad. I will invite everyone to always come back home once in this festive period to celebrate our culture.
Baloguns and Eleshins, warrior families of the ancient Ijebu Kingdom, display their strength and horsemanship to the cheer of an excited crowd. Women are now included in the horse riding, a step towards overcoming stereotypes. Locals say as long as new age groups are formed in the community, this festival will continue to be celebrated for years to come. Nkechi Obonna, BBC News, Ijebu-Ode.
So lovely and uplifting, isn't it? Now, we all have our favourite snack, don't we? I quite like a packet of prawn cocktail crisps or maybe a chocolate biscuit. I don't know. What do you like? Well, King Charles has been giving his insight into this. On a trip to Lancaster Castle, he told a local cheese producer how a bit of sheep's cheese on a digestive biscuit is incredibly good. Gillian Hale from Butler's Farmhouse Cheeses said the king was so gracious that she's going to send him some in a goodie bag. Cheese and biscuits. I like to add a bit of grapes to mine, maybe a bit of pickle, I don't know. Send me your ideas. Now, over the weekend, the Lambeth Country Show delivered a puntastic display of famous faces made out of vegetables. And I want to take you through a few of them because, of course, here on The World Today, we're all about hard-hitting news. Instead of conclave, which is, of course, when the cardinals choose a new pope, we have cornclave. Oh, and the puns don't stop there. Please don't switch away. This creation is entitled The Cornclave Chooses a New Pope-tato. We have Dolly Parton. Sorry, I mean Collie Parton. Here she is in the movie-inspired tableau entitled 9 to Chive. Working 9 to chive. Okay, I'll stop there. And the US President Donald Trump also got the butternut squash treatment. There he is. This piece is entitled Trump Goes Puclear. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. I don't know what to say about that. No comments, I think, is the safest way to go forward on this. You have been watching The World Today on BBC News. I'm back after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular.
My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing. Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month, very simple.
It's been amazing.
I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it, too.
Call 1-800-918-4712
to switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Avocado Green Mattress, we know that we all deserve a little rest. That's why we're promoting better sleep this season with our certified organic mattresses and bedding, all made with natural, luxurious materials for a healthier planet and a healthier you. Start your sleep trial today at avocadogreenmattress.com.
It's lunchtime, and Gary is double booked. Good thing Gary's company uses Otter's AI meeting assistant to take notes and generate a summary. So Gary doesn't miss a meeting and can regain his lunch break. Try now for free. Visit otter.ai or download the app.
I'm certain it's level 5.
Are you for imprint certain?
I'm certain it's level 5.
Certainty matters, like the certainty of 4imprint, your home for high-quality promotional gear, including exclusive items and brands they love, printed perfectly and guaranteed to arrive on time. To wow your clients, nail your next event, or inspire your team, check out 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
My melasma made me feel really ugly. I didn't recognize myself in the mirror. I just hated taking photos.
How am I ever going to get rid of it?
Stop suffering from melasma. More than 600,000 people have regained their confidence with Muesli's prescription treatments.
In the first 2 weeks, I was amazed.
I looked at myself in the mirror and I just thought, I'm back. I've been telling everybody about it. It's been life-changing.
Find the real you again. Go to muesli.com/TV.
Get live ball-by-ball cricket coverage on the BBC Sport website and app, with all the big international matches across all forms of the game. Join the debate on social media and get the latest stats and scorecard info direct to your phone. Go online or download the app now.
It's 7 p.m. in London. This is The World Today with Mariam Mashiri. The governor of California accuses President Trump of manufacturing a crisis by deploying the National Guard against his wishes. Well, the news comes after tear gas and stun grenades were used against demonstrators in LA, angry at Donald Trump's crackdown on undocumented migrants. In other news, the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, announces a U-turn on the scrapping of winter fuel payments for all but the poorest pensioners. Meanwhile, delegations from China and America meet in London for trade talks as they hope to de-escalate the costly tariff row. The British author Frederick Forsythe, known for his thrillers, dies at the age of 86. We'll look back at his life. Also coming up on The World Today, a report finds that TikTok teen skincare routines are putting teenagers at risk of lifelong allergies. We speak to the author of the study. Hello and welcome to The World Today on BBC News. We start in the US, where there have been clashes on the streets of Los Angeles as President Trump urges a crackdown on demonstrators there. Well, police have ordered protesters to leave the downtown area, declaring it an unlawful assembly area. The unrest was triggered on Friday when immigration agents carried out raids on areas of the city with large Latino populations. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, otherwise known as ICE, have made 100,000 arrests across the country since President Trump's return to the White House. Well, in response to the unrest in LA, the president sent round 2,000 National Guard troops to the city. That's triggered a political row with California's Governor Gavin Newsom. He's suing the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard without his permission. Well, from Los Angeles, John Sudworth reports.
The trouble continued late into the night, with protesters throwing fireworks and the police responding, making a number of arrests. But an already tense situation, triggered by the workplace raids and arrests of undocumented immigrants, now has a complex political dimension. The National Guard, a reservist military force, is often used to respond to natural disasters and is normally called in by state governors. Not this time. For the first time in 60 years, a US president has ordered them in, while members of his administration warn that anyone who gets in the way, even senior politicians, face arrest.
Come after me, arrest me, let's just get it over with. Tough guy.
It's a threat that's been met with a furious response from California's governor, speaking to MSNBC.
The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up, they need to stop, and we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me.
Much of this city is continuing as normal. But in the downtown area, once again, a major cleanup operation is underway. Well, the streets of downtown LA are littered with the debris of last night's trouble. If you just, anywhere you look, you pick them up, you've got the hundreds and hundreds of these baton rounds, rubber bullets, the canisters from which they've been fired, and also rocks, which we've seen protesters sometimes throwing at the police. It's quiet at the moment, but these officers have been drafted in from neighbouring police forces as this city braces for more trouble today. One sign of just how dangerous things have become. This reporter from the Australian Channel 9 News was hit by a rubber bullet live on air. And British photographer Nick Stern needed emergency surgery after also being hit. Local politicians are only too aware that scenes like these play into the national government's narrative. With one of America's biggest cities now in the middle of a national political fight, they're calling for calm.
Well, we'll talk to John in a moment, but here's what President Trump had to say when he was questioned about what's happening in LA.
What does your intel tell you about these people causing all the problems in LA? Are they people ICE is trying to deport, or are they professional agitators?
The people that are causing the problem are professional agitators, they're insurrectionists, they're bad people, they should be in jail.
Well, joining me now is our senior North America correspondent, John Subworth, in LA, whose report you saw there, and our chief North America correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue, who is in Washington. John, to you first, and what are we expecting in LA today?
Well, you can probably see behind me, Mariam, this is another protest gathering in a park in the downtown area. These are members of a union. The leader of that union was detained on Friday during those initial protests. They're here to demand his release. He's being arraigned in the same detention centre and court complex where some of the arrested immigrants have been taken. It gives you a sense, I think, of something that it's sometimes easy to miss, given those pictures that you've just been playing, that in large part, these protests in Los Angeles have been fairly peaceful. There have, of course, been violence. That's clear from the footage. But there are many, many hundreds of protesters who've been on these streets over the past few days who are here to make their voices heard and have been doing so largely peacefully. And that's why I think you've now got this real pushback from the California governor, saying that President Trump's categorization of what is happening here as a rebellion, as an insurrection, as you heard him repeat again there, is just simply removed from the facts. And that is why they've launched this legal action. They want the courts to intervene and to call, or to order, in fact, the withdrawal of the National Guard.
But has there been a sign of the National Guard in the city, John?
There has, yeah. I mean, we've seen them out. They were in front of the immigration, in front of the detention centre where the detained immigrants had been taken throughout the day yesterday. It is worth noting, though, that so far they have taken something of a stand-back role, Miriam. They have not been out engaged in running battles with the protesters. They've not been making arrests themselves. That has been left to the civilian police force, the LAPD, and other supporting police forces. But nonetheless, you know, just the mere fact of their presence is seen as so unprecedented. The first time in 60 years that the National Guard have been deployed against the wishes of a state governor. That is why we're seeing this pushback from Gavin Newsom. And interestingly, in that you played a clip from that recent interview with President Trump, that recent with him talking to journalists. He was asked whether that suggestion from senior administration officials, most notably Tom Homan, President Trump's border czar, that nobody is above the law, and that there is at least the possibility that senior politicians could find themselves arrested and prosecuted if they were to get in the way of these immigration raids. Donald Trump was asked what he made of that and whether he thinks Gavin Newsom should be arrested. And he said, I would, he said, suggesting that Tom Homan should do exactly that. Gavin Newsom has been a disaster for California, he said. Now, of course, he doesn't have those powers. This is probably an instance of where Donald Trump should, as they often say, be taken seriously, not literally, but a very quick response from Governor Newsom saying that this is unprecedented language and deeply troubling.
John, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's cross live now to Washington and speak to Gary O'Donoghue. And Gary, we've heard there the war of words between the president and Gavin Newsom. What has the president been saying today?
Well, he's been doubling down very much on his tough message, talking about, as you say, professional agitators being responsible for the trouble, and that the authorities in California have done nothing, and that's why he's ordered in the National Guard. Of course, at also one point yesterday, he talked about sending in the troops, and we know that regular troops, not reservists like the National Guard, are also on standby in California. 500 Marines potentially could be deployed. So this is part of a very clear sort of messaging strategy, as well as a law enforcement strategy, that they intend to go very hard on this issue. They intend to use the maximum every lever they've got, really, of their powers, and they intend to override what Republicans often hold most dear, which is states' rights, the right of states to determine things like when the National Guard is used, which is typically what happens. So you're seeing, I think, the president flexing his executive muscle to the maximum extent here, or preparing to do that, taking on Democrats, trying to put them in a difficult political position, and at the same time trying to deliver on his promises.
Gary, thank you. Live now to the Mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, who is giving a press conference. Let's have a listen.
In the last administration, the last Trump administration.
Have you spoken to President Trump? Have you spoken directly to the administration?
I have spoken directly to the administration. I have not spoken to President Trump. I might reach out to him in the next few days.
Have they been responsive to you explaining why this isn't going to work in the city of Los Angeles, and that, as we're seeing, the city is going to resist this?
Well, I felt, first of all, that they were accessible, that they were responsive. However, the National Guard came anyway.
But about the National Guard, Trump has promised 2,000 members.
Right.
I heard yesterday there was about 300.
Right.
You're still feeling as though the National Guard, Trump calling the National Guard, that's what's responsible for yesterday? Because
No. I'm saying Friday is what was responsible for yesterday. This was a buildup. You know, our city was peaceful before the raids took place. So you are correct. He called for 2,000 soldiers. There's 200 in the city of Los Angeles and another 100 in the adjacent city of Paramount.
But let's talk about what we saw yesterday,
Right.
and then in the afternoon and then into the evening. Some really ugly scenes, vandalism, violence in our city. Do you blame President Trump for that?
No, well, let me just be clear. I blame the people that were creating the violence. What happened last night was absolutely unacceptable, period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If you support the rights of immigrants to reside here lawfully, then you don't go around vandalizing the city. And so to me, if that's really what you believe in, you would not be out doing what took place last night.
But I also know that you want to send the message that what we saw in downtown last night
is in downtown. It's not a citywide situation. What do you want to say about that?
Well, first of all, it's not even all of downtown. This is isolated to a few streets, 5 or 10 streets. This is not citywide civil unrest like has happened in our city before. But if you watch the pictures, especially on national TV, you would think that the entire city has blown up into unrest, and this is just not true.
Republicans, President Trump, are using those images to say, we told you so, this is why we need the National Guard, some even threatening the Marines.
Well, the Marines are stationed nearby, and so we already have the military in our midst. But I really think we need to go back and look at norms and look at what policies and laws actually are, because I think the thing that is challenging in this administration is that you don't know where the line is. So if you're going to say that this is exactly why we need the National Guard, again, I'm going to go back to Thursday. Nothing was happening in this city.
It's hard to predict what happens next. We're hearing possibly 30 days of raids. What are you hearing, and how does this end? When does this end?
So let me just call your attention. Imagine what that means to families. Imagine how many adults are afraid to go to work because they don't know if they're going to be home to see their children, having no idea when and where these raids take place. You create this sense of fear and terror in a population that is just completely unnecessary. When the president came in, he talked about arresting violent criminals. He talked about drug dens. He didn't talk about Home Depot. And so really day laborer centers at Home Depot where people are just trying to work and make a living, we're going to raid that? That's not what...
Well, we've lost the feed there. Have we got it back? No, it's gone. That was Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, talking to ABC 7 Los Angeles there. And we have a good idea anyway from what we saw of what she was trying to say. And she was very keen to underline the fact that these protests were isolated to, in her words, a few streets. She also talked about the difficulties faced by the people of Los Angeles because of these raids by ICE. Let's cross live now and bring in our correspondent, John Sudworth, who is in Los Angeles. And John, we heard there Karen Bass saying, look, this is an isolated incident, just a few streets, downplaying what's happened in LA. What's your view on that?
Well, it was interesting to hear her being questioned there. I think, as Gary was saying from Washington earlier, this is now, if you like, a debate about American political and constitutional issues, the nature of power in this country being played out in real time on the streets of LA. It's a difference of opinion between the balance between local rights and state power and executive authority, the balance between the right to defend immigrant communities and immigrant rights against a presidential mandate to deliver on a promise he made on the election campaign of mass deportations. And you're hearing the administration here in LA having to respond in real time to some of that. It's true what Karen Bass says, absolutely. We've seen it for ourselves. Most of Los Angeles carries on as normal. These have been isolated protests, but nonetheless, on the other hand, they have been occasionally violent. And I think, as they suspect, as the mayor of Los Angeles and the governor of California suspect that this crisis here in the city is being leveraged by President Trump for political gain, they are very aware that those scenes of violence play into his narrative, which is why at the same time you're hearing those repeated calls from people like the mayor of LA for demonstrators to avoid violence at all costs.
John, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's cross live now, if we can, to our correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue, who is in Washington. Gary, we interrupted you very briefly there to listen to Karen Bass, but if I can ask you to tell me a little bit more about where you believe the Trump administration can go from here.
Yeah, I think what John's saying there is right. There are political traps being set here by Donald Trump. For Democrats, particularly, kind of inviting them in a sense to be on a difficult side of the argument, and that's why you're hearing Karen Bass, being very specific in their condemnation of the violence. this is, I think we have to be clear, this is the very beginning of all this. These raids are not going to stop. They want the administration to see 3,000 arrests per day happening in this country. That's what they want to see across the country. They have promised to deport millions, and if they're going to get anywhere near that, you're going to see far more of these episodes, not just in Los Angeles, not just in California, but from coast to coast. And particularly in those big cities that are controlled by Democrats, that is likely to lead to various kinds of political and, God forbid, violent conflict.
Gary, thank you very much indeed. Very briefly, if I may, go to John Sudworth. John, just show us what's happening behind you. We have about a minute to our break.
Yeah, sure. Well, this is a protest by members of a union. Let's show you around here. Let's show you the posters they're holding here. Free David Huerta, it says. That's a reference to the leader of the union, who, as I mentioned earlier, had been arrested during the protests on Friday. You can see down, there's a stage there, a few hundred people in this park, and this really makes the point that in large part these protests have been overwhelmingly peaceful, but marred on occasion by the outbreaks of violence in small pockets of this city. But of course it is those images that often are front and centre of the news coverage.
And John, if I can ask you very briefly, what have protesters been saying to you? What is it they're most worried about, and what is it they're most angry about right now?
Well, the immigration raids, the shift of focus of this administration from what they initially said they were doing, which is rounding up undocumented immigrants with criminal records, to what's been happening here, workplace raids and the detention of immigrant workers. That's number one. And secondly, the detention of the leader of this union. He's being arraigned in court later today, and they want him released.
OK, John, thank you very much indeed for that. John Sudworth there, who is in Los Angeles. Around the world and across the UK, this is The World Today on BBC News.
We all need a little help sometimes, but 62% of people struggle to ask for it. Here's a little secret. Help is all around us. Here, there, in places you'd never expect. That's the power of therapy, and it's some of the best help you can get. That's why we've made it easier for over 5 million people worldwide to find. Because when help gets better, we all do too.
In this collection, we have 3 new styles of leggings that have never been done before. All the leggings are going to give you the butt you've always wanted. No squats required. Get any 2 leggings for just $24 when you sign up and become a new Fabletics VIP member.
People love how the new Homes.com helps them get quick answers about any property by connecting them to the actual listing agent.
I'm getting great exposure!
Speaking of exposure, can we get him a hat?
Ooh, what about a beret?
Oh, ding dong!
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
The majority of pensioners in England and Wales will have their winter fuel payments reinstated later this year after a major U-turn by the government. A year ago, the Chancellor announced that only those receiving pension credit would get the extra money, a decision which sparked an outcry. There are just over 11.5 million pensioners in England and Wales. 9 million of them will now get at least £200 extra from this winter. Everyone over the state pension age with an income of £35,000 or less will automatically get this payment. Here's our political editor, Chris Mason.
So is it the exercise or the friendships?
A hastily arranged trip to a pensioners' gardening club in Camden in North London for the Chancellor today. This is a big week for Rachel Reeves. She'll spell out the government's spending plans for the coming years on Wednesday. But first, the key details we've been waiting for with their U-turn on help with energy bills for older people.
From this winter, 9 million pensioners will now receive winter fuel payments. It will be still means tested, but at a higher level. We've listened to people's concerns around the level of the mean test, and because of changes we've made and the stability we've brought back to the economy, we are able to increase that amount.
Pensioners in England and Wales with an annual income of £35,000 or below will now be eligible. Those on more will have it clawed back in tax. It was nearly a year ago, last July, that the Chancellor, weeks into office, said this, out of the blue.
Today, I am making the difficult decision that those not in receipt of pension credit or certain other means-tested benefits will no longer receive the winter fuel payment from this year onwards.
Save the winter fuel! Save the winter fuel!
The backlash was instant, noisy and made headlines. Plenty of them. And here is why.
I'm outraged. I couldn't believe it when I heard it.
Do you think you're going to struggle as a result of not getting it?
Yes.
The anger never went away, and Labour felt it in England's local elections and the by-election in Runcorn in Cheshire last month. Reform the victors, the U-turn followed.
Labour have made a mess and now they're having to clean it up. They put a lot of people through hardship, people having to choose between heating and eating, and that's just chaos.
We're rather sceptical about this government's approach, having made such a grievous error and so many pensioners having suffered so badly as a result of that error.
Quite how they administer that £35,000 figure, I'm not sure, but it is a considerable step in the right direction.
Chancellor, do you wish you'd done what you're announcing today in the first place? And will you apologise to those pensioners who you've messed around over the last year?
I had to make urgent decisions last year to put the public finances back on a firm footing after inheriting a £22 billion black hole in the public finances.
You had to do it.
We had to make a number of difficult decisions.
How are you going to pay for this?
Well, the government is borrowing at the moment, but under my fiscal rules, we will pay for day-to-day spending within the next couple of years, which is so important for stability. And we will set out in the budget, in the normal way, how all of our policies will be funded.
So what is growing? Rachel Reeves has to hope she can add the economy to this list as the seasons turn, and she works out how to pay for this. Chris Mason, BBC News in North London.
Well, with me now is Ben Chu from BBC Verify. And Ben, how many people are affected by this U-turn?
Well, Mariam, we've been drilling into this at BBC Verify, and I think we can show a chart which really puts it into perspective. So the government was suggesting, or its calculations suggested, around about 11 million individual people in England and Wales would have received winter fuel payment last year. You can see the red bar there. And then they put the means test in, and you can see in the blue bar, it went right the way down to 1.5 million. So a significant cut in the number of people benefiting from it. And now we've got the green bar. That's what the government estimates will be the number of individuals in England and Wales who will benefit from it as a result of this new system. So it's effectively, as you can see, more or less undone most of the impact of what they announced last year.
So how much money is this going to cost the government? Because the original idea was to save money.
That's right. OK, well, we can see another chart, hopefully, which will put that in perspective as well. And you can see that under the old system, there was about £1.9 billion of cost projected last year. What we actually got was around about £500 million of cost. So a significant saving for the government. And again, we can see the green bar. This is what the government estimates it will cost now as a result of their new changes. So again, they're giving away most of the savings that they expected to have achieved. And they're not really saving that much. That adds up to about, the government says, about £450 million of savings still, but nothing like the £1.5 billion of saving they initially expected. So the result of that, Mariam, is that they're going to have to find savings elsewhere from spending to fill that gap, because, of course, this was programmed in by the Office of Budget Responsibility, the official forecaster. They have to find savings elsewhere in spending, or perhaps put up taxes. We'll find out in the autumn, is what Rachel Reeves has told us today.
OK. Ben, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, if you want to read more on all the stories you've been watching on The World Today, do go to the BBC's website. I think we can show you now, if we do have the live page that we're running at the moment on those protests in Los Angeles. And this live page is being updated minute by minute, both on the ground by our correspondents there, but also from other areas, such as, for example, Gary O'Donoghue, who's just posted something on the live page from Washington in which he talks about the shackles being off in Trump's second term, but how far does he want to go? He goes a bit of a deep dive into how unpredictable the US has become and what the impact of this latest move by President Trump in LA is going to be politically for the administration and the country. That's on our live page on the website. You're watching The World Today on BBC News.
For adults with obesity, Zepbound means change.
It's changing what I believe is possible when it comes to weight loss.
Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems.
Ask your healthcare provider about Zepbound. Explore savings options today.
This is not your typical farm.
This is one of the most incredible things I've ever done. Why are we so suited and booted for this task? I better not touch it anymore.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
Tech Now on BBC News.
At Avocado Green Mattress, we know that we all deserve a little rest. That's why we're promoting better sleep this season with our certified organic mattresses and bedding, all made with natural, luxurious materials for a healthier planet and a healthier you. Start your sleep trial today at avocadogreenmattress.com.
I need Q1 full index reports to my desk by noon, complete with comprehensive data analysis.
Are you getting any of this?
Charles,
Yeah, Otter's got the meeting notes. I'll ask it for action items in the channel. And Maria already asked for a budget reminder. Smart.
Mom by morning. Got it?
Got it, boss. Otter, you got this.
Are you throwing away money on your car insurance?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Try Insurify. We help you compare quotes and save half on your car insurance.
I like it when things are convenient and save me lots of money.
Go to Insurify.com and save up to $1,000 a year on your car insurance.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not going to work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing. But it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with Muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you, you suddenly feel okay. We're gonna get out of it together. That's what Muesli did for me.
This is Noom GLP-1, and this is Marcos.
I'm getting to where I want to be. I'm very confident that I'm going to be able to continue and really make a true lifestyle change. I'm Marcos, and I've lost 8 pounds so far with Noom.
Get started at Noom.com.
And this is an important step for all our employees.
Blah, 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 blah.
Certain you're a mule?
Yeah. Are you for imprint certain?
Oh boy.
Certainty matters. So when you need the right high-quality promotional products, printed perfectly and guaranteed to arrive on time, that's the certainty of 4imprint. Wow your clients, nail your next event, or inspire your team by visiting 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
This is The World Today on BBC News. The latest headlines. The governor of California accuses President Trump of manufacturing a crisis by deploying the National Guard against his wishes. The news comes after tear gas and stun grenades were used against demonstrators in LA, angry at Donald Trump's crackdown on undocumented migrants. The Chancellor here, Rachel Reeves, has confirmed a major U-turn on cuts to the winter fuel payment, meaning more than 3/4 of pensioners in England and Wales are now set to receive the payment this winter. The British author Frederick Forsythe, known for thriller novels, has died at the age of 86. He published more than 25 books, including The Odessa File and The Dogs of War. President Trump is to speak to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, according to the White House. It comes as Israel's military has taken control of a boat trying to deliver food to Gaza and brought its crew of activists, including the campaigner Greta Thunberg, to an Israeli port. Well, this footage posted by the crew shows activists with their hands up as Israeli authorities intercept the ship. The Madeleine was attempting to break the blockade of the territory, which was imposed by Israel in 2007 after Hamas took control of the Strip. Well, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition also posted pre-recorded video messages from each activist on board the Madeleine, including one from the Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg, who said the team had been intercepted and kidnapped.
I urge all my friends, family and comrades to put pressure on the Swedish government to release me and the others as soon as possible.
Well, the boat had made its way across the Mediterranean along the coast of Egypt and towards Gaza. Israel had previously said they wouldn't be able to reach the Strip. Well, we've just received the below image. You can see this. It's from the Reuters news agency. It shows, or it says that it shows, the Madeleine approaching the port of Ashdod in Israel. Now, AFP is reporting that it has now reached that port. Well, Israel's foreign ministry has called the voyage a public relations stunt. It circulated what appeared to be Israeli military personnel handing out sandwiches and water to the activists. Israel says the crew were unharmed.
The maritime zone of the coast of Gaza is closed to naval traffic as part of a legal naval blockade. If you wish to deliver humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip, you are able to do so through the port of Ashdod via the established channels and distribution centers.
The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres says the world must not let the deep sea become a new Wild West. Mr. Guterres was speaking at the opening of the UN Ocean Conference in the French city of Nice. Now, the summit is intended to rescue the seas from overfishing, from pollution and from climate change. While the United States hasn't sent a delegation, other nations are under pressure to cough up the missing funds to protect 30% of the world's oceans by 2030. That's a target agreed by nearly 200 countries back in 2022. Well, our reporter Pierre-Antoine Denis is in Nice and he explained what the organisers are trying to achieve.
They are trying to advance when it comes to this conservation of our oceans. They're trying to achieve different treaties, different memorandums. It's the United Nations negotiations. It's all going very slowly because you need consensus. You need to find a certain number of delegations willing to sign or to ratify certain treaties. We do have some optimism, though, because we've been hearing a lot around this treaty on the high sea, the governance of our international waters, where currently lawlessness prevail, and as a result of that, you have different destructive practices for the environment happening. You've mentioned the overfishing or such as the bottom tolling and different other practices that are happening on the high seas and complete lawlessness. This treaty, as I'm hearing from French officials, were working on it. We're almost at ratification point. We need 60 nations to ratify the treaty. It has been signed by over 150 of nations a few years ago, but to ratify it, you need to at least commit that you're going to pass this bill to Parliament. And to do so, there's negotiations ongoing as to whether this is a priority. And this is why we're still waiting to hear this famous number, 60. But some people within the French camp who has been working for years on that treaty have told me, don't worry, it's getting done.
That's Pierre-Antoine Denis there reporting from Nice. Now, here in London, Talks are taking place between Chinese and US officials with the aim of calming the trade war between the world's two largest economies. The US delegation is led by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, while China's Vice Premier, respected negotiator at the top of the Chinese government, will represent his country. It took a direct phone call between President Xi and President Trump last week to get the trade talks back on track after weeks of global turmoil in the markets. Just to remind you how we got here in the first place. Well, President Trump announced sweeping import tariffs on China and other trading partners back in April. Beijing responded with its own higher rates on US imports, which triggered tit-for-tat increases, which peaked at a staggering 145% tariffs. The trade war represented a major threat to global growth, and the eyes of all the world are very much firmly on the outcome of these talks. Well, on the agenda will be Chinese exports of rare earth materials, metals which of course are crucial for modern technology, as well as Beijing's access to US products, including computer chips. Well, Jeff Moon is president of China Moon Strategies, and he explained what he expects from these latest talks.
The White House said earlier this morning that what they want to do is resolve the misunderstanding of what was decided on May the 12th in Geneva with regard to rare earth minerals. They want to have what they call a handshake agreement. That means not a formal document we'll be able to see, but that they want to come to some understanding so that the trade negotiations can move forward into the actual dispute itself. We are almost 1 month into the 3-month pause period that Trump announced last month, and yet we haven't talked about the real issues yet. So we need to get beyond that, and the White House suggested that in return for a greater flow of those rare earth minerals, that the American side might be willing to loosen some restrictions on common semiconductors, not the most sophisticated kind, but kinds that are less powerful. And so we'll have to see what it is that they actually come up with and negotiate, and hopefully move on to the real issues.
Well, let's bring you some more news regarding those protests in Los Angeles. We told you earlier on in the day that the California governor, Gavin Newsom, planned to sue the Trump administration for, in his words, illegally deploying National Guard to California for those ICE protests. Well, we've had in the last few minutes confirmation that Governor Newsom is now challenging President Trump's order, which seeks to federalize the California National Guard. And just to read you the top line of this, it says that California Attorney General Rob Bonta and California Governor Gavin Newsom have today sued President Trump and Defense Secretary Hegseth in response to their orders seeking to federalize the California National Guard for 60 days. So what this means is that Governor Newsom has gone to court to effectively stop President Trump taking control of the state National Guard units without cause and using them against protesters opposed to those deportation efforts. We'll bring you more, of course, on that as and when we get it here on The World Today on BBC News. One of Britain's most successful thriller writers, Frederick Forsythe, has died. He was 86 years old. He's thought to have sold more than 70 million copies of books such as The Day of the Jackal, The Odessa File and The Fourth Protocol. Sarah Campbell looks back at his life.
Frederick Forsythe. His thrillers had you on the edge of your seat. His heroes, men of a certain type.
One loner, up against the apparat, formally warned off, raises two fingers and goes on with what he wants to do, and wins.
There was a little of that in the author himself. Born in Kent, he did national service in the RAF and trained as a bullfighter in Spain.
4 of the bombs actually exploded, and they caused a fair degree of panic among the civilians.
He joined the BBC, reporting on the vicious Nigerian civil war in 1967.
Can this man describe what happened to him?
He doesn't know now whether he was shot twice or thrice, but obviously more than once.
And Suka is the nearest point the Federal Army...
Believing there was too little coverage, he resigned and went to live there. He began to write novels. Many were turned into films. The Day of the Jackal was a fictional plot to assassinate Charles de Gaulle. It was as carefully researched as his journalism. The police were alarmed. It showed how to get a fake passport.
You just simply had to go to Somerset House in those days and find the death certificate of a child who never applied for a passport. Then go to the birth certificate section.
Morning. Birth certificate, please. Paul Oliver Duggan.
Fill out the form, put in a couple of pictures. Back eventually would come a brand new passport.
One people, one Germany, one leader.
The Odessa file was about a secret organisation hiding Nazi war criminals. The details seemed so convincing, some believed it might exist. He later revealed he'd worked for MI6 in Cold War East Berlin.
There was what was called in the trade an asset. I think he was a Russian colonel who was working for us, and meet him and take a package off him and bring it back out again.
However gorgeous his uniform, no breastplate could keep out the modern bullet.
Military historian, conservative commentator, reporter, spy. Frederick Forsythe, the thriller writer with a thrilling life.
Frederick Forsythe, who's died at the age of 86. Still to come on The World Today, how teen TikTok skincare routines could be harmful, and how the escaped zebra who became an internet sensation in the US was recaptured. I think you can guess from those pictures. Around the world and across the UK, this is The World Today on BBC News.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular.
My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing. Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month, very simple.
It's been amazing.
I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it, too.
Call 1-800-918-4712
to switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Skincare isn't just big business, it's becoming big pressure, especially for preteen and teenage girls. In fact, in the first peer-reviewed study to examine the risks of teen skincare routines, researchers analysed 100 TikTok videos posted by content creators. Well, they found that many of the products featured may be doing more harm than good. Among the most striking findings, girls as young as 7 are using an average of 6 products a day at a cost of around £123. That's $168 per routine. But only a quarter of the routines include sunscreen. That's something dermatologists say is far more important than anti-aging serums or any acids. Well, a TikTok spokesperson said this type of content is common across all media and that the platform is only for users aged 13 and older. Additionally, TikTok said that it works with third-party doctors and experts in adolescent development to implement safeguarding policies. Well, I spoke to Dr. Molly Hales, the author of the study, and she gave us the lowdown on some of the risks and the benefits of this new trend.
I think it's great if people want to learn more about skincare. We definitely want to encourage that. However, when we looked across the videos that were posted on TikTok for and by teens, we found that they were complicated, they were time intensive, and they carried real dermatologic risks, meaning they carry risk to the skin of the young girls who they were targeting.
So what exactly are these risks that you found?
So the first is the risk of skin irritation. So the average regimen, the most popular regimens, used 11 active ingredients at one time, and some used as many as 21 active ingredients, including girls often unknowingly applying the same active ingredient over and over again when that ingredient was found in multiple products that they were using. So for example, alpha hydroxy acids, which are a type of chemical exfoliant. The most popular videos had 3 alpha hydroxy acids used at the same time and up to 7 at once. This can really compound the irritating potential of these products.
The study also mentions, actually, interestingly, the language of skincare seemingly having certain connotations, like, for example, the use of the word lightness. Why is that harmful, do you think, to teens and preteens?
Yeah, at the same time as girls are learning about how to take care of their skin, this is also a type of content that's about creating and enforcing and circulating certain norms of beauty. And when we looked at the actual content of the videos, we found that it was common for words to be used like brightening, bright skin, glowy skin, glassy skin, that arguably contain coded racial language. So when something is glowing, it's brighter, it's also lighter. We certainly don't want girls to get the message that taking care of the health of their skin means pursuing a beauty standard that's associated with whiteness.
Dr. Molly Hales there. Now, every year, the ancient town of Ojude Oba in Nigeria's Ogun State comes alive in a display of culture. With more, here's our West Africa correspondent, Nkechi Ubonu.
Thousands gather for a spectacular display of culture, colour and tradition. It is a union of drummers, dancers and a fashion parade telling the tale of a people deeply connected to their roots. Ojude Oba, a Yoruba phrase meaning the king's forecourt, began over 2 centuries ago. It was originally a modest gathering of Muslim faithfuls, thanking the king for allowing them to practice their religion freely, but has grown to symbolize pride, unity and identity among the Ijebu Ode people.
What I like about it is that it's an opportunity where you can have a bank MD sit next to a gateman, for example. And it's not about money. It's just about the love for the Yoruba culture, the love for the geographical location, the Ijebu. And Ijebu were very welcoming to everybody. So it's for everybody.
The stadium is now packed full with thousands of people who are excited to be at this festival. These colorful age groups of women and men are now circling the stadium, paying homage to the traditional king of Ijebu Kingdom. Local people, people from the diaspora say they are very excited to be part of this festival, which showcases the rich cultural heritage of the Ijebu people.
Matching outfits show that people belong to the same age bracket in the community. These are called age groups. Some of the men and women came all the way from the UK just to attend this annual festival.
There's a lot of traditional that you miss, and especially when you're not living in Nigeria. Maybe we come home once in a year for this festival. It's really good. You meet a lot of people and a lot of traditional clothes, like the way I'm dressing now is very fantastic.
It gives us that sense of belonging. You understand that we are not far away from our people.
It's a big family all over the world, home and abroad. I will invite everyone to always come back home once in this festive period to celebrate our culture.
Baloguns and Eleshins, warrior families of the ancient Ijebu kingdom, display their strength and horsemanship to the cheer of an excited crowd. Women are now included in the horse riding, a step towards overcoming stereotypes. Locals say as long as new age groups are formed in the community, this festival will continue to be celebrated for years to come. Nkechi Ubonu, BBC News, Ijebu Ode.
Now, the escaped zebra who became an internet sensation in the US has been recaptured. But his journey home was even more dramatic than his time on the run. The animal, called Ed, was taken back to his owner in Tennessee by helicopter after he was found living in woodland off a busy highway. The local sheriff said he'd been safely returned home. Good for him.
I can sort of hear my voice now.
I can still sort of hear it, you know what I mean? But it's actually there. That's a video game, man. That's my voice in a video game. Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Well, it all started with David Bradburn, the legend who made Elite, one of the first truly 3D games, and since then, many more.
The sort of game where you have something which has repeatability, you can get better at it, and those are the sort of games that I really love. And the original Elite, completely open-ended, Planet Coaster, open-ended. Look at Planet Zoo, you're creating things that you can be very proud of. Do you like Planet Zoo?
You could say that. The thing that's really coming through, more than anything else, is the creativity here.
All of those things that, you look, dinosaurs, tick, zoo animals, tick, spaceships, roller coasters. What we've really done is we've gone through the toy box.
But I'm actually at Frontier Developments to talk about their next big thing, dinosaurs.
Jurassic World Evolution 3 is a creative management simulation game in which players get to build their own Jurassic World. So for the first time, you'll be able to synthesize male dinosaurs, and they will breed the female dinosaurs and create juveniles.
You know, when you think of dinosaurs in the original film, I don't think cute is the word that possibly comes to mind, but baby dinosaurs, it sounds like that might be quite cute.
They can be adorable.
This is literally our juvenile interacting with an adult.
Oh, wow.
So she'll come in, she kind of gets investigated, starts wondering about the frill, and then starts going underneath, see if she can find anything under there. And then obviously the mum here will get fed up and walk off.
So you've seen how a dinosaur looks, how a dinosaur gets made, but the thing is, how do you actually make a dinosaur sound, right? I mean, we don't know what dinosaurs sound like, so how do you do it? Come on then, how do we make a dinosaur?
Well, you're going to go in there and do it.
What?
Suddenly, I found myself in a sound booth, looking at the baby dinosaur I was meant to provide the voice of. Apparently, this is one of the ways they get the sound, by making people make weird noises. Not that I made any weird noises.
Today, you're going to be giving us your finest juvenile Protoceratops. Thank you, Tom. That's 5 hours worth. Great, thank you.
So we know how to make me make stupid noises in that room. How on earth do you turn that actually into a dinosaur? Well, apparently you go into this room and someone else makes that work.
Just look at it closer. It's got like this beak-like.
Oh, yeah.
Almost like a parrot.
I made some noises where I sounded like a sick bird. That could be helpful.
Hey, this is perfection because it's a juvenile. Sometimes it doesn't have that adult voice, so it might crack his voice a couple of times. So we can use that by just add a little bit of compression to this. And all that movement in your throat just comes out, right? So we can use all of that to create the Protoceratops.
Here we go. Right, we've got me making a weird noise. We've made it sound like a dinosaur. But how do you put it in a video game? You're going to tell me.
Yes. So we've imported the sound you made into the game, and we're just going to have a quick listen.
Oh my God! That's me.
That's you, and then we combine it.
No way.
With the other sounds it makes.
I'm meant to be a journalist and ask you questions, but that's me making a dinosaur noise in a video game. What else do you want? That's how you make a dinosaur.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular.
My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month, very simple.
It's been amazing.
I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it, too.
Call 1-800-918-4712
to switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
1 second, Grandma. This guy's gonna buy my car.
Okay. You need Carvana. Entering plate number. No accidents, right?
No.
Generating offer. Carvana can pick it up tomorrow.
That's an amazing offer.
Sell your car the easy way with Carvana.
Homes.com. It's the best.
You cannot legally say Homes.com is the best.
Well, how can we not say it if that's our new name? Homes.com is the best.com.
Don't worry.
I'm certain it's level 5.
Are you for imprint certain?
I'm certain it's level 5.
Certainty matters, like the certainty of 4imprint, your home for high-quality promotional gear, including exclusive items and brands they love, printed perfectly and guaranteed to arrive on time. To wow your clients, nail your next event, or inspire your team, check out 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not going to work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing, but it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you suddenly feel okay. We're gonna get out of it together. That's what muesli did for me.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
It's lunchtime, and Gary is double booked. Good thing Gary's company uses Otter's AI meeting assistant to take notes and generate a summary. So Gary doesn't miss a meeting and can regain his lunch break. Try now for free. Visit otter.ai or download the app.
Ukraine is just about holding the front here, while the Russians have launched this fresh assault.
Everywhere you look, there are uprooted trees, there are bits of building, and the destruction is just in every direction.
Incendiary drones were dropped here. We know this was the military junta because the rebels don't have that kind of weaponry.
When you can hear the tear gas canisters being lobbed at the protesters.
There, when the story breaks, BBC News.
But now we have to rebuild it again.
You are with BBC News. Welcome to our viewers on PBS. We are just watching US President Donald Trump. He is sharing his insights on business and investment during the Invest in America round table. So let's go back to the US President.
Doing that, and we have it all nicely funded. I look forward to signing this into law. It's really something that we're having such an opportunity. And I have to say, he's here with us. He's a person that I've admired for a long time. You take a look at what he's done and followed his record. And it's Dell chairman, Michael Dell. He's done such an incredible job. It's as a business person, I study business people, and that's a perfect one to study. It should be almost mandatory reading. So I want to congratulate you on that and thank you for the idea, because you're the first one that really brought this to my attention. I know that you and your friends have been talking about it for a long time, but other presidents didn't get it done, Michael, right? So we got it done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Sure. I want to also give some recognition to my friend Brad Gerstner, who helped get us all organized and
that's right.
And actually
thank you very much. Good, Brad.
Spearheaded this.
Good. And also we have with us a very powerful man in the world of business, CEO David Solomon of Goldman Sachs. David, thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. Long-time friend.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi. Where is Khosrowshahi?
Right here.
Where? Thank you very much. That's a hell of a name, but you've done a hell of a job, so that's appropriate. And also, again, Chairman Smith for doing such a job. Nobody knows taxes better than Chairman Smith. When we have a problem, Mike, we go to see Chairman Smith, right? So I want to thank you very much, Dara and Chairman Smith. I appreciate it. So I'd like to begin by asking Speaker Johnson to say a few words, and I think then we're going to go to Michael Dell, David Solomon, we're going to go to Dara, and then to Chairman Smith. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your bold, visionary leadership. It is the key to all of this great success that we are achieving. And the One Big Beautiful Bill, it is not an overstatement to say it will be one of the most consequential pieces of legislation in the history of Congress. There's a lot in here. And by
Trump there talking about business and about investment. This is an Invest in America round table. Mike Johnson there picking up House Speaker following the president there. So we're going to move away from that, and if we've got a few guests on the economy, so perhaps we'll pick up with some of those a little bit later on. But that's just the live shot there in Washington, where the president was addressing the Invest in America round table, where he discusses the current state of the US economy, the impact on global trade policies, and also he outlines his vision for American businesses. So as we dip away there, we're going to stick with the United States because, of course, a lot happening in LA. President Trump has suggested that he would support the arrest of California Governor Gavin Newsom over protests in the state against his immigration and deportation policies. And he's defended his decision to deploy the National Guard. Writing on his Truth Social platform, he says that he made a great decision sending in the National Guard, adding, if we had not done so, Los Angeles would have been completely obliterated. While arriving at the White House, Mr. Trump was asked about a threat by Tom Homan, the administration's border czar, to arrest anyone who obstructs immigration enforcement efforts in the state, including Gavin Newsom. Here's his reply.
I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job. Look, I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows.
So we heard there President Trump say that he likes Gavin Newsom, of course, California governor, but he's done, in his words, a terrible job, and he would support that arrest. Meanwhile, Mr. Newsom has accused Mr. Trump of seeking to manufacture chaos and violence by sending in the troops against his wishes. Today, he's confirmed that he will sue the Trump administration for doing so. The National Guard troops remain on the streets after a third night of demonstrations against the Trump administration's policies, though the protests appear to have died down. From LA, here's John Sudworth.
The trouble continued late into the night, with protesters throwing fireworks and the police responding, making a number of arrests. But an already tense situation, triggered by the workplace raids and arrests of undocumented immigrants, now has a complex political dimension. The National Guard, a reservist military force, is often used to respond to natural disasters and is normally called in by state governors. Not this time. For the first time in 60 years, a US president has ordered them in, while members of his administration warn that anyone who gets in the way, even senior politicians, face arrest.
Come after me, arrest me, let's just get it over with. Tough guy.
It's a threat that's been met with a furious response from California's governor, speaking to MSNBC.
The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up, they need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me.
Much of this city is continuing as normal. But in the downtown area, once again, a major cleanup operation is underway.
Well, the streets of downtown LA are littered with the debris of last night's trouble. If you just, anywhere you look, you pick them up, you've got the hundreds and hundreds of these baton rounds, rubber bullets, the canisters from which they've been fired, and also rocks, which we've seen protesters sometimes throwing at the police. It's quiet at the moment, but these officers have been drafted in from neighbouring police forces as this city braces for more trouble today.
One sign of just how dangerous things have become. This reporter from the Australian Channel 9 News was hit by a rubber bullet live on air. And British photographer Nick Stern needed emergency surgery after also being hit. Local politicians are only too aware that scenes like these play into the national government's narrative, with one of America's biggest cities now in the middle of a national political fight. They're calling for calm.
John Sudworth there, and we are going to be live in LA very shortly. But first, my colleague Katrina Perry has been speaking to the former White House chief strategist to Donald Trump, Steve Bannon, who applauded the president's actions in California.
I come from Richmond, Virginia, so I know something about states' rights. And Gavin Newsom is acting like a neo-Confederate right now. The federal government has every availability to do what they did to federalize National Guards, particularly if they think, if the commander-in-chief thinks that something's not being handled properly, and that's what the president did. Our argument today on the show is that he should double and triple down today with ICE raids. I mean, we've had an invasion of this country just on Biden's watch of 10 to 13 million illegal alien invaders, and they all have to go home, not just the criminals. Every person that came here on Biden's watch has to be deported, and that's what they're trying to stop now with these with people like Mayor Bass and Gavin Newsom. And it's absolutely the prerogative of the president as commander-in-chief to do what he did.
Steve Bannon there, who was speaking to my colleague Katrina Perry. We'll have much more on that interview coming up. But first, as promised, let's cross over live to LA. Our correspondent Carl Nasman joins us from there. And also from Washington, our chief North America correspondent Gary O'Donoghue is also live. Carl, just to you first of all, just explain to us what is happening on the ground right now. We know that protesters are still out in force, but is it calmer now?
It is calmer. It would be hard to be more chaotic, really, than the scenes that we saw last night. We were there witnessing several cars being lit on fire. Obviously, those big clashes between protesters who are on a major highway here, along with California Highway Patrol, tear gas, rubber bullets being used, protesters throwing everything from electric scooters to stones and fireworks at the officials there. And you can really still see the aftermath around the city today. Officials trying to clean up, but graffiti everywhere, still debris, as we saw there in that piece from John, and the wreckage of those burned out cars still there as well. You mentioned there are still demonstrations taking place. There's several actually planned for across the city, many of them in support of a local labor leader who was arrested during those immigration enforcement actions earlier last week, around Friday or so. He's been now held in court. He's appeared before a judge, and he'll be charged with obstruction. So there'll be some demonstrations in support of him. I think the city right now really is bracing for what might happen later today and obviously tonight. It seems that the pattern is once night falls, that's when things seem to get a little bit more chaotic, potentially a little bit more violent. There's, of course, also this war of words, and really a legal war right now between local and state officials and President Trump. Rob Bonta, who is the California Attorney General, he says he's going to file a lawsuit which would try to challenge the move of President Trump to federalize and then deploy National Guard members here in Los Angeles. Many people here insisting that that was really putting fuel on the fire, and that was part of what started to ignite a lot of tensions, a lot of what we saw taking place here in Los Angeles last night.
Carl, for the time being, thank you very much. Carl Nasman there, our correspondent live in LA. Well, let's turn to our chief North America correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue there, because Gary, Carl was describing this legal war between local officials and, of course, the president. We know that Gavin Newsom, the California governor, is also now suing the Trump administration over the move to bring in the National Guard. And we know that, well, Donald Trump was willing to have Gavin Newsom arrested. This is turning into quite the mess.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to disentangle how much of that is rhetoric. It's far from clear what you'd be arresting Gavin Newsom for at this point in time. And certainly Tom Homan and the president haven't said what crime they think he might have committed. So there's a lot of rhetoric there. But there's the very serious point about bypassing the governor to nationalize the to federalize the National Guard. That is a difficult one because that's not happened in 60 years. The bar is meant to be pretty high for that. And a lot of people will argue that while there were violent scenes in LA on Saturday and Sunday, that they were quite limited to certain parts of the area, that there wasn't this sort of complete breakdown of law and order that the Trump administration seems to be suggesting there was, and that really the bringing in the soldiers was a more of a performative act. That's what people will say, to try and put the Democrats on the wrong side of the argument, and also to try and encourage his base into believing that he's delivering on these promises, because they have found it hard to arrest the numbers they need to arrest to deport the millions they have promised to do so.
Gary, thank you very much. Well, let's just have a final thought from Carl, because, Carl, when it comes to the protests out on the streets, as we were saying, people still very much there, but also the families of those who have been detained by ICE, by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers, they're appealing to try and get their family members back.
Sure, I think it's important to remember that this is really how this all began. Last week, around Thursday or Friday, 3 straight days of immigration enforcement action across the Los Angeles area. We believe several dozen people were actually detained. Many of them are Mexican citizens. We actually heard from the Mexican president speaking out in support of those who have been detained. But, you know, if you look at Los Angeles, this has one of the highest concentrations of immigrants and undocumented immigrants of anywhere in the country. So maybe it was only a matter of time before we saw these sorts of immigration raids taking place here. It's also important to remember that Los Angeles is a sanctuary city. That is a city like many others across this state that has actual laws on the books trying to protect its undocumented community. Their authorities here are not supposed to be interacting or assisting federal officials in terms of these sorts of immigration actions. They also don't share information with federal authorities. So that's also adding to some of the tensions here between local and federal authorities. But certainly we've seen the families, friends in that community here, the immigrant community, really standing up and saying, you know, this isn't what they want. And that's also part of why the emotions in this city have been running so high.
Yes, indeed. Carl, as always, thank you so much. Carl Nasman there in LA. Gary O'Donoghue in Washington, thank you very much for being with us. We will come back to this story throughout the programme, so do stay with us. We are going to take a brief break right now. Around the world across the UK, you are with BBC News. Welcome back. You are with BBC News. Now, the unrest that we're seeing in Los Angeles has become a flashpoint in President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration. The Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, or ICE, says that dozens of unauthorized immigrants were arrested on Friday. But Mr. Trump has set the agency a daily goal of detaining at least 3,000 migrants. He's pledged to deport record numbers of people in the US illegally and to lock down the US-Mexico border. Well, a CBS News poll carried out just before the LA protests suggests that a narrow majority of Americans still approve of the immigration crackdown. But what impact will it have on US inflation and the wider US economy? Well, we can put that question to Justin Guest, who is Professor of Policy and Government at George Mason University. Professor, welcome. Immigrants make up a large proportion of just under 20% of the US workforce as of June last year. That's over 32 million out of a total of 169 million people working. Cut that down. What kind of impact will that have on the UK economy, on the US economy?
Yeah, well, of course, to be clear, Cashman, not all of those people will be deported or are deportable, but even a marginal loss of immigrant labor and immigrant members of American society will have a severe economic effect, according to a variety of scientific studies. There's basically a consensus that these kinds of policies that are cracking down on student migration, on tourism, on asylum seekers and refugee migration, on high-skilled labor, just all of these policies that we're witnessing from the Trump administration will likely cause inflated prices across the market, less innovation in the American economy, fewer small businesses being created, and key shortages of labor in really critical industries.
Can you break that down for us? Why would prices go up if you have fewer immigrants working within the U.S. economy?
Absolutely, because so many critical industries, construction, food production, healthcare, are reliant on immigrant origin laborers. And so what happens is when we remove those people from society or prevent them from entering the American labor market, the cost of workers to replace them goes up. So wages will rise, which means that the cost of services and the cost of goods that immigrants will otherwise help produce goes up as well. And we witnessed this really very recently, actually. Americans will have a very good memory of the pandemic era economy when almost no immigrants were admitted through U.S. borders. And of course, inflation spiked thereafter. Now, not all of it was attributable to the halt in immigration. Some of that was also related to supply chain logistics and economic stimulus. But certainly a non-zero share of that came from the halt in immigration.
So when you look at, when you take so many people out, and I know that you've been looking in particular how different countries are impacted from where these immigrants are coming from, just talk us through where the critical points are that, especially the countries where these people are coming from. I know you wrote an extended article looking really quite deeply into this for the Atlantic publication.
Yes, so I spent about a week at the border of Costa Rica and Nicaragua about a few months ago, right around the time that the Trump administration policies at the U.S. southern border were taking their effect. It's a massive effect. So what we were witnessing is that, for the last century, in modern history, we've only really witnessed flows moving from south to north, heading towards the United States. But since the Trump crackdown at the U.S. border, and along with the sort of expected, anticipated deportations, which were just then sort of rearing up, we saw a complete reversal of flows, according to a variety of data collected by the International Organization for Migration, a UN-affiliated NGO. And so what we were witnessing is people actually turning around. They were in Mexico, or they were en route and basically changed their minds and are headed back south, many without actually any certainty about where they're going to go. Many of them actually, in fact, in my opinion, probably about the majority from the ones I observed, actually qualify for refugee status according to international law. And these are not just international laws, according to international laws that are in the national statutes of almost every country worldwide, according to the Migrant Rights Database. And so they don't really have a country to go back to in many cases. And so these policies are likely to cause havoc along the sort of Central American migration corridor and perhaps in parts of South America as well.
Professor Guest, fascinating insight. Thank you very much for sharing what you found from George Mason University. Thank you for being with us today.
With pleasure, Kasia.
Well, we can tell you that the mayor of Los Angeles has been speaking. Karen Bass addressed reporters just a little bit earlier on. She spoke about the unrest that we've been witnessing in just the last couple of hours. Let's hear some of what she had to say.
What happened last night was absolutely unacceptable, period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If you support the rights of immigrants to reside here lawfully, then you don't go around vandalizing the city. And so to me, if that's really what you believe in, you would not be out doing what took place last night.
But I also know that you want to send the message that what we saw in downtown last night is in downtown. It's not a citywide situation. What do you want to say about that?
Well, first of all, it's not even all of downtown. This is isolated to a few streets, 5 or 10 streets. This is not citywide civil unrest like has happened in our city before. But if you watch the pictures, especially on national TV, you would think that the entire city has blown up into unrest, and this is just not true.
Republicans, President Trump are using those images to say, we told you so, this is why we need the National Guard, some even threatening the Marines.
Well, the Marines are stationed nearby, and so we already have the military in our midst. But I really think we need to go back and look at norms and look at what policies and laws actually are, because I think the thing that is challenging in this administration is that you don't know where the line is. So if you're going to say that this is exactly why we need the National Guard, again, I'm going to go back to Thursday. Nothing was happening in this city.
Karen Bass there, the mayor of LA. We're going to be back with those protests and what's happening on the ground. Also, that legal battle between Donald Trump and Gavin Newsom as well a little bit later on. But now let's turn to the UK. The majority of pensioners in England and Wales will have their winter fuel payments reinstated later this year after a major U-turn by the government. A year ago, the Chancellor announced that only those receiving pension credit would get the extra money, a decision which sparked an outcry. Well, there are just over 11.5 million pensioners in England and Wales. 9 million of them will now get at least £200 extra from this winter. Let's go back to the United States. Let's go back to Washington, because Donald Trump is addressing an investors roundtable. He's talking about the economy in the US, but let's hear if he's saying anything about LA.
You had a disaster happening, and they now admit it was a disaster. I watched the chief yesterday, who's a good man, by the way, and he said, well, we're lucky we did this because they were overwhelmed. You saw what was happening. So we did the right thing. Everybody agrees to that. But you have a governor who let the city burn down, didn't want water to be sent down to him. I sent billions of gallons of water. I wanted to do it in the first term. He wouldn't do it over, I don't know, they have environmental reasons, but there were no environmental reasons. I think it's just a political philosophy. But it's lucky for the people in Los Angeles and in California that we did what we did. We got it just in time. It's still simmering a little bit, but not very much. Yeah, please.
Have you gotten...
A crime has he committed? I think his primary crime is running for governor, because he's done such a bad job. What he's done to that state is like what Biden did to this country. And that's pretty bad. It's the wrong philosophy. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, many of them prisoners. They're taking up your health care. They're taking up your space in schools. They're taking up your hospital. And in many cases, they're criminals. And we have to do something about it. And we're doing something about it. I want to thank the incredible patriots of ICE and Tom Homan, who has been incredible, and Kristi Noem, likewise incredible. The job they're doing. And it's like an unforced error. There was no reason for this. 21 million people were allowed into our country, and many of those people were criminals. And it's a shame. It's a shame. But we're getting them out. And I will say, I think it's a 95-5 issue, just like so many other issues, 95-5. And the Democrats lost an election in a landslide because they're on the wrong side of the issues. I mean, it's not even conceivable that somebody would do the kind of things that he did. And then, you talk about projects. They want to build a train going from San Francisco to L.A., and it's costing hundreds of billions of dollars more than they thought it was going to cost. It's not even believable. To Brad and to people sitting here, would you believe that a train, it was going to cost X dollars, and it might be 100 times X?
Would have paid for this for about 50 million American children.
You're right.
50 million American children instead of a 3-mile train track that never got built.
We could have put Lincoln in charge with no experience. He would have done a good job. I guarantee you that. All right, please, Peter.
Mr. President, have you gotten an update from your
Peter,
negotiating?
Thank you, President Trump. So it seems like Gavin Newsom likes the attention that he's getting right now from you.
I do. Yeah, I think
it seems like he does. If you look at recent history,
You're watching BBC News.
You, who got arrested and had a mugshot, you could make the argument that politically that wound up helping you. Are you worried at all at this moment that talking about him getting arrested could be helpful to his political prospects? Because a lot of people think he wants to be sitting right where you are.
Well, in my case, it was a witch hunt, and everybody knew it. And I was able to explain that during the process. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. And it was a total witch hunt. It's proven to be a witch hunt, and you see what's happened. In his case, it really is very obvious. You look at what's happened between the fires, I could name 10 things right now. We talk about the trains. We talk about all of the costs in California. You talk about all of the people that are flowing in, destroying life for everyone else. So no, I don't think it's going to help him. I think it's actually very bad for him.
And right around the time that we were walking in here, the governor and the state attorney general said that they're going to sue you for sending the National Guard in. They're saying there's no invasion, there's no rebellion. The president is trying to manufacture chaos and crisis on the ground for his own political ends. Federalizing the California National Guard is an abuse of the president's authority under law.
Well, you know, it's interesting. You watched the same clips as I did. Cars burning all over the place, people rioting. And by the way, we stopped it. We were able to make it much better, but it still looked pretty bad. And in watching clips last night, people were saying this is really a big problem. And until we went in, if we didn't do the job, that place would be burning down just like the houses burned down. They were in big trouble last night, Peter. You know it. And the night before, and the night before that. And I feel we had no choice. I don't want to see happen what happened so many times in this country. I watched Minneapolis burn. Look at what happened in so many different parts of California. You take a look at what happened in San Diego. There's so many different places where we let it burn. We want to be politically correct. We wanted to be nice. We want to be nice to the criminal. And what you're doing is destroying the fabric of our life in this country. No, we did the right thing. We've been given credit by people that I would least suspect. Why I would say that some of the people that came in and said, thank goodness, they said, some of them, thank God that Trump got involved. And I'm very happy I got involved. And I think Gavin, in his own way, is probably happy I got involved. Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
Well, what do you make of the fact that he says, you want a civil war on the streets of America?
No, that's just the opposite. I don't want a civil war. A civil war would happen if you left it to people like him. And I liked him. You know, I always got along with him. Never had a problem with him. But he's grossly incompetent. Okay.
Negotiators in London. Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating?
What? Louder.
Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating the China trade talks?
We are doing well with China. China's not easy, just like your home country is not easy, Dara. I think we're doing very well. They're over there now. I'm only getting good reports. It's a little early, but they'll be calling in soon. In fact, probably when I get back, I'll have my first call from them. We want to open up China. And if we don't open up China, maybe we won't do anything, but we want to open up China. It'll be a great thing for China, a great thing for the rest of the world.
Are you willing to lift export controls when it comes to China? Did you give your negotiators any sort of limitations?
We're going to see. Look, China has been ripping off the United States for many years. Nobody charged them 10 cents. No president had the courage to charge China for whatever reason. They didn't want to do it. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. I put on tariffs on China when I got in first term, and we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And then I did it again, but I did it for a lot of others. If you look at the stats, the deficit last month was cut in half. Everybody was shocked. I wasn't shocked. I think a lot of the people at this table weren't, because they saw the billions of dollars that were pouring in, and the tariffs hadn't even started yet, just about. There weren't cars. They were in some countries at a very minor level. And we cut the deficit in half. And it was a big story a couple of days ago. They said, I don't believe, one of the announcers on a business network went wild, said, I can't believe these numbers. Those numbers are good. The numbers are going to be very good. I think we're going to have a great 4 years. You know, we had the greatest economy in history during my 4 years. I think this one's going to blow it away. Yeah, please. Go ahead,
do you have a message for Greta Thunberg, and did she come up on your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened. She's certainly different. Anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class. That's my primary recommendation for her.
Kidnapped by Israel, as she says? Was she kidnapped?
I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
And secondly, are you going to
Is that what she said? She was kidnapped by Israel?
Yes, sir. Are you going to get rid of the Tesla and the Starlink service that you have here at the White House?
No, I haven't heard that. I mean, I may move the Tesla around a little bit, but I don't think we'll be doing that with Starlink. It's a good service.
Where are you going to move it to? Move it around. What do you mean?
I have a lot of locations.
Actually, about the Tesla.
I got so many locations that I don't know what to do with them all.
About the Tesla, did you ever see Elon Musk get physical with the Treasury Secretary?
No, I didn't.
And I tried to
They
ask.
did have an argument, but I didn't see. I didn't see a lot of physicality there.
And there was this New York Times report that he did not want to talk about, Elon Musk, that alleged that he, towards the end of his time in the White House, was blurring the lines between recreational use of drugs and medicinal. Do you think he ever had drugs here at the White House?
I really don't know. I don't think so. I hope not. Look, I wish him well. You understand. We had a good relationship, and I just wish him well. Very well, actually. Yeah.
About aid in Gaza, you mentioned now the flotilla. Do you have a response at all about Israel intercepting this boat? And can you give us an update on what's happening to the entry of aid into Gaza right now? We've had people being shot by Israeli forces who are trying to get aid from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Yes.
Gaza right now is in the midst of a massive negotiation between us and Hamas and Israel, and Iran actually is involved. And we'll see what's going to happen with Gaza. We want to get the hostages back. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, please, in the back.
Yeah. You said yesterday when I reported that it was not insurrection taking place, but then on Truth Social a bit later, you'd said they were insurrectionists. After what you've seen
You're talking about in L.A.?
Yes, sir, in L.A.
I wouldn't call it quite an insurrection, but it could have led to an insurrection. I mean, that was a lot of harm that was going on last night. I watched it very closely. And it was amazing that the job that the National Guard did. And by the way, the police were working very hard also. But, you know, the police are given instructions to be politically correct. I said, no, you don't have to be politically correct. You have to do the job.
And on Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon? I know some.
Which one?
On Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon?
I haven't really thought about it, actually. I would imagine he wants to speak to me. I would think that. If I were him, I'd want to speak to me. And maybe he was already called. You'd have to ask him whether or not he's already called. But I'd have no problem with it.
If he calls you, you pick up and speak to him?
Well, I don't want to say that, but I would imagine he'd want to talk to me.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
We're supposed to get a counter proposal from Iran today. Have you gotten that proposal? And what is the main impediment?
We have a meeting with Iran on Thursday, so we're going to wait till Thursday.
And what's the main impediment to getting a deal?
Well, they're just asking for things that you can't do. They don't want to give up what they have to give up. You know what that is. They seek enrichment. We can't have enrichment. We want just the opposite. And so far, they're not there. I hate to say that, because the alternative is a very, very dire one. But they're not there. They have given us their thoughts on the deal, and I said, it's just not acceptable. I would say, yeah. I don't know what else I can talk about. The weather.
Well, you can talk about Lebanon.
Pretty much that's the main topic, yeah.
Mr. President.
We talked about Lebanon also, yeah, we did. Well, Lebanon's working very hard. They have a great new ambassador that I put there. Man I know very well. He's very smart. I didn't even know he was Lebanese. And I said, why would you want Lebanon? He said, I was born there. I love it. I love the people. I said, it's very dangerous going to Lebanon. There are some ambassadorships that are wonderful. There are some that are dangerous. I said, Michel, his name is. It's a he, Michel, very elegant man. And I said, why would you want this? And he said, because I love my country and I love those people. I said, it's very dangerous. He goes, I don't care. This is not a man that lived on danger. He's a very successful man from here. And he wanted to be the ambassador despite probably a very dangerous situation he's going into. You see what's going on. But I had great respect for that. he loves that country. He loves it. He was born there. He loves the country. Yeah.
Mr. President, you've got a big, beautiful parade coming up on Saturday.
We do.
What's your biggest expectations for that? And I've got a second question in regards to Gavin Newsom. Go ahead and talk about the big, beautiful parade.
It's such a, thank you, Brian. It's such a, I think, important moment for this country. You know, 2 weeks ago, I was calling people and back and forth with leaders, including President Putin, including French president, including lots of different people. And all of them said, we're celebrating victory in World War II. And I said, wow, isn't that amazing? We're the only one that wasn't celebrating, and we're the one that won the war. Now, Russia did help. They did lose 51 million people, in all fairness. People would say, oh, he's sticking up for Russia. No, they lost 51 million people. And, you know, can't forget that. But France was celebrating. And as you know, Hitler made a speech at the Eiffel Tower. But when I spoke to President Macron, he said, oh, we are celebrating the great victory of World War II. And I think that's great that he was doing it. But we're the one that won it, and we weren't celebrating. I said to myself, you know, isn't that crazy? And I think it's time for us to celebrate a little bit. You know, we've had a lot of victories. We won 2 world wars, and then we go out and change the name of the forts where we won the wars. You go out, we win world wars from Fort Robert E. Lee, from Fort Bragg, from all the different forts. And what do? We change the name of the forts because we want to be politically correct. So a lot of them were changing back. You probably noticed Fort Bragg and others. But I think it's a time to celebrate our military. You know, we've rebuilt our military largely. Little low on ammunition. That's because it goes out very fast to other countries, one in particular. But we'll get that back very quickly. But we have a military the likes of which nobody has. Nobody comes close. We have the best equipment in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. There's no military like our military. We showed that with ISIS. I was told by the television generals it would take 4 years to win, and we did it in 3 weeks. And it was headed by General Raisin Kane, who's now the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's great. Just left him. No, I think it's time that we celebrate. And I sort of have to laugh at these people. Well, you know, you're going to spend a lot of money. A lot of that money is being paid for by me and people that make donations. I don't know if you know that. A lot of it won't even come out of the military. I think I can say that, Susie, right? We have people putting up money to do it. Not that it's necessary, because I think it's a great expenditure. We have many tanks. We have all sorts of new ones and very old ones, old from World War I and World War II. It's really a celebration of the Army. So the Army is a year older than the country. So next year we celebrate 250 years, but we're celebrating the Army on Flag Day. And it's not my birthday. It is my birthday, but I'm not celebrating my birthday. I'm celebrating Flag Day. It happens to be the same day, so I take a little heat. But Flag Day is the appropriate date. And we're celebrating 250 years of the Army, a great service. And remember, you know, think of it. We won so much. We won World War I, World War II, so much else. And then we became politically correct. But I can only tell you that I was told that ISIS would take anywhere from 4 to 5 years. And we did it in 3 weeks. You were there, you watched, right? We have the greatest military in the world. Nobody can beat us. As long as we have our right leadership, nobody can beat us. If we have stupid people running it, like you had in Afghanistan, when you look at that, first of all, Afghanistan should have been an easy victory as a war, but we were so sad the way we fought it, so ridiculous. We fight not to win, but we didn't used to be that way. And we're celebrating, because I think the day in Afghanistan was the saddest period of time in the history of our country. That was a Biden mess with bad generals like Milley and others. They were bad. They were incompetent generals. I know all the good ones and the bad ones. We got rid of most of the bad ones. But it was time to celebrate, and that's what we're doing. So it's on June 14th, and it's going to be a parade the likes of which I don't know if we've ever had a parade like that. It's going to be incredible. We have even though it's the Army, we have a lot of those Army airplanes flying over the top, and we have tanks all over the place. So we have thousands and thousands of soldiers going to bravely march down the streets It's going to be a beautiful day, I think, and we're going to celebrate our country.
You spoke of leadership, and real quickly, speaking of Gavin Newsom, is he the right leader for California, considering how massive their economy is and all these U.S. investments coming in? Is he the right governor and leader for the future of California and for U.S. investments?
I don't think he is. I mean, I think he's done a terrible job. And, you know, he's a guy, I always got along with him. You look at his past statements about me. I was a great president. I always took care of California, you know, all that. But I'm just talking on results. You look, you know, he has the advantage of beautiful weather, maybe the best weather of any state when you think about it. Beautiful weather, beautiful ocean, beautiful everything. You have all the advantages, and he didn't take advantage of that. And he's let people come in by the millions who are overrunning your hospitals, your education system, and your police. Your police are being overrun. Look at what's happened. He should only be happy I sent in the military, because if I didn't send them in, you would have had a problem there, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. Yeah, please. Thank you, Brian, very much.
Supersonic flight. On supersonic flight.
Supersonic
yes,
flight.
sir. I know you just signed an executive order on it. Do you want to see a supersonic Air Force One in the next 10 years or so?
Oh, well, I don't care too much about that, but I would like to see, you know, if you think about it, flight, the word flight's an interesting word, but it's probably the only category where we've actually gone backwards, because we used to have the Concorde, and we could fly to London, Brad, very quickly and nicely. And today it takes you 2 times and 3 times as long. It's the only thing where we've regressed. By the way, the Concorde, to my way of thinking, to this day, Michael, because you're very much into aesthetics, I know, but to this day was one of the most beautiful pieces of art I've ever seen. It was a piece of art, the beauty of the Concorde. It was the most beautiful plane, but it was you know, got you there in half the time. Now you spend a lot of time, and there's no reason for it. Because, you know, they have the sonic boom. It's not a huge problem, but they have the sonic boom thing pretty well figured out. The technology changes, the change in the skin, the change in weight, all of the other things. There's no reason why we shouldn't do great. So we are making it possible for them to do supersonic and get us back on the track. I mean, think of it, 30 years ago, we actually had planes that flew much faster than we do now. It took you half the time to get to a location. So we've regressed, and we're going to progress. Eh? Right. It's sort of an amazing thing, isn't it, though? We've gone backwards. On Wall Street, they haven't done that. If Goldman Sachs was like that, you wouldn't have Goldman Sachs anymore. Yeah, please.
Are you planning to deploy Marines in California to address the situation in Los Angeles? Are you going to deploy Marines in California?
We'll see what happens. I mean, I think we have it very well under control. I think it would have been a very bad situation. It was heading in the wrong direction. It's now heading in the right direction. And we hope to have the support of Gavin, because Gavin's the big beneficiary as we straighten out his problems. I mean, his state is a mess. And I'd like to get somebody involved in the rail, because, look, personally, it should have never been built, because you can fly there for $2, and what are you doing? They're doing that. You could drive. You could do lots of different things. You know, if they did a study, if you gave every passenger the finest limousine service in the history of our world, the most expensive chauffeur-driven, white-glove limousine service back and forth, we would have saved billions of dollars as opposed to building this monstrosity that's going up. And I've never seen anything. You know, I've seen cost overruns. I'm a person, I've always done well on cost overruns. I don't have them. But I will tell you, I have never seen cost overruns. You see them where they're 20% more, 50%, 100% more. These are thousands of percent. Nobody even knows. They have no idea. And it was supposed to be from San Francisco to Los Angeles. Well, they just made it way outside of Los Angeles. It's stopping in the middle of, I don't want to say nowhere, because I happen to like one of those little cities very much, but it's way short of the destination. And our government is saying, you know, why are we involved in this thing? It's been handled so badly before him, but he really blew it. So, you know, all right, one more question.
That were had there and the purpose of that retreat, your time at Camp David.
On a what?
Your time at Camp David. Can you speak to what discussions were had there and the purpose of that retreat?
Well, I don't want to speak to discussions. I mean, I told you what we were there for a little bit. We had discussions on many topics. We had a group of people, a large group of people, including generals and admirals and lots of others. And all I can say is our country's in great shape. We're in great shape economically. The bill that Mike and Jason and all the people are working on is going to be, I think, amazing. I think it's going to be one of the most important pieces of legislation we've ever had in this country. It's going to do things that you wouldn't believe. We're going to, I have a very simple phrase. We ran an election on very simple words: make America great again. That's what we're doing. We're making it great. We're making it safe. We're making it beautiful. And we're making it very wealthy again. Wealth is okay. You need wealth to take care of lots of other people. We have to make our country better. It has to heal from 4 years of abuse. Our country was abused badly by a very incompetent person and a group of people that weren't incompetent, but they were radical left lunatics. And they ran the country with an auto pen. And I hope that law enforcement's looking at that very seriously. That's like a takeover of our country in a certain way, because this guy had no idea what he was doing. You saw that during the debate. You saw that in other cases. I mean, he had no idea. I saw it years ago. By the way, 40 years ago, he had no. He was bad 40 years ago. We're not just talking about. And they always like to say age, but it's not age. I know people 88, 89, 92. Bernie Marcus, who just passed away, was 95. I spoke to him a year before. He was 100%. It's not age, it's something else. But whatever it is, you can't have that in this country. The damage he's done to this country is unbelievable. But the good news is we've got much of it fixed already, and the rest of it will happen. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
So Donald Trump there giving quite a wide and a broad press briefing there, taking questions from reporters. He was actually at an investment summit, an Invest in America roundtable, where he talks about the economy, offers his insights. But obviously, given what is happening in Los Angeles, that pretty much took center stage. He was there scathing, as he usually is, talking about the previous Biden administration. Of course, lots of things that we just haven't had time to fact check as he was speaking there. But the main thing, I think the thing that really stands out, is he said that he would deploy additional National Guard troops to California if necessary. And of course, that comes just hours after he expressed support in the potential, in the suggestion of an arrest for California Governor Gavin Newsom. We're seeing this escalating conflict between Gavin Newsom and Donald Trump really grow, centering on the immigration protests that have really rocked Los Angeles over the weekend. Just interestingly, one thing that, as we watch these live pictures of protesters back out on the streets in certain blocks in downtown LA, he was talking about California, the strength of the Californian economy. He was accusing Gavin Newsom of not doing well with California, not ruling it well. But of course, California is the fourth largest economy in the world, if you put it into some context, larger than even Japan's. It has a larger economy than many countries around the world. And of course, California has the biggest economy among all of the US states. So we are just bringing you up to date with that. And our understanding is that the US, we're just getting notes from the Reuters news agency that the US military will deploy around 700 Marines to Los Angeles temporarily. This is according to the Reuters news agency. So I'm just caveating this. We need to just verify that for you. But of course, this will inevitably escalate the legal wranglings between Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, and of course, Donald Trump, because Gavin Newsom is saying that he wants to sue Donald Trump. But just that line coming from the Reuters news agency, that potentially the US military will deploy around 700 Marines to Los Angeles temporarily until the National Guard troops arrive. Now, All of this, of course, the backdrop is that the governor of California has confirmed he's suing President Trump for calling the National Guard into his state, describing it as a serious breach of sovereignty. He's been posting on X, saying, Gavin Newsom, a Democrat, saying that Mr. Trump flamed the fires and illegally acted to federalize the National Guard when he deployed the officers. He adds that the order doesn't just apply to California. It will allow him to go into any state and do the same thing, and we are suing him. So at the heart of this, as we've been hearing, Donald Trump, the leader of the federal government, deploying hundreds of National Guard troops to Los Angeles against the wishes of the California governor, Gavin Newsom, of course, the head of the state government. So where on earth does the state end and the federal powers authority begin? Let's talk to Professor Michelle Goodwin, Professor of Constitutional Law at Georgetown University Law Center. Professor, thank you very much for just hanging on in there while Donald Trump was speaking. Who has jurisdiction here? Just for lay people, for people watching what is happening, who has the authority in order to bring in the National Guard?
So this is really important. This is the federalization. That means Donald Trump taking control over what would otherwise be a state's power and authority. This is why Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, has said that he will sue. This is highly unusual for any number of reasons. One of the first is that there is a constitutional right in the United States to gather, to assemble, to protest, to engage in free speech. There's been considerable concern in the United States given the actions taken by the Trump administration, which has already resulted in more than 300 lawsuits against this administration, with many federal judges, including those that are Trump-appointed judges, stating that he has acted unconstitutionally and unlawfully with many of the actions that he's already taken in what has been less than 6 months of a presidency.
Just when it comes to this idea, and again, I'm going to just caveat this, we're talking about the National Guard, but potentially we've now got the Reuters news agency reporting that possibly the Marines could be deployed. How does that work with the National Guard? Because the National Guard has limited powers until the Insurrection Act is granted, which of course it hasn't been yet. Donald Trump didn't mention anything about that when he was speaking a little bit earlier.
No, but what this administration has attempted to do, and as I wrote about with Professor Gregory Schaefer in The Nation just a few months ago after he came into office, is that the strategies that Donald Trump will try to use is to suggest that there is a national emergency, and then through justifying a national emergency, will seek to take the kinds of actions that otherwise would be unlawful and unconstitutional for a president to engage in. We've already seen some of this action in his anti-immigration activities, which consistently federal courts, including the Supreme Court, has said has been unlawful. So it would not be a surprise if Donald Trump were to say that there is a national emergency, a threat against the United States taking place in California. That does not mean that it's true. The same is true with many of the executive orders that he has signed. Simply because he has signed these orders, that does not make them lawful or constitutional, according to federal judges, including the Supreme Court.
So, Professor Goodwin, if he does bring in the Insurrection Act, what does that realistically mean? And Gavin Newsom is also saying that if it possibly happens in his state, it can happen in every U.S. state.
Well, what Governor Newsom is suggesting is right, which is to say that when Trump, if he does, attempt to interfere with the state's autonomy in California, that will not shield other states, including red states, conservative states, when Donald Trump might seek to do that. All states should be on notice with this. This should be as alarming for states where there are Democratic governors as with those where there are Republican governors, because there are separations of power in the United States, not just at the federal level between a president, the courts, and also the Congress, but there are also separations of power between the federal government and the states. And it's worth noting that the United States Supreme Court in recent years has rung a bell in terms of the power and governance and authority of states to handle matters on their own. We saw that even just a few years ago with the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade, which protected abortion rights, saying that these should be matters that are left to the states. This will be a test of the Supreme Court and its legacy associated with that.
Professor Goodwin, we have to leave it there. We're out of time. The music is playing, but thank you very, very much. And just to say that when it comes to the Marines, this is sourced by the Reuters news agency, a government source speaking to that agency.
What is going on?
People love how the new Homes.com helps them get quick answers about any property by connecting them to the actual listing agent.
Oh, so I'm done?
Oh, no. We're still not sure everyone knows that we're the only site that always connects you to the listing agent rather than selling off your contact info. So we're gonna keep you up there a little while longer.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting great exposure. Speaking of exposure, can we get him a hat?
Ooh, what about a beret?
Oh. Ding dong.
Homes.com, we've done your homework.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not going to work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing, but it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you, you suddenly feel okay. We're gonna get out of it together. That's what muesli did for me.
It's lunchtime, and Gary is double booked. Good thing Gary's company uses Otter's AI meeting assistant to take notes and generate a summary. So Gary doesn't miss a meeting and can regain his lunch break. Try now for free. Visit otter.ai or download the app.
Little bit of onion. Thanks so much. It smells fantastic.
It's feeding time at the Liberty Sanctuary.
Sometimes I don't know where to find all this food. Sometimes in the evening I pray, what shall I give tomorrow?
Welcome to Hokkaido.
Thank you. This looks incredible. So this behind us is what this is going to become.
Yes, it's like the most exciting festival that happens in this region.
Here in the Maldives, sandbanks like this appear and disappear. They constantly change size and shape according to the seasons and the ocean's forces.
Inspiring travel on the BBC.
Anna Foster here in Tel Aviv on an important day, a day when the ceasefire has finally come into effect in Gaza.
The verdicts have come in, all guilty, and now the sentences are being read out by the judge in the court behind me.
We've been seeing the fire's destruction. There's power lines down. Smoke is so thick we can barely see more than a few meters in front of us.
People are celebrating in the central Umayyad Square. Civilians and rebels, you can hear the sound of celebratory gunfire.
And as ever, in this kind of a crowd, one person gets pushed, and it ended up that people got trampled on.
There, when the story breaks, BBC News.
Hello and welcome to The Context with me, Katrina Perry in Washington.
And me, Kasia Madera in London, where this hour will be focusing on President Trump's second term and the issues he faces, including immigration raid protests in Los Angeles.
Some of the things you're reading about in Los Angeles, thank goodness we sent out some wonderful National Guard. They've really helped, and a lot of problems that we're having out there.
This is isolated to a few streets, 5 or 10 streets. This is not citywide civil unrest like has happened in our city before.
The mayor of Los Angeles and the governor of California suspect that this crisis here in the city is being leveraged by President Trump for political gain.
Well, joining us tonight on our panel, a Democratic strategist, Marianne Marsh, and former Republican strategist and federal prosecutor, Joe Marino. Plus, we'll be speaking to Abel Maldonado, former Lieutenant Governor of California, to hear his assessment of this ongoing situation.
Hello and welcome to this second hour of The Context, where we always follow and focus on President Trump's second term and the impact that's having on the US and the world.
Indeed, and after a very busy day for the president, with a planned phone call with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and top US and Chinese officials meeting in London to try to defuse the trade dispute between the two countries.
Absolutely, a lot going on, but the main focus for President Trump right now is, of course, the situation in Los Angeles. There have been clashes on the streets of the city, and police have ordered protesters to leave the downtown area, declaring it an unlawful assembly area.
Yes, the unrest was triggered on Friday when immigration agents carried out raids in areas of the city with large Latino populations. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE, have made 100,000 arrests across the country since President Trump's return to the White House.
In response to the unrest in LA over the last few days, the president sent around 2,000 National Guard troops to the city. Now, that has triggered a political row with the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, who has accused the president of seeking to manufacture chaos and violence.
Yes, Mr. Newsom is suing the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard without his permission. President Trump has now suggested he would support the arrest of Gavin Newsom over these protests.
Now, in the past hour, President Trump has appeared at a roundtable event in the White House here in Washington, D.C., and he's been defending his decision to deploy the National Guard without the cooperation of the California governor.
He's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of our great states. And if I didn't get involved, if we didn't bring the Guard in, and we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order. You had a disaster happening, and they now admit it was a disaster. I watched the chief yesterday, who's a good man, by the way, and he said, well, we're lucky we did this because they were overwhelmed. You saw what was happening. So we did the right thing. Everybody agrees to that. But you have a governor who let the city burn down, didn't want water to be sent down to him. I sent billions of gallons of water. I wanted to do it in the first term. He wouldn't do it over, I don't know, they have environmental reasons, but there were no environmental reasons. I think it's just a political philosophy.
It's President Trump there answering questions from reporters about the situation in LA just in the last half an hour or so. Now, while we've been listening to him, we're looking there at the other side of our screen at some live pictures of the scene in Los Angeles right now. Well, let's cross live there to our correspondent, Carl Nasman, and he can tell us a little bit more about just what's going on the ground there. Carl, what's it like in Los Angeles today?
Right now, it's obviously a bit quieter than what we saw last night in those chaotic scenes of demonstrators taking over freeways, clashing with protesters. And of course, one of the really enduring scenes was those burning cars that we saw yesterday. If you want to come with me, we can see some of the cleanup efforts that are taking place now today in Los Angeles, right near the freeway here, Katrina. Take a look. These are those Waymo taxis, those driverless vehicles that you see across Los Angeles. These are the remains here. About 5 vehicles were torched by some demonstrators yesterday. This is what's left, simply the ashes, the metal remains. You can see the wheels there, but these were very hot burning fires. I was speaking with a Los Angeles Fire Department official who said that when you have these lithium-ion battery fires, they're very difficult to fight. They essentially had to just kind of let them burn themselves out. And if you want to come along this way, you can see some of the efforts here as well to sweep up these toxic, really, ashes that are still here in the streets, trying to get this area reopened. And of course, this whole area from here down to the federal building covered in graffiti and anti-ICE and anti-Trump slogans. So this is the effort right now, not only to make sure that the city is under control in terms of the demonstrations, but also just get things cleaned up. And we should mention, Katrina, in the areas around us, we're already starting to see more demonstrators coming back to this area, specifically outside of that federal detention center where some of those undocumented people are being held, we believe. We're expecting more demonstrations. We're not sure how big those are going to be, but certainly officials and police here already beginning to brace for that.
Carl, talk to us a little bit about the legal action that California Governor Gavin Newsom has said today that he is going to take against President Trump.
Yeah, this is really interesting, and this was something that was signaled by Governor Newsom earlier, and then we heard Rob Bonta, who's the California Attorney General, announcing this lawsuit. What they're saying is that this was an illegal action. They want to overturn the action that was taken by President Trump to federalize some of the California National Guard and deploy those troops here. It authorized some 2,000. We should say we believe there's only about 300 of them here currently, and they were not actually directly involved in policing the demonstrations that we saw last night. But what they say is that this is something that they want to overturn. They say the president doesn't have the authority to do this. There's some specific language that authorizes the president in these cases. One of them, and this is what the president is citing, is that if there's a rebellion against the authority of the United States. And what we heard Rob Bonta saying was that, there is no rebellion. The president is trying to, quote, manufacture chaos and a crisis, and he says that this is something that exceeds the federal government's authority. We're seeing, obviously, clashes between demonstrators. That's been taking place. It's really interesting to see now those clashes between state and local authorities in California and the federal government. So I think this is something that we're going to see starting to play out in the courts.
And Carl, when the California authorities there are accusing President Trump of manufacturing the situation, they've included into that, of course, the appearance of the National Guard on the streets there. We're told that Pete Hegseth is prepared to make some US Marines available as well, although the president said in the last few minutes that he didn't think that was required right now. But from what you've seen around the city there, what are the National Guard members doing who are already there?
That was a really interesting wrinkle, I thought, yesterday, especially as we saw some of the demonstrations, at least in pockets, start to get out of control, fires being set on police cars and that sort of thing. The National Guard was not present for that. They're very obvious. They have more of an army fatigue. They carry shields that say California National Guard on them. As far as I can tell, and what other people have told me as well, is that their presence is really limited to the federal buildings around the area. Their task, at least right now, is to guard those buildings, ensure security around federal property. They've not been involved in and around the city. And even as things started to devolve last night, we were watching some very chaotic scenes. Trash bins set on fire, dangerous driving, a little bit of looting in downtown Los Angeles. It wasn't the National Guard that was responding to that. That was LAPD. It was California Highway Patrol. So I think what officials here would say is that, look, we didn't want them here. They feel like they have the situation under control, and their sense is that it was the presence of the National Guard that really put fuel on the fire here. It was already such a tense situation after several days of immigration enforcement here. And it was just the presence of having those National Guard troops here, the actions by the president that ratcheted up those tensions even further. But it's important to say, we haven't really seen them be very active. There was one moment when they used some tear gas against protesters just outside that federal building, but otherwise they've been pretty much standing back and letting local authorities do the work.
Carl Nassman on the ground for us there in Los Angeles. Thank you for that update. Now, a little bit earlier, I spoke with the former White House chief strategist to President Trump during his first term in office and still a close advisor, Steve Bannon. He's been applauding the president's actions in California, calling those protests an invasion.
I mean, we've had an invasion of this country just on Biden's watch of 10 to 13 million illegal alien invaders. And they all have to go home, not just the criminals. Every person that came here on Biden's watch has to be deported. And that's what they're trying to stop now with these, with people like Mayor Bass and Gavin Newsom. And it's absolutely the prerogative of the president as commander-in-chief to do what he did.
So in what way is the situation that we've seen just in the last couple of days in Los Angeles an invasion or a rebellion as described in the piece of law that the president has referred to?
Well, there's been invasion. people,
but specifically
hang on,
over
people
this
all
weekend.
agree that 13 million people came. What you had is ICE agents during their normal raids to basically get people to deport them out of the country. And this was stopped. This was stopped by this mob. This is what was surrounding the ICE headquarters. Couldn't let ICE out, and the local LAPD didn't really intervene. You know, over the last 2 days, the LAPD's kind of stood down. They shut down.
But they would reject that characterization. The police department.
Here's a fact: downtown LA, where I lived in LA for 20 years, downtown LA, where the 101 and the 110 come, were shut down all day yesterday. Look at it; it looked like a war scene, a war zone.
The police they did move the protesters out and
some of the protesters after many hours, but no arrests.
But they did it themselves. They didn't need the National Guard there. That's what they would say.
The National Guard, by the way, the National Guard. Remember, the mandate of the National Guard right now, federalizing the National Guard, is to protect federal property and to protect federal agents in their actions as ICE agents for deportations. And today, I will tell you, I think they're going to double and triple down on the ICE raids. All the illegal aliens that came here under Biden's watch must go home. They're going to be deported.
Steve Bannon speaking to me there a little bit earlier. You can see the full version of that interview on our website and throughout our programming later. But I want to go now to Abel Maldonado, former Lieutenant Governor of California. Thanks for being with us. First of all, just the remarks that we've heard from Steve Bannon, from Stephen Miller at the White House, from the president himself, words like invasion, rebellion, under attack. Is that what you see happening in Los Angeles right now?
Well, think about it. Over the last 4 years, we had anywhere from 10 to 12 million to 13 million illegal immigrants come into our country. About 8,000 to 9,000 people illegally into America every single day of the year for 4 years. It gives you a flavor of what we have in America, and especially here in California. So, yes, I happen to agree with Steve when he mentions the comment of an invasion. We don't know who's here. We don't know who came in, and they're not just Mexican nationals. They're not El Salvadorians, Hondurans. People from all over the world came in. They knew that the border was open, wide open. So, yes, I think Steve is correct with those comments that we have an invasion. We need to be prepared, and we need to start the deportation of folks who are here illegally and who start off with criminals.
President Trump, though, is using that view as the justification for calling in the National Guard, essentially over the head of the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, who didn't think the National Guard was required. Do you think they're required on the streets of Los Angeles based on what you've seen in the last few days?
Well, I think that President Trump has experience from the past. We look at what happened in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, and he is not going to let that happen again under his watch. So he's prepared himself. And I think it was the right move. And if you ask Latinos, you ask Hispanics, you ask people who are here in California, they would probably tend to agree. Now, let's not forget, I'm a son of an immigrant from Mexico who came to America in the early 60s under a legal program. My father to this day still tells me I'm grateful to America for everything that it's done for me. I've been here to abide the laws, to enrich the fabric, become a U.S. citizen, become an American. So we're not listening to the majority of Hispanics who are here who don't like to see what's going on in downtown Los Angeles. Now, this notion of the president doing it over Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom should have done it. Well, look, I know Gavin Newsom. I've watched Gavin Newsom. We've all seen the kind of governor that he's been, and his track record, frankly, isn't good enough under this situation. He was the mayor of San Francisco, supported sanctuary cities, is a sanctuary city state governor, and President Trump did the right thing. Protect the property of the federal government, protect the people, protect the agents, the federal agents. And if we poll the people of California, and if you only poll Latinos here in California, the majority would say he's doing the right thing. We need law and order. What's going on in LA today is wrong, and it must be stopped immediately. Now, let's backtrack a second. If he doesn't send the National Guard and it gets carried away, the critics would be saying, well, President Trump didn't act quick enough. So he's on the forefront of it, and we are very happy that he has.
Do you think then that these calls for Gavin Newsom and indeed the mayor of LA, Bass, to be arrested, that we've heard from President Trump, from the border czar Tom Homan, that they should be arrested?
I don't think it's going to come to that, to be very sincere. I know that the rhetoric that gets out there gets heated during these moments. I don't see Karen Bass or Gavin Newsom being arrested. Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass need to be doing their job. That's what they need to be doing. And what we have today, if you look at the videos of last night of My California, what an embarrassment. That is to shut down the 101, the main artery that transport people from the north to the south, with the 110 and down south. They need to do their job. And if they're not, President Trump will. He's not going to sit there and let California burn, let California go down without, without
Abel,
this leadership.
What we've seen over the last few days, though, began with people demonstrating about ICE raids and ICE detentions, that many people in this country are using the rights given to them in the Constitution. You were speaking a moment ago about the rights Americans have. Aren't people entitled to express an opinion that they don't agree with some of the president's policies, and within a state, when states have certain rights themselves, that they can also take a different action? Oh, I think we may have lost Abel there. He seems to have frozen. OK, well, we'll see if we can get Abel back there, because he was going to stay with us for the programme. We will work on that and see if we can speak to Abel Maldonado, the former Lieutenant Governor of California.
Yeah, we certainly will do our best, Katrina, to get him back, because we want to keep talking to him. We also want to bring in our panel as well. Marianne Marsha waiting patiently, and Joe Marino also waiting patiently. We will come to you properly and have a good old chat about what is happening, because there's an awful lot to discuss. We're going to take a short break now. Around the world, across the UK, you are with BBC News.
Soaring into the skies and beyond, Burj Azizi, the world's second tallest tower. Ambitious, glamorous, sensational. A 7-star hotel, penthouses and residences, the world's highest observation deck, cinema, nightclub and spa, world-class restaurants, a sky pool, fitness sanctuaries and more. Burj Azizi, amazing on every level.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
Well, as promised, let's keep the discussion focused on what is happening in Los Angeles, and let's bring in our panel. Marianne and Joe, good to see you as always. Look, my first thing that I really want to ask Joe is, back in 2006, we understand that what Donald Trump is saying, he wanted to bring calm to the streets of Los Angeles. But back in 2006, we saw the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, where there was looting, where there was violence, and yet George W. Bush didn't federalize the Louisiana National Guard then, because it was against the wishes of the, and I'm going to say, Democratic governor back then. And yet what we're seeing now is exactly the opposite. Is Donald Trump politicizing this situation?
Well, if you recall too, though, Kaisha, I mean, the governor back then was criticized for not calling in the National Guard, and then President Bush was as well. So looking back, I think the lesson learned was you take decisive action before things get out of hand. And as far as Governor Newsom's argument that he needed to give permission or he had some kind of veto authority, Donald Trump does not require his permission to federalize the National Guard. It's clear in the statute. And I think it's interesting, too, in the last few minutes, you all discussed the terms rebellion and invasion, but there's a third provision in the applicable law here, which is Title 10, 1246, which is if the federal government cannot execute its powers. And that's exactly what's happening here. These protesters are preventing ICE from executing its duly duly promulgated federal immigration laws. And so that's exactly why President Trump has done this. So it might not be pleasant, and we can certainly debate whether it's wise, but in terms of legality, it's completely legal, and any lawsuit by the governor is going to fail.
Joe, but you mentioned that law there. The next clause of that law, after the one you read out, says that orders for those purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states. And the whole issue that Gavin Newsom and others have in this instance was those were not done through the governors of the United States, of the state, California, in this case, which would be the usual course. So do you think it's going to be a closed, open and shut case when it gets to court? And in a way, does that even matter if the situation is happening right now?
Yeah, that argument's a loser. It's notification through the government is what that means. It's not permission. Otherwise, the whole point of federalizing federal powers to the National Guard is moot. So no, that's a loser. It makes maybe a great talking point by the governor now, but he'll lose in court. And so I feel like rather than run to court and sort of get in front of the cameras and politicize this, maybe he should work on kind of cleaning up his city instead of he and the mayor kind of getting on television and making this about Donald Trump. It's a sad day, but honestly, this is probably the best thing to do here. In the end of the day, a president's #1 power, it's not tax policy, it's not social policy, it's keeping Americans safe. And that's what Donald Trump is doing here.
Marianne, let's bring you in because as Joe there says, maybe Gavin Newsom shouldn't be doing that. Is he right to lash out so quickly and say, well, I'm going to just sue the presidency?
That's the law. Gavin Newsom is the one that has to grant permission for his National Guard, the California National Guard, any National Guard that comes into California, to be federalized. He did not grant that permission, number one. Number two, if Donald Trump, so Donald Trump does not have that authority, but if Donald Trump now is going to federalize the National Guard and bring in military troops, as reported in the last hour by Reuters, if it's true, bring the Marines in, then he has to invoke the Insurrection Act. And now we're in a whole different territory. The Insurrection Act and military troops were brought to Los Angeles in 1992 under the Rodney King riots. Please get the video of those riots and what happened in Los Angeles to what we're looking at right now. It is night and day. But Donald Trump has been building towards this since January 20th, where he declared emergencies through executive order, where he's doing things that Congress has the authority to do, but they aren't doing it. He is doing it. And he, over the weekend, threatened that there would be troops in states across this country, military troops. The military is not to be used, with rare exception, against the people of the United States, against Americans. But Donald Trump clearly is on a journey here, and a dangerous one that would end our democracy if he is going to turn the military into law enforcement and law enforcement into the military without taking those steps. And my final point on this for the moment is this is where Congress's refusal to act on immigration and stopping him from the things he's doing. They have the authority. On tax and tariffs, and trade and tariffs rather, Congress has that authority. Both of those examples are in the Constitution. If they also have the authority to end a national emergency, which he would have to invoke under the Insurrection Act. And now that's where we're going to see this test. And we are in a dangerous period where democracy is quickly slipping away, and Donald Trump has telegraphed all of it, but no one's acted to stop him.
Okay, Marianne, I want to bring back in Abel Maldonado, former Lieutenant Governor of California, because we have the line established back to him. Thanks for coming back to us, Abel. We've been talking there about the likelihood of military of US Marines also being sent to LA. Now, there is some reporting around that, although the president himself said about 45 minutes ago that he does not think that's required at this point, that it's calming down a bit. What's your assessment, Abel, of where things go from here now? Can the tension be taken out of the situation on the streets?
Well, where things go from here is obviously the governor and the mayor need to show some leadership and support law enforcement in what's going on. These folks that are doing this are not traditional, when you say, Hispanic Americans or Americans who happen to be Hispanic. These folks want to create tension, and they're destabilizing the whole. I mean, this rioting in Los Angeles and waving the Mexican flag here in California does them no good. This is not what the people of California want to see or want to hear. I think the president, at the end of the day, I know we got disconnected.
Well, Abel, sorry, just to interrupt. Sorry for interrupting there for a moment. But my colleagues on the ground in Los Angeles have been speaking to many of those who have been involved in the demonstrations. There are ones going on at the moment where we've been watching a variety on our screens there. Many of them are US citizens. They do live in Los Angeles, and they feel very strongly about the ICE raids and so on that they're seeing and the immigration policies of this president. And they want to register their dislike and their disgust at what's happening.
And they should. If you're an Angelino or you're a Californian and you want to voice your displeasure with what's going on, fine, do it. That's the American way. But when you start closing down 101, one of the most important highways of California, you start burning cars, throwing rocks and bricks at police officers, lighting things on fire, you are not helping the cause. We do have a situation where there's a lot of undocumented aliens in California. President Trump has made it very clear we're going to go after the criminals first. He is. If they happen to go after a criminal and people start to run, of course they're going to go start and asking a lot of questions and deport. Remember, 8,000 people came into America every single day for 4 years under Joe Biden, and no one knows who they were. They just came in. They came in every single day, and now we got to catch up, and that's what we're doing here. I mean, no one's going against hardworking people, and I know that we're seeing people come out today and talk about how this is not fair, this is not right. Look, if you are undocumented, we have a situation where Joe Biden had catch and release. If you had a court date and you didn't go back to your court date for it, you are a criminal. We're going to deport you. That's just the law. That's what's going to happen. This is on the ground in California. And you're talking from a former lieutenant governor and a Californian, and who happens to be a son of Mexican immigrants who are now U.S. citizens. This is a great state. We love our state. And frankly, President Trump doesn't trust Gavin Newsom, because Gavin Newsom doesn't have a good track record here in California when it comes to immigration and border policy. I mean, we just had the fires. We didn't even have water in our hydrants in California. What do we expect? I mean, that's why it's important. If President Trump's going to err, he's going to err on the side of safety, saving the federal government buildings, saving federal employees and the people of California. And I support him, and I believe Californians do too.
Okay, well, we have lots more to talk about this. As you can tell, it's something everyone's very passionate about. So stay with us. Marianne Marsh, Joe Marino and Abel Maldonado. We're going to pick that up in just a moment, and we'll keep on the scene in Los Angeles with those live pictures as well. So do stay with us here on BBC News.
One second, Grandma. This guy's gonna buy my car.
Okay, you need Carvana. Entering plate number, no accidents, right?
No.
Generating offer. Carvana can pick it up tomorrow.
That's an amazing offer.
Sell your car the easy way with Carvana. Saving for retirement was tough enough.
And navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments we keep a disciplined approach with your portfolio, helping you through the market's ups and downs.
What about communication?
We check in regularly to keep you informed.
Which means you'll help us stay on track?
Yes. As a fiduciary, we always put your interest first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at Pectisol.com.
melasma made me feel really ugly. I didn't recognize myself in the mirror. I just hated taking photos.
How am I ever going to get rid of it?
Stop suffering from melasma. More than 600,000 people have regained their confidence with Muesli's prescription treatments.
In the first 2 weeks, I was amazed.
I looked at myself in the mirror and I just thought, I'm back. I've been telling everybody about it. It's been life-changing.
Find the real you again. Go to muesli.com/TV.
Since 2007, Origin has been focused on the future.
A future that helps you build passive income from real estate.
One where we invest by your side without hidden fees or confusing structures.
Build the future you deserve with Origin Investments.
Build the pool yourself. What could go wrong?
Some things are better left to a professional.
It dried so fast.
Like when it comes to finding financial advisors.
Mom!
So leave it to Smart Asset to find them for you. Take the free quiz at smartasset.com. Then you'll be matched with up to 3 vetted fiduciary financial advisors. To get started, take the Advisor Match Quiz now at smartasset.com.
Terrific!
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Hello, welcome back. You're with The Context with me, Kasia Madeira in London.
And me, Katrina Perry in Washington. We're spending this hour talking about President Trump's second term, and specifically the focus is on the situation in Los Angeles. Tear gas and stun grenades have been used against demonstrators in the city, angry at Donald Trump's crackdown on undocumented immigrants.
So we're continuing to follow the ongoing situation in Los Angeles, and the state's attorney general and governor are suing the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard to intervene in protests without Gavin Newsom's authorization.
Now, Governor Newsom has accused President Trump of having fanned the flames of fires of unrest after demonstrations were triggered last week by immigration raids targeting undocumented migrants.
So let's cross over live to LA because our colleague Carl Nasman is there for us. And Carl, we've been monitoring the situation there. We've also got a live shot showing people continuing to come out on the streets. How's it looking for you?
Yeah, we're among those people right now. This is one of several demonstrations that are planned for today, the 4th day now of these protests in and around downtown Los Angeles. You can probably see behind me, I'm just going to step out of the way. This is some of that group here. It's been growing throughout the past 30 minutes or so, gathering outside of that federal courthouse here, or federal detention center, I should say, where some of those detained immigrants are being held. Just in the distance beyond this line of police officers is the California National Guard. They're the ones lining up, guarding the entrance to that federal area there. There are some heavy, more militarized vehicles there. Right now, I should say, the atmosphere is a lot more calm than it was last night. We were here in and around this area, and we saw cars being lit on fire, several clashes between demonstrators and the California Highway Patrol. At one point, Highway 101 was actually blocked off in both directions by a swarm of protesters, but definitely different scenes here today. These are people out here condemning the actions, of course, of immigration officials here, also condemning the actions of President Trump, who, as we know, decided to federalize scores of National Guard members and bring them to California. We have not seen them actively involved in any of the demonstrations or clashes so far. Right now, they've pretty much been here guarding the federal areas.
And Carl, the fact that people are out on the streets still is a testimony to their strength of feeling. What are they telling you?
It is. There's a lot of emotion out here, and specifically because this area, Los Angeles, is about 1/3 immigrant. It has a very large immigrant community. In fact, there's a few demonstrators here we can actually speak with. One is Luna, and you were actually here yesterday. Is that right? Tell me what you saw taking place during this demonstration on Sunday.
Yesterday we were here. We were started off peacefully, but no matter what we did, no matter how much we put our hands up, they just started attacking us. Eventually they brought the horses in. They were shoving people. I got hit with 2 tear bullets on me.
You got hit by rubber bullets. Can you show us where?
My legs, one was here, the other one is a big old scratch here. I got hit on my back. I can't show you my back. But yes, that's what that happened.
Why is it that even after that response yesterday, why did you decide to come back out today? What makes it so important to you?
I have immigrant parents. I have immigrant family that has been here. Some of them have gotten citizenship. Others haven't. And even though they may not have gotten arrested, I do know people that have. I have friends of friends, family of family that have also. So it's very important just to even show support. There's not much that we can probably do at the moment, but just to even show support, it helps. As long as we're just very civil against them and not trying to cause chaos, which is exactly what we're trying to do today. We learned a lot from that from yesterday.
How does it make you feel just in terms of the atmosphere, safety levels, having a National Guard being deployed to the city as the president has?
It doesn't make me feel safe because we're not being a threat. Precisely. The only reason we antagonize is because they start shoving us. They start pushing us. Like we're not really doing much to them. As you can see right now, everybody's peaceful. But the minute they start arming themselves like they're really going to do something or shoot at us, that's when we start like, okay, you want to come at us, then we got to defend ourselves. And that's what it is, and that's what it's always been. Nobody's really we're not trying to go at them. You really think somebody's going to go at somebody that has a gun? No, we're not trying to do that. We're trying to stay very peaceful.
Of course, yesterday, I just want to ask you, before I let you go, but we did see, as night fell, cars being lit on fire, people out in downtown, there were some shops broken into. What do you think about those kind of actions?
At that point, I don't agree on that. That's not even protesters. At that point, that becomes opportunists. Those are just people that are looking for trouble. Those are not protesters. Anybody that's willing to protest and is actually putting their life out here in danger, they're not trying to look for trouble. We're not, definitely not at all. But you do have opportunists in town, and that's who they are. That's what they're doing.
Thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us. That's Luna, one of the demonstrators here, that we're expecting many more people to be coming out to events like this today. There's cleanup efforts continuing in Los Angeles, and there's still very heavy police presence, we should say. Obviously, the city bracing for what might happen later on tonight, and those pockets of violence that we saw last night, they're certainly hoping that won't return later on today.
Carl, to you and the team there, thank you very much. Stay safe, and our thanks to your guest as well, Carl Nasman, there joining us live from LA.
Now, we just have some breaking news coming to us here in relation to what we have been discussing about the likelihood of US Marines on the ground in Los Angeles, and we're just continuing to keep an eye on that live shot there. We had reported earlier, Reuters was saying they felt that they had sources saying that Marines were mobilized to deploy in Los Angeles. President Trump himself saying that he didn't think they were required at this time. There has been a correction issued to say that 3 US officials say the military has put around 700 active duty Marines on high alert and could mobilize them in the coming days to support National Guard. Some officials in comments have been getting ahead of actual mobilization orders. So just a clarification to that reporting that we had been querying ourselves actually earlier, that it seems like there is a preparedness and a sense that Marines could be mobilized, but just that correction coming to us from Reuters. So it is in line with what we had been reporting here ourselves from President Trump, who said that he didn't feel at this point in time US Marines needed to be sent to Los Angeles. Of course, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, had mentioned on Sunday that that was a possibility, that he was prepared to release US Marines to the streets of Los Angeles should they be required. But that would be moving the situation into a different place. It would be requiring a different legislative underpinning for President Trump to make that decision. So just a clarification coming to us from, I believe it was CBS actually, who corrected the reporting that had come from Reuters earlier on. But We had been following the words of the president, who said it wasn't required at this time, but obviously a very active, very fluid situation there in Los Angeles. Let's bring our panel back in now. Democratic strategist Marianne Marsh, former Republican strategist and federal prosecutor Joe Moreno, and Abel Maldonado, former Lieutenant Governor of California. Marianne, just to go to you first, we've been seeing there scenes of demonstrations continuing outside the detention centre there in Los Angeles. Of course, the trigger for all of this has been the ICE raids in Los Angeles. Great level of disapproval of what's going on there, and approval, it has to be said, but this began with disapproval. How do you think this situation can maybe be resolved, at least in the short term, to take the heat out of the situation in Los Angeles?
I think overall, the majority, 55%, I think you have a partnership with CBS, their latest poll today, shows that 55% of Americans support, cracking down on immigration. They support that. But 63% say they want due process. So it's not about the issue of immigration itself, it's how it's being dealt with. And when you look, I'm in Massachusetts, and across the country and across Massachusetts, ICE is wearing masks on their face. You don't know who they are. They won't identify themselves. They're plucking people off the streets, putting them in vans, arresting them, whether it's a student at Tufts University for an op-ed she wrote, an 18-year-old who was driving to volleyball practice in Milford, Massachusetts. It's things like that. So the way these raids are being done, and the way it's being, they're being forced to hit a quota of 3,000 arrests a day, and everyone's collateral damage. And when you listen to people talk about this, they support having an orderly immigration process, but they don't support the person they go to church with, or the waitress they work with, or a kid in a volleyball team in high school being arrested this way. And I think that's the real problem here. And I would just remind everyone that before the election, there was a bipartisan immigration bill that was ready to pass. Republicans and Democrats alike voting for it. Donald Trump killed the bill, told Republicans not to vote for it because he wanted it as a campaign issue. And now he's got it as an issue in the White House. And this is what you're seeing across the country. The shot you're showing now, that's just a protest. That's it. But that doesn't give anyone the justification to overrule the law, which is governors in this country have the right to manage and order the National Guard in their states, not to have the President of the United States tell them that he's going to do it. And that's what we don't do any good if we are breaking the law in the name of trying to implement the law. And the last point I would make on this is, when you look at all the people across this country and what they voted for, they didn't vote for this. And the majority of people in this country believed Donald Trump when he said, we're going to get the criminals first. That's not who they're arresting. 70% of the people that get shipped to the facility in El Salvador have no record. That's true of at least half of 50% of all the people they've arrested, and yet they won't even reveal or disclose whether they have records. And to the former Lieutenant Governor's point, many of these arrests have occurred in courthouses where immigrants are going to their court-ordered appearance. And they do the appearance, they've done all the right things, they walk out of the courtroom, then they get arrested. So that's not what people supported, that's not what people voted for, and that's why people are in the streets expressing their constitutional right of freedom of speech and the right to assemble.
Marianne, we're going to come back to that really important point that you make as to whether these who have been detained do indeed have criminal records, because the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Officer, up until April, they were saying that 3 in 4 arrests those people had criminal records. We will get the thoughts of Abel and Joe very, very shortly. But as always, we have to take a very, very short break. Stay with us, because that's an important issue we're going to be talking about. You're with BBC News.
People love how the new Homes.com helps them get quick answers about any property by connecting them to the actual listing agent.
I'm getting great exposure!
Speaking of exposure, can we get him a hat?
Ooh, what about a beret?
Oh, ding dong!
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
Memory and thinking issues keep piling up? It may seem like normal aging, but could be due to a buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. The sooner you talk to your doctor, the more options you may have. Learn more at amyloid.com.
The BBC was always on in the Mashiri house, and my dream actually was to be a BBC News presenter. I want to be for others what the BBC was for us, a trusted source of stability and hope. For me, trust is about presence, about fostering relationships all around the world over years. So when a story breaks, we're not chasing a lead, we're already there. I'm Marianne Mashiri on The World Today for BBC News.
Welcome back. You are with BBC News and we're continuing to monitor what is happening in Los Angeles. We've got the live shot up now as we watch protesters rallying together. We've also got our expert panel, the Democratic strategist Marianne Marsh and the former Republican strategist and federal prosecutor Joe Marino. We are also tonight joined by Abel Maldonado, former Lieutenant Governor of California. So we've got all bases covered and we are continuing to watch the live shots there across Los Angeles as protesters are rallying. But just before we took that break, Marianne was making the point as to the criminal records of those who have been detained. And I've just been checking the Immigration and Customs Enforcement website, and they were saying that up until April, they say that they had detained around just under 70,000 illegal, as they describe them, illegal aliens, and that 3 in 4 arrests were criminal illegal aliens, basically suggesting that they were doing their job properly, Joe. But we know that since then, there are schools across Los Angeles, including, I'm thinking of one in particular, called Torrance Elementary School, where their 9-year-old pupil has gone missing, apparently detained with his parents. Kids aren't criminals. Is this right?
Kesha, just one thing. With respect to the law, I mean, due respect to Marianne, she's absolutely wrong. Okay, the law says, as far as who can order the National Guard, it says orders by the president to activate the National Guard should be issued through the governor. It doesn't say with the governor's permission or that the governor can veto it, and it's a federal law. What would be the point of having a federal law if the state governor can override it? So it doesn't make any sense. Bookmark this episode of the show. In 2 weeks, when that is thrown out, I'll say I told you so. As far as what is right, look, we're really kind of moving the bar here, right? I mean, a basic tenet of being a prosecutor is that you have prosecutorial discretion and you have limited resources. So of course you're going to focus on murderers and rapists more than you're going to focus on shoplifters and nonviolent white-collar criminals. But it doesn't change the fact that they're all criminals. And to say that there's this new standard now that if an illegal alien also has to have committed a crime, that's not accurate. So we can prioritize those deportations, but the fact is they've all committed a crime by being here illegally. And yes, there are plenty of stories that will be very sympathetic, including children. But if a parent commits a crime, you put them in jail, right? You separate them from the child, as sad as that is. So what's the difference here? So yes, there's plenty of sympathy out there, and I have sympathy. But if we keep changing the standard here that it's got to be an illegal alien who has also committed another crime, that's just not true.
Okay, Marianne, we have to give you a right of reply there.
Yeah, I would just say Joe's wrong on that. And we started the show by talking about the governor of Louisiana during Hurricane Katrina, saying that that he was going to use the Guard the way he wanted to. So we can argue that. The standard was set by Donald Trump in terms of going after criminals, gang members, rapists, and all of that. That was Donald Trump's, and that's what people voted for. But that's not what they're doing. Last point, ICE, Homeland Security and all that can say whatever they want, but they have refused to release any information or proof of the arrest records and others about any of the people that they've arrested. They can claim it, but they've lost the benefit of the doubt given the reporting that has been done over the last 6 or so weeks about this.
Abel, where does what we're seeing in Los Angeles in the last few days leave us in terms of the chances of a comprehensive immigration reform happening in Congress?
Well, I want to believe that immigration reform is something that we can have in America. It's really something simple if you have the will that you want to do. But you have, and I'll say this, both political parties had failed America when it comes to immigration reform. And I'm not going to sit here and blame President Trump that it's his fault. It's not. He came in, he made it very clear that he was going to deport criminals, start in the process there. But can we get an immigration reform system? Look, I think we can. Under these situations, I think it's going to be very, very difficult. Let's not forget, Barack Obama had the House, he had the Senate, couldn't do it. George W. Bush, for one period of time, had the House and the Senate, he couldn't do it. Joe Biden obviously had mixture, he didn't want to do it. And now we're to this situation. So yeah, I think that part of the situation we're seeing here is Congress failed to produce an immigration system or an immigration program that worked for America. But we're past that at this point in time. 11 to 12 million people that came here illegally need to be deported. We're on a mission to do that, not quick enough, to be honest with you. And as the protester said, if you listen to what she said, I'm protesting because I have family and I'm not doing anything bad. We have professional protesters causing this problem. And obviously, you can't bank on Gavin Newsom. What is he? LA's on fire. LA's got protesters. 101 is shut down. What's Gavin's solution? Let's sue President Trump. It's Trump's problem. My God, give me a break. We've got to continue to move forward and fix this issue.
Abel, look, your family have... your family started a strawberry farm and you built it up into something absolutely huge. I just wonder, when it comes to the migrant workforce that the United States has built off the back of, what will you lose, given that so many thousands of people will be deported from the United States? You know the economics of this. It's going to cost the United States.
Look, we need to look at how many people came in over the last 4 years. We don't know who they are. On this question of being a farmer, I'm a farmer, and we've grown a business, we've grown a farm, and obviously everybody immediately says, you know, agriculturalists need undocumented folks. It's the agriculturalists, it's farmers. Let me just make one thing clear here. How many farms are in downtown Los Angeles? Not many. How many farms are in Manhattan? Not many. How many farms are in Chicago, Miami, and in Houston? Not many. Most of the undocumented folks are in the big cities in America. They're looking for a system in place. We don't have one. So we have to continue with what we have. And this notion that the National Guard is a problem in the Latinos, the Hispanic community, my community. I mean, I'm an American. I'm a proud American. I love my country. I love the red, white, and blue. And to see what's going on in LA today with my Hispanic friends waving Mexican flags and lighting cars, that's not who we are. That's not who Hispanics are, American Hispanics. So that needs to stop. And it burns me, to be very sincere, because it puts a black eye on everybody on the community. If you want to protest, protest. Carry the American flag. You're in America. That's where we are today. This is our country.
Abel, we're hearing you loud and clear. Just let's get Joe back in here, because, Joe, I just wonder, when you're looking at what is happening on the ground across Los Angeles, and there's potential, some critics are saying that this can potentially happen in other states. Gavin Newsom himself is saying that if it's happening in his state, it can happen in other states. Is that the direction of travel for the United States as a whole?
Well, I mean, let's hope not. But again, as Lieutenant Governor Maldonado said very succinctly, I mean, California is especially run poorly in this regard. So it's unlikely to happen in other states. And if it did, most likely much more common sense governors and mayors would welcome the assistance of the federal government, because that's what they're there for. So it's only difficult, one, because California has let itself get so overrun. And then two, Governor Newsom, instead of actually kind of putting his head together with Donald Trump and saying, let's get a solution, he's going to court to fight him over it. So it's doubly silly. So, again, I think you'll see some states that are run particularly poorly, and California is one of them. And so, unfortunately, now they're kind of reaping of what they've sown here in terms of the way they wanted to run their state. And only until they change things won't get any better.
Marianne, we mentioned that earlier on in the program that California is the richest U.S. state. Is it, in your opinion, is it being run badly?
It's the fourth largest economy in the world. And I think with any large economy in any large state, there are challenges. But you didn't see any of this until the raid started in the Fashion District and other parts of LA. And it seems to be particularly targeted to blue states and blue cities run by Democrats, either as governor or as mayors or both. And I think that's the issue here. And I think going forward, there have been some reported exceptions to that. But I think the strategy here by the Trump team is pretty clear in how they're doing this, and they're playing offense, and as a result, everyone else is playing defense. And unfortunately, this is an issue that is highly charged, highly emotional, and unfortunately, it's not being handled well. But I think that's part of it. By the way, the fact that we're talking about this today means we're not talking about the big bad budget bill that's having problems getting passed. We're not talking about Elon Musk and the fight he's having with Donald Trump. We are talking about this.
Because we haven't had time. There is so much to discuss. Marianne, Joe, and Abel, apologies, but we are out of time as we watch that live shot of protesters gathering in Los Angeles.
Arts in Motion, in partnership with Rolex.
For me, every single time the curtain goes up is a testing or proving ground for the Opera House. Each performance is our opportunity to win them over.
So many young singers coming from all around the world really wants to be part of this world of opera, which is the last form of arts that doesn't require technology.
Opera is not short, and it goes against sometimes our world, which revolves faster and faster and faster, so things are shorter term. Everything is. Music has been there forever, and it helps us, I think, as human beings, feel grounded.
Potentially, this is a new golden era for opera.
Culture is identity. It has the power to transform the people.
New artistic visions for the future generations. This is something that we need.
It's always important to push the limits.
You must keep the same passion.
There's only darkness around us. So what do? We light a fire.
Music has been such an integral part of my being and my soul.
These artistic places have to be the place for the people.
We all need a little help sometimes, but asking, that's the hard part. Here's a little secret. If you need it, help can be everywhere. That's the power of therapy. And it's some of the best help you can get.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not going to work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing, but it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you suddenly feel okay. We're going to get out of it together. That's what muesli did for me.
Hey, should I convert my IRA to a Roth?
You're asking the wrong guy.
You should ask around online. That's what I do.
You know, financial advice should come from a vetted fiduciary financial advisor who understands your personal financial needs.
Makes sense.
Take the free advisor match quiz on smartasset.com to find one who can answer your questions and help you achieve your retirement goals.
No, push it.
That's one intelligent donkey.
You mean a smart ass?
Get started now at smartasset.com.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
I'm Katrina Perry in Washington, and this is BBC World News America. The state of California sues the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard to Los Angeles as protesters take to the streets for a fourth day of protests against immigration raids. The BBC speaks to former White House Chief Strategist Steve Bannon, who defended President Trump's decision to send 2,000 troops to Los Angeles.
The federal government has every availability to do what they did to federalize National Guards, particularly if they think that the commander-in-chief thinks that something's not being handled properly, and that's what the president did.
And the Israeli army intercepts a Gaza-bound boat carrying humanitarian aid, with climate activist Greta Thunberg among those on board. Hello, you're very welcome. There are fresh protests in the city of Los Angeles amid a developing political standoff in the wake of unrest over the weekend. Our US partner CBS News reports that 700 US Marines have been placed on high alert and could be mobilized in the US second biggest city. That's after President Donald Trump deployed 2,000 National Guard troops to quell protests. A US official tells CBS that they will play a similar support role that the National Guardsmen are currently tasked with. It's unclear exactly what that might look like on the ground. Well, protests in Los Angeles began on Friday after agents with US Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents, known as ICE, carried out a string of immigration raids. President Trump's deployment of the National Guard is now a flashpoint, with Californian Democratic officials suing the administration over the move. The governor of California, Gavin Newsom, argues that the order is unlawful and that the National Guard's deployment inflamed protests in the city that local police were handling. Earlier, President Trump did not rule out further deployment of U.S. Marines to the city.
We'll see what happens. I mean, I think we have it very well under control. I think it would have been a very bad situation. It was heading in the wrong direction. It's now heading in the right direction. And we hope to have the support of Gavin, because Gavin's the big beneficiary as we straighten out his problems.
Well, let's go to Los Angeles now and get the very latest from our correspondent, Carl Nasman, who is on the streets there. Carl, talk us through what is the current situation like in Los Angeles?
Right now, we're at one of the several demonstrations that are planned for today in downtown Los Angeles. I'll get out of the way. You can take a look at, first of all, this line of Los Angeles police officers. They are here standing in front of the federal building where we saw some clashes yesterday, a lot more intense atmosphere than what we're seeing today. This is a much smaller gathering, as you can tell, compared to those protests that we saw on Sunday. Just in the distance there, you might be able to make out those are the National Guard troops, some of them that were federalized and then deployed to Los Angeles by President Trump. They've mostly been staying there. They've mostly been guarding entrances to that building. There's another small group on the other side of the building. And I think it's important to say that they have not been involved in any of the clashes that we've seen with those demonstrators or protesters in and around this area. I've actually been speaking with one of the demonstrators earlier who was here yesterday, actually was hit by some rubber bullets, decided to come back today. She said that she does have family who are undocumented. Many of her family members are from other countries. And this is a big immigrant community, of course, in Los Angeles. She said it was important to come out and show her opposition to what the ICE agents, the immigration enforcement agents, have been doing around Los Angeles. Of course, several days of enforcement raids over the past few days, and we do believe that there are more planned in the coming days here in Los Angeles.
And Carl, it's that National Guard that the California governor says actually has inflamed the situation even more. Tell us about the legal situation and the governor suing the president.
Yeah, even as we see these clashes taking place in the streets here, we're also seeing a legal battle brewing now, potentially in the courts. There was a lawsuit that's been filed today. This was announced by California's Attorney General Rob Bonta. What he says is that the president's move to deploy and take over the control of these troops was not within his authority. He says that this is something that isn't legal, and they're going to be challenging that in the courts. What he said actually today was that this exceeds federal authority, and he claims, look, there's no rebellion here, and that's one of those, what he says, tick boxes you essentially have to check in order for the president to claim that authority. The president obviously is asserting otherwise. Speaking to local officials all the way up to the mayor, what they say is that while the situation was tense, they had things under control up until the point that that National Guard was deployed, and that's why there is such really a battle brewing over the use of those troops. And now, as we hear those rumors of actual active duty, at least on guard and prepared to deploy, the feeling is that if that were to happen, that might inflame tensions even further.
Okay, and we're seeing some pictures coming to us, Carl, there of, it looks like a march taking place rather than people just gathering in one position. A very passionate feeling there in California, as you've been describing, about the immigration policies of President Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was an earlier demonstration that happened today. It was actually out front of where one of those enforcement actions took place. There were family members of the people that have been detained, and we believe they're actually being held in the building behind us. But, what they were saying was that they want their family members back. They don't like the way that this enforcement has been taking place. Los Angeles, the largest county in the United States, has one of the largest concentrations of not only immigrants, but also undocumented migrants. So this is a community that is feeling this very personally. And so we're seeing family members, friends, and also those community members coming out today at demonstrations like this one, at marches like that video you're looking at, and they're out here to say, they don't want ICE agents in Los Angeles, and they certainly are also worried about the actions of the president.
Okay, Carl Nassman there on the ground in Los Angeles. Thank you for that. Well, let's speak now to California State Senator for the Democratic Party, Maria Elena Durazo, who represents California's 26th district, which includes the sites that have become the focus of the protests. Thank you very much for joining us here on BBC News. What is the sense on the ground from your constituents about what they've seen over the last few days?
Our communities are very upset at the invasion of these forces sent in by the president. We have a very, very proud history in California of immigrants contributing to our economy, of immigrants being the dreamers, of immigrants making California the fourth largest economy in the world. We're proud of that. And over the years, in fact, we have had thousands of protests to win more rights, to win more access to health care and access to social services and access to good jobs. This has happened as a result of thousands of protests. We have done them all peacefully. We have had as many as 1 million people on the streets, as little as 25. Always, every single one has been peaceful. We have never needed anybody to step in and take over. And so here we now, for all the respect that we have for the immigrants from all over the world that have contributed to our nation and to our state, now these immigrants are being blamed for doing things illegally, when in fact it's the administration that is doing things illegally. They are denying due process. They are denying attorneys to be able to talk to those detainees. They are denying members of Congress access to the detention centers. They are denying family contact with these detainees. That is not the United States of America that we love and that we believe in.
We've been looking at pictures of people continuing demonstrations throughout the day, whether it be marching, whether it be gathering to hear speakers and so on. What will the local people there in Los Angeles carry on to do for the next few hours or few days, as the case may be?
Well, there will be many who decide to participate in peaceful actions. We had dozens of leaders of faith who were at the protest that I was just at. We have many ways of showing our displeasure and our outrage at how the president is sending in unnecessary invasion of military. So we will choose either to stay home. We will choose to continue to go to work. This economy depends on them to go to work as much as it depends on anybody else, or they will choose to participate in and what we are encouraging our community to say. We want nonviolent, peaceful actions of protest.
Do you support the action of the governor of California there to sue President Trump over the deployment of the National Guard there?
Yes, as I understand it, this is the first time in our history that without the consent and without the request by our state government, that these actions are being taken by the federal government.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining us there. Really appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed. That's California State Senator Maria Elena Durazo. Thanks for joining us here on BBC News.
Thank you.
Well, as we've been discussing, President Trump is defending his move to deploy those National Guard troops to Los Angeles, claiming that if he didn't do it, the whole place would be burning down, he said. California Governor Gavin Newsom says the move is an overreach. Well, I put that argument earlier to Steve Bannon. He's President Trump's former chief strategist.
I come from Richmond, Virginia, so I know something about states' rights. And Gavin Newsom is acting like a neo-Confederate right now. The federal government has every availability to do what they did to federalize National Guards, particularly if they think that the commander-in-chief thinks that something's not being handled properly, and that's what the president did. Our argument today on the show is that he should double and triple down today with ICE raids. I mean, we've had an invasion of this country just on Biden's watch of 10 to 13 million illegal alien invaders. And they all have to go home, not just the criminals. Every person that came here on Biden's watch has to be deported. And that's what they're trying to stop now with these, with people like Mayor Bass and Gavin Newsom. And it's absolutely the prerogative of the president as commander-in-chief to do what he did.
So in what way is the situation that we've seen just in the last couple of days in Los Angeles an invasion or a rebellion as described in the piece of law that the president has referred to?
Well, there's been invasion. People,
but specifically
over
people
this all
weekend.
agree that 13 million people came. What you had is ICE agents during their normal raids to basically get people to deport them out of the country. And this was stopped. This was stopped by this mob. This is what was surrounding the ICE headquarters. Couldn't let ICE out. And the local LAPD didn't really intervene. You know, over the last 2 days, the LAPD's kind of stood down. They shut down.
But they would reject that characterization, the police department.
Here's a fact. Downtown LA, where I lived in LA for 20 years, downtown LA where the 101 and the 110 come, were shut down all yesterday. Look at it. It looked like a war scene, a war zone.
The police they did move the protesters out and
some of the protesters after many hours, but no arrests.
But they did it themselves. They didn't need the National Guard there. That's what
they would say. The
National
Guard, by the way, the National Guard. Remember, the mandate of the National Guard right now, federalizing the National Guard, is to protect federal property and to protect federal agents in their actions as ICE agents for deportations. And you have these local sanctuary cities, which are completely against federal law, that people like Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom thinks they can just override federal law like the Confederates did in the 1860s. My recommendation to President Trump and to Homan and Stephen Miller specifically is to arrest Mayor Bass. They should, if local officials
on what grounds?
Interfering with federal authorities that are prosecuting their mandate, which is to get people out of the country. You've seen this in Chicago. You're beginning to see it in New York. You certainly see it in LA. And I think it'll stand up in court, right? Just like this travel ban the other day is standing up in court. President Trump,
we'll talk about the travel ban in just a moment.
We have a massive insurrection here.
Just on the issue of states' rights, though, the Secretary for Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, just over a year ago, February in last year, when Joe Biden was being encouraged to federalize the National Guard in Texas, she said not to do that would be a direct attack on states' rights and that states should be allowed to make those decisions for themselves. In what President Trump is doing, doesn't that set a precedent for, at another time when perhaps there's a Democratic president, that they could do the same thing?
There was a precedent of this before, back in the 1960s, when Lyndon Johnson did this about civil rights. The president is his Article II powers as commander-in-chief. He has full ability to do this. That's what he's doing. I don't think there's any question about that. The courts will upheld this. They're going to take today in California, I think they're going to go to federal court and sue. And by the way, they should. Go ahead. As you know, they're going to federal court with everything with President Trump. Essentially, the courts are backing us up on everything. And my being a maximalist, to make sure that we get this done, I'm saying that you should drive this even more. I think the writ of habeas corpus ought to be suspended in certain these regards, particularly with the criminal element that's got to be shipped out of the country.
Now, first of all, the courts are not backing up President Trump in everything that he's trying to do, but that is one of the things about America that makes America, isn't it? That people can have the separation of powers and they can challenge this through the courts.
But remember, the courts, there's nothing in the Constitution about judicial supremacy. It's about judicial review.
And we are expecting a lawsuit from California later today, as
yes,
you've mentioned.
Yes.
But just the extension of that, when we hear from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, saying that he would be prepared to send Marines to California, what's your view on that? I mean, that is an escalation of the situation.
When you say escalation, that was done in the 1992, I think, the Rodney King riots. The Marines from Camp Pendleton went up. I think the Marines ought to be called out. I think more National Guard ought to be there. I think they ought to do more ICE raids a day. I think they ought to arrest.
Where do you see the threat to safety and to American citizens?
Did you see
at this point?
Did you watch The Weekend? Did you see this? Could you possibly look at that footage and tell me it wasn't safety to Americans? Hang on,
these are American citizens protesting.
You don't know that. Look at the foreign flags. You have no earthly. First off, let me repeat this for the BBC to please write down. There's 10 million illegal alien invaders came in here in 4 years. They're all going out of the country. Okay, they're all going out of the country. When you said they're going with all American citizens, you think all
I didn't know. I didn't say they were all American citizens.
You just said they were American citizens.
I said there are American citizens there.
There may be some American citizens. That's fine if they're trying to get in the middle of ICE agents that are deporting illegal aliens. They're breaking the law, and this is why Mayor Bass should go to jail today.
So we're not talking about them.
You people absolutely refuse to believe what the facts are. That even Biden and his regime understands that they allow 10 million people to come here illegally. All of those people. President Trump won on this. The polling is coming out today. The American people overwhelmingly support us getting the 10 million illegal alien invaders out of here. I'm asking about the specifics of what we saw.
I want to get to the thinking behind this and what Pete Hegseth is saying, because it's interesting for our viewers to see this. If you have U.S. Marines in California around protesters, does that not move America to a different point?
It's not protesters. See, this is what you guys try to do with your language all the time. That's not a protest. That was a riot, okay? They're interfering with folks that are being deported out of this country. They are breaking the law and they're rioting. They shut down Los Angeles for like 18 hours yesterday. That's not a protest. Nobody's saying about peaceful protests. If you want to come protest, they intervene with ICE agents doing their job. Certainly you should call up the Marines and the U.S. Army if you have to, or activate the reserve, the Army Reserve. Federalize the National Guard is just step one. But folks have to understand, and particularly BBC ought to embrace this, this is not going to stop.
Well, protesters are also taking aim at President Trump's new travel ban, which came into effect on Monday morning. Nationals of a dozen countries are barred from entering the US. The Trump administration says it's targeting countries it considers to be sponsors of terrorism, as well as those with high rates of migrants to the US who've been overstaying their visas. Nationals from an additional 7 countries face tough new restrictions that fall short of an outright ban, such as not being allowed to travel to the US with certain types of visas. The ban is hitting particularly hard in Africa, which is home to more than half of the countries impacted. Our senior Africa correspondent, Anne Soy, has more now from Nairobi.
The decision has left families of asylum seekers in limbo. Those whose applications to join their kin who are already in the US were underway fear they may not be reunited. The ban does not come as a surprise, though. President Trump promised it as he campaigned for office last year, and in April this year, his cabinet made recommendations. But still, it hit hard, and many are disappointed and dismayed. Aid agencies argue that refugees and asylum seekers undergo the most rigorous vetting of any group of migrants, and therefore they question the assertion that they pose a security threat. More than half of the targeted countries are from Africa. They include nations in conflict, such as Sudan, Somalia, and Libya. Others are countries whose citizens are said to tend to overstay their visas, like Equatorial Guinea and Chad. Chad in the Central African region has said that it is reciprocating those measures. That means Americans wishing to visit the country may not be allowed in. Now, not many of them travel to this country, However, there is a huge humanitarian effort currently underway in the east of the country to support Sudanese refugees who've been pouring in from across the border, fleeing from conflict there, and therefore aid workers from America could be affected. Somalia, on the other hand, has said that it is willing to work with the US to address the concerns that it has. And continentally, the body representing all 55 countries, the African Union, has urged the US to engage in, quote, constructive dialogue with the countries that are affected. It says it is concerned that these measures could affect education, trade, and diplomatic relations.
Israel says it will deport a dozen pro-Palestinian humanitarian campaigners who were detained after their boat was intercepted by Israeli forces on its way to Gaza. Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg was among the passengers on the vessel that was attempting to deliver a small shipment of aid into Gaza to raise awareness of the continuing worsening food situation there. Israel has confirmed the yacht has now docked at the Israeli port city of Ashdod. Its foreign ministry says those aboard the vessel were undergoing medical examinations to ensure that they are in good health. The seizure of the yacht comes as US President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke over the phone as the White House pushes for a Gaza hostage and ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Well, for more on the latest situation, let's speak now to Andrew Miller. He recently served in the US State Department as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Israeli-Palestinian Affairs.
Thank you very much for being with us here on BBC News. Just on that latest development of the Freedom Flotilla that was on its way to Gaza, intercepted by Israel, what does that say generally about Israel's efforts to get humanitarian food into Gaza? It's limiting it to its own foundation at this point.
Thanks for having me. The interception of the ship was not surprising. This is a policy Israel has maintained since at least 2007, preventing unauthorized ships, even those with humanitarian aid, to land in Gaza and directly deliver aid. Did this vessel constitute any type of threat to Israeli security? Almost certainly not. It was a symbolic gesture by the Freedom Flotilla to draw attention to the humanitarian situation. I think to a certain degree, the boat is a distraction from the humanitarian situation that exists on the ground in Gaza, which is deplorable. And we have seen insufficient steps by Israel, as well as insufficient steps by the Trump administration after expressing an interest in rectifying the humanitarian crisis to deliver more aid to the population in Gaza. There is this new Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is intended to bypass the UN as the delivery mechanism. It's being operated by a foundation based in the United States with American security contractors. It's been a debacle. A number of Palestinians have been killed approaching the site, and it's delivered aid woefully insufficient to meet what is a looming famine.
And indeed on that, we've heard from and spoken to them on this programme many times, from the UN, from humanitarian NGOs, extremely critical of that humanitarian foundation. But there is still US support for that. At what point does the US start to change its position?
That's an excellent question. I don't understand why they haven't made more than a rhetorical change of position, which is to move from supporting Israel's blockade on Gaza to encouraging Prime Minister Netanyahu to deliver aid. It's reached a point of such gravity and severity that it's really indefensible not to deliver humanitarian aid. Israeli concerns about the nature of the objects entering, about ensuring that such aid isn't going into the hands of Hamas and terrorists is entirely legitimate, but there's no reason that is irreconcilable with the obligation to ensure that the Palestinian population in Gaza receives sufficient food, medicine, and other necessities. We've reached a crisis point long ago, and there is an important distinction to be made between the Trump administration and the Biden administration. While I've myself, conceded errors in the Biden administration's approach. I don't think you can question the sincerity of President Biden's team in trying to deliver more aid to Palestinians in Gaza.
Yes,
we weren't as successful as we would have liked.
There
but we
has
made a
been no
legitimate attempt.
price to pay from either administration, from the Biden administration or the Trump administration. Israel has not paid a price, despite some of the words that have come, more so from Joe Biden than Donald Trump, about the starvation in Gaza and about the situation there.
That's certainly a fair characterization, that neither the Biden administration nor the Trump administration has imposed consequences, either real or symbolic, for Israel's obstruction of humanitarian aid into Gaza. In fact, there are U.S. laws that regulate the provision of humanitarian assistance to territories and the role of third parties that receive U.S. assistance, such as Israel, and their obligation to facilitate that delivery. They have not been upheld. They have not been enforced in this case. So this is not only a humanitarian crisis, it's actually a violation or an inconsistency in the application of the rule of law in the United States. It's doubly problematic.
Okay, all right. Andrew Miller, former US State Department Deputy Assistant Secretary for Israeli-Palestinian Affairs, thank you for speaking to us here on BBC News.
Thanks for having me.
Well, that is it for today here on World News America. I'm Katrina Perry. Thanks for watching. Take care.
Soaring into the skies and beyond, Burj Azizi, the world's second tallest tower. Ambitious, glamorous, sensational. A 7-star hotel, penthouses and residences, the world's highest observation deck, cinema, nightclub and spa, world-class restaurants, a sky pool, fitness sanctuaries and more. Burj Azizi, amazing on every level.
I'm here with Chris Cunahan of Leaf Filter. What is the problem with a clogged gutter?
Rotten fascia, rotten soffit, mildew, mold in the attic.
So how can Leaf Filter fix this problem?
So the first thing we're going to do is professionally clean out all your gutters, realign them, install our Leaf Filter system that allows nothing but water. Just give us a call, set up an appointment. We'll come out, give you a free gutter inspection.
To schedule your free inspection, call 833-LEAF-FILTER or visit leaffilter.com.
Hey, hon, I found our new car on Carvana.
Already? I want to do some research. Torque or horsepower for this? Oh, great return policy. I found it.
Great minds. Ah! Buy your car on Carvana today.
So why can't we say we're the best home shopping site?
Because while true, you just can't say that legally.
So I can't say, homes.com is the best?
No.
What if we jumbled up the words? Homes best is com.the.
No.
What if we said it in Spanish?
Homes.com es el mejor.
No.
What if we whispered it? Homes.com is the best.
No.
Fine. What if he said it?
Homes.com. It's the best.
Mr. Freeman, I'm sorry, but we can't say that.
Say what?
Homes.com is the best.
Aha!
Homes.com.
It's the best.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not going to work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing, but it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you suddenly feel okay. We're going to get out of it together. That's what muesli did for me.
There's so much ease with using BetterHelp.
I knew that I wanted to get help immediately. I was going to be able to see a therapist within that same week.
Now I feel so much more confident in expressing myself, and that's been a great gift.
I need Q1 full index reports to my desk by noon, complete with comprehensive data analysis.
Are you getting any of this?
Charles,
Yeah, Otter's got the meeting notes. I'll ask it for action items in the channel. And Maria already asked for a budget reminder. Smart.
Mom by morning. Got it?
Got it, boss. Otter, you got this.
Precise designs, subtle curves, curated upgrades, elevated design for thoughtful living. Thuma.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up. Now on BBC News, comprehensive coverage of the day's important national and international news stories. Newsnight.
A dramatic escalation in LA tonight as President Trump orders the mobilisation of 700 Marines to respond to protests there. Will this unprecedented move calm or inflame the situation on the ground? And here, can Labour win back popularity after restoring the winter fuel payment to 9 million pensioners? Good evening, welcome to Newsnight Live each weeknight in the UK and around the world. Hundreds of US Marines are being mobilised to the Los Angeles area. Donald Trump says they have orders to protect federal buildings and personnel from protesters demonstrating against immigration raids. Earlier, the president defended his decision to send in the National Guard, saying the city would have been completely obliterated otherwise, and he suggested the California governor, Gavin Newsom, should be arrested. Have a look at how things have unfolded since Friday.
What we're seeing in LA is chaos caused by the administration.
It will be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order. We're going to have law and order. Very important.
People who were coming here to check in during their regular check-ins were being detained.
Being separated. LA wouldn't be what it is without us.
I'm not sure if we'd call these guys protesters. They're more anarchists having a bit of a time out here tonight.
Over waiting for Governor Newsom to get some sanity.
They spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers.
Firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA.
You just shut the You okay?
Let's talk live to Republican Congressman Mark Alford, who is a vocal supporter of Donald Trump in the House. Congressman, thank you very much for speaking to our audience here in the UK and around the world. As I understand it, there are about 4 million people in Los Angeles City. There are about 500 to 800 protesters. You've got hundreds of Marines now being mobilised. How is that proportionate?
Well, it's proportionate to the level of chaos that the mayor, Karen Bass, and the governor, Gavin Newsom, have promulgated on the people there of Los Angeles and the state of California. It got out of control because of them. We are perfectly fine with peaceful protests, but this devolved rather rapidly. At first, the city refused to do anything about it. The police department stood down. That is why the National Guard was brought in to protect property, to protect lives. And now the President of the United States is bringing in several hundred Marines, not to make arrests, not to deal with law enforcement, but to shore up the National Guard so that they can do their job now in coordination with the city that has finally taken action to arrest the thugs, the insurrectionists.
And so can I just clarify, will the Marines be allowed to shoot at protesters?
I highly doubt that. That is not in their purview. That is not in their orders from the President of the United States. Only under the Insurrection Act of our Constitution can Marines or any other law enforcement, that would be a violation of the Posse Comitatus. They cannot act as law enforcement officers on U.S. soil. That is not in their purview.
OK. We've just shown our audience here in the UK and around the world the live pictures from downtown Los Angeles. And there are hundreds of people there. They are protesting peacefully. The atmosphere seems relatively jovial. Why do you need Marines?
Well, I haven't seen the video to which you were referring of a jovial nature. Yesterday I was watching live for several hours. It was anything but that.
But I'm talking about
these
today.
Anarchists,
the
these
700
people
Marines,
throwing things at police, throwing bricks, throwing concrete, throwing rocks, dropping heavy equipment onto cars, setting cars on fire. That is not jovial. That
I'm not
is
suggesting,
insurrection.
forgive me, Mr. Alford, I'm not suggesting that is jovial. I'm suggesting what we're showing, what you can probably hear in the background now, are protesters, and the atmosphere looks fine. Now, the mayor and the governor of California made it clear that the LAPD could cope. The LAPD, who aren't known to be shrinking violets, let's face it, said the protests were largely peaceful. It doesn't sound like they need the National Guard or the Marines.
Well, you can't wait around, Victoria. It could quickly turn on a dime, or a pound, I should say, that this protest would change in a heartbeat. We saw that happen in the past 2 days. These forces that are being mobilized now, National Guard, local police, in coordination with the U.S. Marine Corps, that is coming in to shore up, not take any other action other than to help shore up these forces and provide support. It is there to try to quell this.
Okay.
You know,
well, let me put
the
this to you, if I
Democrats
may.
would try to say that President Trump has inflamed the situation by federalizing the National Guard. The people who fanned the flames on this was the governor, Gavin Newsom, and the mayor, Bass, for not doing anything to stop the violence. We are all about peaceful protests in the United States of America, but they crossed the Rubicon.
The widespread protests following the death of George Floyd back in 2020, when President Trump was in power the first time around, were far, far worse. And Donald Trump did not send the National Guard in then. That is why people are asking now, does he want this battle? Is this just an excuse?
This is not about a battle. This is about the 77 million Americans who voted a mandate to restore law and order in the United States of America, to restore our economic system, to restore security to our border. These all come together now in the orders of the President of the United States, the Homeland Security Secretary, ICE, enforcement of our immigration system. We have got to make sure that we have a future in this country, and that is going to require securing our border, securing our economy, securing our streets, and returning law and order. It's very simple.
Sure, and I'm not
President
asking.
Trump does not want a civil war. He wants justice, and he wants peace in America.
I'm actually not asking about the ICE raids. I'm asking you really about the First Amendment of the US Constitution, which guarantees, as you know, the right to assembly, freedom of speech, and the press.
Right.
But is it just when President Trump agrees with it then?
Not at all. We all believe in the First Amendment. I am a former journalist here in the United States of America. I made my career off the First Amendment. President Trump believes in the First Amendment. His administration believes in the First Amendment. But these scallywags have crossed the line. They are insurrectionists. They are funded in parts by outside organizations who are dropping off loads of bricks and concrete blocks and rocks to not just peacefully protest and not have a jovial time, but to disrupt, to harm, and to try to get their way through violence. It will not be tolerated.
Okay, we saw insurrectionists on January the 6th, didn't we? When, of course, President Trump, again, did not call in the National Guard or the Marines. I want to ask you one more question. Has Gavin Newsom stepped over the line? Because, as you know, today, Donald Trump says he would have him arrested. Now, arresting political opponents is what happens in President Putin's Russia, isn't it?
One clarification, Victoria, on your previous statement about January 6th. It is proven now that President Trump did authorize some 24,000 National Guard members to come on January 6th to the Capitol, and Nancy Pelosi refused those National Guard troops. She admitted on tape as to doing that. As far as Governor Gavin Newsom goes, I don't think he will be arrested. He is taunting the President of the United States of America because he intends to run for president. This is what's called earned media in America. You get free airtime, you get to spout off, you get to create an adversary and hopefully win the Democrat nomination. That is all that is about, because he has lost face because how poorly he has run the state of California low these many years.
Mark Halford, thank you very much for talking to our audience. We appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you.
Here, 2 days ahead of the spending review, we got some more details of the U-turn on winter fuel payments, one of the first and most unpopular things Labour has done since the general election. Instead of only low-income pensioners getting the payment, now any pensioner with an income under £35,000 will get it. In fact, everyone will get it, but some of it will be clawed back through the tax system. Right, in a moment we'll hear from Helen Whately from the Conservatives and Jeevan Sander from Labour, plus money-saving expert founder himself, Martin Lewis. First, Nick is here. How big is this and how damaging is it for Rachel Reeves?
Well, Vic, it's a relatively small sum of money when you consider how much money the government spends every year. It was originally intended to save £1.5 billion a year. But it is a very big political moment because this became one of the defining features of how Rachel Reeves was going to fill in what she described as the £22 billion black hole that she claimed she inherited from the Conservatives. And let's not forget that in the autumn, Lucy Powell, speaking for the government from the Cabinet, said unless this sort of stuff was done, there would be a run on the pound. And she didn't make that up, because the day that she did that, there was an article by Rachel Reeves in The Observer saying similar stuff in much milder sense. Then, wind forward to May, you had what Barack Obama would describe as the shellacking for Labour in the local elections in England. And then, of course, there was the loss of the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. And then you get this U-turn. Now, U-turns can be a good thing for governments. We listened. But they can also be bad things because they can highlight a weakness. And I do have to say, across the Labour Party at Westminster, what you do get is a lot of Labour MPs saying to me, how on earth did the Chancellor not have the political nous to see that this would end up this way?
So what else are they saying behind the scenes then?
Well, what you're getting is very much a sense of relief. I was talking to one minister, a real loyalist minister, and they said, I'm absolutely delirious. They are in a constituency where there would be a big reform threat. They're really happy. They say that every pensioner basically in their constituency would do well out of this. But there are other Labour MPs who are really worried. Another one saying, I'm really pleased they've done this. I hope the government can recover this position, but I don't believe that the position, it may well not be recoverable. And they said just a few months ago they were called into Downing Street with a whole bunch of Labour MPs and told by the top policy advisors, the special advisors, you've got to go out and defend this. And this person said to one of the core key advisors to the Prime Minister, this is a disaster, it's not going to work. And this MP said that this advisor laughed at them in their face. And they are really worried that this shows a number 10 and a number 11 out of touch.
Thank you, Nick. Martin Lewis is here, founder of moneysavingexpert.com. Hello to you.
Hello.
Is this the right decision with the right threshold?
It is a massive improvement. The right threshold is a little bit more complicated, but it is a massive improvement and it is the right move. I was never against means testing of winter fuel payment. No one's sitting there arguing millionaires and billionaires need to get winter fuel payment as long as we can do the means testing in an effective manner. There were two problems with the action that came last October. I mean, I think, running on from Nick, what was very interesting in Labour's first set-piece announcement when it got into power, you wouldn't have expected it to set itself up against Age UK, Citizens Advice and Money Saving Expert. When I heard of slightly before the first announcement came, my answer to the person who had called me and said they were doing it was, what on earth are you doing? That's a ridiculous thing to do. This doesn't work. Two reasons. The initial threshold of £11,600 that was in effect last winter, it's now £11,800, was too low. That is, with a typical energy bill at £1,700 and the other cost of living support having gone last winter, and pensioners tend to use more energy and sit in the house more, it was too low. But the really big point that's been under-discussed is, for over 10 years, I've been talking about the critically underclaimed benefit that is pension credit. So to link winter fuel payment to pension credit that's critically underclaimed was a flawed decision. And there are still today 700,000 eligible pensioners who are eligible for winter fuel payment under the current system, which means they earn less than £11,800 who don't claim it. So when you read in your introduction, low-paid people get it, no. 700,000 of the most vulnerable, often with onset dementia, who don't understand it, don't claim it and don't get it.
Fair point.
Which is why my big call was always the first thing is we have to look after the most vulnerable. So a universal payment system, which is what we have now, everybody gets it until they get it clawed back, is absolutely a better move.
Can I clarify? Let's say a husband and wife, both on just under 35k, so just under the threshold, but with a total household income of just under 70k then, they will both get winter fuel payments, correct?
Correct. What happens is...
Is that fair?
Well, the payment is a household payment, but then they split it in two. So if you're eligible and you're both over 80, it's a £300 payment, it's £150 each. Interestingly, if one were over 80 and one were under 80, it's a £300 payment, but 200 is put towards the over 80 and 100 is put towards the under 80. That's technical, you don't care about that.
I do actually, because some of our audience will absolutely care.
Is it fair? There was no perfect mechanism. Now, I've been kicking the government over this for the last year. Let me say, I far prefer this mechanism, which means some more affluent households will get it when they probably shouldn't, to the last mechanism, which meant 700,000 and arguably a lot more just over the threshold weren't getting it when they really needed it. I don't think this is a bad system, although it is very interesting for me. What I find fascinating about this, I've been complaining about the child benefit higher income tax clawback for years, because what that does is that says if you earn over £80,000, the highest earner in the household earns over £80,000, you don't get child benefit. So then you've got two neighbours who earn just under 60 grand where it starts to be taken away. So that's 120 total. That family, they get child benefit. Their next door neighbour, one earns 80, one earns nothing. They don't get it. And I have been told for years that we can't split a household payment into a personal tax payment, which is exactly what the government has just done. So when I got a WhatsApp today from Rachel Reeves telling me, you know, sorry I couldn't explain it to you in person because I've been lobbying hard that we needed change on this, my first reply back is, this is wonderful news, and I am relieved, and this is a massive improvement, and I think it will take a lot of pressure off a lot of vulnerable people. But I did also say, by the way, can we now do it for child benefit?
And did you get a response, Martin? Not yet. Spending review on Wednesday. Is there anything in particular you would like to see from that?
I will be honest, I don't think it's my remit, the spending review. It's macroeconomics, and I'm a consumer finance journalist. But this change today, it's not perfect, but it is a massive improvement, and it was absolutely needed, and they had no choice to do it. But why it was done in the first place, why you would kick pensioners to appease the bond markets in the first place, I mean, the politicians will have that discussion over there. But from me, on a consumer finance perspective, what I've been hearing about today, this is great news and it's a good day.
Thank you very much for being with us and talking to our audience. We appreciate it. Thank you, Martin. Right, let's talk to some politicians then. Helen Whately, who is the Shadow Work and Pension Secretary, and Jeevan Sunda is a Labour MP and he sits on the Treasury Select Committee. Welcome, both of you. Does this undo, Jeevan Sunda, the self-inflicted political damage?
We'll have to see what the political outcome is here, but to see what the policy intent where we are today. Keeping the winter fuel payment for those who need it. I think we agree the threshold is high enough that everyone who needs it will get it. Now, beforehand, if you're over the pension credit threshold, you could get the household support fund. As Martin has alluded to, what's a discretionary payment now becomes universal payment. But in terms of the policy principle, it is the same. The design has shifted clearly and protect the poorest pensioners. And the $450 million we could put elsewhere to help people get their bills down.
Right. Does it undo the political damage?
Well, the political consequences will have to be seen. I think the fact that we've listened...
OK, fine. Let me ask the next question, if I may. The head of the Institute for Fiscal Studies was asked on PM tonight on Radio 4 if he had £1.25 billion, which is what this new system will cost to help people in poverty. This plan of yours wouldn't even be in his top 100 of things he would do to help people in poverty. Can you explain why you have given this money to middle and well-off pensioners rather than, say, to families with young children in poverty?
Well, first of all, for families with young children in poverty, the expansion, of course, of the breakfast clubs, 100,000 kids out of poverty.
$1.25 billion extra.
We're looking at the two-child limit going forward. There's no perfect place. I think the Prime Minister has already set that out. That's where the intent is going towards. But clearly, the threshold has to be drawn somewhere. There's nowhere that's going to be perfect or please everybody. That's clearly the case. But in terms of protecting pensioners, and that £450 million, like I say, not going to the quarter richest pensioners, is able to spend on things like those breakfast clubs that will, of course, get 100,000 kids out of poverty.
You used to work in the Treasury. You're now on the Treasury Select Committee, as I said. When the Leader of the Commons said back in September that if you didn't make this small saving by cutting winter fuel payments, it would have caused a run on the pound, did you wince or laugh?
I can't really quite recall when that statement was.
I've just told you. It was October, and Lucy Powell said if you didn't means test winter fuel in the way you announced last July, it would have caused a run on the pound.
So I don't recall my reaction at the time.
No,
in terms of now,
well,
I think what you say more broadly was
around
the public finances.
She wasn't saying anything more broadly. She was saying it would cause a run on the pound.
I think in the context of do you want to have responsible control of your public finances, there have been, of course, as we've seen in 2022, bond market reactions. In terms of this policy in particular, I don't think that would have been the outcome, no.
Right. A U-turn on personal independence payments next?
We have to see what happens in going forward. And as far as I'm concerned,
do you want a U-turn on that?
In terms of PIP, our policy principles are three things. Make sure those who most need it get the money they need. Those who have support get help into work. And on the other side, as well, help with healthcare. So that's the principles of the policy. I'm not aware of any changes to the policy. That's where we are.
Right. But do you want a U-turn on PIP?
I want to see those three principles go forward. That's the principle that we want to have.
Help me out.
Ensure that
do you
have
want
health.
a U-turn on PIP?
I want to have a policy design that does all three things, right? So around PIP in particular, I think this is just around the social security payments. And I'm not denying, by the way, those are incredibly important. The social security payments is the support into work, it's the creating jobs, and it's around healthcare as well. I want to see the entire package work well together. I think we should look at the entire package as a whole.
OK. I'm still not clear if you want a U-turn or not. Yes or no?
So, again, we'll have to see where the package goes forward.
What do you want? You're a Labour MP, a backbench Labour MP.
I'm a Labour MP who wants to see a system as a whole work really well.
I'm not going to let you repeat the same answer. OK. Helen Whately, hello, from the Conservatives. Today you called Labour's U-turn on this humiliating. Is it more humiliating than the U-turn on Liz Truss's massive energy subsidies and tax cuts?
Look, I think it's a completely different situation. But what I did say earlier...
More humiliating or less?
Look, I think I didn't back Liz Truss to be our party leader and Prime Minister, and Kemi Badenoch and others have said, that was then, we're under new leadership, and my job here is to hold the government to account, and particularly to point out the mistakes that they are making. And I think they've made a big mistake over winter fuel payments, over the fact that they took it away, as you said earlier, as has been discussed, one of the first things that Rachel Reeves did as Chancellor to do this winter fuel payment cut. As you said, they've changed it, and I welcome their being a U-turn. In fact, we've said from the moment she announced it that it was the wrong thing to do. So I welcome that. But I do think that one thing that is extraordinary is that Rachel Reeves and other government ministers have been going out today saying that the reason they've been able to do this is because in some way the economy has improved. And to me, that is surely it's fooling nobody. The economic situation is worse now than it was when Rachel Reeves announced the cut. What she just ought to be saying, and what your colleagues ought to be saying, is sorry, we got this wrong and we're trying to fix it.
OK. They should be saying sorry. In recent days, your own shadow chancellor, your own shadow home secretary could not bring themselves to say sorry for Liz Truss. Maybe you could do it.
So they have said, my colleagues have said, we have said, no, we reckon that we got things wrong as a government.
I know.
And
why is it so hard to say the actual word, though? You want Labour to say sorry. You won't.
So on this, it's always like it's chasing the moment, it's chasing the gotcha, it's chasing whatever that thing you're looking for. But what I think is very specific with the winter fuel payment situation is that there were thousands of pensioners who went without that winter fuel payment over the winter. As Martin was just saying,
thousands of people whose mortgages went up.
700,000 pensioners who were eligible for pension credit, who are on incomes as low as £11,000 and still were not getting that winter fuel payment. So actually, I mean, to me, there's a very human cost of what happened last winter, and that's the sort of thing that requires an apology. But as I said, the other thing is let's be straight with the public. I think your colleagues should be straight with the public and say, we've done this because we got it wrong, but also don't pretend that the economic situation is all rosy. Actually, the reality is that growth has been revised down, that inflation is up, unemployment is up, the government's cost of borrowing is going up. So much going in the wrong direction.
Okay,
and also, Rachel Reeves has made a £1.25 billion hole in her finances now and not said how that's going to be filled.
our priority as a government is to make sure people are better off. We're on the economic situation at the moment. Real wages are rising. Employment is rising too, by the way. Inactivity is falling. I think Helen is talking about is more people entering the labour market, in part because we started to get waiting lists down. We have the spending review coming up now. What are our priorities? Make us more money in people's pockets. It's why we're investing in clean energy. It's why we're investing in home insulation.
I didn't ask what your priorities
and getting wages rising on the other side,
you.
investing in transport infrastructure too. So yes, this government is making people better off, and that's where we are.
But it's interesting, isn't it, Vic, you saying so. Mel Stride sort of almost apologises, but doesn't quite, for Liz Truss, and we couldn't have an apology from the government today. I wonder why that is. We know why. It's Nick Clegg, because Nick Clegg did that apology for what he did on tuition fees, and the mocking, all those videos mocking the I'm sorry, and politicians just don't want to be in that place.
Is that what it is? Is that why the Conservatives won't say sorry for Liz Truss? Is that why Rachel Reeves or the Keir Starmer wouldn't say sorry for this, what is considered by many Labour backbench MPs and pensioners to be a mistake? Is that why?
It's how thought, sorry?
Is that why politicians won't say sorry?
Well, I'm not thinking of that particular example that you said, but I mean, what we've gone out, we've said, as I said just now in your programme, that
you've said mistakes
I didn't support it with made mistakes.
Is required. I'm just sorry. I don't want to labour this, but what is it? The issue with the word sorry? What is the issue?
As I said, let's have a proper conversation about what's going on with the winter fuel allowance and what's going on with the economy.
We literally have, and that's for 20 minutes.
And that is the thing to have this evening. That's what we're here to do.
And what's the Conservatives' policy on winter fuel payments?
So, as I've been clear, that we said we wouldn't have done it.
Sure.
And I'm not going to sit here and make policy on the hoof. We've also been clear that we don't
know what your policy is.
That's not. No, it's not. It's not as simple. That's a very simple way of saying the situation.
I'm sorry. So, if you're a pensioner watching Newsnight right now, we've just heard you criticise Labour for a mistake you say they have made, and you're pleased that they've changed it. And all I'm doing, which is a really legitimate thing to ask a politician, is what would you do if you were in power?
So we would not have done it.
Sure.
Clearly the world moves on. As I said, actually, the economy is, unfortunately, due to some of the decisions made by the Labour government, in a worse place than when Rachel Reeves took over. And when the next election comes, the situation may well be different as well.
Right.
So that unemployment is unfortunately going up. Many businesses are telling me about the fact that then they're not recruiting, that the jobs tax is really hitting their ability.
So would you stick with this plan from Labour, do you think, or go back to a universal payment?
One of the problems I think the government has got is they didn't do the hard yards and make plans for what they wanted to do when they came into power. They didn't do the hard work in opposition of what would be the right thing. Yeah, so we are doing the hard work in opposition of working out what would be the right thing to offer to the country when the next general election comes. And so that's not something where we'd literally just heard an announcement today from the government, and I stood up in the chamber today and I asked questions about it. I held the government to account. We'll spend some time, we'll scrutinise that. But let's do a proper job of coming up with the right answers, not just trying to sit here and give an answer because it feels like an easier way to get through the evening.
Sure, it's just that is a question that voters would legitimately ask, but fair enough. I hear absolutely what you've said. Nick, we've got the spending review on Wednesday. We've seen this U-turn. We've got more details today. Does one U-turn inevitably lead to another?
Well, on welfare, yes. I mean, you heard what Jeevan was saying, giving a very clear indication, and it looks like in the autumn, around the time of the budget, that we will have the lifting of the two-child cap on universal credit. Torsten Bell, who's the pensions minister, who did the statement today, gave a pretty clear answer to Rebecca Long-Bailey, who's on the left of the Labour Party, saying it looks like that's going to happen. But, I mean, what today was about for the Chancellor was just get this out of the way so that she can focus on her spending review. She wants it to be a big focus on investment, bricks and mortar investment in the NHS.
OK. And then we've got the disability cuts vote coming down the line, which is
meant to be this month, and big pressure that can they delay that vote, because the rebels, who aren't the obvious on the left, are saying they've got pretty good numbers.
OK. Thank you, both of you. Thank you very much for being with us. Right, let's have a look at some of the stories on the front pages. Tomorrow, The Guardian. Labour pledges £14 billion for nuclear to get the UK off the fossil fuel roller coaster. And then we've got photographs, big photographs of what's happening in Los Angeles. California governor threatens to sue Trump. The Sun. It was fuelish, so say sorry. Reeves winter misery U-turn. The Daily Express. Victory for pensioners. And then a big photograph there of lots of pensioners holding up their Posters saying save the winter fuel payment. After 298 days of relentless campaigning by Your Express, Rachel Reeves finally restores the winter fuel payment to 9 million OAPs, but fails to apologise. The Financial Times: Reeves' retreat restores winter fuel payments to pensioners. And the WPP's chief quits as ad agency battles AI-led upheaval and ailing share price. That is it from us. Thank you very much for your time. Jeevan Sunder, Helen Whately, thank you. Nick Watt and I will be back tomorrow. Thank you for your company. We'll see you 10:30 tomorrow night. Good night.
I'm Sumi Somaskanda in Washington, and this is BBC World News America. The state of California sues the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard to Los Angeles as protesters take to the streets for a fourth day against immigration raids. The BBC speaks to former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon, who defends President Trump's decision to send 2,000 National Guard troops to Los Angeles.
The federal government has every availability to do what they did to federalize National Guards, particularly if they think the commander-in-chief thinks that something's not being handled properly, and that's what the president did.
Welcome to World News America. It's good to have you with us. In the past few minutes, the U.S. military has confirmed it is activating 700 Marines to Los Angeles as unrest continues in parts of the city. It comes as the state of California is suing the Trump administration over its earlier decision to deploy National Guard troops to Los Angeles. President Trump defended his decision to send 2,000 troops, writing on his Truth Social platform, quote, "We made a great decision in sending the National Guard. If we had not done so, Los Angeles would have been completely obliterated." Protests in America's second largest city began on Friday as agents from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE, carried out immigration raids in downtown LA and LA County. The United Nations is warning against any further militarization and is urging state and federal governments to work together on a solution. Now let's go to our North America correspondent, Anthony Zerko, who's been following the latest on this story for us. Anthony, good to see you. We've seen this continue to escalate, certainly in terms of political rhetoric. Just tell us what you make of what we've seen from both the president and California today.
Well, we've seen, as you mentioned, an escalation in rhetoric between the president and California Governor Gavin Newsom. Earlier today, Donald Trump appeared to endorse an earlier allegation or suspicion that Gavin Newsom should be arrested. He said it was a good idea. Gavin Newsom immediately pushed back, saying that was a move towards authoritarianism. Earlier administration officials have said anyone who attempted to obstruct the immigration enforcement in California could be subject to arrest. Gavin Newsom pushed back strongly against that. So the rhetoric is increasing, and now the escalation as well on the ground of U.S. military forces, active duty Marines being sent in a supporting role, but still on the ground nonetheless, in addition to those National Guard troops and the LA police that are already on the scene. That represents a new level of possible instability in these protests. It's probably going to instigate further protests, but the potential for more conflict is very real.
Anthony, as you're speaking, we're looking again at live pictures as people have amassed in parts of downtown Los Angeles. We see their National Guards members lined up in front of a federal facility. So we're watching that to see what happens next. But as we do so, tell us a bit more about how the president and his administration are defending their decisions.
Well, they are saying that they are defending law and order. As you noted earlier, Donald Trump is characterizing this as a threat to law and order, an invasion of America's second largest city, a possible insurrection, that these are riotous mobs, migrant mobs, he's called them. And so he's justifying this stepping in, and other administration officials are justifying this intervention as standing up for law and order, and also following through on a campaign promise, which was mass deportations. If you remember, during the presidential campaign just last year, Donald Trump talked about it all the time. He was supported by a majority of public opinion, and at the Republican National Convention, there were delegates there holding up signs saying mass deportation now. So essentially, they're saying this is not only a follow through of a campaign promise, but then stepping forward to ensure the security while these forces are rounding up migrants, undocumented migrants, detaining them and preparing them for deportation.
Anthony, stay there. We're going to bring in our correspondent, Carl Nassman, who's on the ground covering the protests. We were working on getting his line secure there. Carl, good to see you. People have been gathering to protest. Tell us what's happening where you are.
Yeah, where we are is very similar to the area where last night we saw those scenes of protesters taking over the freeway briefly, blocking traffic, some mass arrests, then really some pretty chaotic scenes of clashes between officers and demonstrators. Right now, there had been a more peaceful protest taking place near one entrance of the federal building here. That's just been declared an unlawful assembly by the authorities on the ground. And you can probably see behind me a fairly large police presence. We're seeing police and California Highway Patrol here. What they're trying to do is block access to that freeway where we saw those demonstrators go exactly down this ramp to be able to occupy that space. So what they did was move everyone away from this entrance and this overpass. And actually, if you can move the camera around this way now, you can see, Sumi, where a big gathering of demonstrators has now moved. They're in front of the other entrance here to that federal building. I think you were just looking at some of those pictures, the National Guard lined up in front of those doors there. This is an area where we saw a lot of graffiti earlier in the day. They managed to clean up some of it, but it's very much a chaotic scene. And I have to say, we've been here over the past 2 to 3 hours or so. This has definitely changed now. It feels a lot more charged, a lot more emotional than it did earlier. The crowds have really swelled since about noon or 1, and we were expecting 2, 3, or 4 different demonstrations today, some of them in support of a local union leader who was detained during some of those ICE raids for what they say was obstruction of that action. Other people coming out in support, obviously, of many of the people that were detained. And we've been talking with lots of protesters here who are also not happy about what the Trump administration has done with that National Guard. But it's definitely a different feeling today. You can see people on top of cars waving Mexican flags. There were a few high school students that walked out of school today, and they converged here as well. So this is the scene right now, Sumi, and I think a lot of people bracing for this potentially to get a bit more charged.
Okay, Carl, we'll let you go to continue reporting on those protests there. Carl and Anthony, thank you both so much for joining us on the program. And for more on the story, we can speak now to Democrat Congressman Brad Sherman from the state of California. Congressman, it's great to have you back on our program. Thank you for joining us this evening. We're seeing now that the Pentagon has confirmed it is activating 700 Marines in the Los Angeles area to help the federal response to these protests. What do you make of that, and what does activating mean?
Well, I love Los Angeles. Unfortunately, Donald Trump doesn't. He is using this. He's deliberately inflamed the situation in order to distract from the enormous corruption that we've seen just in the last few weeks, which is the greatest corruption we've seen since the privatization of the Soviet Union. And then he's desperate to distract from the biggest bromance blowout that we've seen in his personal disruption with Elon Musk. And so he has inflamed the situation. For the most part, both the National Guard troops and any Marines that eventually arrive in Los Angeles will be in supporting roles. Yeah. So far, he has found 44 people that he believes should be deported. This is not an attempt to seriously change the demography of Los Angeles. Okay. This is an attempt to distract from this enormous corruption.
Nonetheless, you know, Congressman, so much attention right now on these scenes from parts of Los Angeles, we should say. And we heard the mayor say earlier, Karen Bass, that there were these pockets of violence overnight. Our correspondent just said that he feels like the situation is again getting quite charged and tense. Are you concerned by what you're seeing?
I'm concerned by the president trying to inflame the situation. So far, the vast majority of Los Angeles is peaceful. It appears that the demonstrators are peaceful now. Anything like this that gets worldwide attention is going to attract a few hooligans, a few people who can't control their emotions, an occasional Leninist or two that want to exploit the situation. But my district, representing 750,000 people, is entirely quiet and is almost entirely within the city limits of Los Angeles.
We've seen the California Attorney General say he's filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration, the president, for federalizing the National Guard. Do you think that is the right move?
It's certainly the right move. Whether it'll be successful in court, we'll have to see. I haven't read the documents. But what the president's doing now is terrible policy. And it's not really what he ran on. Yes, he said a lot of batshit crazy things in 2024, but he said batshit crazy things in 2016. And then when he became president in 2017, he didn't do anything like this. People wanted the border closed. In fact, Biden had pretty much closed the border even before Trump took office. They did not want people who have lived in our society for decades to be subject to this, and they certainly didn't want their cities disrupted.
What about this rhetoric, this escalation of rhetoric between the governor of California and President Trump? We saw the border czar talking about the possibility of arresting the governor. President Trump was asked about this and asked what crime he would have committed, and he said the crime of being elected as a grossly incompetent governor. What do you make of this?
We're a democracy. I don't like to see any of our most prominent national officials arrested and put behind bars. But if we're going to arrest any prominent politician in the United States, it should be the one that's been convicted of 34 felonies. And of course, that's President Trump.
What is your message to protesters? Of course, some of them are, residents of Los Angeles, and as we know, of course, U.S. citizens as well. Some are migrants from the immigrant communities who are not citizens, who are concerned. What is your message to them as they take to the streets again?
Don't let Donald Trump use you to try to inflame the entire country, or to try to, if he would go this far, to cancel the elections in 2026. Bring American flags, follow the law, and realize that Trump is deliberately trying to inflame you to justify and get political support for actions that would really rip the heart out of our country.
Congressman, it's great to have you back on our program today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, and just as we keep our eye on these images here to bring you up to date, this is a protest, as you see, that has been gathering. Our correspondent was just telling us that more people have arrived over the last 2 hours or so, and there you see the National Guard, those National Guard members deployed, federalized by President Trump, standing in front of a federal facility. Our correspondent telling us that this assembly was deemed unlawful, so that would indicate that at some point law enforcement officials would try to disperse this crowd, but we haven't seen that just yet. So we'll continue to keep our eye on these pictures for you as we move forward. But we also want to bring in another perspective. One of President Trump's allies, of course, our chief presenter Katrina Perry sat down with former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon. Here's what he had to say.
Just want to start with that huge story here in the US at the moment, the situation in Los Angeles. Yes. Do you think the president was right to override the rights of the state in terms of making its own decisions, and in this case he chose to send in the National Guard?
That's a miss. I come from Richmond, Virginia, so I know something about states' rights. And Gavin Newsom is acting like a neo-Confederate right now. The federal government has every availability to do what they did to federalize National Guards, particularly if they think the commander-in-chief thinks that something's not being handled properly, and that's what the president did. Our argument today on the show is that he should double and triple down today with ICE raids. I mean, we've had an invasion of this country just on Biden's watch of 10 to 13 million illegal alien invaders. And they all have to go home, not just the criminals. Every person that came here on Biden's watch has to be deported. And that's what they're trying to stop now with these with people like Mayor Bass and Gavin Newsom. And it's absolutely the prerogative of the president as commander-in-chief to do what he did.
Okay, we'll have more from that interview a little bit later in the program. But we want to go back to Los Angeles to speak to the city attorney, Heidi Feldstein Soto, who is joining us now. Thank you so much for being with us in our program today. I want to ask you, first of all, about what we've seen in terms of the legal approach from the state of California, not the city of Los Angeles. So to be clear here, the state of California says it will file suit against President Trump for federalizing the National Guard. Do you think that a lawsuit is warranted here?
Yes, is the short answer. I have not, as you may have seen, been one of the law enforcement officials at the forefront of any litigation against the federal administration. I am someone who believes that elections have consequences. However, when that administration exceeds its constitutional and statutory grounds and uses a military force that is really designed for warfare, not for law enforcement within our borders, I have no choice but to examine every tool available in our tool chest and in the state's tool chest to resist, as we like to say in some quarters, with all my heart and all my soul and all my might, because this is unquestionably an overreach. I'd like to address what Mr. Bannon just said, whether or not the president has the availability, whether or not he is the commander-in-chief. That does not mean that he has the legality or the ability under our Constitution and our laws to do what he did.
Can I ask you about what the Attorney General said? He said, it is no accident that the right to a peaceful protest is in the First Amendment. It's because peaceful protest is a cornerstone of any healthy democracy. This is precisely what the Trump administration is pointing to. They say that the city lost control because the protests on Friday and into Saturday were not peaceful. What do you make of that?
I'm sorry. I'm a lawyer. Yeah. I don't speak in soaring rhetoric, and I certainly don't make statements without facts. So let's take a quick look at the facts. Mass protests. The city of Los Angeles covers nearly 500 square miles. The county covers nearly 5,000. We have 4 million residents in the city and 12 million in our county. This city and this county has a long and storied history of protests. Just in the time that I have lived in LA, and I came here as an adult, we have faced protests for civil rights, for reproductive rights, for AIDS, for LGBTQ+. We have faced protests like Black Lives Matter. We have faced protests over the conflict in the Middle East from students, from universities, from just about everything you can imagine. My city is not out of control. I really dispute that fact. We have made, and the LAPD has been engaged since Friday. I would be remiss if I didn't compliment and really express my gratitude to the best trained law enforcement agency in the country for what they do every day and what they've been able to do. On Friday, which was the very first day of these protests, the Los Angeles Police Department made 0 arrests. The federal government made 44, only one of which was a criminal arrest, the rest of which were deportation. On Saturday, the Los Angeles Police Department made 27 arrests all day long, all of which were for failure to disperse. Sunday was a shift. Well, what happened on Sunday before this very significant shift? Before the increase in the number of protesters and the violence in my city, the National Guard arrived.
Okay.
So that was the provocation, and on Sunday, the LAPD made 42 arrests, including for arson, for assault with a deadly weapon on an officer, for attempted murder.
Heidi, we unfortunately have run out of time, but really good to get your perspective, particularly on the legal aspect of all of this. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
We have to take a short break. We'll be back in a moment. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
Homes.com. It's the best.
You cannot legally say Homes.com is the best.
Well, how can we not say it if that's our new name? Homes.com is the best.com.
Nice car. Still for sale? How about I pay you half now, half later?
There you go, Jake.
Thank you. Did you just sell your car to Carvana?
Yes, I did.
Well, that puts this location into context.
I tried to tell you.
Sell your car to Carvana today.
Seeking the meticulous, uncompromising perfectionists. Seeking those who aren't done making medicine until every dose is just right. For everyone who needs it.
You're watching BBC News. Protesters are also taking aim at Mr. Trump's new travel ban, which came into effect Monday morning. Nationals of a dozen countries are barred from entering the U.S. The Trump administration says it is targeting countries it considers as sponsors of terrorism, as well as those with high rates of migrants to the U.S. overstaying their visas. Those from an additional 7 countries face tough new restrictions that fall short of an outright ban. Now, the ban is hitting particularly hard in Africa, which is home to more than half of the countries affected. Our senior Africa correspondent, Anne Soy, has more from Nairobi.
The decision has left families of asylum seekers in limbo. Those whose applications to join their kin who are already in the US were underway fear they may not be reunited. The ban does not come as a surprise, though. President Trump promised it as he campaigned for office last year, and in April this year, his cabinet made recommendations. But still, it hit hard, and many are disappointed and dismayed. Aid agencies argue that refugees and asylum seekers undergo the most rigorous vetting of any group of migrants, and therefore they question the assertion that they pose a security threat. More than half of the targeted countries are from Africa. They include nations in conflict, such as Sudan, Somalia, and Libya. Others are countries whose citizens are said to tend to overstay their visas, like Equatorial Guinea and Chad. Chad in the Central African region has said that it is reciprocating those measures. That means Americans wishing to visit the country may not be allowed in. Now, not many of them travel to this country. However, there is a huge humanitarian effort currently underway in the east of the country to support Sudanese refugees who've been pouring in from across the border, fleeing from conflict there, and therefore aid workers from America could be affected. Somalia, on the other hand, has said that it is willing to work with the US to address the concerns that it has. And continentally, the body representing all 55 countries, the African Union, has urged the US to engage in, quote, constructive dialogue with the countries that are affected. It says it is concerned that these measures could affect education, trade, and diplomatic relations.
Anne Soy reporting for us there. Now to the Middle East. A yacht carrying a dozen activists attempting to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza has been towed to Israel after it was seized by Israeli forces. Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg was among the passengers on the yacht that was bringing a, quote, symbolic amount of aid to Gaza in defiance of an Israeli naval blockade. Now, according to Israel's foreign ministry, the yacht has now docked at the port city of Ashdod, and those aboard the vessel are undergoing medical examinations. Earlier, our Middle East correspondent Sebastian Usher filed this report from Jerusalem.
So as was widely expected, the boat, the Madeleine, which was heading with a symbolic cargo of aid to Gaza to try to break the long-running Israeli naval blockade of Gaza, didn't make it. It was intercepted overnight by the Israeli Navy, and the activists on board, including Greta Thunberg, were taken on a boat towards Israel. In some senses, you could say that both the activists and Israel perhaps got what they wanted. The activists have been able to shine a light on what they say is the absolutely dire situation of aid in Gaza, which is supported by many UN aid agencies, which have been warning of the effect, particularly of the 2.5-month blockade that Israel imposed on Gaza, which was only lifted a couple of weeks ago, that could bring the population to the brink of famine. And from Israel's perspective, the fact that from what we've heard, from what they've said, there wasn't any violence involved in this, but it appears to have gone as smoothly as something like this could go for the Israeli authorities. That also, I think, will be something that Israel wanted. They wanted essentially this gesture by Greta Thunberg and the other activists with her to pass as quickly as possible. They are planning to deport the activists from Israel as soon as they can Obviously, once they get back to their home countries, the activists will make statements, and the situation in Gaza will continue to be as difficult for Palestinians as it's been throughout. It's getting worse in some ways. Each day, the new mechanism that's been set up, backed by Israel and the US for Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, there have been deadly incidents of people have been queuing. There was the same again early in the morning. This time, for the first time, eyewitnesses, though, said it wasn't just Israeli fire, Israeli troops firing at them, but also local gunmen, Palestinian gunmen.
Now, Russia and Ukraine have started a major prisoner of war swap, with soldiers under the age of 25 being sent home. That follows an agreement reached during talks in Istanbul last week. The handover is expected to last a number of days as soldiers on both sides are returned home. Now, at the same time, we are seeing reports out of Russia from the Civil Aviation Authority that Ukraine has launched a drone attack on Russia, and that all airports serving Moscow at the moment, that flights have been halted at all airports serving Moscow. Again, that's from the Civil Aviation Authority in Russia, and they say that comes after Ukraine launched a drone attack there. So we'll keep our eye on that and see if there are any developments on that story we can bring you. And in the meantime, let's bring in some of those live pictures from Los Angeles, where, as we said, protesters have gathered once again. You can see again today, like on Sunday, Mexican flags being waved. Our correspondent, Carl Nassman, spoke to us a moment ago and told us that protesters had started to gather a few hours ago. And in the last hour or two in particular, there's a shift in mood and tone in these protests. The situation has become a bit more charged, tense. And indeed, there are, again, those National Guard troop members who have been deployed by the president, federalized, who are protecting a federal building. We, a short moment ago, saw images of them lined up in front of that federal building. That appears to be where protesters have again gathered today, protesting the fact that those National Guard troops were deployed at all. That amid the news that we're hearing from the Pentagon that it is activating 700 Marines in the Los Angeles area to help the federal response to protests. So we're tracking all the very latest on the story. We're going to be back in just a few minutes with much more. Stay with us.
Should I convert my IRA to a Roth?
You're asking the wrong guy.
You know, financial advice should come from a vetted fiduciary financial advisor who understands your personal financial needs.
That's one intelligent donkey.
You mean a smart ass?
Find an advisor at smartasset.com.
At Avocado Green Mattress, we know that we all deserve a little rest. That's why we're promoting better sleep this season with our certified organic mattresses and bedding, all made with natural, luxurious materials for a healthier planet and a healthier you. Start your sleep trial today at avocadogreenmattress.com.
Precise designs, subtle curves, curated upgrades, elevated design for thoughtful living. Thuma.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Since 2007, Origin has been focused on the future.
A future that helps you build passive income from real estate.
One where we invest by your side without hidden fees or confusing structures.
Build the future you deserve with Origin Investments.
It's lunchtime and Gary is double booked. Good thing Gary's company uses Otter's AI meeting assistant to take notes and generate a summary. So Gary doesn't miss a meeting and can regain his lunch break. Try now for free. Visit otter.ai or download the app.
This program asks plain questions with the help of the unrivaled range of BBC journalists right across the world, and gathered here in this building. I'll also draw on my frontline experience that helps me know who to talk to and who to listen to. Meaning our analysis is objective, unbiased, and I promise you with absolutely no spin. That's why we call our program Unspun World.
On BBC News.
Welcome back to World News America. Let's return to our top story in Los Angeles, where thousands are protesting President Trump's deployment of the National Guard. California's Governor Gavin Newsom is suing the administration over the deployment. He's accusing Mr. Trump of seeking to manufacture a crisis. Unrest spread across the city after the Trump administration sent immigration agents to detain authorized migrants. Now, more than half of Americans, amid these protests and the travel ban we mentioned earlier in the program, support the Trump administration's program to deport migrants living illegally in the U.S. That is according to a new YouGov poll that was conducted with our news partner, CBS News. The survey, conducted prior to those protests in Los Angeles, also found that half of Americans say President Trump is deporting more people than expected during his 2024 campaign. So we want to talk about all of that now with Mike Madrid. He's a Republican political consultant who specializes in Latino voting trends and voter behavior. Mike, it's great to have you back with us on BBC News. And before I ask you about that poll, you used to be the press secretary for the California Assembly leader, Rod Pacheco, political director for the California Republican Party. What do you make of the standoff we're seeing right now between California and the Trump administration?
Well, unfortunately, this is not a new story for California. This really began in the 1990s. We've got a long, rich, deep, and troubled history with immigration, illegal immigration, and fighting with Washington, D.C. on how to resolve some of these issues. So unfortunately, the story has been set for some time. And again, this issue doesn't surprise me, not to jump ahead to the polling, but most Americans are going to support, I think, Trump's position, at least initially. The question is, how long will that be sustained, and will there be overreach? And that's where I think Governor Gavin Newsom here of California and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass are trying to step in to fill that void.
Can you explain us why you think it is that most Americans will support these moves?
Yeah, this is, of all the issues I've ever worked on in the past 3 decades, it's that illegal immigration issue is the most centrally visceral, emotional issue where people know immediately how they feel about it, and there's very little movement to change their minds. The whole idea of the people being here illegally is enough to have them dismiss basically any arguments beyond it. Now, that can change, especially when, again, that overreach might happen, whether it's seeing a woman having her child torn from her arms, whether it is seeing elderly citizens or residents, rather, who have been here for 10, 20 years, separated from their families, or whether it's people being pulled out of houses of worship or hospital beds. That's the type of activity you are likely to see in the coming days and or weeks with the size and scope of this crackdown. And the question as to how much tolerance there's going to be with the public is very, very much in question.
What about these protests? And we know what we have to say, of course, the Latino voter community in the U.S. is so diverse, so complex, so many layers and generations, of course. But how will or will not these protests, do you think resonate with Latino communities in particular?
So that's a really insightful question. What we knew back in the early 1990s was these crackdowns created essentially a multi-generational Latino voting bloc for the first time in history. That diversity that you're talking about has always been sort of one of the biggest obstacles to Latinos voting in common, voting as a group, voting as a bloc in order to advance a particular interest. That changed in the mid-1990s here in California, but it's changed back. And the reason why it's changed in the past few years, not only in California, but nationally, is because we're seeing a really rapid increase in the number of Latino voters that are US born. Overwhelmingly, the growth in third and even fourth generation Latino voters are driven far more by economic concerns, far more by border security concerns than they are by this ethnic or racially anchored perspective that immigration tends to compel or bring. So there's a real tension in the Latino community between those that have been here longer, those who are more recently migrated, and how we should resolve that.
And Mike, just quickly to that point of the deportations perhaps affecting those who weren't expecting it, do you think that could then indeed move the needle among a majority of some of those Latinos who at the moment stand behind these policies?
The operative term that you used there is majority. No, I think that there will be a slide back of Latino support against Donald Trump towards a more traditional Democratic Party range, but I don't think it will be anything like we have seen in the past. I think the idea, the days of Democrats winning 70% of the Latino vote are long behind us.
Mike Madrid, always great to get your analysis. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, we're going to continue to keep our eyes on those live pictures that you see on the screen there right now in downtown Los Angeles, but we're going to bring in our panel as well with us in studio to discuss the latest. With us is Mark Bednar, former head of communications for former U.S. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, and Joy Cheney, Democrat strategist. Good evening to you both. Very good to see you.
Good evening. Good evening. Happy birthday to my mother.
Happy birthday to your mother.
Happy birthday to your mom.
We hope she's a BBC watcher, of course.
She is.
Tonight at least. Well, that's great. And Mark, starting with you then. You know, we just heard Mike Madrid talk about public polling. I mean, beyond the question of how the Latino community feels, I mean, how do you think these protests are being seen right now?
Well, Gavin Newsom, governor of California, said something really confusing rather recently when he said that President Trump was just fanning the flames with his actions right now. It's confusing because was that a metaphor towards something else, or was that about actual literal flames of the cars that are set ablaze by rioters throughout Los Angeles? Like, what we're seeing right now is that Democrats are in a policy and political cul-de-sac because they can't, at a very fundamental level, say that we should remove violent criminals who have been accused or convicted of heinous crimes, and that those who are going to go get them, that they have the right to be, to execute on their job without being attacked. And then thirdly, that when there's protests going on, that it's okay to have violence in the streets and cars set ablaze and ICE agents being attacked.
Okay, so Mark, I just want to jump in there and follow up on that because both the mayor and the governor have been very clear they condone no political violence. The protests were not throughout the city of Los Angeles and a pretty limited part of it. Just to say that they've said there were pockets of violence and that the LAPD has been able to keep these protests under control. So the real objection here is about the federalizing of National Guard troops.
Well, if Democrats want to lean on the argument that these violent riots are happening only in pockets of Los Angeles, even though that they can be seen on every television in America, that's up to them if that's the argument that they want to use. But what Americans can see with their eyes right now is that there's devastation and there's destruction on the ground, all because President Trump is following through with campaign promises to deport illegal immigrants.
Joy, what do you think?
I'm sorry, Mark, you're nice and happy birthday to your mom, but that is ridiculous. The fact of the matter is that is what Democrats are saying. We're saying that we can handle this. Protests happen everywhere. Protests are good, actually. That's a great thing. Not violent protests.
Fiery, but mostly peaceful.
But peaceful protests. And many of these protests in some places are peaceful and in others are not. But where there are non-peaceful protests, California can handle it. If they feel like there needs to be the National Guard brought in, Gavin Newsom has the ability to do that. If LA can't handle it, he will address that. The mayor is addressing that, and they have done so. We don't need the president to do it, and he is fanning flames. He's doing this because this is what he wants to do. This is the slide to authoritarianism that he began the last time he was president. He is Bull Connor. He is George Wallace. He is the Klan.
Okay.
Guys, if you are a protester, do not engage in violence.
Let's back up for a moment. The president, so far, as we have heard, said earlier today, he doesn't think it's necessary so far to send in Marines, for example. He said it looks like the situation is under control. But
he threatened it.
But to one of the points that has been made, Mark, today, the president was asked about arresting the governor, Gavin Newsom. And he was asked what crime has he committed, and he said the crime of being elected to office. I mean, what do you think of that?
I could see Governor Newsom, kind of relishing in that and actually sending out a fundraising email if that were to occur. I don't think it comes to that. I think President Trump is very focused on fulfilling the mission. Why would he say it? President Trump, he says things tongue-in-cheek all the time. But what he is doing, he's focused on, right
Why
now,
did he bring Marines?
People who are just detained by ICE, who have been convicted of murder, of sexual assault, and of domestic abuse. So to say that 54% of Americans, they don't just broadly support deporting illegal immigrants. They actually, through the wording of the CBS YouGov poll, it shows that they support President Trump's actual plan in implementation right now.
Actually, though, they don't support the plan that doesn't engage in due process. So the poll was very clear on that. And what I think many Latinos, many Americans, including myself, are okay with is you're deporting people who are criminals and providing them due process. But when you're deporting people who are non-criminals, who are non-violent, who are showing up to, follow the law and to report themselves when they're coming to their kids' graduations, that's what people have a problem with. But it's good because you know what? He's going to overreach, and the American people are going to slap him down for that.
Well, this is a question. We spoke to Steve Bannon. My colleague Katrina Perry spoke to Steve Bannon. He said every single illegal immigrant who has arrived in this country should be deported. Do you think that that is a policy that the Trump administration wants to follow through on?
Well, interestingly enough, right after the election, CBS and YouGov ran another poll where the question was actually, do you support the removal of all illegal immigrants in the United States? And 57% of Americans said that they agreed with that. That's an even higher percentage than those who agree with...
But they believe in due process.
And you have between a combination of court removals and also with expedited removals, which dates back to a law signed in the 90s, which President Obama used extensively. Those are various tactics to remove
immigration courts rather than a full court hearing.
But he's fired immigration judges, making it more difficult to have expedited legal removal.
No, he uses both, and it's been a very big goal for the administration, which he's been very transparent about since he ran for office. If Democrats wanted to not have illegal immigration be at the forefront of the American psyche, then they would have fought for it harder.
Actually, we tried to pass a bill, but you all blocked it.
Joe, I'm going to jump in there and ask you precisely to Mark's point there. I mean, this is the area where the Trump administration, where the president remains popular among voters, certainly over 50%. Is it the Democrats that need to revisit their messaging?
No, our messaging is that we want to have due process and we want to do things legally. And we want to do things in a way that is humane. That has been our consistent message. That's why we actually wanted, under Joe Biden, to have a bill that would have had comprehensive immigration reform, and Republicans, moderate and otherwise, supported that. Donald Trump scuttled that. He is creating the environment in which we will have these types of clashes. This is on him. He could have done so peacefully. He chose not to. And yes, the American people, many of them, including many Democrats, have a problem with illegal immigration. I don't believe in illegal immigration. Many of us do not. But we want to address it in ways that are humane, ways that acknowledge that they pay taxes here, that they fill jobs that Americans don't want,
so that
that we want to make sure that if you are a nonviolent immigrant, that we don't start there first, and that we make sure everyone has a due process.
Mark,
if they're leaving, we want due process.
You get as we're running out of time, the final point here.
Well, President Trump and Director Holman, they've made clear that violent criminals are their first targets, but that additionally, illegal immigration is a massive problem. Millions of people were let in through the gates throughout this past administration, and that needs to be taken care of.
No, throughout the United States history. It had nothing to do with
And it ramped up substantially under the Biden administration.
A record number of crossings in the Biden administration. Okay, we could talk about this probably for another 20, 30 minutes, but we have run out of time. So, Mark and Joy, thank you so much for coming in and speaking with us today. Really good to get both of your perspectives. Good to have you on.
Thank you.
All right. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
My melasma made me feel really ugly.
I didn't recognize myself in the mirror. I just hated taking photos.
How am I ever going to get rid of it?
Stop suffering from melasma. More than 600,000 people have regained their confidence with Muesli's prescription treatments.
In the first 2 weeks, I was amazed.
I looked at myself in the mirror and I just thought, I'm back.
I've been telling everybody about it. It's been life-changing.
Find the real you again. Go to muesli.com/TV.
As we've been discussing, President Trump is defending his move to deploy those National Guard troops to Los Angeles, saying that if he didn't do it, quote, the whole place would be burning down. California Governor Gavin Newsom says the move is an overreach. That is an argument that my colleague Katrina Perry put to Steve Bannon, Mr. Trump's former chief strategist.
Steve Bannon, thanks for joining us here
Thanks
on
for having
BBC News. Just want to start with that huge story here in the US at the moment, the situation in Los Angeles. Yes. Do you think the president was right to override the rights of the state in terms of making its own decisions, and in this case, he chose to send in the National Guard?
That's a miss. I come from Richmond, Virginia, so I know something about states' rights. And Gavin Newsom is acting like a neo-Confederate right now. The federal government has every availability to do what they did to federalize National Guards, particularly if they think of the commander-in-chief thinks that something's not being handled properly, and that's what the president did. Our argument today on the show is that he should double and triple down today with ICE raids. I mean, we've had an invasion of this country just on Biden's watch of 10 to 13 million illegal alien invaders, and they all have to go home, not just the criminals. Every person that came here on Biden's watch has to be deported, and that's what they're trying to stop now with these with people like Mayor Bass and Gavin Newsom. And it's absolutely the prerogative of the president as commander-in-chief to do what he did.
So in what way is the situation that we've seen just in the last couple of days in Los Angeles an invasion or a rebellion as described in the piece of law that the president has referred to?
Well, there's been invasion. People,
but specifically over
people
this
all
weekend.
agree that 13 million people came. What you had is ICE agents during their normal raids to basically get people to deport them out of the country. And this was stopped. This was stopped by this mob. This is what was surrounding the ICE headquarters. Couldn't let ICE out, and the local LAPD didn't really intervene. You know, over the last 2 days, the LAPD's kind of stood down. They shut down.
But they would reject that characterization. The police department.
Here's a fact: downtown LA, I lived in LA for 20 years. Downtown LA, where the 101 and the 110 come, were shut down all day yesterday. Look at it; looked like a war scene, a war zone.
The police they did move the protesters out and
some of the protesters after many hours, but no arrests.
But they did it themselves. They didn't need the National Guard there. That's what
they
would say.
The National Guard, by the way, the National Guard. Remember, the mandate of the National Guard right now, federalizing the National Guard, is to protect federal property and to protect federal agents in their actions as ICE agents for deportations. And today, I will tell you, I think they're going to double and triple down on the ICE raids. All the illegal aliens that came here under Biden's watch must go home. They're going to be deported. And you have these local sanctuary cities, which are completely against federal law, that people like Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom thinks they can just override federal law like the Confederates did in the 1860s. My recommendation to President Trump and to Homan and Stephen Miller specifically is to arrest Mayor Bass. They should, if local officials
on what grounds?
Interfering with federal authorities that are prosecuting their mandate, which is to get people out of the country. You've seen this in Chicago. You're beginning to see it in New York. You certainly see it in L.A. And I think it'll stand up in court, right? Just like this travel ban the other day is standing up in court. President Trump,
we'll talk about the travel ban in just a moment.
We have a massive insurrection here.
Just on the issue of states' rights, though, the Secretary for Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, just over a year ago, February in last year, when Joe Biden was being encouraged to federalize the National Guard in Texas, she said not to do that, that would be a direct attack on states' rights and that states should be allowed to make those decisions for themselves. In what President Trump is doing, doesn't that set a precedent for, at another time when perhaps there's a Democratic president, that they could do the same thing?
There was a precedent of this before, back in the 1960s, when Lyndon Johnson did this about civil rights. The president is his Article 2 powers as commander-in-chief. He has full ability to do this. That's what he's doing. I don't think there's any question about that. The courts will upheld this. They're going to take today in California, I think they're going to go to federal court and sue. And by the way, they should go ahead. As you know, they're going to federal court with everything with President Trump. Essentially, the courts are backing us up on everything. And my being a maximalist to make sure that we get this done, I'm saying that you should drive this even more. I think the writ of habeas corpus ought to be suspended in certain these regards, particularly with the criminal element that's got to be shipped out of the country.
Now, first of all, the courts are not backing up President Trump in everything that he's trying to do, but that is one of the things about America that makes America, isn't it? That people can have the separation of powers and they can challenge this through the courts.
But remember, the courts, there's nothing in the Constitution about judicial supremacy. It's about judicial review. What we've deteriorated since Watergate, particularly, is this concept of judicial supremacy. That is also going to be a huge issue, I think, before the end of June. We're right next to the Supreme Court. Before the Supreme Court leaves for the summer, I think we have to have a decision on his Article 2 power as commander-in-chief to execute what he thinks is correct about getting invaders of this country out of the country.
Okay, we'll have more from that interview for you in the next hour. We're keeping an eye on Los Angeles, but let's bring you some other news. A new round of talks aimed at resolving the trade war between the world's two biggest economies, the U.S. and China, started in central London. 3 of Mr. Trump's top aides are meeting a Chinese delegation at Lancaster House following a first round of talks in Geneva last month. The meeting follows a phone call between Donald Trump and China's Xi Jinping last week. Last month, Washington and Beijing agreed to a temporary truce over trade tariffs. But since then, each country has accused the other of breaching the truce. Among the issues on the table is Chinese restrictions on exporting rare earth minerals to the U.S., something a top White House official called a very significant sticking point. So we can speak now to Gary Locke, former Commerce Secretary, also former ambassador to China. Great to see you, and thank you for being on the program again. I just want to ask you specifically about this question of rare earth minerals and metals, because we know that export controls are very big on the agenda for this round of talks. Why is this issue so important?
Well, thank you very much for having me on your program. Rare earths is of great importance to the United States, and that's perhaps where China has somewhat of an ace card in their hand. China is now developing an export licensing system, copying the U.S. system of export controls. The United States, using these export control licenses, can restrict the export of high technology equipment to China, and they've done so on the grounds that some of this equipment might be used for the military of China. They've restricted semiconductors, machines that can make semiconductors, software that can be used in the design of semiconductors. So China's doing the same thing with respect to rare earths. Now, what's so significant about these rare earths? These are used for magnets. And some of these rare earths are necessary to make these magnets heat resistant. And the interesting thing is that 99.9% of all the rare earths in the world that are being processed are being done in China. And these are the rare earths that they need, these very unique rare earths that are needed for the engine systems, steering systems, braking systems of automobiles, our jet fighters, ballistic missiles, satellites, manufacturing robotics, MRI machines, and so forth. And we have many companies in the United States who have said that they're almost running out of the rare earth magnets that they need, these super high resistant, temperature resistant.
Can I ask, what do you anticipate will happen here? Do you think that China will ask for American export controls to be lifted in return for loosening restrictions on rare earth metals exports?
Well, I think that the negotiations are really going to focus on these non-tariff issues, and it's not so much an issue of should it be 145% tariff and a retaliatory 125% tariff imposed by China and lowering it down to 10, 15, 25%. It's really going to be on these other issues where China is very concerned about the restrictions of exports of technology to China, whether it's jet engines, let's say. And of course, America is very concerned about the supply of rare earths that they need for their military and for satellites and ballistic missiles.
At the end of the day, even if talks are taking place, and of course there is hope that progress can be made, they do appear to be far apart ideologically. Donald Trump sees China as having abused its trading relationship with the U.S. for years. So how do you bridge that gap?
Well, obviously, the United States government under Democratic and Republican presidents, business leaders, and not just in the United States, but all around the world, have legitimate concerns about the trade and economic policies of China. But for America alone to take on China is not effective. China will retaliate against American companies and American products. No retaliation against the products from the EU. And so that means that the products from the EU going into China are cheaper than the American goods going into China. And so that actually benefits companies and economies all around the world except for the United States. If anything, we should be banding together and working in a collective, unified fashion with many of these other countries that have similar concerns about China's practices.
Okay. We'll leave it there for today, Ambassador, but really interesting to get your view on the story. Thank you, as always, for joining us.
Well, it's really good that they're talking. Let's hope something can come of it.
All right. Thank you so much. And we're going to continue to look at what's coming out of Los Angeles. Let's bring in those live images that we've been showing you really over the past few hours. There you see protesters gathered. This is just outside of a federal facility there in Los Angeles. And our reporters on the ground have told us that these protesters were told that their assembly was unlawful. So far, we have not seen them cleared out. Those are National Guards troops you see around that federal building. Remember, they were deployed by the president, federalized by the president to deal with these protests that sprung up over the weekend. Now, interestingly, we have seen the news confirmed by the Pentagon that 700 Marines will be activated in the Los Angeles area. We're not entirely certain what activated will look like, but they're there to support federal personnel. We've now seen a statement from the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department on this story, saying the arrival of federal military forces in Los Angeles, absent clear coordination, presents a significant logistical and operational challenge for those of us charged with safeguarding the city. It goes on to say that the Los Angeles Police Department remains confident in our ability to do so professionally and effectively. So interesting to see that from the Los Angeles Police Department. Of course, they are the ones who have been out on the streets on Sunday as well, as there were pockets of violence that cropped up. But we'll continue to keep our eyes on these images and come back to you in just a few minutes here on BBC News. Thanks for watching.
For adults with obesity, Zepbound means change.
It's changing what I believe is possible when it comes to weight loss.
Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off.
Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems.
Ask your healthcare provider about Zepbound. Explore savings options today.
Why can't we say we're the best home shopping site?
Because while true, you just can't say that legally.
What if we said it in Spanish?
Homes.com es el mejor.
No.
What if he said it?
Homes.com. It's the best.
Homes.com.
It's the best.
Who doesn't love tracking the value of everything? Now you can track the value of your car with Carvana Value Tracker. Sign up and we'll give you the current value of your car, and you'll get regular value updates too. Sign up today at Carvana.
Build the pool yourself. What could go wrong?
Some things are better left to a professional.
It dried so fast.
Like when it comes to finding financial advisors.
Mom!
So leave it to Smart Asset to find them for you. Take the free quiz at smartasset.com. Then you'll be matched with up to 3 vetted fiduciary financial advisors. To get started, take the Advisor Match Quiz now at smartasset.com.
Terrific!
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
I need Q1 full index reports to my desk by noon, complete with comprehensive data analysis.
Are you getting any of this?
Charles,
Yeah, Otter's got the meeting notes. I'll ask it for action items in the channel. And Maria already asked for a budget reminder. Smart.
By morning. Got it?
Got it, boss. Otter, you got this.
There's so much ease with using BetterHelp.
I knew that I wanted to get help immediately. I was going to be able to see a therapist within that same week.
Now I feel so much more confident in expressing myself, and that's been a great gift.
This is not your typical farm.
This is one of the most incredible things I've ever done. Why are we so suited and booted for this task?
I better not touch it anymore.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
Tech Now on BBC News.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. Hundreds of U.S. Marines are being sent to Los Angeles in response to protests against immigration raids, which are now in their 4th day.
I'm Carl Nasman live in front of the federal building in Los Angeles, where a growing number of protesters are facing off with California National Guard members.
And the BBC speaks to former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon, who defended President Trump's decision to send 2,000 troops to Los Angeles.
The federal government has every availability to do what they did to federalize National Guards, particularly if they think, if the commander-in-chief thinks that something's not being handled properly, and that's what the president did.
And the Israeli army intercepts a Gaza-bound boat carrying humanitarian aid, with climate activist Greta Thunberg among those on board. I'm Sumi Somaskanda. It's good to have you with us. The Pentagon has confirmed 700 Marines are being deployed to Los Angeles to help the federal response to protests against immigration raids. Let's look at some live pictures now from Los Angeles. You can see demonstrations are underway for a 4th day. Crowds are gathering. The Pentagon said that Marines would help protect federal agents and buildings until more National Guard troops can arrive. The governor, Gavin Newsom, denounced the Marine deployment as fulfilling the, quote, deranged fantasy of a dictatorial president. Earlier, California's Attorney General filed a lawsuit against the president for deploying the National Guard without the governor's permission. These protests started on Friday as agents from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE, carried out immigration raids in downtown L.A. and L.A. County. And let's go right to the scene. Our correspondent, Carl Nasman, is there for us. Carl, tell us what's going on.
Assuming we're at the federal building, and this has been kind of the nexus of the most chaotic protests that we've seen over the past 4 days or so here in downtown Los Angeles. We're just steps away from the freeway that was occupied yesterday. I'll get out of the way. You can take a look at what's happening right now. A sizable group of protesters, this has grown over the past few hours, facing off now with not only local police, but you can see there in the more military garb, those are California National Guard troops. They've been in charge of guarding the federal building here and other federal sites around the city. It's remained relatively peaceful, we should say. There's been chanting, there have been anti-ICE slogans. People here very emotional about these immigration raids that the city has been experiencing over the past few days or so. But this is, compared to yesterday, Sumi, a lot more peaceful. In fact, we haven't seen the authorities using any of those non-lethal rounds that they used on Sunday. No tear gas, no rubber bullets, nothing like that. What we did see earlier, though, was an unlawful assembly declared. That was on the other side of the building. They moved the protesters out along with help from the California Highway Patrol, and they seem to have moved people here. And right now, the authorities seem content to keep this group here, allow them to chant, allow them to express themselves. But what it seemed like they really did want to do was get people away from that freeway. I was actually speaking with some of the Highway Patrol officers that were there, and they said that their main objective was to prevent the scenes that we saw yesterday, which was a large group of protesters making their way into traffic on that freeway and blocking cars for about an hour or so. That resulted in dozens of arrests. We also learned from officials that about a dozen officers were suffered minor injuries yesterday from those confrontations. But today, this is what we're seeing, and I think what the hope is it won't escalate any further. Of course, it's still early on in the day, in the afternoon, and what happened on Sunday was that once night fell, that was when we saw some of the more violence and more emotional scenes playing out in the streets, some cars being set on fire, some vandalism at some shops in downtown Los Angeles. So this is the scene right now. It's still a heavy police presence here, and demonstrators saying, you know, they're willing to stick it out and continue to get their message out.
Yeah, and Carl, you know, of course, this all kicked off over the weekend with these ICE raids. But what have protesters been telling you about their response to the federalizing of the National Guard, also this news about Marines being activated?
I did speak with one protester about that a little bit earlier, and she said flat out, it doesn't make me feel safe. I think that's probably the consensus opinion among many people here. They definitely don't want these National Guard troops here. They're not excited about any active duty Marines arriving here like we've heard in the last hour or so. There are plenty, of course, of local police on the scene, and it doesn't seem like, for now, the demonstrators really distinguish between the two. They're protesting against really any authorities that are here. They see them as all kind of complicit. But, you know, right now, I think what local authorities are saying is that they certainly feel like they're not necessary, that it's not needed to have several hundred active duty troops arrive here. We actually got a statement released in just a few last few moments from the chief of the Los Angeles police, and what he said, you know, he didn't say he didn't want them here, but what he said was it was going to be logistically complicated, and when you're trying to navigate and communicate between several different groups of police and federal authorities, that can be quite the challenge. Right now, I think it's important to point out that those National Guard members, and for now, we believe the Marines as well, will only be here guarding these types of buildings, these federal buildings. They're not yet given any sorts of orders to interact with demonstrators, and that's something we saw yesterday, Sumi. Despite how chaotic those protests did get, National Guard didn't step in. They weren't interacting with the demonstrators at all.
Yeah, that's an important point there. Okay, Carl, great to get that update from the ground there. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you later. And for more on what's happening in Los Angeles, as we continue to keep these pictures up so we can see what develops, we can bring in Carla Aguayo. She's the Director of Legal Services at the Los Angeles Coalition for Humane Immigration Rights. Carla, thank you for joining us. First of all, just tell us a bit more about what Latino communities in Los Angeles and the surrounding areas say about what the last few days have been like.
Thank you. Good evening. I would say that our immigrant communities as a whole are living in fear. It has been chaos the last few days. These raids have come into our neighborhoods, our city, and just created panic. It's instilled fear. It's really made our communities feel unsafe with this drastic show of military force. And so it's quite concerning what we're seeing, and we see no end in sight.
We have seen, indeed, Carla, and you know, we've seen the Trump administration, say that it was important to militarize the response to these protests because of the violence that was employed against ICE agents and trying to carry out their raids. What do you think of that?
We know that that's just not true. We've had local police agencies verify that that hasn't been the case. Our immigrant communities deserve for us to come out and support them and let them know that we are with them. And with that comes peaceful protests, comes civil disobedience. All of these things are not new to us as a community. We know how to come out and support. And so we know that it is in our best interest to get our message across, to be peaceful demonstrators, to show that civil disobedience, that we are not okay with these raids, we are not okay with this militarization. And as such, our events are organized. We are able to organize thousands of people to come out and support.
Okay.
And it is this administration that has escalated the situation by first calling in the National Guard and now calling in Marines from Camp Pendleton.
So, Carla, you mentioned peaceful protest there. We do know there were these pockets of violence, particularly overnight. Are you concerned that that violence, those images that were, of course, beamed across TV screens, that detracts from what you say is a protest and civil disobedience?
It does detract if the folks that are looking at that are only looking at those images, because we have several more images. We have hours of protest without any sort of negative incidents unfolding. However, some choose to only focus on those small incidents, those far and few between incidents where people, the frustration gets the better of some folks. Sometimes it's folks that are really just trying to cause that trouble or cause that negative image of what we're trying to do, of change the messaging of our narrative. But we have to stay strong in that we are here with demands for us to get those across peacefully in an organized manner. Of we need these raids to stop. They're endangering our communities. We need to stop the militarization of armed forces in our communities. We want due process rights respected. We need these detainees to have access to legal counsel. We need to stop the racial profiling. And we have a right to peaceful protest.
We'll have to leave it there, Carla, but thank you so much for joining us on BBC News tonight. Good to have your perspective. We are, of course, continuing to look at these images. You see the aerial view there and the zoomed-in view here on the street of the protesters. As Carl was saying, things have remained very peaceful so far today. Not like some of the scenes that we saw Sunday evening in Los Angeles. But as we continue to look at these pictures, we want to bring you the perspective of the Trump administration as allies. Our chief presenter, Katrina Perry, sat down with the former White House chief strategist, Steve Bannon, to discuss the latest developments. Take a listen.
I come from Richmond, Virginia, so I know something about states' rights. And Gavin Newsom is acting like a neo-Confederate right now. The federal government has every availability to do what they did to federalize National Guards, particularly if they think if the commander-in-chief thinks that something's not being handled properly, and that's what the president did. Our argument today on the show is that he should double and triple down today with ICE raids. I mean, we've had an invasion of this country just on Biden's watch of 10 to 13 million illegal alien invaders, and they all have to go home, not just the criminals. Every person that came here on Biden's watch has to be deported, and that's what they're trying to stop now with these, with people like Mayor Bass and Gavin Newsom. And it's absolutely the prerogative of the president as commander-in-chief to do what he did.
So in what way is the situation that we've seen just in the last couple of days in Los Angeles an invasion or a rebellion as described in the piece of law that the president has referred to?
Well, there's been invasion.
But specifically
hang on,
over
people
this
all
weekend.
agree that 13 million people came. What you had is ICE agents during their normal raids to basically get people to deport them out of the country. And this was stopped. This was stopped by this mob. This is what was surrounding the ICE headquarters. Couldn't let ICE out, and the local LAPD didn't really intervene. You know, over the last 2 days, the LAPD's kind of stood down. They shut down.
But they would reject that characterization. The police department.
Here's a fact: downtown LA, I lived in LA for 20 years. Downtown LA, where the 101 and the 110 come, were shut down all day yesterday. Look at it, looked like a war scene, a war zone.
The police they did move the protesters out and
some of the protesters after many hours, but no arrests.
But they did it themselves. They didn't need the National Guard there. That's what
the
they
National
would
Guard,
say.
by the way, the National Guard. Remember, the mandate of the National Guard right now, federalizing the National Guard, is to protect federal property and to protect federal agents in their actions as ICE agents for deportations. And you have these local sanctuary cities, which are completely against federal law, that people like Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom thinks they can just override federal law like the Confederates did in the 1860s. My recommendation to President Trump and to Homan and Stephen Miller specifically is to arrest Mayor Bass. They should, if local officials
on what grounds?
Interfering with federal authorities that are prosecuting their mandate, which is to get people out of the country. You've seen this in Chicago. You're beginning to see it in New York. You certainly see it in LA. And I think it'll stand up in court, right? Just like this travel ban the other day is standing up in court. President Trump,
we'll talk about the travel ban in just a moment.
We have a massive insurrection here.
Just on the issue of states' rights, though, the Secretary for Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, just over a year ago, February in last year, when Joe Biden was being encouraged to federalize the National Guard in Texas, she said not to do that, that would be a direct attack on states' rights and that states should be allowed to make those decisions for themselves. In what President Trump is doing, doesn't that set a precedent for, at another time when perhaps there's a Democratic president, that they could do the same thing?
There was a precedent of this before, back in the 1960s, when Lyndon Johnson did this about civil rights. The president is his Article II powers as commander-in-chief. He has full ability to do this. That's what he's doing. I don't think there's any question about that. The courts will upheld this. They're going to take today in California, I think they're going to go to federal court and sue. And by the way, they should go ahead. As you know, they're going to federal court with everything with President Trump. Essentially, the courts are backing us up on everything. And my being a maximalist to make sure that we get this done, I'm saying that you should drive this even more. I think the writ of habeas corpus ought to be suspended in certain these regards, particularly with the criminal element that's got to be shipped out of the country.
Now, first of all, the courts are not backing up President Trump in everything that he's trying to do, but that is one of the things about America that makes America, isn't it? That people can have the separation of powers and they can challenge this through the courts.
But remember, the courts, there's nothing in the Constitution about judicial supremacy. It's about judicial review.
And we are expecting a lawsuit from California later today, as you've mentioned.
Yes.
But just the extension of that, when we hear from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, saying that he would be prepared to send Marines to California, what's your view on that? I mean, that is an escalation of the situation.
When you say escalation, that was done in the 1992, I think, the Rodney King riots. The Marines from Camp Pendleton went up. I think the Marines ought to be called out. I think more National Guard ought to be there. I think they ought to do more ICE raids a day. I think they ought to arrest.
Where do you see the threat to safety and to American citizens?
Did you see
at this point?
Did you watch The Weekend? Did you see this? Could you possibly look at that footage and tell me it wasn't safety to Americans? Hang on,
these are American citizens protesting.
You don't know that. Look at the foreign flags. You have no earthly. First off, let me repeat this for the BBC to please write down. There's 10 million illegal alien invaders came in here in 4 years. They're all going out of the country. Okay, they're all going out of the country. When you said they're all American citizens, do you think all those people...
I didn't say they were all American citizens.
You just said they were American citizens.
I said there are American citizens there.
There may be some American citizens. That's fine if they're trying to get in the middle of ICE agents that are deporting illegal aliens. They're breaking the law, and this is why Mayor Bass should go to jail today.
So we're not talking about them.
You people absolutely refuse to believe what the facts are. That even Biden and his regime understands that they allow 10 million people to come here illegally. All of those people. President Trump won on this. The polling is coming out today. The American people overwhelmingly support us getting the 10 million illegal alien invaders out of here.
I'm asking about the specifics of what we saw. I want to get to the thinking behind this and what Pete Hegseth is saying, because it's interesting for our viewers to see this. If you have U.S. Marines in California around protesters, does that not move America to a different point?
It's not protesters. See, this is what you guys try to do with your language all the time. That's not a protest. That was a riot, okay? They're interfering with folks that are being deported out of this country. They are breaking the law and they're rioting. They shut down Los Angeles for like 18 hours yesterday. That's not a protest. Nobody's saying about peaceful protests. If you want to come protest, they intervene with ICE agents doing their job. Certainly you should call up the Marines and the U.S. Army if you have to, or activate the reserve, the Army Reserve. Federalize the National Guard is just step one. But folks have to understand, and particularly BBC ought to embrace this, this is not going to stop.
Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
Summer is here and Fabletics has you covered with 80% off everything. That's 80% off shorts, skirts, bras, flares, and all of our iconic activewear. Get 80% off your entire first order today when you sign up as a new VIP, only at Fabletics.com.
This is Noom GLP-1, and this is Angelia.
I really did not know weight gain was going to be an issue through menopause. The Noom program and the meds work hand in hand. I'm Angelia, and I have lost 17 pounds with Noom.
Get started at Noom.com.
You're watching BBC News. A new travel ban announced by President Trump came into effect on Monday morning. Nationals from a dozen countries are barred from entering the U.S. The Trump administration says it is targeting countries that it considers as sponsors of terrorism, as well as those with high rates of migrants to the U.S. overstaying their visas. Those from an additional 7 countries face tough new restrictions that fall short of an outright ban. The ban is hitting particularly hard in Africa, which is home to more than half of the countries affected. Our senior Africa correspondent Ann Soy has more from Nairobi.
The decision has left families of asylum seekers in limbo. Those whose applications to join their kin who are already in the U.S. were underway fear they may not be reunited. The ban does not come as a surprise, though. President Trump promised it as he campaigned for office last year, and in April this year, his cabinet made recommendations. But still, it hit hard, and many are disappointed and dismayed. Aid agencies argue that refugees and asylum seekers undergo the most rigorous vetting of any group of migrants, and therefore they question the assertion that they pose a security threat. More than half of the targeted countries are from Africa. They include nations in conflict, such as Sudan, Somalia, and Libya. Others are countries whose citizens are said to tend to overstay their visas, like Equatorial Guinea and Chad. Chad in the Central African region has said that it is reciprocating those measures. That means Americans wishing to visit the country may not be allowed in. Now, not many of them travel to this country. However, there is a huge humanitarian effort currently underway in the east of the country to support Sudanese refugees who've been pouring in from across the border, fleeing from conflict there, and therefore aid workers from America could be affected. Somalia, on the other hand, has said that it is willing to work with the US to address the concerns that it has. And continentally, the body representing all 55 countries, the African Union, has urged the US to engage in, quote, constructive dialogue with the countries that are affected. It says it is concerned that these measures could affect education, trade, and diplomatic relations.
Now, Russia and Ukraine have started another major prisoner of war swap, with soldiers under the age of 25 being sent home. That follows an agreement reached during talks in Istanbul last week. The handover is expected to last a number of days and has raised hopes in Ukrainian families desperate for news of their missing relatives. Paul Adams reports from northern Ukraine.
Back on Ukrainian soil, years of captivity in Russia finally over for some of Ukraine's youngest soldiers. This the result of an agreement reached a week ago. Hundreds more POWs to follow in the coming days. Mom, I'm in Ukraine. An hour later, the soldiers arrive at a nearby town. It's a very different reception, greeted by the families of the missing, all desperately seeking news. They don't know if their fathers, brothers and sons are dead or alive. No joy here, just anxiety, hope, mixed with dread.
It might sound strange, but I really wanted my dad to be wounded. I knew anything could happen. 2 other family members were already missing. When I found out that he'd gone missing too, that was the most painful thing.
The men have been held in prisons all over Russia and occupied Ukraine, some subject to grim conditions.
They spent a lot of time in Russian places of detention without any visits of International Red Cross. Their health conditions are very poor. They have no sufficient food. They survived a lot of tortures.
Every time a recently returned prisoner emerges, they surge forward. This is a moment of great relief for some people, but enormous anxiety for a great deal more. Valera has been gone for more than 3 years, captured in Mariupol early in the war. He wants to help identify the missing, but the men he knows are all much thinner. Russia welcomed home its soldiers too, airlifted from Belarus to an airbase outside Moscow. One of the largest prisoner swaps so far, now fully underway, but still no sign of a ceasefire. Paul Adams, BBC News, Northern Ukraine.
Now, Israel says it will deport a dozen pro-Palestinian humanitarian campaigners who were detained after their boat was intercepted by Israeli forces on its way to Gaza. Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg was among the passengers on the yacht that was attempting to deliver a small shipment of aid into Gaza to raise awareness of worsening food shortages. Israel confirmed the yacht has now docked at the Israeli port city of Ashdod. Its foreign ministry says those aboard the vessel are undergoing medical examinations to ensure that they are in good health. All right, we want to bring you back to those live pictures from Los Angeles at this hour. We've been bringing you those images of those protests. Let's take those into full screen so you can get a good shot there of that aerial view. You can see the number of people who have gathered there. On the left-hand side of your screen, that's the street view there, just outside of the federal building where we have seen National Guard troops lined up. Remember that Donald Trump deployed those National Guard troops to protect federal buildings, federal personnel. Well, we're now also seeing that the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, says that he was informed that President Trump is deploying another 2,000 Guard troops to Los Angeles. Again, this off the back of the first 2,000 deployed on Sunday. This will be seen, of course, as another escalation, as we've seen the rhetoric between the governor of California and the president continue to escalate. Now, we have also seen confirmation from the Pentagon that around 700 Marines are being activated to the Los Angeles area. We understand, of course, these Marines will be sent in a helping role to protect federal buildings and personnel. Nonetheless, that, again, is something that is strongly objected to by the governor of California, the mayor of Los Angeles. And interesting that the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department a short while ago released a statement saying that the deployment of Marines to Los Angeles, quote, presents a significant logistical and operational challenge. Obviously, the police have been the ones, the Los Angeles Police Department, responding to the protests we saw grow massively in size on Sunday into Monday as well. We did see pockets of violence in Los Angeles. Those were responded to. Arrests, of course, were made. But we'll continue to watch these images for you and bring you more at the top of the next hour. Thank you for watching BBC News.
Seeking those who aren't done making medicine until every dose is just right. For everyone who needs it.
Nice car. Still for sale? How about I pay you half now, half later?
There you go, Jake.
Thank you. Did you just sell your car to Carvana?
Yes, I did.
Well, that puts this location into context.
I tried to tell you.
Sell your car to Carvana today.
Discover elevated design, quality craftsmanship, and timeless sophistication. Oasis takes many shapes, but the details remain the same. Elevated design for thoughtful living. Explore the collection at Thuma.
What is going on?
People
People love how the new Homes.com helps them get quick answers about any property by connecting them to the actual listing agent.
Oh, so I'm done?
Oh, no. We're still not sure everyone knows that we're the only site that always connects you to the listing agent rather than selling off your contact info. So we're gonna keep you up there a little while longer.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting great exposure.
Speaking of exposure, can we get him a hat?
Ooh, what about a beret?
Oh. Ding dong.
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
I'm certain it's level 5.
Are you for imprint certain?
I'm certain it's level 5.
Certainty matters, like the certainty of 4imprint, your home for high-quality promotional gear, including exclusive items and brands they love, printed perfectly and guaranteed to arrive on time. To wow your clients, nail your next event, or inspire your team, check out 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
If your cat is feeling the pain of osteoarthritis, it's up to you to read the signs. Learn how to spot osteoarthritis pain. Learn the signs of osteoarthritis pain at catredflags.com.
When my hair started thinning, I didn't want to hear the wisecracks.
I was ignoring my hair because I was a full-time working mother, but luckily I found Nutrafol.
My hair was getting stronger and thicker.
And I finally feel like myself again.
Now on BBC News, light-hearted discussion of the day's news. Newscast.
Last July, the government controversially announced a cut to the winter fuel payment for pensioners. Now, ministers have confirmed most people will get it back again. We will be discussing that and what happened when Greta Thunberg and other activists tried to deliver aid on a boat to Gaza in this episode of the BBC's daily news podcast, Newscast. Hello, it is Alex in the studio.
And it is Chris at Westminster.
So, Chris, a few weeks ago, Adam was talking to the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, and you might remember that she said this.
Are you going to look at expanding the scope of who can claim the winter fuel payment?
Well, look, when I became Chancellor, I think that most people recognise that we faced a pretty tough inheritance and we had to take some urgent decisions in the first month of taking office to ensure that our public finances were in a stable position, because I made a commitment that I would never repeat the mistakes that Liz Truss made, which crashed our economy and sent mortgage rates soaring. I do understand the concerns that people have. We did increase the basic state pension, the new state pension, by over £450 just last month in April. We have put £25 billion into the NHS, which disproportionately is used by older people. But I will continue to listen to understand the concerns that people have raised. We are a government that listens, but we would always need to show where the money was going to come from if we're going to make any policy changes. So that would be part of any normal process.
So that was Rachel Reeves talking to Adam a couple of weeks ago when she was saying we're a government that listens, so sort of suggesting that maybe they were going to make a move on winter fuel. Then a couple of days after that, The Prime Minister stood up at Prime Minister's questions and basically confirmed that more pensioners were going to get it. Then there was this period where we didn't know which pensioners, how many pensioners, who, how much. And then today we've had the detail, finally.
Yeah, that's right, Alex. So, I mean, what we've had with this is, as you were mentioning there, really, we've had this sort of announcement of a U-turn in multiple stages. The hint to Adam, the words from the Prime Minister, but without any of the detail that really mattered. There was even a bit of confusion for a while about whether or not it would kick in this coming winter or the one after. But it was only today that we actually have been able to answer the question, you know, if you were previously a recipient of the winter fuel payment and then last winter you were not, will you get it this winter or will you not? And the answer is, if you have an income of £35,000 in a year or less, you will receive the payment automatically this winter. If it's higher than that, here's the little twist. You will still get it, but it'll be taxed back from you, or you might have to register it on a tax form if that's how you sort out your taxes. And we can get into it, but I'm going to make sure I dig it out so I get the exact specifics right. There is particular quirks if you are a pensioner couple and one of you receives more than 35,000 and the other receives less. And then there's twists as well in Scotland and Northern Ireland, because the winter fuel payment is an England and Wales policy. There are knock-ons for Scotland and Northern Ireland who have similar but different schemes, which are a little, well, different as well as being similar, and therefore it's not an immediate read across.
It's so interesting because when the government first signalled that it was going to do something to move on winter fuel after all of the consternation that had been raised about the original decision to take it away from pensioners, there were a lot of people saying, aha, but the problem is it's really complex. Like, in order to find a method or a vehicle within the Treasury or DWP or tax system or whatever it might be, to try and find a way that more people will get it, but it won't return to a full universal payment so everyone gets it. It's just going to be really complicated. And just what you were saying there outlines some of the complexity that's even going to be in this new system. But what also struck me was that when Adam was talking to Rachel Reeves about this, what she was really clear on then a few weeks ago was, if we're going to do it, we're going to have to say how we pay for it. And as far as I can ascertain, we're still waiting to hear how the government's going to pay for it, right?
Yeah, we are absolutely waiting to hear. And I don't think we will hear until the budget in the autumn. Now, the Chancellor, I spoke to her and she said, look, she's absolutely wedded to her fiscal rules. So she's absolutely keen to make the argument that she remains as assiduous as she would see it in the management of the public finances as she always was. And by the way, I should mention that, you know, last summer when this announcement was first made, back at the end of July, you know, Rachel Reeves had only been Chancellor for a handful of weeks. You could really tell, I know there's been an argument ever since about, you know, the size of the black hole and whether Labour were overcooking it, etc., etc. Just on a human level, you could absolutely see in Rachel Reeves and her team a sense of real concern about the numbers that they had inherited and what that might mean for financial stability, and could you end up with a situation where the markets get wobbly, etc., etc. They really felt like they had to do something and do something quickly. So they had to find something known as in year. So a lot of changes a Treasury would make could be big, but they might not kick in straight away. They felt they had to find something that could kick in straight away. They picked winter fuel because it would kick in straight away. They found a threshold that would save them quite a lot of money and was quite clear, which was pegging it to pension credit. The argument made at the time to me and others was, if we'd picked another threshold, A, we wouldn't have saved as much, and B, it would be more complicated. And this arguably is more complicated and clearly saves a lot less money. But I just, you know, in the interests of fairness around this whole row, and critics see it as the biggest debacle of Labour's first year in office, back then when they made the call, you know, rightly or wrongly, they really felt like they had to do something and do something quite significant. I mean, granted, it's come with a lot of political heat, but they felt that they had to act.
You mentioned there that you've been talking to the Chancellor today about all of the details of this, including how they were going to pay for it and what the consequences of this decision might mean for future economic choices. We can have a little listen to some of what Rachel Reeves said to you a little bit earlier, Chris.
Chancellor, do you wish you'd done what you're announcing today in the first place? And will you apologise to those pensioners who you've messed around over the last year?
I had to make urgent decisions last year to put the public finances back on a firm footing after inheriting a £22 billion black hole in year in the public finances.
You had to do it.
We had to make a number of difficult decisions on welfare, on tax and spending, but we have returned a stability to the economy. The most recent numbers show that we were the fastest growing economy in the G7 in the first quarter of this year, and we have listened to what people have said about the level of the means test, which is why this year 9 million pensioners will receive the winter fuel payment.
So that was you, Chris, talking to Rachel Reeves. But let's just, I mean, there's a lot of detail and a lot of complexity, as we've mentioned. And I think it's probably fair to say that some of this might emerge in coming days. But one of the questions that you raised and one of the questions that people are asking is this like a household payment or is this individuals? I.e., if you're in a couple where one of you has an income of less than the new £35,000 threshold, but one of you has an income of more, does that mean that you'll get it or not? And I was listening to Paul Johnson from the Institute for Fiscal Studies, who happened to be on Newscast with Laura on Sunday. And he was on the PM programme on Radio 4. And he was saying that his understanding at this stage, and of course this might change if we get more clarity from government, but his understanding at this stage was that this is a payment that will go through kind of individual income. So that does mean that if you're in a couple where one of you has an income of, say, £100,000, but one of you has an income of £34,000 below the threshold, you would now get the winter fuel payment. But if you were in a couple where both of you have an income of, say, £36,000, like just over the threshold, you won't get it. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. In other words, it can be quite messy, can't it? And individuals could find themselves in the whole business if you're above the threshold and you don't use this new mechanism they're going to dream up where you can say I don't qualify, therefore don't send me it. You could end up in a bit of an administrative thing. The government argues for some it'll be simple, for others perhaps less so, of the whole business of giving it back.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I remember that when George Osborne used a sort of similar mechanism, which was about child benefit, and he wanted to limit child benefit for higher earners, he used a similar thing, which was like a claw back through the tax system. And a similar thing arose at that time about what that would mean for households where perhaps both people earn just less under the threshold, and then, you know, or versus higher income households where one of you earns less and one of you earns more, and all of the various complexities with it. And the other element to this, of course, as you said, this is England and Wales, but the systems will be different in Scotland and Northern Ireland, because after the government's decision to remove the winter fuel payment in the first place, the devolved government started sort of doing their own thing a little bit, right?
Yeah, and so we've had a bit of reaction already from, say, the Scottish government. They say they felt that they were left in the dark. They didn't know that this was coming, that they weren't consulted on it. They and Northern Ireland have their own schemes, but then there are consequences as a result of the government at Westminster making a change in this kind of space. They're known as Barnett consequentials. And so over time, so there will be a consequence of all of this, out of which the governments in Belfast and Edinburgh will be able to react because they will have some more money to play with. So this is likely to have implications for pensioners all around the UK, but with the little twist that it's a little different in Scotland and Northern Ireland.
It strikes me that, you know, the government clearly felt like it had no option but to move on this. And there had been a lot of unhappiness on the Labour backbenches about it, but particularly in light of the local election results in May, and then also the loss of what was a Labour seat in Runcorn and Helsby to Reform UK. The feedback seemed to be pretty clear from Labour MPs, from actually people in the cabinet who recognised that this issue was really coming up on the doorstep and doing some damage to Labour. So it seemed like the government felt like it had to move on it, albeit it's been a really slow U-turn. But it does also strike me now that there's a couple of potential risks with this. I guess the first one is, will the government now get the credit for doing what it's done now? You know, will it sort of, to know the people that will now get this winter fuel payment come this winter, will it be a case of, all is forgiven, you know, we've got our winter fuel payment back, thank you very much. We're glad that the government kind of recognised that it was in a place on this that most people, or a lot of people, it's not fair to say most people, but, you know, the feedback was that a lot of people weren't brilliantly happy about it, or not. And the other bit of this is what about Rachel Reeves? Because, this was one of the first early things that she did as Chancellor, somebody who had made very clear that she wanted to be seen as a sort of safe pair of hands and a safe custodian of the public finances. And this was one of the decisions that she had pointed to as her taking, in her words, the difficult decisions that were necessary at the time. So now she's moved on such an important decision of this. What does that mean for the Chancellor?
It's really interesting, isn't it? Because, you listen to all of the Chancellor's critics and my goodness, there's been this sort of unified chorus stretching from Unite the Union to Reform UK and taking in the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats and plenty of others, effectively saying today, I told you so. So politics is a rough old business. Even when you do what your opponents want you to do, they then try and claim the credit rather than giving it to you when you change your mind. Now, as I say, Rachel Reeves makes this argument that she felt that she had to act last summer. I think what perhaps caught them by surprise, even if you take that at face value, is the scale of the response. And in other words, they were getting far more heat for this than the value it brought them in terms of the spreadsheets. So yes, it was saving money. Yes, it was saving money in year, but they took colossal heat from the minute the announcement came. It sat on the political news agenda like a giant toad all summer when Labour MPs new to Westminster, they'd been used to fighting an unpopular Conservative government for the last couple of years, and suddenly it's their inboxes that are being deluged with people saying, this is dreadful, what are you all about, you didn't tell us this in advance, yada, yada, yada. Targeting a chunk of the population who have got a far higher likelihood of voting than pretty much everyone else, and can sure as heck make an argument when they think they've been badly done to. And it never went away. As you say, it came up on the doorsteps in the local elections in England and in that by-election. We've then seen this sort of long arc of a U-turn. And then there's the kind of psychology of a U-turn. And I don't think there's an obvious answer to this, really. Are you better to dig in with something that's unpopular and say, no, it might be unpopular, but we've done it for this reason, we're sticking to it? Or is it better to change your mind? I think people who are intensely interested in politics are more likely to be of the, gosh, do they know what they're doing? Is this a bit of a mess? Others might just be really glad to get the money back and be irritated that it was taken away for a year, but just really glad that it'll be coming back this year and in subsequent years. I suppose the interesting question that we might only discover when we read the memoirs of the likes of Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer in years to come is the extent to which they wish they'd never taken the decision in the first place. Now, that is different from thinking in and of the moment that you had to, because maybe you come to a view with hindsight that you maybe didn't need to, and or you underestimated just how much the backlash would cost you. Critics say it's been the sort of biggest debacle of Labour's first year in office. You can see why that argument is made. And I think the hit, as I say, the key thing I think here, Alex, that I take away is the political hit they have taken for it is wildly disproportionate to the amount of money that it saved. You can have an argument about whether that money had to be saved, but the hit has been significant. And then when you do U-turns, you do take a bit of a hit from people saying, gosh, do you really know what you're doing? What might come next?
And on the what might comes next, it leaves a sort of interesting question, because this isn't the only policy area that the government's been under pressure about from its own backbenchers. So, of course, we know the feedback about the winter fuel payment from some quarters of the Labour Party was pretty clear. But there are also other things like the two-child benefit cap, which the government has said that it's looking at, pointing to its child poverty strategy in the autumn, but hasn't made a clear decision on. And then, of course, the welfare reforms that are coming down the line pretty quickly, where a lot of Labour backbenchers have expressed privately and publicly their unhappiness about the cuts to welfare payments, particularly for some people that claim disability benefits. And you sort of wonder, to your point, Chris, about the psychology of a U-turn. Does this, now that the government have budged on winter fuel, does that say to those Labour backbenchers that expressed unhappiness about the winter fuel payment, are they now going, great, we're glad the government's moved on that, we accept that, we're happier? Or does it sort of embolden them, those who want the government to take a look at some of these other policy areas, to press a bit harder because they see the government has the capacity to move now.
Yeah, and again, I think we're back to psychology versus spreadsheets, because on the one hand, if you are a critic, an internal Labour critic, who perhaps wanted this change to the winter fuel payment and do want to see a change either to the proposed benefits cuts or to the two-child benefit cap, you may feel emboldened because you think this is a government that is willing to change its mind / listen / U-turn, pick your description of choice depending on your view about them. Equally, from Rachel Reeves' perspective, arguably the scope to move is now narrower because you've just spent a huge amount of money doing something that until fairly recently you hadn't anticipated doing. This is something that's going to cost £1.25 billion. So, which is a not insignificant amount of money, which might mean that those who are then knocking on your door saying, what about this, what about that? You're thinking, well, things are even tighter than they were already. They've got to work out between now and the autumn how they're going to pay for this, at what opportunity cost. The other thing I would throw in, which is a more long-term thing, but I just think it's worth, I think newscasters will be interested in this because I just think it's an issue that will confront a government at some point. The whole business of the so-called triple lock, this idea that the state pension goes up by the greater of inflation, earnings growth, or 2.5%. And there are those that the government is committed to. It's a manifesto commitment, and ministers have repeated that they are committed to it, to be absolutely clear. I'm talking about the medium to long term here. But you do get politicians, senior ones, saying privately, at some point, we're going to have to do something about that because it's just unaffordable. Because the graph, because it's designed to be generous, the graph just goes towards the sky in the end. And we've already got an aging population, etc., etc., etc. But my goodness, what government would go anywhere near that, given the backlash that could provoke? This was an idea that was dreamt up at a time where pensioners were relatively poorer compared to society at large. The argument that is made now is that that's no longer the case. But gosh, any government, even in writing a manifesto about this sort of stuff or being tempted to do it between elections, would think, crikey, if the winter fuel payment could cause that much of a humdinger of a row, imagine starting messing around with the generosity of the state pension.
Quite. Chris, talking of affordability, we've got the spending review on Wednesday when we'll find out a bit more what the government's plans are. So it's going to be a busy week for you. So we should let you crack on because I'm pretty sure it's been a busy start to it.
Thank you, Alex. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Cheers.
So late on Sunday night into the early hours of Monday morning, there were reports that a boat, a small yacht that was carrying aid and heading to Gaza, was intercepted by Israeli forces. Now, on this yacht were a number of people, 12 passengers, including the activist Greta Thunberg. The context to all of this is what has been happening with aid getting into Gaza. There was a long blockade by Israel of any aid getting into Gaza at all. And then we saw a new aid system, highly contentious, highly controversial, set up by Israel and the US, but with lots of warnings from international humanitarian groups about the situation on the ground in Gaza. We can talk about all of this with Jeremy Bowen, our international editor. Hello, Jeremy.
Hello.
So before we get into the details of what happened with Greta Thunberg and this boat, could you just bring us up to speed with what is the latest when it comes to aid in Gaza?
Well, the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is this new way of doing things, sponsored by, set up by the Israelis and the Americans, what the UN calls a militarized form of aid. They're claiming they're making gigantic inroads, that they've delivered and distributed the ingredients for, I think, around 10 million meals, including something like 1 million in the last few days. Of course, at the same time, there has been massive loss of life among those tens of thousands of Palestinians who flocked to the sites where the aid has been. The UN is not taking part in this process, along with the leading humanitarian agencies like the International Red Cross, because they say that this does not correspond with humanitarian values, that it's not going to work, that their system is better, and that essentially it's more about, the politics of the conflict than aid.
And when you talk about those international organisations, so we heard, for example, from The UN's human rights chief, Volker Turk, last week saying that Palestinians had the grimmest of choices, die from starvation or risk being killed while trying to access the food being made available. I was struck by a piece you've written on the BBC News website on the basis of an interview you did with the head of the International Committee of the Red Cross. Again, you know, when she was talking about the situation on the ground in Gaza, is there any evidence this week that anything has changed?
No, there's been killing there again today, and this time it appears to have come. The people pulling the triggers have not been, on this occasion, the Israelis. The reports coming out of the area near Rafah are that the shooting is being done by a Palestinian militia, and in the last few days, it has emerged from leaks inside from Israeli politicians that the Israelis have been cooperating with a group that are seen by many in Gaza as being implicated in criminal activities there, including robbing UN convoys when they were operating, and that they are cooperating with this militia. The militia itself denies being armed by the Israelis, but they certainly have been operating quite openly without being hit by Israel. So clearly it's clear that they are talking to each other and they are cooperating closely. So the reports coming out were absolutely horrendous this morning, saying that these militias were shooting on some of the thousands of people who were trying to get close to the site. It isn't clear why they would be doing that. But having seen the information coming out of the field hospitals in the area and being in contact with a few of them, they are once again taking in large numbers of casualties and with multiple gunshot wounds.
So that is what we are hearing that's coming out of Gaza. And then you've got this situation where there's this yacht with Greta Thunberg, a total of 12 people on it, other activists. There was a French member of the European Parliament. There was a French journalist with Al Jazeera. And they had on board this yacht some aid that they were attempting to take to Gaza when they were intercepted by Israeli forces. What do we know about what happened?
Well, I mean, this expedition, including Greta Thunberg on this rather nice-looking yacht, the Madeleine, which was not a massive yacht, and it's got a mast and sails, and it's been going steadily across the Mediterranean, publicizing itself because, you know, it's an act of protest. There are activists on board. It's a political act. They're carrying purely symbolic, they'd be the first to say it themselves, purely symbolic amounts of aid. And they were hoping to get through and somehow break the siege of Gaza by landing on the beach there. Now, I think they probably always knew that they'd be picked up by the Israelis. The Israelis would not have let that happen. Now, it was a sort of recreation of something that happened back in 2010, when that was a period when there were those few years around that period, there were several wars between Israel and Hamas. I reported on all of them, and they were, you know, at the time we thought they were, in terms of the humanitarian impact on Gaza, we thought it was, you know, extraordinarily harsh with several thousand people dead. But of course, it's nothing compared to what's been happening in the last 20 months in terms of the humanitarian impact. And so back then, this boat, was a Turkish vessel, much bigger one, the Mavi Marmara, was boarded by Israeli naval commandos. They killed, I think, 9 people on board, and it caused a huge incident between Israel and Turkey. I went to the funerals, actually, in Istanbul of quite a few of the people who were killed on board there. There were massive crowds. So it was, I think, on this occasion, the Israelis have thought things out. And they very quickly said that none of the crew have been hurt, and they're taking them. They took them back into Israel. So I mean, I think the Israelis are suggesting, they're calling it things like the selfie vessel, the selfie ship. They're suggesting that they've basically flummoxed a stunt. And I imagine that the Greta Thunberg side of things, they're saying, look, people are talking about the situation, and in a sense, we've made our point.
That is all we've got time for here, but you can listen to the full episode of today's newscast on BBC Sounds.
1 second, Grandma, this guy's gonna buy my car.
Okay. You need Carvana. Entering plate number. No accidents, right?
No.
Generating offer. Carvana can pick it up tomorrow.
That's an amazing offer.
Sell your car the easy way with Carvana.
This is Noom GLP-1, and this is Marcos.
I'm getting to where I want to be. I'm very confident that I'm going to be able to continue and really make a true lifestyle change. I'm Marcos, and I've lost 8 pounds so far with Noom.
Get started at Noom.com.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not gonna work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing, but it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you, you suddenly feel okay. We're gonna get out of it together. That's what muesli did for me.
This program asks plain questions with the help of the unrivaled range of BBC journalists right across the world. And gathered here in this building, I'll also draw on my frontline experience that helps me know who to talk to and who to listen to. Meaning our analysis is objective, unbiased, and I promise you with absolutely no spin. That's why we call our program Unspun World.
On BBC News.
In nearly 20 years of being a journalist, I think one thing I can say which is true of this region is that it's become much harder to be a journalist. There's barely any journalism in here holding the government to account. It's really important to be on the ground, and if that means you've got to go to hostile, remote places, then we have to do that. That's the opium resin. There's a very pungent smell of it in the air right now. The Delta wave of COVID devastated India, and I think it was the coverage that we did for the BBC at the time which brought international attention. What's happening here could affect the world's ability to recover from the pandemic. When I'm reporting from a region or a country where women's rights are being eroded, what we're most focused on is ensuring that there is a spotlight on that story. Should women be educated or not? We've met with families who've had to do the unthinkable. Another person came up and asked if we'd like to buy their child. The desperation is hard to put in words. It's really important that we tell the story in a sensitive way and maintain the dignity of the people who are talking to us. Many of the stories we've had to tell are distressing, they're difficult, but that's usually an indicator that they're really important stories to tell.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. The state of California sues the Trump administration for deploying the National Guard to Los Angeles as protesters take to the streets for a fourth day against immigration raids. The BBC speaks to former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon, who defended President Trump's decision to send 2,000 troops to Los Angeles.
Ability to do what they did to federalize National Guards, particularly if they think of the commander-in-chief thinks that something's not being handled properly, and that's what the president did.
I'm Sumi Somaskanda. Thank you for joining us. Here in the U.S., the military has confirmed it is activating 700 Marines to Los Angeles as unrest continues across the city. It comes as the state of California is suing the Trump administration over its earlier decision to deploy National Guard troops to Los Angeles. Now, President Trump is defending his decision to send 2,000 troops, writing on his Truth Social platform, quote, "We made a great decision in sending the National Guard. If we had not done so, Los Angeles would have been completely obliterated." Protests in America's second largest city began on Friday as agents from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE, carried out immigration raids in downtown LA and LA County. The United Nations has weighed in, warning against any further militarization. It is urging state and federal governments to work together on a solution. And let's go live to the ground now as protests continue. Our correspondent Carl Nassman is standing by for us there. Carl, bring us up to date on what's happening.
Well, right here, very tense standoff, Sumi, in just the last few minutes. The officers here to my left have declared this an unlawful assembly. We're right outside of the federal building in downtown Los Angeles. And if you can see behind me here, there is a large line of police officers getting ready as we speak to try to clear this area. Just behind them is one of the largest shows of force that we've seen since arriving in Los Angeles. These are sheriff's deputies, and we know that the Los Angeles sheriff actually put out a call last night for help from other agencies across the region. So potentially this is now reinforcements arriving from other local counties nearby to Los Angeles. But you can see many of those sheriff's deputies on the back of trucks there, and this is really a large show of force preparing to move into this square where the protesters have been gathered in front of the Los Angeles Federal Building for some time now. This is, I have to say, been a very peaceful protest, especially compared to what we saw on Sunday night. There have been no rounds fired and nothing from the police to try to disperse people. There were chants and signs and flags being waved out in front, and there was a line of federal police as well as the National Guard, the California National Guard, guarding that building. But it's gotten a lot quieter now, and this seems to be that moment where we're waiting to see what and when those police decide to take action. We've moved behind this police line now just to be out of the way, but we were hearing those announcements being made on that loudspeaker, Sumi, that they were giving about a 5-minute warning, and that was about 5 minutes ago. They want these people out in front of the courthouse. You were mentioning some of those new deployments that we're expecting to be headed our way. More of the National Guard troops coming, as well as around 700 active duty Marines. And there could be a feeling, and this is obviously just speculation, that what the local authorities hope to do is to move this protest out and get that done really before some of those federal reinforcements start to arrive. Although we should say, and this is a very important caveat, that right now those Marines, the extra National Guard troops, they're not going to be authorized at this point to interact with any of these demonstrators.
Okay, Carl, really important there. It seems like a tense moment. Carl, we'll let you go. And to keep an eye on everything that's happening there on the ground, we'll come back to you a little bit later. Thank you, Carl. Now, the California president of the Service Workers Union, labor union, SEIU, David Huerta, was released from federal custody on Monday on bond of $50,000 after ICE arrested the union leader for protesting a federal immigration search. He has become, in part, the face of the pushback against President Trump's immigration arrests across Los Angeles. We're going to speak now in our studio with David Huerta's close friend and the executive vice president of the SEIU, Jaime Contreras, is with us. Jaime, thank you very much for being with us in studio. First of all, just tell us a bit about what David Huerta, have you been in touch with him since he was released on bond and what he's saying?
Well, I think he's still catching his breath. I've seen all the pictures, the hugs from the wife and friends and family in LA. We're obviously very happy that he's released, but we do know that he's got a long legal battle ahead because this administration, as he's done in other cases, they're going to come up with bogus charges against my brother David Huerta. And, you know, David just has to know that he's not alone. He's got a whole labor movement behind him. He's got a whole community behind him. And these types of actions by the Trump administration are just not going to stand.
Are they bogus charges, though? Because after he was released on bond, we saw David Huerta say that he didn't intend to get arrested. He's being charged with impeding an officer. And we saw the U.S. attorney in Los Angeles, Bill Eseli, say no one has the right to assault, obstruct, or interfere with federal authorities carrying out their duties. Did he get in the way? Was that crossing the line?
I was not there.
Yeah.
So I can't say that he did or didn't. I believe my brother David Huerta. You know, this administration lies time and time again about people that they arrest. Take the case of Kilmer. They brought him back, and now they're going to charge him with, charges that are from 2019. Why they didn't do that then? It's beyond me. But David is innocent, and we're going to prove that in the courts. He's going to get his due process. He's got a legal team that's going to represent him. And our members in our community and the labor movement is not going to just stand by and watch our peers be arrested for no reason.
What does that mean, not standing by? We saw the SEIU releasing a statement saying that they're going to continue fighting for the rights and dignity of hardworking people. However, we have seen that those who have tried to stop federal ICE agents from carrying out deportations, they do face arrest. So is that something that your union members will be engaged in?
We absolutely tell our members that we protest peacefully. We train our members not to interfere with agents when they're trying to do their job. Even if the agents are being abusive and violating their rights, we tell our members, don't engage. And that's what we're going to continue to do, protest peacefully, and not give this administration another reason to harass and intimidate our community, which he has been doing from day one.
What do you think it will mean now to see your union and its community behind not only David Huerta, but some of these protests we're seeing going on in Los Angeles? I imagine this really will add a strong backbone to those protests.
Yes, I mean, SEIU, but really the labor movement in general has always been behind, whether it's the civil rights movements, Black Lives Matter, LGBTQ right movements. Our union is always tries to be on the right side of history. We're going to continue to do that to protect our members, to protect our communities. This president said we're going to arrest criminals. The people that he is arresting are fathers, mothers, grandfathers, children who are innocent and are only here to work and try to give their families a better life.
Okay, Jaime, we'll have to leave it there. Jaime Contreras from SEIU, very good to get your perspective in particular on the arrest of David Huerta. Thank you for sharing your perspective with us today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we have to take a short break. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. Let's take...
So why can't we say we're the best home shopping site?
Because while true, you just can't say that legally.
So I can't say, homes.com is the best.
No.
What if we jumbled up the words?
Homes best is com.the.
No.
What if we said it in Spanish?
Homes.com es el mejor.
No.
What if we whispered it?
Homes.com is the best.
No.
Fine. What if he said it?
Homes.com. It's the best.
Mr. Freeman, I'm sorry, but we can't say that.
Say what?
Homes.com is the best.
Aha!
Homes.com.
It's the best.
You're watching BBC News, and let's just bring you some of those live pictures from Los Angeles at the moment that we've been watching in the last few hours as protests have continued to gather there. You see the heavy law enforcement presence. We've just heard from our correspondent on the ground, Carl Nassman, that law enforcement have given the notice that they will start to move protesters out of the area. They are asking those protesters to disperse. They have said that they will clear the area. That's what we understand from our correspondent. Now, that means that we could see some movement. The protests have been described as peaceful all day. Let's see what happens in the coming minutes if indeed these protesters are dispersed. But we'll keep an eye on those images for you as we continue to bring you the news. Now, we mentioned President Trump is defending his move to deploy those National Guard troops to Los Angeles, saying if he didn't do it, the whole place would be burning down. California's governor says the move is an overreach. That is an argument that my colleague Katrina Perry put to Steve Bannon, Mr. Trump's former chief strategist.
I come from Richmond, Virginia, so I know something about states' rights. And Gavin Newsom is acting like a neo-Confederate right now. The federal government has every availability to do what they did to federalize National Guards, particularly if they think, if the commander-in-chief thinks that something's not being handled properly, and that's what the president did. Our argument today on the show is that he should double and triple down today with ICE raids. I mean, we've had an invasion of this country just on Biden's watch of 10 to 13 million illegal alien invaders. And they all have to go home, not just the criminals. Every person that came here on Biden's watch has to be deported. And that's what they're trying to stop now with these, with people like Mayor Bass and Gavin Newsom. And it's absolutely the prerogative of the president as commander-in-chief to do what he did.
So in what way is the situation that we've seen just in the last couple of days in Los Angeles an invasion or a rebellion as described in the piece of law that the president has referred to?
Well, there's been an invasion. People,
but specifically
hang on,
over
people
this
all
weekend.
agree that 13 million people came. What you had is ICE agents during their normal raids to basically get people to deport them out of the country. And this was stopped. This was stopped by this mob. This is what was surrounding the ICE headquarters. Couldn't let ICE out, and the local LAPD didn't really intervene. You know, over the last 2 days, the LAPD's kind of stood down. They shut down.
But they would reject that characterization. The police department.
Here's a fact: downtown LA, where I lived in LA for 20 years. Downtown LA, where the 101 and the 110 come, were shut down all day yesterday. Look at it; looked like a war scene, a war zone.
The police they did move the protesters out and
some of the protesters after many hours, but no arrests.
But they did it themselves. They didn't need the National Guard there. That's what
the
they
National
would
Guard.
say.
By the way, the National Guard. Remember, the mandate of the National Guard right now, federalizing the National Guard, is to protect federal property and to protect federal agents in their actions as ICE agents for deportations. And you have these local sanctuary cities, which are completely against federal law, that people like Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom thinks they can just override federal law like the Confederates did in the 1860s. My recommendation to President Trump and to Homan and Stephen Miller specifically is to arrest Mayor Bass. They should, if local officials
on what grounds?
Interfering with federal authorities that are prosecuting their mandate, which is to get people out of the country. You've seen this in Chicago. You're beginning to see it in New York. You certainly see it in LA. And I think it'll stand up in court, right? Just like this travel ban the other day is standing up in court. President Trump,
we'll talk about the travel ban in just a moment.
We have a massive insurrection here.
Just on the issue of states' rights, though, the Secretary for Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, just over a year ago, February in last year, when Joe Biden was being encouraged to federalize the National Guard in Texas, she said not to do that, that would be a direct attack on states' rights and that states should be allowed to make those decisions for themselves. In what President Trump is doing, doesn't that set a precedent for, at another time when perhaps there's a Democratic president, that they could do the same thing?
There was a precedent of this before, back in the 1960s, when Lyndon Johnson did this about civil rights. The president is his Article II powers as commander-in-chief. He has full ability to do this. That's what he's doing. I don't think there's any question about that. The courts will upheld this. They're going to take today in California. I think they're going to go to federal court and sue. And by the way, they should go ahead. As you know, they're going to federal court with everything with President Trump. Essentially, the courts are backing us up on everything. And my being a maximalist to make sure that we get this done, I'm saying that you should drive this even more. I think the writ of habeas corpus ought to be suspended in certain these regards, particularly with the criminal element that's got to be shipped out of the country.
Now, first of all, the courts are not backing up President Trump in everything that he's trying to do, but that is one of the things about America that makes America, isn't it? That people can have the separation of powers and they can challenge this through the courts.
But remember, the courts, there's nothing in the Constitution about judicial supremacy. It's about judicial review.
And we are expecting a lawsuit from California later today, as you've mentioned.
Yes.
But just the extension of that, when we hear from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, saying that he would be prepared to send Marines to California, what's your view on that? I mean, that is an escalation of the situation.
When you say escalation, that was done in the 1992, I think, the Rodney King riots. The Marines from Camp Pendleton went up. I think the Marines ought to be called out. I think more National Guard ought to be there. I think they ought to do more ICE raids a day. I think they ought to arrest.
Where do you see the threat to safety and to American citizens?
Did you see Did you watch The Weekend? Did you see this? Could you possibly look at that footage and tell me it wasn't safety to Americans? Hang on,
these are American citizens protesting.
You don't know that. Look at the foreign flags. You have no earthly. First off, let me repeat this for the BBC to please write down. There's 10 million illegal alien invaders came in here in 4 years. They're all going out of the country. Okay, they're all going out of the country. When you sit there go with all the American citizens, you think all
I didn't know. I didn't say they were all American citizens.
You just said they were American citizens.
I said there are American citizens there. My
there
colleagues
may be some
on the
American
ground
citizens. That's
have
fine if they're
spoken to
if they're trying to get in the middle of ICE agents that are deporting illegal aliens. They're breaking the law, and this is why Mayor Bass should go to jail today.
So we're not talking about them.
You people absolutely refuse to believe what the facts are, that even Biden and his regime understands, that they allow 10 million people to come here illegally. All of those people, President Trump won on this. The polling is coming out today. The American people overwhelmingly support us getting the 10 million illegal alien invaders out of here.
This is why. But just I'm asking about the specifics of what we saw. I want to get to the thinking behind this and what Pete Hegseth is saying, because it's interesting for our viewers to see this. If you have U.S. Marines in California around protesters, does that not move America to a different point?
It's not protesters. See, this is what you guys try to do with your language all the time. That's not a protest. That was a riot. Okay, they're interfering with folks that are being deported out of this country. They are breaking the law and they're rioting. They shut down Los Angeles for like 18 hours yesterday. That's not a protest. Nobody's saying about peaceful protests. If you want to come protest, they intervened with ICE agents doing their job. Certainly you should call up the Marines and the U.S. Army if you have to, or activate the reserve, the Army Reserve. Federalize the National Guard is just step one. But folks have to understand, and particularly BBC ought to embrace this, this is not going to stop.
Okay, I want to move on and talk about a different subject now, because I know we're all under time pressure here. Elon Musk.
Is there something about Elon Musk?
I don't know. Maybe you have views on him. But he's gone now, obviously. And
well, he's not gone.
We saw he's gone from the White House in an official capacity, and we saw what happened, played out over social media platforms in the last couple of days. How would you characterize his time with the administration? Was it successful? Was Doge a success?
No, it was a total failure. This, I think, was the beginning of what President Trump started to worry about. He came in, he had the backing of President Trump, the backing of everybody. I'm a big believer in the deconstruction of the administrative state. He went in to find waste, fraud, and abuse. He committed to the president $2 trillion this year in this budget, then $1 trillion, then $165 billion. I asked the question, when you talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, I'm not talking programmatically like USAID or Department of Education. Those are things that pass in appropriations bills that Republicans have been arguing about forever. When you talk about like fraud, where is it? Where's the fraud in Social Security? Where's the fraud in Medicaid? Where's the waste, fraud, and abuse in the Pentagon, which is the Mac Daddy of it? Nothing. We haven't seen anything. I think President Trump, and this was reported in the Wall Street Journal, he looked around and goes, hey, is this just all BS? Where's actually the hard Doge money? We actually need it. I'm sitting there in what I recommend these investigations about him personally and his businesses. Number one, we should have a formal report about exactly what Doge found. It's specifically about waste, fraud, and abuse. Where is it? And was anybody ever sent over to the Justice Department to be prosecuted for fraud?
Should Doge be shut down now?
Well, I think actually the Doge, if you look at what's really happening, it's been absorbed into the department. There's nothing really left of Doge because it didn't accomplish anything. And this is why, number two, but hang on, before he gets off the hook, more importantly, or as importantly, besides exactly what he found, where's the fraud, and is anybody going to be charged with it, is about this, about the data. Did they take out any data sets? Did they take any data related to either confidential government information and or information of U.S. citizens, and was that taken to any of his private enterprises, particularly artificial intelligence? Data is the mother's milk of AI, and I think this has to be, we have to get to the bottom of this, and we have to get to the bottom of it quickly. And so,
are you confident that he would have left that behind, or if you're calling for an investigation, do you have a question of it?
I'm not confident leaving behind at all. I would definitely take it. I think that that's what's got to be reviewed. So no, I say he's a national security issue as about his erratic behavior, particularly when he talks about the president, having to be impeached, talks about forming a third party, talks about he's going to be around for 40 years, the president 3.5 years, talks about the president's in great, and he takes a major program that the taxpayers are funding in SpaceX and says on a whim, oh, I'm going to shut it down. Any CEO in the United States of a defense contractor would have been terminated immediately and fired by his board and removed.
With Katrina Perry earlier today, we're taking you back to these live pictures from Los Angeles where protests are continuing, and demonstrators have been given a warning to disperse from outside the federal building in downtown LA. Let's go right to our correspondent, Carl Nassman, who is there for us. Carl, give us an update on what's happening.
Hey, Sumi, yeah, so we've got our protective gear on. We have our face masks, our ventilators on, just as a precaution, because what we've seen now, and I'll get out of the way, is a large line of Los Angeles police officers along with some sheriff's deputies. This is one of the biggest shows of force that we've seen since we arrived anyway on Sunday afternoon. These officers have already declared this large gathering here, which is in downtown Los Angeles, in front of the federal building. They've declared this an unlawful assembly. That was some minutes ago, and we're waiting to see when these officers begin to move in. What we would assume is that anybody that's inside of this area will likely be subject to arrest if they don't then leave the premises of where this protest has been taking place. We should say, for the most part, today, these have been very peaceful demonstrations. We've seen very few scuffles, not very many clashes between demonstrators and officials. We haven't seen the tear gas and rubber bullets used that we certainly saw yesterday. You might be able to hear that police helicopter right overhead. But what we are looking at now is a very large show of force, and we're expecting from this side of the federal building some of these officers to begin to move in to commit some arrests and to try to clear the zone. You can see many of them holding those green non-lethal weapons, others in the background there, very heavily armed. So this is a big show of force here, Sumi. And what we're expecting now is they'll try to clear this area. And of course, the context for this is those announcements we've heard from the Trump administration and Governor Newsom saying that there'll be more National Guard troops coming to Los Angeles, as well as those 700 active duty Marines. So the feeling is that potentially what they want to do is to get this area directly in front of the federal building cleared and to not have a reason, at least a visible reason, for any more escalation in terms of more heavily armed troops or active duty members of the military to get involved. And again, one other caveat, we've said this before, but those troops that are coming, they will not be a part of these sorts of activities. They won't be interacting with demonstrators, at least not yet.
Carl, can you give us a sense of how these protests today, you mentioned they're very peaceful so far, how they compare to yesterday, also just in terms of scale and size?
The feeling is today, and we were at both demonstrations, we were here Sunday from the afternoon all the way through the evening, and we've been here today. It feels like a smaller demonstration, a smaller gathering than what we saw on Sunday. It's been much more peaceful, and we haven't seen the kinds of interactions that we saw on Sunday. We, of course, all remember those really dramatic moments where many of the protesters, small groups of them, started throwing objects onto the highway patrol officers who were down on Highway 101, which runs right through Los Angeles. There were electric scooters, fireworks, other projectiles, and we saw fires even on some of those officials' vehicles. So it was a very dangerous situation. There were several arrests made. We know about a dozen officers actually suffered minor injuries from those actions yesterday. We haven't seen anything like that today. But obviously the feeling is here that they want to prevent those sorts of scenes from developing and try to get the situation under control now. So we're waiting to see. This is just kind of a standoff right now. This line of police has been here for maybe 30 to 40 minutes. They've gradually moved closer and closer, and they gave that announcement telling people that it's going to be time for them to leave or they'll be subject to arrest. But, you know, Sumi, we've spoken with protesters. They say they want to be out here. They want their message heard. They're very angry about these immigration enforcement actions that have been taking place across the country. And when I asked some demonstrators here whether or not they felt safer with the presence of active duty Marines or National Guard, they said absolutely not.
Okay, Carl, we're going to keep a close eye on what's happening and let you go there on the ground so you can move around a bit and also keep an eye on what's going on. Thank you, Carl. We'll be back with you in a little bit. Now, we mentioned that the state of California says it will file suit against President Trump over his move to federalize the state's National Guard. I spoke earlier to the top lawyer for the city of Los Angeles, Heidi Feldstein Soto. Here's our conversation. I want to ask you, first of all, about what we've seen in terms of the legal approach from the state of California, not the city of Los Angeles. So to be clear here, the state of California says it will file suit against President Trump for federalizing the National Guard. Do you think that a lawsuit is warranted here?
Yes, is the short answer. I have not, as you may have seen, been one of the law enforcement officials at the forefront of any litigation against the federal administration. I am someone who believes that elections have consequences. However, when that administration exceeds its constitutional and statutory grounds and uses a military force that is really designed for warfare, not for law enforcement within our borders, I have no choice but to examine every tool available in our tool chest and in the state's tool chest to resist, as we like to say in some quarters, with all my heart and all my soul and all my might, because this is unquestionably an overreach. I'd like to address what Mr. Bannon just said, whether or not the president has the availability, whether or not he is the commander-in-chief. That does not mean that he has the legality or the ability under our Constitution and our laws to do what he did.
Can I ask you about what the Attorney General said? He said, it is no accident that the right to a peaceful protest is in the First Amendment. It's because peaceful protest is a cornerstone of any healthy democracy. This is precisely what the Trump administration is pointing to. They say that the city lost control because the protests on Friday and into Saturday were not peaceful. What do you make of that?
I'm sorry. I'm a lawyer. Yeah. I don't speak in soaring rhetoric, and I certainly don't make statements without facts. So let's take a quick look at the facts. Mass protests. The city of Los Angeles covers nearly 500 square miles. The county covers nearly 5,000. We have 4 million residents in the city and 12 million in our county. This city and this county has a long and storied history of protests. Just in the time that I have lived in LA, and I came here as an adult, we have faced protests for civil rights, for reproductive rights, for AIDS, for LGBTQ+. We have faced protests like Black Lives Matter. We have faced protests over the conflict in the Middle East from students, from universities, from just about everything you can imagine. My city is not out of control. I really dispute that fact. We have made, and the LAPD has been engaged since Friday. I would be remiss if I didn't compliment and really express my gratitude to the best trained law enforcement agency in the country for what they do every day and what they've been able to do. On Friday, which was the very first day of these protests, the Los Angeles Police Department made 0 arrests. The federal government made 44, only one of which was a criminal arrest, the rest of which were deportation. On Saturday, the Los Angeles Police Department made 27 arrests all day long, all of which were for failure to disperse. Sunday was a shift. Well, what happened on Sunday before this very significant shift? Before the increase in the number of protesters and the violence in my city, the National Guard arrived.
Okay.
So that was the provocation, and on Sunday, the LAPD made 42 arrests, including for arson, for assault with a deadly weapon on an officer, for attempted murder.
Well, protesters are also voicing their anger over President Trump's new travel ban, which came into effect Monday morning. Nationals from a dozen countries are barred from entering the U.S. The Trump administration says it is targeting countries it considers as sponsors of terrorism, as well as those with high rates of migrants to the U.S. overstaying their visas. Those from an additional 7 countries face tough new sanctions restrictions that fall short of an outright ban. The ban is hitting particularly hard in Africa, which is home to more than half of the countries affected. Our senior Africa correspondent Ann Soy has more from Nairobi.
The decision has left families of asylum seekers in limbo. Those whose applications to join their kin who are already in the U.S. were underway fear they may not be reunited. The ban does not come as a surprise, though. President Trump promised it as he campaigned for office last year, and in April this year, his cabinet made recommendations. But still, it hit hard, and many are disappointed and dismayed. Aid agencies argue that refugees and asylum seekers undergo the most rigorous vetting of any group of migrants, and therefore they question the assertion that they pose a security threat. More than half of the targeted countries are from Africa. They include nations in conflict, such as Sudan, Somalia, and Libya. Others are countries whose citizens are said to tend to overstay their visas, like Equatorial Guinea and Chad. Chad in the Central African region has said that it is reciprocating those measures. That means Americans wishing to visit the country may not be allowed in. Now, not many of them travel to this country. However, there is a huge humanitarian effort currently underway in the east of the country to support Sudanese refugees who've been pouring in from across the border, fleeing from conflict there, and therefore aid workers from America could be affected. Somalia, on the other hand, has said that it is willing to work with the US to address the concerns that it has. And continentally, the body representing all 55 countries, the African Union, has urged the US to engage in, quote, constructive dialogue with the countries that are affected. It says it is concerned that these measures could affect education, trade, and diplomatic relations.
And Soy for us there. Let's take you back to these pictures from Los Angeles. You'll see the aerial view on the right-hand side of your screen there and the street view on the left-hand side. You can see that protesters remain gathered and there is a large contingent of law enforcement. As our correspondent Carl Nassman has been telling us, the protesters were given the order to disperse not that long ago, a little bit earlier in the hour. So far, we have not seen that law enforcement move in, but we understand that they intend for those protesters to disperse. They have not moved back just yet, but we do see them facing here on the left-hand side of your screen, of course, those National Guards troops. They are stationed just in front of that federal building. Remember that President Trump on Sunday announcing 2,000 National Guards troops deployed to Los Angeles. Today, the announcement from Governor Newsom of California that the president has informed California it is deploying an additional 2,000 National Guard, and indeed the Pentagon confirming it is activating 700 Marines who were on ready to activate orders. So those are the pictures that we're looking at right now. Let's bring in our Los Angeles correspondent, Peter Bowes, as we continue to watch these images. Peter, just tell us, we talked all through yesterday as the protests were unfolding. Tell us what you make of what we've been seeing today.
Well, certainly my impression today is that we're seeing a much calmer situation. Yes, there are protests, there are people on the streets, and those numbers, just like yesterday, have been increasing throughout the day. But by and large, those people have been protesting the issues at stake here, immigration, and to some extent, I think, protesting the fact that the National Guard have been brought in. I think that's certainly fueled the anger of people in Los Angeles over the weekend. But peaceful protests, yes, there have been one or two relatively minor skirmishes, but I think it's fair to say that it's a very different scene, it's a very different mood today, although what we're looking at is a significant size in terms of this crowd, and it does appear that we're in a sort of a standoff situation between the police and, as you've been saying, there are not just Los Angeles police, there are other forces that have been brought into the area to help. That's standard procedure when there's a major event happening. And it seems as if they are being quite steady in their approach, the police, towards getting these people to move.
Indeed, Peter.
Has been declared an unlawful assembly.
Yeah. Just as you're speaking, sorry to interrupt you there, Peter. We are seeing the protesters now being moved back by a line of police. And I think Carl Nassman is back up for us at the moment. Carl, if you can hear us, can you give us a sense of what's happening? Okay, not sure if Carl is able to hear us. Obviously, a very fluid situation. You can see Carl is moving along with that line of protesters. Peter, you were just saying to us that they've been given this notice to disperse. It does look like we are seeing that line move now.
Yes, that's right. And just to explain, a notification to disperse an unlawful assembly means that this is essentially the warning given out to those people who've been protesting throughout the day that it has to come to an end, that they have to leave the area, otherwise they are at risk of being arrested. Now, that's not what the police and the authorities want to do. They want to warn people that that is a possibility, to encourage them to move peacefully. And as we are seeing, that's exactly what is happening right now. We're seeing a very steady movement of people. There doesn't seem to be any protest in terms of people wanting to stay. They are moving slowly. We're seeing the line, several lines of police officers also moving just behind those people. Some people still standing still, it seems to me, but there doesn't appear to be any sense of panic at the moment. And clearly this is quite early in this process of trying to get people to leave the area. And we just have to, I think, watch this and see what happens. Just looking at the size of the crowd, it isn't a tremendous amount of people. It looks like a few hundred people to me that we can see in this particular area. This is in downtown Los Angeles. This is near the federal building, one of the key buildings, you could say the epicenter of the protests that we've been seeing over the last couple of days. And this is one of the buildings that those National Guards have been stationed at. There are two major federal buildings, one's further to the west in a place called Westwood, but certainly the National Guard have been stationed outside this building to assist local police in their operations. We haven't really seen much of the National Guard actually getting involved in face-to-face policing with individuals.
Right,
that
indeed.
Could potentially change, but it looks like it's the LAPD at the moment.
Indeed, Peter. And let's just go back to Carl. I think we were able to get his lineup. Of course, he's moving along with that line of protesters. Carl, if you can hear us, what are you seeing at the moment?
They put me on hold. Do you guys? Yep, gotcha now. Let's back it up.
Okay, Carl, if you can hear us, what are you seeing at the moment?
Yeah, I got you now. Sorry about that, Sumi. Communication a bit difficult here, but we are right on the ground here, and we're just where this line of police officers are beginning to confront the demonstrators that have been here for the past many hours. We're going to go ahead and back up. We're going to get out of this line here because we're being told to be moved. We're being moved out by the Department of Homeland Security officials. We're being told to move this way. We're going to move that way. What we can see right now is a very large lineup of Department of Homeland Security police on the left, as well as nationals. That's the National Guard there as well. We're just going to communicate with police.
Okay. Then you can come back with.
We're going to be right here with the media as well, if you don't mind, sir. Thank you very much. But right now, thank you. We'll follow your instructions, absolutely. Here, I've got this gas mask on just in case. We haven't seen any tear gas used at this point. That was something that we saw yesterday being used, as those demonstrations were really much more chaotic than what we've seen today. But right now, this line is getting a lot closer to trying to force these demonstrators out of this area. This is a street directly in front of the federal building. This has been really a flashpoint for these protests. Many people gathering here to protest the immigration raids in Los Angeles, but also the presence, of course, of the California National Guard. And actually, if we can move that camera just over here, you can see that line of two different colors of uniforms. In the black, those are U.S. Customs and Border Protection Police. There's also some DHS police officers. Those are federal authorities. You can also see the California National Guard with those shields. They're standing there. They don't appear to be as heavily armed as some of the other police in this area. And then if you take that camera, we can see hanging from the belts of many of the local sheriffs and police officers, those white bands, those plastic bands, those are ready to make arrests. That's what you often see in these sorts of situations. Rather than use handcuffs, they'll use those plastic ties to try to get mass arrests and be sure to keep the control that way. Looks like there are a few projectiles being thrown from above. We've seen protesters gathering up above, and now here go the police. They're going to be moving up in that direction towards some of those protesters. We're going to get out of the way. There's a police car driving through. And it looks like things are now starting to escalate a little bit more. We've heard some glass being thrown, some other bottles. That's something we also saw yesterday. I'm just going to hold on to my cameraman here as we kind of follow this line through. But this is definitely something that we've been anticipating today. We've heard that decision made by officers to declare this protest unlawful. That was probably almost an hour ago. That decision was made to get this group of protesters out. I think they gave a chance for many people who wanted to leave to go ahead and leave under their own power, to go ahead
and get out of the way and not face arrest, and they've just made the decision now that they're going to go ahead and come in and start to really use force if they need to clear some folks out. Jeff, if we can look this way, you can see here, these are some very large trucks filled with sheriff's deputies coming in. They've got shields, you can see. And what we heard before, actually, was that the Los Angeles police and Los Angeles sheriff had asked for assistance from other departments in the region, and some of these could be that. Now we got the flashbangs coming in, so stun grenades being fired. I can see a smoke bomb there in the distance as well. They're clearly moving everybody in one direction towards Temple Street, trying to push these demonstrators away from the scene. Again, another stun grenade going off. This is something that we saw yesterday. That kind of non-lethal force, Sumi. This is where we're seeing that clash between demonstrators and the authorities here. More of those going off now, and we're being moved through by the police officers as well. So the media kind of being kept behind the main line. It looks like what they want us to do is just keep continuing to move. Now, interestingly, we are seeing some of the California National Guard moving with us. Up until now, really, they've just been in the vicinity of the government buildings here, but we'll see how far they come, and we're just going to follow this police officer who's with Homeland Security. They're essentially trying to keep the media a safe enough distance away from the front line, but they're also just trying to clear the entire area out right now. It seems like so far we haven't seen that many arrests made, I should say. It's been relatively uneventful in that sense, but otherwise we are starting to see now for the first time today those stun grenades going off, some of that non-lethal weapons being used. I'm just going to move back over here to Jeff. Sumi, I don't know what kind of view you can see from above, but we're just going to be here for now. And we're going to see if we're going to see what happens next, as they've been fairly successful in moving many of these people out of this area in front of the federal building.
Carl, we'll just follow you along there. We, of course, want you to stay safe. I know you're moving among the crowds.
Yeah, that's right.
If you need to let us go, you let us know.
We've moved along the wall here. For now, we're looking fine, Sumi. We've moved against the wall. There's a line of police officers that's essentially preventing anybody from moving past where we are to get back towards that federal building. And I think you can probably see in our shot, or maybe in one of those aerial shots, a large line of California National Guard members. They've moved their line much closer to the side street. They're going to be using those shields to keep anybody from breaking through there. But again, this is really one of the biggest shows of force that we've seen during these 3 to 4 days of demonstrations here. It's been, I would say, much less than this. We haven't seen this number of officers on the ground, this level of machinery, just seeing those sheriff's vehicles coming in. That's something we haven't seen before as well. And that's despite, Sumi, really what we saw yesterday, which was just very chaotic scenes with protesters taking over the highway. That was something I know that Peter was following very closely as well. Even as those scenes were playing out, we really didn't see this many officers coming out. We didn't see these sheriff's vehicles here. We did see, though, tear gas being used and other non-lethal weapons. We started to see some of those flash grenades and other types of weaponry, non-lethal weaponry, we should say, being utilized, but otherwise, very few arrests being made. I think that's something that potentially people were anticipating here, but I personally haven't been able to see that many actual arrests being made by the demonstrators themselves.
Carl,
I should say we've now been moved over onto the side streets. Yeah, go ahead, Sumi,
yeah,
please.
Just wondering, Carl, you know, this notice to disperse, I mean, this is something we saw on Sunday as well. I mean, do you get a sense of why they've been asked to disperse at this moment? Was it blocking, you know, roadways? What have you been seeing?
I think that's a good question because in hearing and talking to some of the demonstrators, what they've said is, we're here to demonstrate peacefully. In fact, there was one moment, I apologize for some of the language in the background, but there was one moment where there were some objects actually thrown towards the federal building, towards the California National Guard, and what people actually started chanting was, stay peaceful, and people were echoing actually that call that Governor Gavin Newsom had put out, saying, don't give Donald Trump what he wants, don't be out here being violent, because what they were saying was, well, these are the types of scenes that the president is hoping to see. That's in the protesters' words. So today, the actual demonstration is much more peaceful, I would say. So in terms of a reason given, I'm not sure that there is one, but it's hard to ignore the backdrop here, that this city is now anticipating 2,000 more National Guard troops to arrive, 700 active duty members of the Marines. They're expected to be arriving overnight. Potentially one of the theories could be that authorities want to get this area clear before those sorts of reinforcements, so to speak, arrive. And of course, this isn't something that authorities have requested. Many authorities say they don't want that kind of extra backup to actually come here, but come they will. And so maybe, I think there's also this matter of imagery and a battle in the media between California authorities and federal authorities. They want to be able to show that they have the situation under control.
Carl, we're going to let you walk around a bit and be able to get an idea of how things are moving. As you're walking around, I'll just bring Peter back into the discussion as well. He's on the line. Peter, what do you make of this question we've just been discussing about authorities moving in now to disperse these protesters, not on that highway like on Sunday, but right here in front of that federal building?
Well, my sense of what could be happening is here, this is day 4, if you count Friday as day 1 of these protests. And clearly the police, the authorities, will be learning every day about the behaviour of these crowds and how things progress during the afternoon into the evening. And we're about 2 hours, just under 2 hours away from nightfall here in LA. It'll be getting dark relatively soon, and I suspect that the police want to try to clear this area before it gets dark, because they will be aware of how things have progressed over the last couple of nights, and especially as it gets dark at around local time about 8 p.m. things have taken a downturn in terms of the behaviour of the crowd. We've seen more violence at around about that time. We saw it last night around the overpass on the 101 freeway. We saw that freeway blocked for quite a considerable amount of time, and we know there's been activity around that area again today, and perhaps more intense police activity to try to clear that area. So I suspect, but I'm speculating here, but I think they want to try to clear that general area a little bit earlier than they were successful in doing it last night, just to try to keep people calm and to keep the peace.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Peter. And as you're speaking, we know that the mayor, Karen Bass, is holding a press conference. When she gets up to speak, we'll listen to a bit of her. Carl, if you can still hear us, if you're still with us, what have the protesters told you about their concerns about things kind of spiraling out of hand, about clashes with law enforcement? I mean, are they worried about being out on the streets again?
I think that there's two groups of protesters, and it's important to distinguish that, Sumi, that there's a group here, and that's the larger group that are here because they're concerned about issues about immigration. They're concerned about the actions of the president. And then there's a much smaller group that have been out in the streets, and as Peter was mentioning, they tend to be here in the later hours, but these are the agitators, the people that want to be out here potentially causing damage to property, clashing with some of the police here, setting cars on fire like we saw yesterday. So in terms of those two groups, and speaking with many of the demonstrators earlier who had very serious concerns about immigration and the detentions that they've been seeing in their city, the feeling is that many of them will, if they haven't already left, they'll be leaving soon. The other group, we will have to wait and see how things develop, and that is a very good point about what we've seen in this city around nightfall, is that things tend to get more intense and more volatile once the sun goes down. We were here last night on Sunday night, and after the sun went down, that was when we started to see fireworks, really some very powerful fireworks being thrown towards the California Highway Patrol that were still down on the freeway at that point. We were watching some of the cars go up in flames, and then even as night progressed, getting closer to midnight or 1 a.m., there were still small pockets and small groups of agitators going around downtown Los Angeles. There were dumpster fires. There was some looting, some shops having their windows broken, some merchandise stolen. So I think those are the sorts of scenes that the authorities here are really keen to try to avoid. But still, at the same time, I think if we can pan the camera, or if you can see probably on your feed a bit better, but there still are many people here with those Mexican flags. There's also the half American, half Mexican flag being waved here. There are still people holding signs, and these are signs that are denouncing the immigration raids or denouncing the actions of President Trump. So there still are those types of demonstrators that are here. They want their voices heard, but they may not be resorting to those sorts of vandalism or agitation that we've seen from those scenes yesterday on Sunday. We've reached a point, and I should say they very successfully have moved this protest out from in front of the federal building, but at this point it seems to have paused. So we have a line of police officers along the side street where we're standing now, but then looking up Temple Street and in this center kind of this federal area here, looking at the Los Angeles government districts here, there's still lots of people in the streets. It feels a little bit calm. It feels like for now this is where we've kind of ended up. And this is similar to a pattern that we've seen before, where they're very slow moving right now with their crowd control. They go one street or one block at a time. Their police and the sheriff's deputies seem to be content to take control block by block, not force things to move too quickly, try not to raise the temperature too high, so that at that point they're not themselves escalating tensions, and they don't want to have to resort to too much force to try to get this protest to leave. So we've reached that point now, Sumi, where just looking around, you still see many of those protesters here. This seems to be the group that's maybe ready to face arrest, or once they're really forced out of here, they're going to leave. But I'm just looking up Temple Street right now, I can see hundreds, probably numbering into the thousands of people that are here. They're not leaving, and it may be up to the authorities, if they wish, to start to really move those demonstrators out of downtown. And I should say there are probably enough authorities here to do that.
Yeah, we are seeing that aerial image that you're referring to, Carl. We can see that hundreds and perhaps thousands, it's hard to tell from the image that we have on our screen, of protesters who remain there. Just quickly, Peter, this all coming as California is filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration.
Yes, a lawsuit over the very fact that the National Guard have been brought in. And it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out in court, if it eventually gets to court, in terms of the arguments used in the federal government's defense, but also in terms of the governor and his lawyers, how they pursue this case. It's a delicate legal argument. Donald Trump has argued that he has the authority to take the action that he has taken, but certainly Gavin Newsom sees it in a very different way, and it may take some time before we get a resolution of that. The legal process could be quite slow. I think what is interesting, Sumi, in terms of what we're looking at and what Carl has just been describing, in terms of the mix of people, those genuine protesters that have been peacefully protesting throughout the day, and those I think smaller in numbers, but those, you could call them the agitators, people who come out perhaps later in the day set on trouble and causing problems for the police. What's interesting is the overall optics of this situation and how this is being perceived by those outside of Los Angeles, how this is being viewed in Washington, what the White House are thinking and how they are interpreting what they're seeing on the streets of Los Angeles, and indeed further afield. And that's important because, especially from the perspective of those genuine protesters who've been, you could say, behaving themselves during the day, actively voicing their opinions, exercising their right to free speech, all those efforts could be spoiled at the end of the day if this does turn violent. So there are so many different factors going into this, and clearly from the police's perspective, well, their absolute goal is to keep the peace.
Just to jump in there, Peter, we have to take a short break. I just want to thank you, and Carl, I know he's still listening as well. Carl, stay safe, and Peter and Carl, thank you so much. My colleague Steve Lai is taking over at the top of the hour, and we'll have the very latest on these pictures. Stay with us here on BBC News.
Arts in Motion, in partnership with Rolex.
For me, every single time the curtain goes up is a testing or proving ground for the Opera House. Each performance is our opportunity to win them over.
So many young singers coming from all around the world really wants to be part of this world of opera, which is the last form of arts that doesn't require technology.
Opera is not short, and it goes against sometimes our world, which revolves faster and faster and faster, so things are shorter term. Everything is. Music has been there forever, and it helps us, I think, as human beings, feel grounded.
Potentially, this is a new golden era for opera.
Culture is identity. It has the power to transform the people.
New artistic visions for the future generations.
归根到底还是有话想讲。
This is something that we need.
It's always important to push the limits.
You must keep the same passion.
There's only darkness around us. So what do? We light a fire.
Music has been such an integral part of my being and my soul. These artistic places have to be the place for the people.
We all need a little help sometimes, but asking, that's the hard part. Here's a little secret. If you need it, help can be everywhere. That's the power of therapy. And it's some of the best help you can get.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not going to work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing, but it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you suddenly feel okay. We're gonna get out of it together. That's what muesli did for me.
You put everything into getting it right, from launches to milestones and team recognition. With expert support, quality products, and on-time delivery, 4imprint makes sure your brand shows up strong. Visit 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
This is not your typical farm.
This is one of the most incredible things I've ever done.
Why are we so suited and booted for this task?
I better not touch it anymore.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah. Tech Now on BBC News.
Live from Singapore, this is BBC News.
Protesters take to the streets of Los Angeles for a fourth day against immigration raids.
And I'm Colin Aspen live in downtown Los Angeles, where police officers and sheriff's deputies are now attempting to clear those protesters out of the streets.
The BBC speaks to former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon, who defended President Trump's decision to send another 2,000 troops to Los Angeles. In Ukraine, emotional reunions as soldiers return in a prisoner of war swap with Russia, but others wait anxiously for news of their loved ones. And coming up in Business Today, talks continue in London aimed at resolving the trade war between the US and China. Hello and welcome to Newsday. The US military is deploying 700 active duty Marines to Los Angeles as protests over immigration enforcement continue. The military statement says they will integrate with National Guard troops already on the ground. California Governor Gavin Newsom said he was informed another 2,000 National Guard troops are heading to LA in addition to those already there. Protests broke out on Friday after agents from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, carried out immigration raids in the city. We can go live now to L.A. and connect with our correspondent, Carl Nassman. Carl, get us up to speed with what you're seeing on the streets of L.A. today.
Well, Steve, right now where we are is right outside of the federal building. This is now an attempt by police officers and sheriff's officers here to try to clear the area. I'm just going to stop talking and listen now because they're making another announcement. What we heard earlier, Steve, was these sorts of announcements being made declaring a prior protest an unlawful protest. This one's also been now declared an unlawful gathering. And we've seen a very large presence of police and sheriff's deputies here, probably the biggest show of force by local authorities that we've seen since these protests began 4 days ago. Here now trying to attempt to move these folks out of the area. We're now going to be backed up again, authorities telling us to move. We're just behind the police line here. This is a side street on the far side of the building, of that federal building, where these many of the demonstrations really have been taking place over this past weekend. We're not far from that highway that was shut down yesterday in those very chaotic and volatile scenes, obviously in those moments. But right now, these are authorities forming a line, and they're trying to either safely escort people away, I mean, that's we continue to back up, or they might be preparing to make arrests. I have to say, we've been now walking with these police officers through this area, and although we've seen those sorts of zip ties that are used often to make several different arrests, I have not witnessed too many arrests or detentions being made. Again, we're going to back up. He has been told to back upstairs, so we'll get to a safe distance. I should also say, you know, there were some non-lethal rounds being used yesterday. We saw tear gas. We saw those sort of stun grenades being used. Today, very sparing with that. What they've been mostly trying to do is use police lines, use really a show of force to try. We should say is that there was time for them to go. It's probably fair to say that a lot of the folks who did were behind that protest. You can probably see an aerial view. We're just down the street, up the street where we're facing. Several hundred people still here waving those Mexican flags they have.
Yeah, we're going to cut away from Carl at the moment. We're having some problems with Carl's audio and with his connection. We'll try and get back to him if we can. In the meantime, let's connect with a former Boston Police Commissioner, Ed Davis, to get his thoughts on what we've been seeing transpire. Ed, you've had a long career in law enforcement. What's the key thing to understand about what we're seeing on the streets of LA?
Hi, Steve. Well, it looks like things are getting very tense there today. I've been watching for the last couple of hours, and you can almost hear it in the voices of the reporters and the police in the background giving orders. It looks like it's going to be a tough night in LA. This is a unique situation because there's been federal authorities that have been sort of forced on the local and state authorities who usually are in charge of something like this. The police chief in LA is one of the most experienced and dedicated police chiefs. He knows what he's doing. They've got a good team out there with their community disorders unit. So this inclusion of the federal authorities is complicated, and it doesn't sound like they're coordinated very well based upon some comments that the sheriff made recently about not even understanding the rules of engagement. So there's two levels of difficulty here. One is managing this complex and potentially violent protest, and at the same time, coordinating the resources that are available that might be interfering with each other if they're not in lockstep.
And I just want to get your thoughts on something. Mayor Karen Bass of LA has been doing a press conference in the last few moments. I want to read you something that she said. She says, "I don't think our city should be a test case. Do you know what the National Guard is doing now? They are guarding 2 buildings. They need Marines on top of it? Question mark. I don't understand. That's why I feel like we are part of an experiment." Just want to get your thoughts on the involvement of the National Guard and the Marines and the impact that it's having on the situation in LA.
Well, it's exacerbating the situation, I think. Local and state officials are usually in charge, and they bristle at the feds coming in and interfering with them, especially if it's not done in a coordinated and voluntary fashion. And that's really not happening here. So the tough talk that's coming out of Washington is indicative of political figures who aren't interested in calming the situation down. It seems that they're more interested in ginning up some of the difficulty here. I've worked with the National Guard. We had to call them in during the Boston Marathon bombing. And everyone from the president to the governor to the mayor and all my officers were in lockstep in making sure that we did things and took the pressure out of the situation so that people wouldn't be fearful, they wouldn't overreact, and in this particular case, they wouldn't attack. And right now, I don't see that kind of sober, kind of calm leadership that's needed coming out of Washington.
And in your opinion, why is that the case?
Well, this plays into a narrative, I think, that some people embrace. And the country is badly fractured in whether or not to be heavy-handed with this type of protest. And frankly, I would agree with Mayor Bass. This is an experiment of some sort, but it could have very dangerous consequences. You can see tensions rising there. Somebody's going to get hurt in this if cooler heads don't prevail. And I'm really worried about this evening.
And tell us a bit about your experience with the police and protests and how to handle them. We're seeing events on the ground, many police officers out there. Many of the protests are peaceful, though. What are the challenges that police have in dealing with protesters and moments where situations can turn suddenly from being peaceful to becoming violent?
Right. Peaceful protests are not only allowed, but encouraged by my former colleagues in policing, going out and securing a location to let people speak their mind and hold signs and chant and things like that. Nobody has a problem with that at all. The problem is that many of these crowds become infiltrated with people who have another agenda. There are people who just hate the government, anarchists, people who have scores to settle with police, and they will infiltrate a crowd and use the crowd to their benefit. And so when you see projectiles starting to be thrown at the police officers in a line, and I've been there when rocks and bottles and other things have been launched at us, it changes the whole equation. The police have to respond in kind, but their charge is to de-escalate as much as possible. And that's the way we've always operated since I've been in policing. We rise to the level of the threat that we're facing, but the minute that threat goes away, we back off. And that's what I'm hoping is going to happen. But you sometimes wonder if bringing, the actual on-duty military forces into a city is going to result in that. They're just trained in a very different way. They have a very different mission, and I think that's really the most dangerous part of this.
Ed, one quick question for you. How do you think this is going to move going forwards, given the tensions on the street and given the tension between state and federal officers or decision makers?
Well, I certainly hope that cooler heads prevail. I really hope that the political structure in the United States sees the difficulty and the potential danger here, not only to the individuals involved, but to our republic, to our democracy. And word starts to get out to the people who are in charge that we need to de-escalate, take some of the pressure out of this situation, step back and do our best to try to establish peace in the city of LA before this expands into other cities.
And thanks very much for your time. Really appreciate your insight, former Boston Police Commissioner Ed Davis. Now we're going to reconnect with Carl Nassman, our correspondent who's on the ground on the streets of LA. Carl, can you hear me okay? Just wanted to, we wanted to reconnect with you to see, to get us up to speed with what you've been seeing today on the ground.
Yes, I can hear you okay, Steve, and apologies if our signal has a few difficulties. This is obviously a pretty fluid situation here, and just given the number of cell phones and media organizations that are broadcasting from here, it could be a bit in and out right now, but we're kind of in the center of this police action right now, and what we can see is a very large column of police officers in full helmets and gear moving down Los Angeles Street. Now, we're just going to see if we can follow along with them. We're going to stay behind. The other thing we can see, and again, this is something different from yesterday, but very large police vehicles, some large SUVs moving along with this column now, a faster pace than what we've seen before. And then there's also armored vehicles joining in this group. As I was mentioning before, this is probably the largest show of force that we've seen on these protests so far. And what they're doing is pushing the protesters out, I think, in two different directions. There's a group of police that pushed one half of that protest up Temple Street, up that hill there, and then another group that's moving them down Los Angeles Street. They've pretty successfully been able to clear this demonstration from in front of the federal building. That's been one of the flashpoints that we've seen over these past 4 days, where people have been gathering, the protests have been taking place. It is a difficult situation, and I think that discussion really helped to clarify exactly what these officers are facing, because it's felt like today, and as these protests have been cleared today, that the use of force has not been as strong as what we saw on Sunday when those protesters made their way onto the freeway. Today, it's been a bit more restrained, and obviously they're trying to clear these streets, and they're using a line of police officers to do that, but there has been no tear gas fired as of yet. There have been a few stun grenades, but other than that, we haven't seen the level of non-lethal weaponry deployed that we did see on Sunday. We're just going to continue to walk down and kind of follow this line of police officers that's making its way towards downtown Los Angeles. It's a very large front, and you can see behind a column of 12 police officers offering backup, and then even this line of SUVs, armored vehicles driving along behind it. We're following along with the media at a safe enough distance, we hope, for now. But I think these are the kinds of choke points where you get to some narrower streets here where officials are going to be a little bit more cautious, because what they've tried to do is move slowly and not put the protesters into a corner, not get them into a position where they have to feel like they need to be defensive. And we also should say that I haven't seen the protesters throwing too many objects so far at actual police officers. There's a few water bottles that we've seen being thrown into the crowd, but other than that, the response from the demonstrators has been fairly peaceful, and the actions by the police officers themselves have been fairly restrained as well. In fact, Steve, this is something I was saying earlier, but I think it is worth repeating, that we actually haven't seen that many arrests being made here either. You sometimes see in these types of demonstrations, they been declared unlawful, you might see several buses lined up, ready to receive people that have been detained or arrested, book them on site and take them off to the local jail. But we haven't at least seen that for now. It seems like they're content at this point anyway to take this peaceful demonstration, simply move it out of this area of the city. You know, if you have some aerial scenes, you might see better than where we are right now. But the numbers, I think, a bit thinner than they were a couple of hours ago, and we were estimating a bit in terms of the size today. We do think it's potentially fewer people than on Sunday.
Carl, thanks very much for giving us that latest from the ground. Carl Nassman there on the streets of LA. Now, the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, is suing the Trump administration for federalizing his state's National Guard. But Mr. Trump is threatening Mr. Newsom with legal trouble of his own, musing about having the governor arrested. That's a threat endorsed by Mr. Trump's one-time campaign manager, Steve Bannon. He was speaking with my colleague, Katrina Perry.
Downtown L.A., I lived in L.A. for 20 years. Downtown L.A., where the 101 and the 110 come, were shut down all day yesterday. Look at it, it looked like a war scene, a war zone.
The police they did move the protesters out and
some of the protesters after many hours, but no arrests.
But they did it themselves. They didn't need the National Guard there. That's what they would say.
The National Guard, by the way, the National Guard, remember, the mandate of the National Guard right now, federalizing the National Guard, is to protect federal property and to protect federal agents in their actions as ICE agents for deportations. And you have these local sanctuary cities, which are completely against federal law, that people like Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom think they can just override federal law like the Confederates did in the 1860s. My recommendation to President Trump and to Homan and Stephen Miller specifically is to arrest Mayor Bass. They should, if local officials
on what grounds?
Interfering with federal authorities that are prosecuting their mandate, which is to get people out of the country.
Well, later in this program, we'll get more on that interview with Steve Bannon. In the meantime, around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. Let's take a look at some other stories making news in the UK. 3/4 of all pensioners in England and Wales are to have their winter fuel payments restored later this year, after a major policy U-turn by the government. 9 million pensioners with an annual income of £35,000 or less will now be eligible. Last July, the Chancellor announced she was restricting the payment to those on pension credit. Police in Northern Ireland have appealed for calm after public disorder broke out in Ballymena in County Antrim. A number of missiles were thrown towards officers and there were reports of damage to some properties. The unrest comes after crowds gathered near the location of an alleged sexual assault in the town. And one of Britain's most successful thriller writers, Frederick Forsythe, has died following a brief illness. He was 86. His novels, such as The Day of the Jackal, The Odessa File and The Fourth Protocol, sold more than 70 million copies. The author worked as a journalist for Reuters in Paris and for the BBC. Although he denied it, he eventually admitted he'd also worked for MI6, Britain's external spy agency. You're live with BBC News. Now, Russia and Ukraine have begun another major prisoner of war swap, with soldiers under the age of 25 being sent home. It follows an agreement reached during talks in Istanbul last week. The handover is expected to last a number of days and has raised hopes in Ukrainian families desperate for news of their missing relatives. Paul Adams has more from northern Ukraine.
Back on Ukrainian soil, years of captivity in Russia finally over for some of Ukraine's youngest soldiers. This the result of an agreement reached a week ago. Hundreds more POWs to follow in the coming days. Mom, I'm in Ukraine. An hour later, the soldiers arrive at a nearby town. It's a very different reception, greeted by the families of the missing, all desperately seeking news. They don't know if their fathers, brothers and sons are dead or alive. No joy here, just anxiety, hope mixed with dread.
It might sound strange, but I really wanted my dad to be wounded. I knew anything could happen. 2 other family members were already missing. When I found out that he'd gone missing too, that was the most painful thing.
The men have been held in prisons all over Russia and occupied Ukraine, some subject to grim conditions.
They spent a lot of time in Russian places of detention without any visits of International Red Cross. Their health conditions are very poor. They have no sufficient food. They survived a lot of tortures.
Every time a recently returned prisoner emerges, they surge forward. This is a moment of great relief for some people, but enormous anxiety for a great deal more.
Valera has been gone for more than 3 years, captured in Mariupol early in the war. He wants to help identify the missing, but the men he knows are all much thinner. Russia welcomed home its soldiers too, airlifted from Belarus to an airbase outside Moscow. One of the largest prisoner swaps so far, now fully underway, but still no sign of a ceasefire. Paul Adams, BBC News, Northern Ukraine.
It's time to turn our focus to business and market news in Business Today. It's day 2 of trade talks between officials from the US and China that will kick off in London later today as both sides try to resolve tensions between the world's top 2 economies. Chinese exports of rare earths, which are crucial for modern technology, as well as Beijing's access to US products, including computer chips, are high on the agenda. Last month, Washington and Beijing agreed a temporary truce over trade tariffs, but each country has since accused the other of breaching that deal. Well, for more on this, I'm joined by Steve Okun, CEO of APAC Advisors. Steve, great to speak to you about this. What's your take then of the current state of play with these talks?
Well, we're watching what happens in real time when national security and trade collide. And, you know, the White House would like to see export controls excluded from trade after inserting it into trade. The Chinese don't want to see that happen. The Chinese look at the relationship with the U.S. holistically. The U.S. is trying to segregate out what it wants to be able to negotiate China with, and that's not going to happen. Maybe we'll get a handshake here, but that's not going to be the final solution anytime soon.
Yeah, and why does the U.S. want to do that?
Well, the U.S. now views China as its key competitor globally. It views China in a way as an existential threat for what the U.S. wants to do, where the U.S. wants to be economically, where the U.S. wants to be geopolitically. And so the U.S. is now putting restrictions on China, not just on tariffs to have a level playing field, not just on having tariffs to promote foreign investment into the U.S., but to hold China back. And putting export controls that the U.S. has done onto China's domestic aviation industry, calling that national security, is giving China reason to respond on rare earths where it can really hit the United States.
And for China's part, what do they want to get out of this sort of trade deal or trade negotiations as they're going?
Well, I mean, I don't think you're going to get a deal here. I mean, the White House has said we're going to get a handshake and nothing more. What you might have is a short-term truce on export controls where the U.S. backs down on all of those export controls it has recently put on China. When it comes to aviation, when it comes to plastics, when it comes to other items such as semiconductors, then China will open back up on rare earths, which the U.S. very much needs. And this will highlight how intertwined the U.S. and China are. And it's why President Trump has come to the realization that when it comes to China, trade wars are not easy to win.
Yeah, and talk about the leverage then that China has then over the United States with this. Are they in a strong position coming into these talks?
Well, both sides are in strong positions, and both sides don't trust one another. And that's why we're at the stage we are now. The United States does not trust China to live up to its agreements going back to the South China Sea, going back to fentanyl, going back up to commitments it made as part of its WTO negotiations, going back to the Phase 1 trade agreement that the Trump administration negotiated. The Chinese don't trust the United States either. The Chinese are very wary of the United States forcing countries like Vietnam to restrict their trade with China as part of this reciprocal tariffs. So you have no trust on other side. You have both sides intertwined when it comes to trade and economics, and both trying, or in the U.S. trying to undo that. And that is not going to happen in London this week.
Yeah, and lots of other smaller nations will be watching to see where the crumbs fall, if you like. This deal not being close to being worked out. We've got about 30 seconds left. What do you think we should be looking out for then going forward?
Well, I think you will see some type of a handshake on rare earths, but you have to remember this is not the end. This isn't even the beginning of the end. We're really got to watch what happens everywhere else on tariffs, on export controls, on third countries. All of this has got a long way to play out.
Yeah, it certainly does. A final thought then on what you think could break or make a difference?
Well, I think both sides recognizing that they need one another, both sides trying to walk back a bit of where we have gotten, and it takes both sides to recognize this, both China and the United States. Maybe we're starting to get that recognition, although I'm not holding my breath.
All right. Thanks very much, Steve, for your thoughts. Steve Okun there, CEO of APAC Advisors. We're out of time for Newsday for this a moment, but we'll be back shortly with more news. See you soon.
Seeking those who aren't done making medicine until every dose is just right. For everyone who needs it.
What is going on?
People love how the new Homes.com helps them get quick answers about any property by connecting them to the actual listing agent.
Oh, so I'm done?
Oh, no. We're still not sure everyone knows that we're the only site that always connects you to the listing agent rather than selling off your contact info. So we're gonna keep you up there a little while longer.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting great exposure.
Speaking of exposure, can we get him a hat?
Ooh, what about a beret?
Oh. Ding dong.
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
At Avocado Green Mattress, we know that we all deserve a little rest. That's why we're promoting better sleep this season with our certified organic mattresses and bedding, all made with natural, luxurious materials for a healthier planet and a healthier you. Start your sleep trial today at avocadogreenmattress.com.
Hey, John Hamm.
Hey, Gare Bear.
You still coming to my dog's birthday party?
I would, but I have to sell my car.
Well, just sell it to Carvana.
Carvana, huh?
Great offers, 100% online. They'll pick it up. You told me about Carvana.
Did I?
And isn't that your car?
I mean, that could be anybody's car. Okay, fine, I sold it to Carvana. Thank you. Whoa.
So you'll come?
I just sold my car. What, am I gonna walk? Sell your car to Carvana today.
Being single for years, what would it do to you? Would it make you sad? Would it make you lose hope? Would it make you feel disconnected? I wouldn't know, because I'm using datemyage.com. Grab your phone or laptop. Go to datemyage. Get started for free.
Join datemyage.com today.
When my hair started to thin, I wasn't feeling so confident.
I stopped hanging out with the guys because I didn't want to hear the wisecracks.
I started taking Nutrafol because I had seen that it worked with my friend.
Nutrafol really takes the time to do the research, to do the clinical studies. And I really respect how it works from the inside out.
Nutrafol was able to bring my hair back to life, and it keeps getting thicker and fuller. Oh! It felt real good to ditch the hat.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
Live from Singapore, this is BBC News. Protesters take to the streets of Los Angeles for a fourth day against immigration raids. President Trump sends another 2,000 National Guards and 700 Marines to LA. The BBC speaks to former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon, who defended President Trump's decision to send those troops to Los Angeles.
The federal government has every availability to do what they did to federalize National Guards, particularly if they think, if the commander-in-chief thinks that something's not being handled properly, and that's what the president did.
Welcome to Newsday, and we start with continuing coverage of the protests in Los Angeles. In just the past few hours, President Trump authorized the mobilization of an additional 2,000 National Guard troops in California. It comes shortly after the military announced it would activate 700 Marines in LA after a fourth day of clashes between protesters and authorities over immigration raids. The administration said the Marines would help protect federal agents and buildings. We can cross live now to LA and speak to our correspondent, Peter Bowes. Peter, get us up to speed with the latest.
Well, it's been generally a more peaceful day on the streets of Los Angeles, Steve, certainly comparing today, Monday, with the weekend when there were some outbreaks of violence, especially towards the end of the day on Sunday. We haven't really seen any of that. There have been a few little skirmishes, but nothing that significant. So people in quite large numbers, hundreds of people for most of the day, perhaps getting into the thousands in the last hour or so, protesting the issues at the heart of this, the immigration policy of the Trump administration, and also that decision to send in the National Guard, 2,000 initially, and as we now know, another 2,000 and some Marines as well, which are likely to arrive in the next 24 hours. There seems to have been an operation just in the last hour or so by the police in downtown Los Angeles near the Federal Building to clear the streets, and I suspect the goal there is to clear those streets before nightfall, which is coming up fairly soon in Los Angeles, and that, just looking at the past couple of days, tends to be when most of the trouble occurs.
And Peter, get us up to speed with where things are when it comes to the authorities. We know Gavin Newsom has been speaking, the governor of California has been speaking in very strong terms about what he thinks of the presence of these National Guard troops and the Marines.
Well, yes, he's used the word deranged quite a lot to describe this policy of the Trump administration to bring in the National Guard. And in fact, there is now a lawsuit between California, the governor, and President Trump and his administration. Essentially, the president being sued by California's governor, which in itself is a kind of a surreal scenario. But he is being sued because Gavin Newsom says that the president really overreached his authorities, saying that the decision to bring in the National Guard wasn't warranted by the conditions on the ground. Now, this could be quite a closely fought legal argument because President Trump has argued that he does indeed have the authority to do just that. So it remains to be seen how that plays out if it eventually gets to court. But it just shows really the level to which the discourse between the state governor and the president has plummeted over the last few days. They've never been the best of friends. They were arguing over the Los Angeles fires a few months ago, but they are now really getting into it in terms of this policy. And it's been exacerbated by the decision, the Defense Department saying that those Marines will be brought into Los Angeles in the next few hours.
Yeah, we're just looking at pictures on our screen as well, Peter, of a convoy of vehicles with personnel in lots of riot gear and gas masks moving slowly down the streets. Things do seem rather peaceful at the moment from what we can see from where we are here. Just going forward, though, or zooming out, in fact, actually, to get your thoughts on sort of the politics of the day when it comes to what we're seeing unfold in LA.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about what we're seeing right now, and this affects the politics, is that word that's often used, the optics, how it looks in terms of the larger population, not only of Los Angeles, California, but of the entire country. Looking at these pictures and this show of force that we're seeing right now, I haven't really seen so many police being essentially paraded through the streets as they are now. And we've had extra officers coming in from neighboring jurisdictions to help the Los Angeles Police Department. This is on top of the National Guard, of course, and they are in extremely large numbers now. And that just adds to the politics and it adds to the image of what's happening. And that really goes to the heart of the issue in terms of the National Guard. Was it justified or not? And alongside all of that, the federal government is saying that those immigration raids that started all of this will continue over the coming days and coming weeks.
All right, Peter, thanks very much for getting us across that. Peter Bowes there in Los Angeles giving us the latest from the city. Now, Steve Bannon, Mr. Trump's 2016 campaign chief, was an early champion of the president's uncompromising approach to immigration and law and order. And while the two men have since fallen out dramatically, he is firmly behind the president when it comes to his handling of the situation in LA. Mr. Bannon has been speaking with my colleague Katrina Perry.
Steve Bannon, thanks for joining us here on BBC News. Just want to start with that huge story here in the US at the moment, the situation in Los Angeles. Yes. Do you think the president was right to override the rights of the state in terms of making its own decisions, and in this case he chose to send in the National Guard?
That's a miss. I come from Richmond, Virginia, so I know something about states' rights. And Gavin Newsom is acting like a neo-Confederate right now. The federal government has every availability to do what they did to federalize National Guards, particularly if they think of the commander-in-chief thinks that something's not being handled properly, and that's what the president did. Our argument today on the show is that he should double and triple down today with ICE raids. I mean, we've had an invasion of this country just on Biden's watch of 10 to 13 million illegal alien invaders, and they all have to go home, not just the criminals. Every person that came here on Biden's watch has to be deported, and that's what they're trying to stop now with these with people like Mayor Bass and Gavin Newsom. And it's absolutely the prerogative of the president as commander-in-chief to do what he did.
So in what way is the situation that we've seen just in the last couple of days in Los Angeles an invasion or a rebellion as described in the piece of law that the president has referred to?
Well, there's been invasion. But
specifically over
people
this
all
weekend.
agree that 13 million people came. What you had is ICE agents during their normal raids to basically get people to deport them out of the country. And this was stopped. This was stopped by this mob. This is what was surrounding the ICE headquarters. Couldn't let ICE out, and the local LAPD didn't really intervene. You know, over the last 2 days, the LAPD's kind of stood down. They shut down.
But they would reject that characterization. The police department.
Here's a fact: downtown LA, I lived in LA for 20 years. Downtown LA, where the 101 and the 110 come, were shut down all day yesterday. Look at it; looked like a war scene, a war zone.
The police they did move the protesters out and
some of the protesters after many hours, but no arrests.
But they did it themselves. They didn't need the National Guard there. That's what
they
would say.
The National Guard, by the way, the National Guard. Remember, the mandate of the National Guard right now, federalizing the National Guard, is to protect federal property and to protect federal agents in their actions as ICE agents for deportations. And today, I will tell you, I think they're going to double and triple down on the ICE raids. All the illegal aliens that came here under Biden's watch must go home. They're going to be deported. And you have these local sanctuary cities, which are completely against federal law, that people like Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom thinks they can just override federal law like the Confederates did in the 1860s. My recommendation to President Trump and to Homan and Stephen Miller specifically is to arrest Mayor Bass. They should, if local officials
on what grounds?
Interfering with federal authorities that are prosecuting their mandate, which is to get people out of the country. You've seen this in Chicago. You're beginning to see it in New York. You certainly see it in LA. And I think it'll stand up in court. right? Just like his travel ban the other day is standing up in court. President Trump,
we'll talk about the travel ban in just a moment.
We have a massive insurrection here.
Just on the issue of states' rights, though, the Secretary for Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, just over a year ago, February in last year, when Joe Biden was being encouraged to federalize the National Guard in Texas, she said not to do that, that would be a direct attack on states' rights and that states should be allowed to make those decisions for themselves. In what President Trump is doing, doesn't that set a precedent for, at another time when perhaps there's a Democratic president, that they could do the same thing?
There was a precedent of this before, back in the 1960s, when Lyndon Johnson did this about civil rights. The president is his Article 2 powers as commander-in-chief. He has full ability to do this. That's what he's doing. I don't think there's any question about that. The courts will upheld this. They're going to take today in California, I think they're going to go to federal court and sue. And by the way, they should go ahead. As you know, they're going to federal court with everything with President Trump. Essentially, the courts are backing us up on everything. And my being a maximalist to make sure that we get this done, I'm saying that you should drive this even more. I think the writ of habeas corpus ought to be suspended in certain these regards, particularly with the criminal element that's got to be shipped out of the country.
Now, first of all, the courts are not backing up President Trump in everything that he's trying to do, but that is one of the things about America that makes America, isn't it? That people can have the separation of powers and they can challenge this through the courts. But remember,
the courts, there's nothing in the Constitution about judicial supremacy. It's about judicial review. What we've deteriorated since Watergate, particularly, is this concept of judicial supremacy. That is also going to be a huge issue, I think, before the end of June. We're right next to the Supreme Court. Before the Supreme Court leaves for the summer, I think we have to have a decision on his Article 2 power as commander-in-chief to execute what he thinks is correct about getting invaders of this country out of the country.
Okay, and we are expecting a lawsuit from California later today, as you've mentioned.
Yes.
But just the extension of that, when we hear from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, saying that he would be prepared to send Marines to California, what's your view on that? I mean, that is an escalation of the situation.
When you say escalation, that was done in the 1992, I think, the Rodney King riots. The Marines from Camp Pendleton went up. I think the Marines ought to be called out. I think more National Guard ought to be there. I think they ought to do more ICE raids a day. I think they ought to arrest.
Where do you see the threat to safety and to American citizens?
Did you see
at this point?
Did you watch The Weekend? Did you see this? Could you possibly look at that footage and tell me it wasn't safety to Americans? Hang on,
these are American citizens protesting.
You don't know that. Look at the foreign flags. You have no earthly. First off, let me repeat this for the BBC to please write down. There's 10 million illegal alien invaders came in here in 4 years. They're all going out of the country. Okay, they're all going out of the country. When you said they're going all American citizens, you think all
I didn't say they were all American citizens.
You just said they were American citizens.
I said there are American citizens there.
There may be some American citizens. That's fine if they're trying to get in the middle of ICE agents that are deporting illegal aliens. They're breaking the law, and this is why Mayor Bass should go to jail today.
So we're not talking about them.
You people absolutely refuse to believe what the facts are, that even Biden and his regime understands, that they allow 10 million people to come here illegally. All of those people, President Trump won on this. The polling is coming out today. The American people overwhelmingly support us getting the 10 million illegal alien invaders out of here.
I'm asking about the specifics of what we saw over the weekend.
You just asked me, so where was the violence? What did your eyes tell you? Did you watch the footage?
I did, but what I'm saying to you is some of those protesting are U.S. citizens. My colleagues on the ground have spoken to them.
That's fine, but if they're breaking the law, they're breaking the law, should be arrested.
But I just want to get to the thinking.
What's your point?
I want to get to the thinking behind this and what Pete Hegseth is saying, because it's interesting for our viewers to see this. If you have U.S. Marines in California around protesters, does that not move America to a different point?
It's not protesters. See, this is what you guys try to do with your language all the time. That's not a protest. That was a riot, okay? They're interfering with folks that are being deported out of this country. They are breaking the law and they're rioting. They shut down Los Angeles for like 18 hours yesterday. That's not a protest. Nobody's saying about peaceful protests. If you want to come protest, they intervene with ICE agents doing their job. Certainly you should call up the Marines and the U.S. Army if you have to, or activate the reserve, the Army Reserve. Federalize the National Guard is just step one. But folks have to understand, and particularly BBC ought to embrace this, this is not going to stop. We're going to do this, and I'll be blunt. This should have been done in England a long time ago. You guys should have stood up to the fact of the problem you've got with illegal mass migration. This is what has to happen. All you're saying, you have to have a country, you have to have borders, you have to have your sovereignty. And President Trump has the American people in back of him. He won the national election. The polling right now is overwhelmingly support this. They're going to go to federal court, argue it out. We'll see how that plays out. But I will tell you, today in Los Angeles, they're going to double or triple the number of ICE raids they're going to do on this. Now, the only problem I have with the ICE raids, they're not arresting CEOs. I think they ought to go into these workplaces and start arresting the white-collar managers. I hold them just as responsible, maybe more responsible than the folks that have the job. So I don't think they're going to...
In what way do you think CEOs are responsible?
They're hiring people that they know are illegal. Do you know anything?
No, I'm just interested in your point.
No. The problem we have in this country is that the capitalist and the business class are the people that want illegal immigration more than even the far left radicals, because they want cheap labor. What does this destroy? Hispanic citizens, African American citizens, their wages have gone down, particularly in low skill areas, because of an influx of 10 million. I think of the 10 million, 6 million are of age to work. The CEOs that are hiring them are breaking the law. In these ICE raids, I want more workplace raids where you're just not going after the workers, but you're going after the CEOs that employ them. This is we have to go after and hold accountable the business classes that have brought these people in.
Okay, I want to move on and talk about a different subject now, because I know we're all under time pressure here. Elon Musk.
Is there something about Elon Musk?
I don't know. Maybe you have views on him, but he's gone now, obviously. And
he's not gone.
We saw
he's
gone from the White House in an official capacity, and we saw what played out over social media platforms in the last couple of days. How would you characterise his time with the administration? Was it successful? Was Doge a success?
No, it was a total failure. This, I think, was the beginning of what President Trump started to worry about. He came in, he had the backing of President Trump, the backing of everybody. I'm the big believer in the deconstruction of the administrative state. He went in to find waste, fraud, and abuse. He committed to the president $2 trillion this year in this budget, then $1 trillion, then $165 billion. I asked the question, when you talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, I'm not talking programmatically like USAID or Department of, those are things that pass in appropriations bills that Republicans have been arguing about forever. When you talk about like fraud, where is it? Where is the fraud in Social Security? Where's the fraud in Medicaid? Where's the waste, fraud, and abuse in the Pentagon, which is the Mac Daddy of it? Nothing. We haven't seen anything. I think President Trump, and this was reported in the Wall Street Journal, he looked around and goes, hey, is this just all BS? Where's actually the hard Doge? We actually need it. This is one of the reasons we have this huge fight on Capitol Hill and we have these huge deficits, because programmatically, and he took the political class off the hook because he was like a fairy godmother. I'm going to find you $1 trillion of fraud. Remember the State of the Union, the president took 3.5 minutes to go through this mantra of all these people in Social Security that were 200 years old and 150 years old. Not one penny was found that went to those recipients of Social Security. It was totally misleading. I think this is where the president, after he tried to force himself in to this briefing on the top secret war plan with China, and the president, I think, was very shocked about that. That's the inflection point. I believe the president started asking questions about, like, where is this thing going? And you've seen the decline of this whole Elon Musk and his influence since that time, and particularly on the Doge efforts. I'm sitting there in what I recommend these investigations about him personally and his businesses. Number one, we should have a formal report about exactly what Doge found. It's specifically about waste, fraud, and abuse. Where is it? And was anybody ever sent over to the Justice Department to be prosecuted for fraud?
Should Doge be shut down now?
Well, I think actually the Doge, if you look at what's really happening, it's been absorbed into the departments. If you look at Treasury, if you look at OMB, because it was always structured as a subset of OMB, it's really, when you talk about Doge in the Pentagon, they've essentially been, they're kind of IT people, particularly young ones. I think they've been absorbed into the process. So you don't really have, there's nothing really left of Doge because it didn't accomplish anything. And this is why, number two, but hang on, before he gets off the hook, more importantly, or as importantly, besides exactly what he found, where's the fraud, and is anybody going to be charged with it, is about this, about the data. Did they take out any data sets? Did they take any data related to either confidential government information and or information of U.S. citizens? And was that taken to any of his private enterprises, particularly artificial intelligence? Data is the mother's milk of AI, and I think this has to be, we have to get to the bottom of this, and we have to get to the bottom of it quickly. And so
are you confident that he would have left that behind, or if you're calling for an investigation, do you have a question over it?
I'm not confident leaving leaving behind at all. I would definitely take it. I think that that's what's got to be reviewed. I don't trust this guy. Listen, my involvement with Elon Musk goes back to 2017. Remember in 2017, I'm the guy really that had to, confront him every day virtually and tell him he wasn't going to get all these kind of credits he was looking for. And what I said, Elon, you're looking for all these kind of credits, for the electric vehicle and the batteries. I said, look, you're asking for it's cash. I said, you're asking for taxpayers who make average $40,000 a year to essentially underwrite you and all these venture capitalists. I said, your venture capitalists have the money. They just have to put in more money. And what does that do? It makes the returns lower and over a longer period of time. It's not the end of the world. And what does it do for you? It means you own less of the company and you have less of a net worth. But you can't expect people that make $40,000 a year to bail you and the venture capitalists out. His mindset, because when they say he's a great entrepreneur, all of his money comes from government contracts, essentially with the U.S. government or in some sort of involvement with the Chinese Communist Party in Tesla in Shanghai. And so, no, I say he's a national security issue about his erratic behavior, particularly when he talks about the president, having to be impeached, talks about forming a third party, talks about he's going to be around for 40 years, the president 3.5 years, talks about the president's in great, and he takes a major program that the taxpayers are funding in SpaceX and says on a whim, oh, I'm going to shut it down. Any CEO in the United States of a defense contractor would have been terminated immediately and fired by his board and removed. He's not. I think you need to investigate.
And have you had conversations with President Trump about just what you're describing there?
I've had conversations at a very, very high level in the White House with various people about what my recommendation is.
But not the president himself.
I don't talk about my conversations with the president. So here's what I've laid out, and I've laid it out publicly, is that his security clearance should be suspended immediately, which it would be if anybody had these reports on his drug use. It ought to be an investigation immediately into his drug use. Ought to be an investigation immediately into his citizen status. I believe you'll see a pattern here that he overstayed a visa, lied on his visa application, and his citizenship is false. And if you're going to,
do you have evidence yourself of that?
Well, evidence has been out there from his brother all over the place. There's been a number of media reports. This is why I'm calling for a formal investigation. I don't know, but there's enough smoke there that it looks like there's fire. Also, if you're going to deport 10 million people you say here illegally, then you got to deport the billionaires who are, just because he's a billionaire and a white South African doesn't make it any difference than some poor person that came up here from the third world that was enticed to come here and has to go home now. How is that fair? The last thing is the Chinese Communist Party. We have to see about his involvement. He asked for a top secret briefing on the war plans against China. What defense contractor needs that? Why was that forced? Why did the uniformed military and the senior executives at the military, including the Secretary of Defense, not go to the commander-in-chief? What intimidated them about going to the commander-in-chief that we had to read about it in the New York Times? That's where the president found out about it. And at first he says, I don't believe this, and Elon would never ask for it. That's why it has to be a formal investigation. Also, about President Xi being invited to the inauguration, which has never been done in our history. What was the involvement in that? So those, also SpaceX, look, SpaceX, 90% of the revenue comes from the U.S. government. He just did a financing that values SpaceX at $318 billion, and I think he owns half of it. Mm-hmm. That all comes from U.S. taxpayers. The U.S. taxpayer, the man and woman making $40,000 a year, did they have any warrants? Did they have any options? My point is, why not just take while he's in abeyance, seize the company, nationalize it, let the value go to the American people.
And
right?
when you've made these, sorry, because I know we're just out of time here, Steve. Yeah. I'm conscious, but have you made all those points to the White House, the senior team? What have they said to you in reply to that?
The president has said over time. He said, "Look, I think we ought to look at some of these contracts." The president also said that, I don't want to go after this guy. However, if he threatens me again with impeachment or giving money to the Democrats to impeach me, that there will be serious consequences. I happen to believe in many aspects of the apparatus that right now that people are starting to look into this, not driven by anything from the White House. But when you bring up these deals, first off, on his drug use alone,
okay, well,
there's nobody in the country.
We're not going to get into that because we don't have the reporting from the New York Times. That's their reporting. It's not ours. We're not going to talk about that. And also, we're out of time for now. So thank you very much, Steve Bannon, for joining us here on BBC News.
As my colleague Katrina Perry there chatting with Steve Bannon, President Trump's campaign chief back in 2016. Well, let's take you back then to the streets of Los Angeles, where we can see the situation there now seems relatively calm. People standing around on the streets. We can tell you what has been happening behind the scenes, though. J.D. Vance, the U.S. Vice President, he has been posting on social media, doubling down on the deployment of troops to crack down on protests against immigration raids in L.A. He says, quote, "This administration will not be intimidated by lawlessness. President Trump will not back down." Now, President Trump has authorized the deployment of another 2,000 National Guard troops earlier today. His message comes, Vice President J.D. Vance's message comes as California Governor Gavin Newsom is taking the Trump administration to court over those troops being deployed. We have also heard from the mayor of LA, Karen Bass. She's been giving an update in a news conference in the last hour. She was quite pointed in her remarks about what we've been seeing in LA, calling it a test case for federal intervention. So Mayor Karen Bass says that there was nothing happening in our city, that's her quote, that warranted the immigration raids that sparked these protests. It makes me feel like our city is a test case, as she says. We'll have more in Los Angeles again at the top of the hour. In the meantime, do keep it right here on BBC News.
In this collection, we have 3 new styles of leggings that have never been done before. All the leggings are going to give you the butt you've always wanted. No squats required. Get any 2 leggings for just $24 when you sign up and become a new Fabletics VIP member.
We are in Turkey.
This is our journey.
To see the ancient cities of legends up close
is incredible.
Ruins whisper the stories of the eras.
Civilizations that marked history walked these roads. This is where the story of humanity arose.
We have so many stories to tell.
We all need a little help sometimes, but asking, that's the hard part. Here's a little secret. If you need it, help can be everywhere. That's the power of therapy. And it's some of the best help you can get.
Wait, Noom has GLP-1 meds now?
Noom, the psychology-based weight loss company?
Yes, Noom combines medication and behavior change so you can lose the weight and keep it off.
And it starts at just $149.
Noom, the smart way to lose weight.
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up. Public is the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. It's a simple way to help me keep more of what I earn.
Touchdown on the BBC Sport website and app for the latest from the gridiron.
for scores and results from the NFL. Go online or download the app now.
Live from Singapore, this is BBC News. President Trump sends an additional 2,000 National Guards troops to Los Angeles as protesters stage a fourth day of demonstrations over immigration raids.
I'm Carl Nassman live in Los Angeles, where after a tense standoff, local police are now trying to clear those demonstrations in the center of the city.
The BBC speaks to former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon, who defended President Trump's decision to send troops to LA. In Ukraine, emotional reunions as soldiers return in a prisoner of war swap with Russia, but others wait anxiously for news of their loved ones. And coming up in Business Today, talks continue in London aimed at resolving the trade war between the US and China. We start this hour in the US, where in the past hour, the Pentagon has confirmed President Trump is sending an additional 2,000 National Guard troops to Los Angeles as a fourth day of protests over immigration raids continues. And we can show you now the live scenes from LA. The administration has already deployed 2,000 National Guard troops to bring the demonstrations under control, leading to a huge political row with local officials. The US military has also announced it will activate 700 Marines in LA. The administration said the Marines would help protect federal agents and buildings. The protest broke out on Friday after agents from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, carried out immigration raids in L.A. Well, we can go live now to the streets of L.A. with our correspondent, Carl Nassman. Carl, get us up to speed with what you're seeing there.
Steve, we've been following these efforts by local police to try to clear the demonstrations that earlier were gathered in front of the federal building. This is the fourth day of these protests in Los Angeles. You can see behind me, this is a line of motorcycles and police here. We've been put on this side, and we're not able to enter really any closer, but if you look into the distance, several police vehicles, there's a line of police, and then the protesters. You might be able to make out some of those flags that are waving in the distance, but we have been moved several blocks away from where these protests originated, which was in front of the federal building. That's been one of the flashpoints that we've seen over the past several days, where demonstrators have been gathering, showing their displeasure with the immigration enforcement action that have been taking place across the city, as well as what many see as a provocation or a rise in the temperature taken by the federal government and President Trump to now deploy National Guard to the scene. We're also, as you mentioned, expecting some active duty military members to now come to the city. That might take place later tonight. But what we've been watching over the past few hours is these local officials. It's not the National Guard. These are local police or Los Angeles sheriffs really trying to move these demonstrators out of the downtown area where they've been gathered and try to clear that area. They've done so fairly successfully. We've been walking for probably 45 minutes to an hour now, and they've been able to move those protesters, even as many of them melted away or decided it was time for them to go home. So it's a much smaller gathering than what we saw earlier today. Of course, we all remember those scenes from Sunday, chaos, volatility in the streets, protesters blocking freeways. We saw exchanges and clashes between the two sides, non-lethal weapons being used by the police, dangerous situations where we saw protesters throwing things like e-scooters, fireworks, bricks, concrete blocks towards authorities. There were some injuries, actually. About 12 police officers and sheriff's officers were injured yesterday during those exchanges. We also saw cars lit on fire. Today, despite this very large presence, a big show of force by local police, we haven't seen that kind of intensity when you talk about exchanges or clashes. There have been a few arrests, but not as many as you might expect. This has been an effort so far by police to just try to clear the area. And I think the context is interesting here too, Steve. We know those announcements being made by the president, by the Secretary of Defense, that there are thousands more national reservists heading to Los Angeles, that there's many hundred now active duty Marines coming here. There might be a feeling in the streets that what local authorities decided to do was to finally, at one point, they lost their patience, take matters into their own hands and begin to get that demonstration out of there. It's not just a clash, I think, in the streets, but we're seeing that clash between local and state authorities and federal authorities, and there might be that sense that they want to make sure they can demonstrate that they do have the power, as they've been insisting, to enforce order in their own streets.
Yeah, and given the increasing show of force by local authorities, local police officers, have you gotten a sense of how the protesters have been reacting to seeing all of this? It sounds like things are a bit more subdued today, like they're taking a bit more of a step back, given the larger police presence.
What we've seen, I think, throughout these past few days is that there's maybe two groups of protesters, and the much larger one, we should say, the majority of people are out here because they're not happy. They're angry about what they've seen in Los Angeles in terms of those immigration enforcement actions. This is the largest population, the largest concentration of undocumented immigrants in the country. A third of Los Angeles has an immigrant background. This is a very proud city, and it's a city that's really made up of a lot of Latinos and Mexican Americans, and they've taken these sorts of actions here very personally. There was a lot of anger in the streets about this, which was then really stoked once again by some of the actions by President Trump. So, you know, those are the people that were out today waving flags with their signs. They were chanting anti-ICE slogans, chanting against President Trump. Then there's that smaller group of people, and these are the folks that I think the authorities are going to be really looking for, potentially concerned about tonight, the agitators, the folks that like to come out maybe once the sun comes down. They take the opportunity during these large protests to stoke trouble, to agitate, and maybe even to start some more violent acts like we saw last night with fires, some sporadic looting. So that's probably on the minds of authorities here too. But you know, what we heard from people that were protesting and were here because of those reasons, in terms of what we've seen from the immigration enforcement, you know, they said that they were upset by having this demonstration cleared. They said, you know, we're staying peaceful, we have a peaceful message, and you know, we have the right to express ourselves. But once there was an unlawful assembly declared by the authorities, it was clear that it was just a matter of time before they were pushed out from the area around that federal building, and that's exactly what we saw earlier.
Yeah, and just give us a sense, Carl, we're on day 4 of this, of these protests that we've been seeing play out on the streets of LA. Do you get a sense that we could be here for quite a bit longer?
I think that's the question on everyone's minds, and I think the worry is from the local officials. We've heard from the mayor, we've heard from Governor Gavin Newsom. Their worry right now is how will additional troops, we're talking about the National Guard, we're talking about those Marines coming from a local Marine base, how will that affect the situation? Is that going to stoke tensions even further? We've seen those lawsuits now playing out. There's a battle in the courts about whether or not the president even has the authority to do that. But as we get into nighttime here and we move into day 5 and potentially day 6 of these demonstrations, I think the question is going to be whether or not there's a visible presence of U.S. Marines, of active duty troops on the streets. That's just a sign and a symbol that we don't see very often in this country. That could very well inflame tensions. Of course, the hope, we should say, on the federal side, from the president and from the Secretary of Defense, at least the hopes that they're expressing publicly, is that they want those troops to come here to calm the situation down. They're hoping that that can help to restore order. While we're hearing from local officials saying it will do nothing of the sort. In fact, it's just going to add to either complications on the logistics side, or it might just inflame tensions with protesters. But the sense we're getting right now on the streets, and again, you can see here, the groups have thinned, the protesters have started to disperse. The police certainly have the upper hand. They've been able to clear out block by block and street by street, and to get this particular area of downtown Los Angeles pretty well and clear of the demonstrators and the protesters that we've been seeing kind of running wild over the past 24 hours.
Carl, thanks for getting us up to speed with the latest on the ground there. Carl Nassman on the streets of Los Angeles. Now, in the past hour, officials in Los Angeles have been giving a press conference. The mayor, Karen Bass, called for the city to come together.
I don't think that our city should be used for an experiment to see what happens in the nation's second largest city. Well, maybe we can do this to other cities. And then I read a description of our city that was so troubling to me. A description of our city that says that we have been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals, and that now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents. I don't know if anybody has seen that happen, but I've not seen that happen. And obviously there has been violence, and the violence is unacceptable, and we can talk about that in a minute.